Under a sky the color of a fresh bruise, the final echoes of battle faded into silence. The ground itself was a tapestry of sorrow, woven with the bodies of fallen warriors. Amidst the carnage, a lone figure stood, his silhouette a stark monument to the slaughter he had wrought. From the shadows of the fallen, three masters emerged, their chief signatures burning like desperate flames in the twilight. They were the last pillars of the righteous sects: Shaolin abbot Cheon Jeong, manhwa sect leader Jang Wang, and Namgung clan patriarch Namgung Hwa. Seeing the demons' exhaustion, a flicker of hope, cruel and sharp, ignited in their eyes. This was their moment. He must be killed now. But the warrior's spirit was far from broken. A malevolent red light ignited in his eyes as he looked past the others, his gaze locking onto the abbot. A chilling whisper escaped his lips, a promise and a threat. Now, only you remain. Recognizing the finality in his tone, the three masters prepared themselves for one last, desperate clash, a prayer upon their lips. The divine demon moved, a blur of red and black that crashed against the abbot's guard. The monk was thrown back, the taste of iron filling his mouth. With righteous fury, Cheon Jeong roared, his voice laced with generations of hate for the accursed divine demon. He channeled his life's cultivation into his palms, gathering a verdant, crackling energy that pulsed with sacred power. The abbot unleashed his ultimate technique, the heavenly Buddha palm strike. A colossal hand of pure, green energy tore through the battlefield, aimed to purify the demonic stain from the world. Unflinching, the divine demon met the attack head-on, his own dark aura rising to challenge the heavens. With a single, contemptuous slash of his blade, the demon's crimson chi tore through the sacred palm. The abbot stared in disbelief as his ultimate art was rendered useless. The demon's voice, cold as a tomb, echoed in the ruin. "Then I will kill you first." He descended like a blood-red meteor, his blade an extension of his demonic will. The abbot cried out as the blow landed, his defenses shattering. Seeing their ally falter, the other masters knew this was the final chance. Now is the time. The sect leader of Mount Hwa and the patriarch of the Namgung clan moved as one. They poured the last reserves of their power into their blades, unleashing the pinnacle of their respective arts. One became a storm of flashing lightning, the other a whirlwind of deadly petals. The plum blossom flash strike and the thunder rolling strike converged upon the divine demon. The very air fractured under the strain of two legendary techniques. For the first time, the demon's unstoppable advance was halted as the combined power slammed into him, forcing a cry of agony and a spray of blood from his lips. Though grievously wounded, the demon's will remained iron. As the abbot gathered his energy for a finishing blow, a pious prayer on his lips, the demon's blade met the strike. The abbot's face twisted in shock. Even after such a devastating assault, the monster still stood. A surge of abyssal energy coiled around the divine demon. He vanished from sight, moving faster than a mortal eye could follow. Before the abbot could even register his terror, a hand, wreathed in red lightning, burst through his chest from behind. The battlefield fell silent. The divine demon stood, holding the severed head of the Shaolin abbot, his voice a low growl. Next, the remaining two masters, paragons of the martial world, felt a primal fear they had never known. They were not facing a man, but a force of nature, a monster. Panic shattered their resolve. The Namgung patriarch screamed for a retreat, but his words were choked by the oppressive aura of death. There was nowhere to run. The demon was already upon them, a predator closing in on his final prey. And so it was told, the legend of the divine demon, Cheon Jeong, the man who single-handedly bathed the Central Plains in blood. To stop his rampage, the greatest martial masters of the 9 preeminent sects had put aside their rivalries and gathered as one. They brought the weight of the entire martial world against him, a force that could topple dynasties. But even then, facing the one whose strength was deemed greatest under heaven, their grand alliance was driven to the brink of utter collapse. Jang Wang, the Mount Hwa sect leader, parried a demonic blow. "Have you prepared your grave site, old man?" the demon taunted. Of course, Jiang Wang retorted, it's your grave. He unleashed his sect's ultimate secret art, Plum Blossom Rain, transforming the world into a tempest of razor-sharp petals. The phantom blossoms swirled, each a promise of death. Yet as the demon clutched a wound in his side, his thoughts drifted not to the battle, but to a memory. A peaceful day under a tree with his wife and children. Not yet, he growled, a fire reigniting within him. I can't die yet. With a guttural roar, Zhang Qion invoked his own forbidden technique. Demonic spirit sword art, 5th form, Black Dragon Execution. A monstrous dragon of pure, dark energy erupted from his blade, swallowing Jiang Guang whole. The sect leader's final, agonized scream was lost in the maelstrom, his existence erased from the world. Only the Namgung Patriarch remained. He unleashed the infinite Emperor's sword art, weaving a cage of brilliant blue sword chi. The attack found its mark, scoring deep wounds across the demon's body. That wretched rat of the Namgung clan. Zhang Qion hissed through the searing pain. But the pain was a distant shore. A vision of his children's smiling faces filled his mind, granting him strength beyond mortal comprehension. A mad laugh escaped his lips. That tickled. The patriarch could only stare in horror, his mind unable to process how any man could endure such punishment. Ignoring the river of blood flowing from his wounds, the demon lunged. His form was a blur of malice and speed, and his blade, guided by pure hatred, carved a brutal path across the patriarch's guard, leaving a deep, mortal wound. Namgung Huang stumbled, his life force draining away. With his dying breath, he cursed the fiend before him. Zhang Qion, you filthy demonic creature. But his words were just wind against the mountain. In a final act of defiance, the patriarch poured every last drop of his chi into a blinding beam of light, a desperate, final strike. It was the culmination of his entire life's training, a blow meant to sunder the heavens. The divine demon simply watched it approach, a strange calm settling over his features. The blue light pierced Zhang Qion's chest. For a moment, the world held its breath. The patriarch screamed in triumph, a crazed grin spreading across his face. Die already. That stubborn life of yours ends here. But as darkness threatened to claim him, the demon's vision cleared. He saw his wife, his children, releasing lanterns into a peaceful night sky. Yes, he thought. With sudden, impossible strength, he grabbed the blade, piercing his own heart, and pulled the horrified patriarch towards him. I said, let's finish it. With a roar that shook the heavens, Zhang Qion drove the sword deeper, impaling not only himself but the man who held the hilt. The patriarch could only grunt in agony and disbelief as their fates became one. This cursed entanglement would end now. Using the patriarch's own blade as an anchor, Zhang Qion made his final move. With a sickening tear of flesh and bone, his sword arm swung in a vicious arc. The world spun, and the patriarch's head, his face a frozen mask of confusion, tumbled to the blood-soaked ground. The patriarch's last thought echoed in the silent air. How? I pierced his heart. Could it be that he truly surpassed the limits of man? He had not been fighting a mortal. This was the divine demon. The last of the great masters was now deceased. A crimson dawn broke over the shattered plains. Zhang Qion stood alone, a titan surrounded by the corpses of legends. The sun rose on a world where the 9 great sects had been annihilated. His sword, heavy with the blood of his enemies, fell from his numb fingers. He whispered the names that had been his mantra for 15 years. Yanawa, Suk, Young. His vengeance was complete. As his consciousness faded into a white haze, he asked the void, was this good enough? His world fractured into memories. A boy brawling in a dusty courtyard, a hand reaching for him, a man in a wide-brimmed hat holding him aloft, remarking on his fighting spirit. So this is my life flashing before my eyes. He thought, a strange sense of detachment washing over him. The memory sharpened. It was his master's young face. Right, my time in the Murim began here. An orphan with nothing, wandering without a home, relying only on a single sword and the will to survive. To see the next sunrise, he had to take another's life. It was an endless, meaningless slaughter. He stood over the bodies of his foes and wondered, could such a life have meaning? Is human life truly this fleeting? A woman's voice cut through his despair. I understand that feeling, she said, comparing his wars to her daily struggles in the market. She showed him her sleeping siblings. But in those moments, she whispered, they're the most precious. When I lost my parents and collapsed, they gave meaning to my life again. She confessed with a gentle smile. How about you also find a meaning for your life? Her words were a balm to his scarred soul, and he wept. He had wanted to live with them all. For someone who only knew how to kill, she had given him a reason to live. But that reason was torn from him. He raised his sword again, this time for vengeance. A life drifting by without roots, lost in a storm of his own making. Where, he wondered, was the meaning of his life now? He remembered her radiant smile and the peace he felt in her presence. Tears streamed down his face as the truth, once buried, finally blossomed. His meaning, his reason to live, it was already there, all along. The blood-soaked path he walked alone for 15 years. Though his sword dulled and his body bore countless wounds, he gave everything he had to fulfill his revenge. And then, gazing at the faintly rising sun, he lowered the sword in his hand. Here lies the divine demon, Cheon Jeong. But death was not silent. A distant, angry voice echoed through the void. What nonsense is this, barging in like this? The spirit of Cheon Jeong stirred from his final rest. What a racket, he thought, his demonic eyes snapping open. So this is hell. He found himself staring at a strange assembly. A man declared that since the elder brother had suffered an accident, his own son would inherit the Flame Hwa clan's arts. Cheon Jeong was bewildered. What's going on? He thought, utterly lost. Is this not hell? Absolutely not, a young girl shouted, her brother beside her. My elder brother is still alive and well. Our grandfather's martial arts must remain within the Flame Hwa clan. Their fierce loyalty was a strange, unexpected sound in this bizarre afterlife. Cheon Jeong's gaze, sharp and ancient, fell upon the indignant children. A flicker of his old power, a hint of red, glowed in his new eyes. He did not know these people, yet they fought for his honor. Who are these people? He wondered. The usurper, realizing brute force would not win the day, flashed a cunning smile. This won't end like this. Fine, let me make a proposal. His voice cut through the tension, capturing everyone's attention. He laid out his terms, his tone dripping with condescension. I've heard those two are so impoverished they can't even afford food. So I'll wager money. While you, Mujin, will wager your clan's complete martial arts legacy. You and I will duel for it. The winner takes everything. What do you say? The man asked, his victory all but assured. The children were outraged. My elder brother couldn't even begin training because of his madness. You think I'll fall for such an obvious trick? TCH, yada yada. How noisy, Cheon Jeong muttered, stepping forward. The children stopped, surprised by his presence. Hey, he said, his voice quiet but carrying immense weight. Who is Mujin? As they stared, confused, he looked up, his eyes meeting the sky, and spoke the name that had once made the world tremble. I am the divine demon, Cheon Jeong. The heavens have played their great joke, trapping the soul of the divine demon in a vessel with shattered meridians. The vultures of his new clan circle what they think is a corpse. But as we chronicle for lazy manhwa, they failed to realize that a master artisan can build a palace from rubble. The name, once a whisper of fear that could silence emperors, now hung in the air, met only with vacant stares. Cheon Dabo, the arrogant scion of the Changhua merchant group, tilted his head in mock confusion. A slow, condescending smirk spread across his face as he dismissed the grand declaration, finding it not a threat, but a pathetic joke. Cheon Dabo, the second son, saw only the madness he had engineered years ago. The Hwa children, mortified by their brother's outburst, wished the ground would swallow them whole. Dabo simply clicked his tongue, his patience wearing thin. This charade had gone on long enough. The boy's mind was clearly shattered beyond repair. A woman beside him, Cheon, the master of the Changhua merchant group, sighed with theatrical pity. Tossing a fan in her hand, She looked upon the scene with the detached air of one observing insects. Her words, though framed as kind advice due to distant blood ties, were laced with venom, sealing the fate of the Hwa clan as a foregone conclusion. Done with the theatrics, Cheon Dabo's voice turned cold and sharp. He declared that Hwa Mujin's silence was acceptance of the duel. The terms were set without negotiation, the 5th day of the 2nd month, at the Byong Pavilion. It was not a challenge, but a final, public execution of a fallen clan's honor. He called it a promise between martial artists, a sacred vow, but his eyes promised only ruin. With a parting threat hanging in the air, he turned his back on the broken family, leaving them to their despair. The name Divine Demon Jeong Cheon echoed in his mind as nothing more than the final, pitiful ramblings of a lunatic. As the gates closed behind their tormentors, a dreadful silence fell. The young girl, Hwa Soyeon, tugged at her brother's sleeve, her voice trembling with fear. She couldn't understand why he had allowed this, how he would fight when he had never even swung a sword properly in his life. Jeong Cheon turned, the child's words piercing through his confusion. "Are you talking about me?" he asked, a genuine question from a soul adrift. The notion was so absurd, so utterly preposterous, that a bitter laugh escaped him. An inferno of chaotic energy flared around him, born not of power, but of the dawning, soul-crushing horror of his new reality. A wave of panic seized him. He frantically scanned the sky, reaching for the boundless reserves of inner energy that had once been his. There was nothing. His meridians were empty, his dantian a void. Looking down at his hands, he saw not the tempered steel of a supreme warrior, but the frail, trembling limbs of a sickly youth. His sister's desperate pleas broke through his spiraling thoughts. She begged him to return to his senses, her words a mixture of fear and frustration. In her young eyes, he was still her brother, but he was also a fool, passively accepting the destruction of their family. The younger brother, Hwa Dojin, stepped forward, his small frame rigid with indignation at his sister's words. But his defense was cut short. Years of grief and despair finally erupted from Hwa Soyeon, her voice cracking as she screamed the accusation that had festered in her heart for years. "It's all your fault that mother and father are dead." The words struck Jeong Cheon with the force of a physical blow. The courtyard, once a stage for his grand declaration, now felt vast and empty. Overwhelmed by her own outburst, the little girl turned and fled, leaving her brother to watch her go with a heavy sigh. Hwa Dojin bowed his head, his maturity belying his age. He asked for understanding, explaining his sister often lost herself in her grief. With a final, sorrowful glance, he too departed, leaving Jeong Cheon utterly alone in the chilling silence. A cold sweat beaded on Jeong Cheon's brow. Even the children saw him as a madman. The sheer absurdity of it all was suffocating. He wandered aimlessly through the desolate estate until he stood before a towering stone monument, its ancient script a testament to a glory long since faded. The world wavered, and memory surged forth. He remembered the feel of his blade cutting through the Namgung clan patriarch's neck. He remembered the searing agony as his own heart was pierced, the final breath stolen from his lungs in a tide of blood. It was not a dream, it was an ending. He had achieved his vengeance, settled his grudges, and should have closed his eyes in peace. Yet here he was, trapped in this pathetic, fragile vessel. He slammed his fist against the ground, a cry of pure, unadulterated disbelief tearing from his throat. How could this be? His thoughts swirled, fragmented and chaotic. Those children, their faces so reminiscent of the orphans he once knew, and the girl's words. "I'm mad," she said. The world felt like a nonsensical nightmare he couldn't awaken from. A frantic voice cut through his reverie. A man, his face etched with worry, rushed towards him. Jeong Cheon's eyes, holding the ancient soul of the divine demon, regarded the stranger with cold detachment. "Who are you?" he questioned. "You seem to know me." The man, Ma Sok, a loyal vassal of the clan, let out a weary sigh, mistaking the question for another seizure of madness. With the patience of one who has repeated a tale countless times, he began to explain once more. He spoke of a prodigious youth named Hwa Mujin, a genius so talented that orthodox sects vied for him, a boy who became clan leader at a mere 23. That is you, he finished, noting it was his 6,205th time explaining. Is that so? Zhang Cheon's voice was laced with dark irony. He held up a pale, trembling hand. If I was so great, why is my energy core like this now? And why does everyone, from my own family to our enemies, treat me like a lunatic? Ma Sok flinched, his gaze falling, unable to meet his master's piercing stare. Ma Sok's tale went back 17 years. A 6-year-old Mujin, brimming with righteous spirit, had challenged a 9-year-old Cheon Dabo to a duel of pure skill, without the use of inner energy. The older boy, with a sly grin, agreed to the fair contest. While the clan elders were away, the two children clashed. It was a fierce exchange of strikes and blocks, a whirlwind of youthful potential. Fists met, kicks were parried, and the raw talent of both boys was on full display in the secluded forest clearing. Even as a child, while Mujin possessed a noble spirit, impressed by Dabo's skill and honest techniques, he complimented his rival mid-fight, a sign of a true martial artist's heart. But Dabo's mind was not on honor. He simply saw an opening, a moment of naive trust to be exploited. With a cruel glint in his eyes, Dabo called Mujin a fool. In that instant of distraction, he broke their pact, unleashing a torrent of inner energy. He channeled the forbidden 7 wounds fist strike, a technique known for its devastating internal damage, straight at the unsuspecting child. The blow landed with sickening force. Young Mujin was sent flying, blood spraying from his lips. Collapsed on the ground, his small body racked with pain, he looked up in betrayal. We were supposed to fight without inner energy, he choked out. Why did you use that technique? Dabo stepped back, a triumphant sneer on his face. Mujin, he began, his voice dripping with false pity. Do you still consider me a friend? He confirmed his treachery, revealing the devastating aftereffects of the 7 wounds fist, a poison that lingered even after a single strike. The boy boasted of testing the technique on an arrogant senior, leaving him bedridden with 1 blow. With that chilling confession, he gathered his energy again, his fist glowing with sinister blue light. He aimed to permanently cripple the prodigious Mujin before he could become a threat. The memory faded, and the pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. So that's it, Zhang Cheon thought, his mind reeling. That's the reason they call me insane. The so-called madness wasn't a sickness of the mind, but a physical affliction, a poison corrupting his energy channels. A cold, silent rage began to simmer in the depths of his being. The nerve. He remembered Cheon Dabo's challenge. That man had crippled him, turned him into a supposed lunatic with no energy core, and now returned to shamelessly demand a duel for the clan's legacy. How did my predecessor handle that fiend? He wondered aloud. For everything to end up in such a mess? Ma Sok's voice was heavy with resignation. It was the decision of the former clan patriarch, your father. He explained that Dabo was not just a cousin, but the son of the Changhua merchant group, one of the 10 most powerful factions in the Central Plains. For fear of their influence, his father had only issued a stern scolding. Zhang Cheon let out a sharp, incredulous laugh. His own son was crippled by a forbidden art, and he ended it with a scolding? The weakness was astounding. What a pathetic household, he muttered, his voice dripping with contempt. Where are these so-called parents now? Ma Sok's silence was answer enough. He led Zhang Cheon through the decaying halls to the family's ancestral shrine. He spoke of how Mujin's condition worsened daily, and how his father, in a desperate attempt to find a cure, drove the clan deep into insurmountable debt. The tragedy compounded. 9 years ago, his mother's own illness worsened under the strain, and she passed away. 3 years after that, burdened by grief and debt, his father followed, his spirit finally broken. Zhang Cheon listened, his expression unreadable in the flickering candlelight. The whispers of the world had condemned him, a child who ruined his clan, a son who became the reason for his parents' death, an elder brother who put his younger siblings on a path to ruin. With that, the glorious reputation of the Flame Hwa clan was extinguished. Now, all that was left was a mountain of debt, two loyal but weary retainers, a handful of martial artists, and his younger siblings, Hwa Dojin and Hwa Suyan. The weight of this tragic inheritance settled upon Jeong Cheon's shoulders. The girl's furious, tear-streaked face flashed in his mind. Her scream, "It's all your fault," now carried the crushing weight of truth. A single sickness, born from a child's treachery, had utterly destroyed an entire household. No wonder she was so furious. Later that night, surrounded by the dusty history books in Mujin's room, Jeong Cheon methodically pieced together his new reality. The world had moved on without him. The ink on the pages confirmed his darkest suspicions. His past life was over. As the divine demon, he had died 30 years ago in a final, cataclysmic battle against the 9 great sects. The vivid sensations of this world, the very air he breathed, proved this was no illusion. In short, he was now Mujin, a lunatic with no energy core. He had left no regrets in that life. All who needed to die had fallen by his hand. But as he discovered crude drawings left by the children, wishing their mad brother a swift recovery, something unfamiliar stirred within him. Their tragic circumstances reminded him of others he once sought to protect. I suppose I'll have to live this life now, he resolved, and perhaps help these kids just a little. His path was clear, but fraught with peril. His biggest obstacle was the Chonghua merchant group, the very architects of this body's ruin. The duel with Cheon Dabo loomed, a final reckoning set for just over a month away. To survive, he would need to rebuild himself from the very foundation of martial arts. A faint, dangerous smile touched Jeong Cheon's lips. "It seems I must start over from the beginning." He settled into a meditative position on the floor, the challenge not daunting him, but igniting a long-dormant spark. It had been centuries since he was a mere beginner. The memories of his own arduous beginnings surfaced, a time when even breathing was a struggle. But this was different. As he focused his will, a nascent spark of energy ignited within his shattered dantian. It was faint, but it was a start. He realized with a jolt that this body's innate martial aptitude was extraordinary. Where he once struggled for weeks to even sense the flow of qi, now he could feel it just by closing his eyes. A magnificent, golden aura erupted from him, the pure, righteous energy of a heavenly constitution. But his very nature, the demonic arts that defined him, clashed violently with this pure vessel. The golden light was instantly corrupted, turning into a raging torrent of blood-red, killing intent that tore through his meridians. The backlash was immediate and absolute, and his consciousness faded as he collapsed. The commotion brought his retainers running. Ma Sok rushed to his side, his face paling as he found no response. "He's dead," he cried out in despair. Finally! The strain had finally claimed the young master. "Just kidding. He's perfectly fine," a gruff voice interjected. The chief steward, Du Baeksin, checked his pulse, finding it stronger than ever. Jeong Cheon shot up, grabbing the old man, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and confusion. "What is this body?" he demanded. "Is it some kind of special constitution?" The chief steward, wincing, confirmed his suspicion. "It is said to be the heavenly martial body, a rare heroic constitution chosen by the heavens." The irony was so profound, Jeong Cheon almost laughed, but another violent spasm of agony racked his body, forcing a choked cry from his lips. The terrible truth slammed into him. The heavenly martial body, a vessel of pure, upright energy, was the exact opposite of what was needed for demonic arts. To cultivate his own techniques in this body was to court death. Of all the countless heavenly constitutions, why this one? He lay sprawled on the floor, his hair a wild mess, the reality of his situation sinking in. The duel was just over a month away, and he was trapped in a body that rejected his very essence. As his vision swam, he noticed the grim faces of his 2 retainers looking down on him. The clan elder, Jo Hwanbong, leaned toward the chief steward, his voice a low whisper. "Young Master Hwa's symptoms are worsening. It may be time for us to prepare ourselves." The implication was clear: abandon the sinking ship. Du Baeksin's face contorted in fury at the man's disloyalty. As Ma Sok's frantic cries echoed in the background, and shooting stars streaked across the night sky. A fire ignited in Cheon Jeong's eyes. He had faced down the entire world and died on his own terms. He would not perish here, a victim of fate's cruel joke. "I won't die, you fool," he roared into the darkness. 3 days passed under the mournful gaze of a rainy sky. Within the dilapidated Hwa estate, the frantic cries of the servant Ma Sok finally broke through Cheon Jeong's exhausted consciousness. His eyes fluttered open to a world that swam and tilted, a testament to the frailty of his new vessel. "Oh, 3 days," he thought, a bitter taste in his mouth. "At this rate, this useless body will perish before I even face my opponent." Ignoring his servant's babbling, Cheon Jeong pushed himself upright, his gaze sharp with rediscovered purpose. The weakness of his vessel was a problem for later. The challenge to his honor was immediate. "Shut up, you're making my head ring," he commanded, his voice raspy but firm. "More importantly, I'll need a sword if I am to duel." He pointed towards the door, his gesture dismissive yet absolute. "You, go and get a few swords immediately." Ma Sok's face was a mask of despair. The order was as impossible as asking him to pluck the moon from the sky. "Young master, we're worrying about what to eat. Where would we get the money for a sword?" Cheon Jeong's brow furrowed. Does this cursed household have no money? The servant's explanation was a tale of ruin. Crippling loans from an unorthodox group called the Bangho sect, with interest rates so high they had drowned the clan in an ocean of debt. As lightning split the sky, illuminating the grim reality, Cheon Jeong finally understood. This was not just a clan on the decline. It was a fallen house, hollowed out and left to rot. "I see, a fallen clan," he mused, his mind already calculating. The money problems must be resolved first. A dangerous glint entered his eyes as he turned to his terrified servant. "Our debt is already large. Would a bit more really hurt?" Ma Sok recoiled in horror. "What? You're going to borrow more money? Are you insane?" But Cheon Jeong was no longer listening. He was the divine demon, a being who bent reality to his will. He would not be constrained by mortal coin. "Shut up and write a letter to the 2 elders," he ordered, already turning to leave. "I'm going out on a walk." A cruel smile played on his lips as he stepped into the rain, leaving his servant to tremble in his wake. Meanwhile, in a quieter part of the estate, the chief steward, Du Baeksin, burst into the elder's study, his face pale with panic. Young Master Hwa's gone to the Bangho sect again. The clan elder, Jo Hwan-bon, remained unconcerned. "What are you so worried about? They will know to kick him out." But Du Baeksin knew the true danger. That isn't the problem. If he messes with the Bangho sect, the social sect could make their move. The implication hung heavy in the air. Their meddling could attract far greater predators. Under the flickering lanterns of the Bangho sect's headquarters, Cheon Jeong and a trembling Ma Sok stood before a hulking guard. The air was thick with avarice and cheap violence. "Hey, big guy," Cheon Jeong began, his tone deceptively casual. "Tell this to your leader. While Mujin of the Flame, Hwa sect wishes to see you." The guard, Kong Noho, sneered with contempt. "If you're here to gamble, cut the useless talk and get inside." Cheon Jeong's patience was not a virtue he possessed in abundance. "Why not? If you can't help, bring me your superior." The insult struck home, and the guard's face twisted in rage. As he moved to strike, a glint of gold spun through the air. A coin, flipped with impossible accuracy, stopped the guard's fist cold. A new figure emerged from the shadows. "Sir, he wishes to see the sect leader." The guard stammered, bowing to his superior. The newcomer, Vice Leader Ma Jung-bo, fixed Cheon Jeong with a predatory stare. "You wish to meet the leader? For what?" Cheon Jeong met his gaze without flinching, flipping a coin of his own. "To loan more money." For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the falling rain. Then, a slow, dangerous smile spread across Ma Jung-bo's face. "So, you're a customer." Ma Jung-bo gestured them forward. "If that's the case, no need to see the leader. Come on in." He led them through the opulent gates and into the heart of the den. The invitation felt less like hospitality and more like a predator leading prey into its lair. Ma Sok followed, his body trembling, while Cheon Jeong walked with an unbothered air that promised trouble. They were led across a precarious wooden bridge suspended over a dark chasm. "Young master, you can still head back," Ma Sok pleaded, his voice a desperate whisper. "I have a bad feeling about this." Jang Cheon dismissed his fears. "We made it all the way here. What are you saying?" The servant recounted a horrifying local rumor about the Bangho sect leader and his deadly martial art, the Black Hand Twin Killer Power Heavenly Martial Moon-Slaying Arts. Jang Cheon's lips twisted into a manic grin at the absurdly long name. "What? The Black Hand? What?" he mocked, his eyes glowing with an unnerving light. "And what about it?" As Ma Sok sputtered, coins were suddenly tossed to the guards below. A voice echoed from the depths of the chasm. "Oof, your servant seems to catch on faster than you, though it appears to be too late for you to head back." From the darkness, Ma Jungbo and his elite guards emerged, blades drawn, their killing intent thick enough to taste. The path back was blocked. Ma Jungbo laughed, a cruel, grating sound. "Was this your intention from the beginning? In the entrance, where there are lots of eyes, I couldn't very well beat up the eldest son of the Flamewalk clan, could I?" Ma Jungbo's face hardened. "For someone who isn't even paying back interest, you have no shame. I don't intend on letting you leech off us like your parents did." As Ma Sok fell to his knees, begging for mercy, Jang Cheon's demeanor grew cold. The insult to Wang Mujin's parents meant nothing to him. "Like my parents?" he asked, his voice flat. "I don't have any parents." He was Jang Cheon, an orphan who had clawed his way to the pinnacle of the world. The chillingly honest reply left Ma Jungbo momentarily speechless. The boy was either insane or more dangerous than he appeared. Shaking off his confusion, he gave the order. "We'll begin." "Yeah, just teach them a lesson." His men, eager for violence, moved in, with one particularly large brute taking the lead. The brute lunged forward with a roar, expecting to crush the slender young master. But with a subtle shift and a precise application of force, Jang Cheon caught the man's wrist. An audible snap echoed in the cavern as bones gave way. "Quiaf!" The man howled, clutching his ruined hand. Jang Cheon looked at his own fragile fingers. With this rotten body, it'd be better to do things this way than use pure power. You've got soft bones for your size. Ma Jungbo's eyes narrowed. This was not the clumsy invalid he'd been told about. "What are you waiting for? Finish him." Two more of his men charged, their blades arcing through the air. They were a flurry of motion, a pincer attack meant to overwhelm and dismember their target. Jang Cheon's mind was a sea of tranquility. Since I can't match his power, I need to stay mobile. He became a phantom, a whisper on the wind. Weaving between the clumsy strikes, he used their own momentum against them, tripping one, shoving another, and in a whirlwind of motion, sent them both crashing to the ground in a heap, their own movements their undoing. Ma Sok rushed to his side, his face a mixture of terror and awe. "Are you all right, young master? Where did you learn such martial arts?" Jang Cheon casually brushed himself off. "Can't you tell? I'm fine. This isn't martial arts. Just something I picked up in my time on the streets." Ma Sok stared, utterly bewildered. His young master had been confined and sickly his entire life. He had never spent a single day on the streets. Ma Jungbo had seen enough. The boy was toying with them. "Not bad," he snarled, his voice dripping with menace. "Then, try dodging this as well." He unleashed his true power, a torrent of malevolent purple chi that swirled around him like a storm. "Get lost, fools. I'll take care of him myself." Jang Cheon remained unfazed. "I just want to talk to your leader. Is it that hard?" Enraged by the disrespect, Ma Jungbo roared. "He's not someone the likes of you are allowed to meet. Now be crushed." His massive blade descended, but was met with an impossible sound, a sharp. Ma Jungbo froze, staring in disbelief at the wooden chopstick that had perfectly parried his attack. A chopstick, he thought, his mind reeling. "I didn't have a sword, so I just brought some substitute," Jang Cheon said with a smirk. "But it's not bad." The clash was a blur of purple and blue energy. Ma Jungbo, a seasoned warrior, found himself on the defensive against an opponent armed with nothing but eating utensils. "As I thought. I heard he used some never-before-seen martial arts," he thought, a flicker of panic igniting in his chest. In a heartbeat, Jang Cheon found an opening, his chopstick darting forward to draw blood from Ma Jungbo's sword hand. He blocked a sword with chopsticks, and he found an opening. Humiliated and furious, Ma Jungbo swung his blade wildly. "You rat!" Jeong Cheon dodged effortlessly, his movements a dance of contempt. He caught the blade between two chopsticks, the metallic screech setting teeth on edge. "If you underestimate chopsticks," he warned, a predatory grin spreading across his face, "you might find your confidence sorely misplaced." With a flick of his wrist, Jeong Cheon disarmed Ma Jungbo, the heavy sword clattering to the stone floor. Ma Jungbo's mind was in chaos. "I thought he was a fool with no chi, but how? How did he get to this level in such a short period? Is he really the Mujin I know?" As Ma Jungbo staggered back, Jeong Cheon pressed his advantage, his chopstick a blur of motion, landing a sharp jab to the vice leader's side. "I heard our clan had a ton of debt," Jeong Cheon mused aloud. "I wondered who they might be. But you try to take money from us with such terrible skills." Ma Jungbo, goaded beyond reason, roared back. "Have a taste of that martial arts you look down upon." "Your jokes end here." Ma Jungbo gathered his remaining chi, his body glowing with a furious purple light as he prepared his ultimate move. Black Hand Twin Killer Power Heavenly Martial Moon Slaying Arts. He leaped into the air, becoming a descending meteor of death. But Jeong Cheon simply looked up, unimpressed. "The one joking around is you lot." With a casual leap, he soared over the attack, his form silhouetted against the dark cavern ceiling. Ma Jungbo's eyes widened in disbelief. He dodged. The ultimate technique, wasted. He hadn't even processed the failure when a fist, wreathed in crackling blue energy, filled his vision. Why would he have hidden such power until now? Was his last coherent thought before the impact. The blow sent him crashing into the ground, every bone screaming in protest. He coughed up blood, glaring up at the figure standing over him. "Kirk, damn you. How do you intend to deal with this aftermath?" Jeong Cheon casually spun a gold coin on his knuckle, its glint mocking the fallen vice leader. "I'm not here to listen to threats, but if you tell me what I want to hear, it will extend your lifespan." He leaned in, his shadow engulfing Ma Jungbo, a terrifying crimson aura flaring to life around him. His voice was no longer that of a boy, but of the divine demon himself. "So I'll say it again. Let me loan some money, will ya?" Jeong Cheon held the small, unassuming cup, the dark liquid within a stark contrast to the storm of emotions swirling inside him. He recalled the face of the defeated vice leader, Ma Jungbo, a memory that brought a flicker of grim satisfaction. A genuine, unadulterated joy bloomed in his chest, a feeling he had not experienced in what felt like an eternity. His loyal retainer, Du Baekshun, tried to intervene, believing the expensive liquor was being wasted on the troubled young master. But Jeong Cheon silenced him with a glance. This was not waste, but a toast to his own rebirth. Across the room, the terrified members of the Bangho sect remained prostrate, their earlier arrogance replaced by palpable fear. Their leader trembled, daring not to meet the gaze of the boy who had just dismantled their pride. Cutting through the tension, Jeong Cheon's question was as sharp as a blade. He challenged the very premise of their offer, a loan without collateral for men who detested losing money. He could practically hear the gears turning in their heads, their frantic thoughts a buzzing noise in the quiet room. The predatory smile never left his lips as he called out their transparent scheming. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy, suffocating. A terrifying, crimson aura flared around Jeong Cheon, the pressure crushing the remaining dregs of their courage. He began shaking a handful of dice, the rattling sound echoing the panicked beating of their hearts. His voice, now laced with the ancient power of the divine demon, offered a chilling alternative to simple answers, making the lantern light itself seem to tremble in fear. The vice leader finally broke. With a stammer, he confessed the source of his orders, the Changhua Merchant Group. Jeong Cheon's expression didn't change. He had expected as much from those avaricious rats. He leaned forward, his voice a low growl, demanding to know the exact nature of the trade they had made. Jeong Cheon's words were a cold dose of reality, stripping away any pretense of honor the man might have clung to. He reminded him that he was no proud warrior, but a disposable tool. He painted a vivid picture of their supposed allies, the merchants, who would watch them burn without a second thought. The chilling accuracy of his statement left the vice leader gasping for air. The truth spilled out in a torrent of panicked words. It was a secret contract, a predatory loan designed to ensnare the Flame Hwa clan in a debt so vast it would drag them to the deepest hells. In exchange for orchestrating this downfall, the Cheon Jeong merchant group had promised them everything. The ultimate prize was the Hwa clan's ancestral lands, along with enough rewards to satisfy their greed for a lifetime. Unfazed, Jang Cheon took the contract and reviewed its terms. A loan of 300 gold niang would balloon to an impossible 5,000 within a single year. It was not a loan, it was a death sentence written on paper. A dry, humorless laugh escaped Jang Cheon's lips. He let the pathetic contract flutter to the floor, his attention now entirely on the men before him. His voice dropped, the question hanging in the air like an executioner's axe. And who are the ones who clean up after your messes? They confessed their backing came from the social sect, a newly ascended branch of the four martial heavens. Jang Cheon grew contemplative. He knew of the four martial heavens from his previous life, a chaotic and messy alliance of powerful factions. This new player was an interesting, if troublesome, development. Du Baixin whispered to his master, confused by his seemingly intimate knowledge of the martial world's power structures. Jang Cheon waved off his concern, his patience wearing thin. He turned his glare back to the Bangho sect members, chastising them for the delay in procuring the money he had come for. On cue, a heavy chest was brought forward and slammed onto the ground with a resounding thud. "Here is 300 gold niang," the subordinate cried out, breathless. Jang Cheon's lips curled into a sharp, satisfied grin, his eyes gleaming with victory. Jang Cheon plunged his hands into the chest, the cool gleam of gold a welcome sight. Satisfied that the amount was sufficient, he gave a curt nod. "Let's go," he commanded. When Du Baixin hesitated, questioning the morality of the act, Jang Cheon's sharp retort, "Shut up and take it," left no room for argument. As they departed into the rain-swept night, Jang Cheon paused. He tossed a single gold coin back towards the trembling moneylenders, a cold promise in his voice. "Write today's loan down on your books," he ordered. "Once I've settled everything with the Cheon Jeong merchant group, I'll be back to pay our debt." He added one final warning, his voice laced with menace. He mentioned their reputation for preying on peasants, advising them not to go too far. "If you cross the line," he promised, "I will bring ruin upon you." The threat was clear, and the men could only stammer their terrified agreement. As Jang Cheon's shadow vanished into the night, the Bangho sect's vice leader finally let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. But the fear in his eyes quickly morphed into burning resentment. "Let's see who gets ruined first," he seethed under his breath, mad young master of the Flame Hwa clan. Upon their return to the Hwa estate, the chief steward rushed out, his face etched with worry. His eyes immediately fell on a splotch of blood on Jang Cheon's shoulder, and he cried out in alarm. "Blood!" Jang Cheon glanced down, unconcerned. "It's not mine," he stated flatly. The clan elder and chief steward listened in stunned silence as he recounted his visit to the Bangho sect. He explained it simply. He had gone and borrowed a bit of money because they were in need. After all, he mused, they needed to feed their martial artists well if they didn't want everyone to run away. The chief steward, holding the heavy chest of gold, was incredulous. "Where did you steal that from?" he sputtered, unable to believe the Bangho sect would lend him anything. Jang Cheon merely replied that he'd instructed them to record the loan properly. Patting the old man's shoulder, he left him with a final instruction. "You just worry about feeding and clothing my siblings well. Chief Steward do. Good luck." As Jang Cheon strode away, leaving them with the chest of gold, the two elders were left speechless. The clan elder turned to the chief steward, whispering, "Have you ever heard of a disease that makes one go mad like this?" The steward could only shake his head, utterly bewildered by the young master's actions. Jang Cheon went to the ancestral shrine, the air thick with incense and memory. He lit a candle, the flame casting dancing shadows on the memorial tablets. "Since I never had parents, I'm not sure what to say," he began awkwardly, his voice echoing in the quiet hall. "But the money issues have been resolved. You can rest easy now." Hiding just outside, Ma Ri and Ma Sok listened to their elder brother's one-sided conversation. He spoke of the upcoming duel with a man named Chong Dabo over a clan secret. Then, with a devilish grin, he promised the spirits he wouldn't go so far as to break his opponent's neck before quietly taking his leave. As the full moon gave way to the rising sun, the Hwa estate stirred with unusual activity. Under the pale morning light, servants hauled several long, heavy wooden boxes into the main courtyard, their movements strained and laborious. The clan's warriors grumbled as they set down the last of the burdensome cargo, complaining that the weight nearly snapped their spines. Just as they were about to relax, while Mujin appeared in the doorway, his long hair flowing freely. "Is it here?" he demanded, his eyes wide with a manic energy. He rushed to the boxes, throwing open the lids to reveal a set of massive, weighted greatswords. Checking the markings carved into the wood, 50 Jin, 80 Jin, 110 Jin, he confirmed they were all correct. His personal attendant, Ma Sok, looked on in confusion. "What did you even get these for?" he asked, noting how much the warriors had struggled. "What else would I do with a sword?" Jang Cheon retorted with a smirk. "Obviously, I'm going to swing it." He confidently gripped the hilt of the lightest blade, marked 50 Jin. But as he strained to lift it, his body betrayed him. A pained grunt escaped his lips as he collapsed, the sword's weight proving too much for his frail frame. Kneeling on the cold stone, Jang Cheon trembled with frustration. "I thought this might be the case, but to think I can't even raise 50 Jin. This body is rotten." For a moment, the chasm between his indomitable will and this pathetic physique seemed insurmountable. But then, a fire ignited in his eyes. He would not surrender to this weakness. With a great heave, he used both hands, muscles screaming in protest, and finally managed to lift the blade. He caught his breath, glaring at the astonished Ma Sok. "Now stop staring and do as I ordered," he commanded, sweat beading on his brow. "And make sure to include lots of meat in my meals." As Jang Cheon began his grueling training, Ma Sok watched, a deep worry settling in his heart. The heavy blade sang through the air, a testament to sheer, unyielding willpower. Day and night blurred into a single-minded focus. Jang Cheon knew his time was short. He had only 2 weeks before the duel, and every second was a battle against his own physical limits. He understood the crux of his problem. This body's constitution, the so-called heavenly martial body, was the polar opposite of the demonic arts he had perfected. His life's work was useless here. Therefore, he had no choice but to turn to the memory of his old master's greatest rival and learn the legendary art of the peerless 9 swords. With a new path before him, he threw himself into the sword forms. The heavy blade, once an impossible burden, began to move with a nascent grace, carving arcs of brilliant blue chi in the air. This was his only way forward, his only chance to forge this broken body into a weapon capable of facing the trials to come. Miles away, amidst serene waterfalls and elegant pavilions, Chong Dabo received a report. He plucked a note from a carrier pigeon, his expression turning to one of mild surprise. While Mujin beat up the Bangho lackeys, his subordinate confirmed it, adding they would be incapacitated for nearly 2 weeks. Chong Dabo was intrigued. How could a man with no energy core manage such a feat? A wide, predatory grin split Chong Dabo's face. "Well, I guess he's not a nobody." Huh, the prospect of an interesting fight excited him. "Maybe I should prepare a present for our great flame, Hwa clan heir." The coming duel was no longer a simple matter of acquisition. It was now a hunt. He looked forward to seeing the hidden side of Hwa Mujin. A memory, sharp as a blade's edge, surfaced from the depths of Jang Cheon's soul. It was the shadow of a legendary warrior, his form moving through the peerless 9 swords with the grace of a calligrapher's brush and the finality of an executioner. This was the heavenly martial body, a state of being where flesh and steel became one with the Tao. But for Jang Cheon, trapped in this fragile vessel, it was a distant mountain peak. Still, he grasped the sword, his bandaged hands protesting as he forced the weak limbs to endure. knowing that even a gift from the heavens must be forged in the fires of suffering. In the dim light of the training hall, a chest lay open, its contents precisely arranged by the ever-faithful Masak. Inside were the tools for his arduous journey of reforging. Jeong Cheon took a deep breath, the air cold against his sweat-drenched skin. The path back to his former glory, or even a fraction of it, was not one of enlightenment, but of brutal, unyielding repetition. With a grim resolve settling over him, he knew this was where the true trial would begin. He took a sharp step forward, his feet finding their rhythm. This was the first form of the peerless 9 swords. Preemptive step. His sword, once a clumsy weight, began to sing, carving arcs of pale blue chi in the air. The philosophy of this form was absolute. It was a technique born to advance, to press forward with such momentum that not even a mountain could stand in its path. With every swing, he sought to embody that relentless momentum, his focus narrowing to a single point. Next, he moved to the second form, weapon destruction. The purpose of this technique was to shatter any armament that dared cross his path. But as he channeled the form's intent, his body screamed in protest. A wave of agony shot through him, his meridians rebelling against the strain of containing such a violent art. His face contorted in pain, but his will was a fortress. "Kook, I'm getting overwhelmed already," he thought, gasping for air. "But I must withstand it." A heavy leather ball was his next opponent. He kicked it into the air and began the third form, chi destruction. This was not about merely breaking a physical object. It was about severing the flow of energy itself. The form dictated that even if an opponent's chi was mighty enough to sunder the heavens, this blade would find its weakness and cut it apart. His sword became a blur of blue and red, a tempest of strikes that sought to unravel the very essence of power, yet the strain on his physical form grew ever more severe. Suddenly, an excruciating pain lanced through his spine, and he stumbled to his knees. His back arched in agony, the heavy ball falling to the ground beside him. The reality of his physical weakness was a bitter pill. But as he knelt, panting, there was no despair in his eyes, only fury. Through clenched teeth, he roared a single word to the empty room, a demand for the next phase of his torment. Next. A mechanism sprang to life, launching thick bamboo poles at him from all directions. This was the fourth form, martial arts destruction. The philosophy was one of elegant simplicity against overwhelming complexity. While one cannot devise a counter for every martial art in existence, the simple sword, wielded with perfect mastery, can ultimately slice through them all. He moved to intercept the poles, his blade weaving a defensive net. His first attempts were clumsy, the bamboo striking the ground around him, his timing off. "Kook, I didn't hit a single one," he growled in frustration. But the divine demon was not one to accept failure. Focusing his intent, he struck again, his fist connecting with a pole, shattering it. He had found the opening. Oh. Now, the fifth form, Army Slayer. The barrage of poles intensified, simulating the charge of a vast enemy host. The form's tenet was simple: a swarm of ants can never slay an elephant. True power does not bend to numbers. His sword became a whirlwind of destruction, turning the wooden projectiles into splinters. He was a lone bastion against a tide, and he would not be overwhelmed. In his flurry of motion, a single stray fragment slipped past his guard and struck him on the head. He stopped, stunned. The pain was nothing, but the failure was everything. A torrent of rage flowed through him at the sheer inadequacy of this body. This accursed, he seethed, his face a mask of fury. Uncaring of the minor injury, his only thought was to continue. Next, he moved to a rack of lit candles. The sixth form, single strike, moon splitter. A technique of ultimate precision, where the blade's wind alone must extinguish the flame. His sword flashed, but when he looked, he was met with bitter disappointment. Only this many candles went out. He was nowhere near the mastery required. Another trial, another failure to add to the growing pile. His next target was a stone dummy. The seventh form, single strike, earth splitter. A technique of pure, unadulterated power, meant to open a path through the very ground itself. He struck with all the force his body could muster, expecting to see the stone crumble to dust. but it remained utterly intact. He stared in disbelief. Why is it still standing? As his frustration mounted, memories of the final forms flooded his mind. The 8th form, heaven destruction, a strike that could split the sky itself. And then, the 9th form, prized weapon destruction, a transcendent concept of cutting through oneself, one's sword, to reach a state where the blade is no longer needed. This was the pinnacle, the state of true sword mastery he had once known. He awoke from the memory, his breath ragged. I can barely replicate it, he thought, his hand trembling as he gripped the sword. That was the final form, prized weapon destruction. It was a goal so distant it seemed to be in another lifetime, under a different moonlit sky. The memory continued, taking him back to a moonlit bamboo forest. He was a child again, sitting before the master of this sword art. Did you remember it well? The man had asked. I remembered it, his younger self replied. But does that half-baked sword form really deserve to be called a martial art? The man simply spoke of his dear friend, the only swordsman who could ever match his own blade, and how he had promised to pass on his legacy. The younger Cheon had scoffed, calling it a lowly movement art. The master had simply rapped him on the head. He explained the path. Perform it 1,000 times, and your body will change. 100,000 times, and she will enter your sword. Swing it 1,000,000 times, and you will find no match under the heavens. That was the promise his friend had made. The young Cheon remained skeptical. If you practice it 1,000 times a day, you'll be done in 3 years? Is this guy really strong enough to match your skills? The master grew somber. I can't say for sure, but one of us would have definitely died had we gone all the way. Hearing this, a spark of genuine curiosity ignited in the young Cheon's heart. Cheon was snapped back to reality by Ma Sok's frantic cries and shaking. Hold on. You're all right, Ma Sok said, relieved. Cheon shoved him away, his voice a low growl. If you slap me one more time, I will end you. He sat up, the exhaustion a crushing weight. He had fainted after practicing it just once. 1,000,000 repetitions seemed an impossible eternity away. I still have a long way to go. Ma Sok presented him with a late meal. You should eat. It was pork, a rare luxury for the impoverished clan. Cheon picked up a piece, his mind calculating. Make sure to get beef starting tomorrow, he commanded. Beef is best for bulking up. If you need money, use what we borrowed from the Bangho sect. I can borrow more later. Until his duel with Chong Dabo, he would spare no expense to rebuild this body. Ma Sok stared, bewildered by this declaration. Young master, when did you learn such a martial art? He finally asked. You didn't know anything before, but then you beat up the Bangho sect with a chopstick, and now you're learning this freakish sword art. The young man's confusion and worry were plain on his face. Cheon paused his meal. He considered lying, but the boy's earnest concern was genuine. He started to tell him the truth. I'm not Mujin. My real identity is the divine demo. Ma Sok cut him off, shaking his head. I don't need to hear any fantasy stories. I'm just worried. He confessed his true fear, that this new, strong personality would disappear, leaving them behind once more. You're not going to leave the Flamewalk clan, are you? The question hung in the air. Cheon placed his chopsticks down and looked towards the vast horizon. A new resolve settled within him. I will never leave this clan, he declared, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. Not until it becomes the greatest martial clan in all of Sichuan. Besides, he added with a smirk, I have nothing better to do. Ma Sok sputtered, that's knots, before Cheon flicked him sharply on the forehead, raising a comical lump. Stunned into silence, Ma Sok could only stare. If you're done talking, you may leave, Cheon said dismissively. Defeated, Ma Sok bowed and retreated, leaving the heir to his meal and his monumental ambitions. As Ma Sok departed, Cheon looked out at the twilight sky. The greatest martial clan in Sichuan. That should satisfy you, right, Mujin? He spoke to the lingering spirit of the body's original owner. This was no longer just a temporary vessel, but a responsibility he had chosen to bear. In another part of the estate, clan elder Zhou Huanbong poured a cup of tea for the chief steward, Du Baixian. In 10 days, the duel between Chong Dabo and the Hwa clan heir will begin, Zhou Huanbong stated, his voice low. He will definitely try to kill the boy. Once he's done, he'll come here for the treasure of the Flame Emperor. He leaned in, his eyes glinting with cunning. How about we run away before that? Hidden by the paper doors, the young siblings, Hwa Soyan and Hwa Sosum, overheard the treacherous words. Their eyes widened with fear as they watched their elder brother practice tirelessly, unaware of the betrayal brewing within his own clan. Du Baixin's face hardened, his gaze shifting to the children. He could not abandon them. As night fell, one of the children sat alone, gazing at the stars, whispering a single, heartbreaking phrase, "I miss ya." Under the pale moonlight, the grueling work of reforging a broken vessel began. Each ragged breath was a testament to the body's weakness, sweat dripping from Hwa Mujin's brow as he struggled with the unfamiliar weight of the great sword. The divine demon, trapped within mortal flesh, pushed past the agony, is well an unyielding fortress against a tide of physical rebellion. Day after day, the relentless training carved new definition into his once frail arms. He could now, barely, wield the 70-kilogram blade with a single hand, but his technique remained crude, unstable. A heavy sigh escaped him as he surveyed the shattered bamboo around him. There was only a week left until the duel, and time was a luxury he did not possess. A noise from the doorway broke his concentration. The young siblings, Hwa Soyan and Hwa Sosum, stood there, their small forms silhouetted against the dark interior. His initial reaction was one of annoyance. "What brings you kids here?" he asked, his voice strained. "It's dangerous. Go play elsewhere." But their expressions held no childish whimsy, only deep-seated worry. The boy, Sosum, explained they had been watching him for days, concerned by how hard he was pushing himself. Soyan, her voice trembling with guilt, confessed her earlier outburst, blaming him for their parents' death, was just a product of anger. For the briefest moment, the divine demon's facade cracked, touched by their sincerity. A flicker of a memory, distant and faded, came to his mind, the faces of his own disciples from a lifetime ago. A strange, unfamiliar warmth spread through his chest. He reached out and gently placed a hand on each of their heads. "It's all right," he said softly. "Don't worry about me." The tension broke. The boy, Sosum, began to excitedly mimic his posture, a clumsy but earnest attempt at swordsmanship, with his sister correcting his form. Watching them, Zhang Qion was struck by another memory, this one sharper, more profound. It was a vision of his own youth, a time when he too was a student under the watchful eye of his master. The memory washed over him, the voice of his master echoing through the chambers of his mind. He saw himself as a boy, struggling under a heavy burden, being instructed on the fundamentals. The words were a revelation, a key he had long since forgotten in his ascent to absolute power. He had been so focused on the ultimate forms that he had forgotten the foundation upon which they were all built. Yes, that was it. The most important thing about the peerless 9 swords was not the swing, not the stance, but the breathing technique that fueled them. A slow exhalation of breath escaped his lips as the forgotten lesson settled into his very core. He had been a fool, neglecting the most vital teaching his master had ever given him. A genuine smile touched his lips as he looked at the children, a promise in his eyes. "Don't worry about it. I will win no matter what." He gently ushered them back to their rooms. As the door slid shut, the siblings exchanged a glance, a fragile hope blooming in the darkness. "It'll be fine, right?" one whispered. "Probably." Alone again in the rain-swept courtyard, Zhang Qion began anew. The master's words guided his every motion. Exhale when swinging, as long as possible. Hold on, don't rush it. Inhale when returning to the original position, slow and short. Each movement was now a meditation, each breath a deliberate act of cultivation. He channeled this newfound understanding, this rediscovered principle, into the 5th form, Army Slayer. He gathered every last wisp of internal energy this frail body could muster and unleashed it in a single, explosive strike. A blinding crimson light erupted, and the training log before him was not merely caught, but utterly obliterated, the splinters glowing with residual power. He stood, panting, a triumphant spark in his eyes. There. He had been relying on a movement art, a technique for building qi through motion rather than quiet meditation. Such arts were often looked down upon by the orthodox sects, considered inefficient and low-rate. Their weakness was the difficulty in maintaining the steady flow of energy required for true power. But now he understood. The most important aspect, the linchpin of any movement art, was a stable breathing technique. And the Peerless Nine Swords breathing method was peerless for a reason. With his breath and blade now one, a torrent of crimson energy followed his swing, a testament to his reawakened mastery. Where once he fought against the very grain of his body, now there was harmony, breathing with the flow of the sword. His movements stabilized, becoming fluid and powerful. Through this repeated, perfect practice, something miraculous occurred. The Danteon, a chaotic mess for years, slowly began to coalesce, a faint glimmer of order returning to the core of his being. In the kitchens, Ma Sok remarked on the young master's startling progress to a pensive dubaction. He's a completely different person now. That treatment from the Wudong physician must have been truly effective, he chirped, oblivious to the sounds of agonizing screams echoing from the training grounds, or to the chief steward's deepening contemplation. Dubaction knew better. He had seen the work of the finest physicians in the land, and none could perform such a miracle in a single session. This transformation was something else entirely. Dismissing the cheerful but naive servant, the old steward's mind raced, trying to piece together an impossible puzzle. Ma Sok hurried back to the training yard with a tray of food, calling out that dinner was ready. He stopped abruptly, his words catching in his throat. The yard was a wasteland, the ground cratered and the bamboo supports annihilated. And in the center of the destruction stood Mujin, his presence like that of a mountain, vast and immovable. Cheon turned, his gaze sweeping over the wreckage. "This place is too small for me to train in," he stated, a newfound confidence ringing in his voice. Ma Sok could only stare, dumbfounded, as his young master declared, "I'm going to use the training hall from now on." Under the bright morning sun, they arrived at the great training hall, a sprawling ground used by the clan's elite. Their path was immediately blocked. The hall was already occupied by the clan's warriors, their expressions hard and their postures radiating an unwelcoming aura. Ma Sok, sweating, tried to make the request on behalf of his master. Misters, the young master wishes to use the great training hall." The men turned, their gazes like ice, and Ma Sok flinched back as if struck. Cheon stepped forward, planting the tip of his enormous sword into the dirt with a resonant thud. "You heard him," he said, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. "I need to borrow the training hall. I want to train on my own." The warrior at the front simply scoffed. "There is another one over there, so use that one." The mockery ignited their fury. "What is this walking dead man saying?" One sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Just because you have a sword doesn't mean you're a martial artist." Another growled, his eyes burning with malice. "He's never even shed blood with that sword of his." Cheon met their glares with an amused smile. "Your eyes are very challenging." A man with a grizzled beard and the clear markings of a leader, Cheon of the Rain Sword Squad, stepped forward to put the boy in his place. Before he could speak, however, he was interrupted. "Let's leave. The young master wishes to train martial arts," an older warrior commanded, deferring to rank, if not to respect. As the squad reluctantly began to withdraw, Cheon muttered just loud enough to be heard, "It seems like he's lost his mind again." Cheon's head snapped around. "Hey, slowpoke, stop right there," he called out, his tone suddenly devoid of all amusement. The squad leader stopped, turning slowly to face him. Cheon's eyes glittered with a dangerous light. "If you have complaints, say them to my face. Speaking ill of someone behind their back is the mark of a coward." Unfazed, Cheon retorted, "So what? We're swordsmen. We settle our disputes with steel." The unspoken challenge hung in the air, sharp and clear as the edge of a blade. Cheon's lips curved into a cold smile. "Let's fight." With that, the lines were drawn, a silent declaration of war passing between the heir and the warrior who refused to acknowledge him. Cheon laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Young Master Hwa, even if the world were ending, no one would unsheath their sword against the future patriarch. But Jang Cheon saw the fear behind the bravado. A dog that bites does not bark, whereas a dog that barks is afraid. If you're not going to act, then don't bark from the start. Just live like the timid dog you are. The insult struck home. All pretense of civility vanished, replaced by pure killing intent. Cheol Boin's hand flew to the hilt of his sword. "Don't regret it," he spat, launching forward in a blur of motion. Jang Cheon stood his ground, a chilling blue aura enveloping him as he prepared to block. "I'm not one to regret things in life." Meanwhile, hidden just out of sight, two small children peeked around a corner, wondering where their brother had gone. The challenge, once spoken, could not be taken back. Cheol Boin's hand closed around the hilt of his sword, his face a mask of fury. "Don't regret it," he spat, the words a final warning before he launched himself forward, blade carving a silver arc through the training yard air. The onlookers, loyal to Cheol Boin, watched with smug anticipation, certain of the outcome. Jang Cheon stood his ground, the heavy greatsword feeling less like a burden and more like an extension of his will. A chilling blue aura, the nascent manifestation of his remolded chi, coiled around him. He met the warrior's gaze, his own eyes burning with the cold fire of 100 lifetimes of battle. "I'm not one to regret things in life." As Cheol Boin's sword descended, Jang Cheon did the unthinkable. He released his grip, letting the massive blade fall. Using its handle as a pivot, he spun low and fast, a whirlwind of motion that flowed around the committed strike. He vaulted into the air, his body a living projectile, and slammed a powerful kick into his opponent's side, turning the man's own aggression into a weapon against him. Before Cheol Boin could even process the reversal, Jang Cheon's hand clamped around his neck, halting his fall with jarring force. The crowd gasped in collective disbelief. To discard one's weapon at the start of a duel was madness, yet the young master had used it as a feint for a move none of them had ever witnessed. It was a display of martial creativity that defied their rigid understanding. Stunned but not defeated, Cheol Boin retaliated with a furious flurry of strikes. But his blade met only air. Jang Cheon moved like a phantom, a leaf on the wind, evading each attack with impossible grace and minimal effort. Cheol Boin's frustration boiled over into a roar. "Stop evading my attacks and fight me with a sword like a man." A cold smirk played on Jang Cheon's lips. "Right." He bent down, effortlessly hefting the greatsword once more. The weight settled in his grasp, familiar and ready. He faced his opponent, the very ground beneath them seeming to hum with anticipation for the clash that was to come. Cheol Boin's anger was not just for the boy, but for the quarter-century of decline he had witnessed. "It's been 25 years since I joined this clan," he bellowed, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "The reason we have fallen to this point is your fault, and now you suddenly want to learn martial arts." His words dripped with the bitterness of a loyal servant watching his house crumble. Jang Cheon calmly parried a wild swing. Seeing his opening, Cheol Boin poured his chi into his blade, causing it to glow with a menacing red light as he prepared a finishing blow. "You should know your place," he screamed, unleashing all his pent-up resentment in a single, powerful strike aimed at putting the foolish heir down for good. But Jang Cheon was no longer the boy he remembered. He danced away from the blow, his movements fluid and precise. As Cheol Boin overextended, Jang Cheon's eyes flashed with a piercing blue light. He saw not just an attack, but the very flow of his opponent's chi, the flaws in his form, and the perfect moment to strike. In that instant, a forgotten art resurfaced from the depths of his soul. It was a technique of the divine demon, feared across the martial world. Peerless 9 swords, second form, weapon destruction. Jang Cheon met the red-hot blade not with brute force, but with the precise application of his own chilling chi. The clash of steel was deafening, but the true battle was unseen. A wave of disruptive energy shot from Jang Cheon's sword, traveling up Cheol Boin's blade and into his meridians, throwing his internal energy into chaos. The warrior froze, shock and pain warring on his face. Jang Cheon gave him no time to recover. "What you said is right. he conceded, his voice cold. However, again, he abandoned his blade, stepping inside Cheol Boen's guard and driving a bandaged fist into his jaw with brutal finality. It's going to be different from now on. Cheol Boen was thrown backward, a spray of blood painting the sky. As he fell, his mind struggled to comprehend the defeat. He saw not the vacant eyes of the mad heir, but the unwavering gaze of a true martial artist, forged in a fire he could not begin to imagine. In that moment, respect replaced contempt. Without a shred of hesitation, Jeong Cheon followed his advantage, delivering a sweeping kick that sent his opponent crashing into the dirt. The duel was over. It had not been a contest. It had been a lesson. Silence descended upon the training yard, broken only by the shocked gasps of the onlookers. Ma Sok's eyes were wide with a mixture of terror and awe. Young Master Hwa won. The other warriors, their arrogance shattered, rushed to their fallen squad leader's side, their cries echoing in the now-still air. Jeong Cheon walked over and planted the tip of his great sword into the ground beside the downed man, a clear symbol of his dominance. His gaze was steady, his breath even. He looked down at the warrior who had challenged him and asked, his voice devoid of malice, "You don't have any complaints now, right?" One of Cheol Boen's men, incensed by the display, accused Jeong Cheon of fighting without honor. But Cheol Boen silenced him with a sharp command. With the help of his subordinates, he staggered to his feet, blood dripping from his lip, and bowed his head in a gesture of complete submission. "I lost." Raising his head, Cheol Boen offered a formal bow, an acknowledgement from one warrior to another. "I have learned from you." Jeong Cheon merely gave a slight nod, his purpose fulfilled. "All right, now leave." As Cheol Boen led his defeated men away, Jeong Cheon's piercing gaze fell upon his last remaining follower. "You too," he commanded Ma Sok, who started in surprise. The training yard was to be his alone. Elsewhere, as they tended to their leader's wounds, Cheol Boen's men seethed. "Why did you go easy on him?" one demanded. Cheol Boen's reply was chillingly honest, wiping the outrage from their faces. "Who said I went easy? I was planning to leave him half dead. Do I look like I'm joking?" He looked back towards the training hall, his expression grim. "I don't know what happened, but it seems our young master has drastically improved." Ma Sok, who had been eavesdropping, felt a shiver of uncertainty. This new master was powerful, but also terrifying. He could only wonder if this change was truly for the better. That night, under a sky of scattered stars, the chief steward Du Baeksin stood before the clan elder, Jo Hwanbong. The air in the room was heavy with unspoken thoughts. The duel against the Chonghua merchant group looms. Jo Hwanbong began, his voice a low murmur. "Elder Jo, do you know how long we've been in this clan?" Du Baeksin asked, his own voice strained. "About 37 years, the elder replied. "A lifetime." Jo Hwanbong spoke of the past, of the Flame Emperor's dazzling youth. He recalled a time when the man's brilliance was so radiant that even the haughty Tang clan had to acknowledge his greatness. "We were both pulled in by his radiance and swore forever loyalty to him," Du Baeksin reminisced sadly. "And now," he finished, his voice heavy with self-loathing, "we're trying to break that loyalty." The elder waved a dismissive hand. "This isn't about loyalty. It's about survival. For 17 years we have watched young Master Hwa's madness. We have watched the Flame Hwa clan decline alongside him." He sighed, a tired, broken sound. "Even if we were to see the Flame Emperor in the afterlife, I'm sure he wouldn't blame us. Are you ready?" The elder's preparations were thorough, scrolls containing funds, travel permits, and hired martial artists to ensure their escape. All was in place to abandon the sinking ship. "Of course," he confirmed. "Go first," he instructed Du Baeksin. But the chief steward did not move. Du Baeksin looked back, his conscience at war with his pragmatism. He is still his bloodline. Somebody needs to help his body recover. The elder's face hardened as he revealed the final piece of his plan. The martial master of the Kongdong sect, hired by the merchants, will appear as the witness for the duel. The implication was horrifying. It was not just a takeover. It was an execution, sanctioned by a powerful sect. Du Baeksin cursed the merchant's viciousness. The elder looked towards the children's quarters, a flicker of pity in his eyes. "Go now?" The two young ones will be very shocked by all of this. As dawn broke, Jeong Cheon and Ma Sok shared a meager meal. Jeong Cheon prodded a tough piece of meat. "The meat's been tough lately. Is it just me?" Ma Sok replied glumly, "No. The cheapest parts of a cow are always tough. Are we already out of money?" "I don't know," Ma Sok sighed, looking at their paltry allowance. "The overseer gives us so little." Jeong Cheon's teasing retort about his attendant's temper was cut short as he stood, revealing a brand new, expensive-looking outfit. He set his chopsticks down. "Anyway, how's my outfit today?" Jeong Cheon struck a pose, a devilish grin on his face. He looked every bit the part of a wealthy young master, a stark contrast to their breakfast. Ma Sok deadpanned, "I don't know. I think you looked better when you were all bandaged up." Jeong Cheon's smile vanished. "Let's go." As they prepared to depart, their path was blocked by Chief Steward Du Baektion. Jeong Cheon's eyes narrowed instantly, cutting through the old man's facade. He knew exactly why he was here. "Oomph, you're not here to suggest some nonsense like I should run away, are you?" "Of course not," Du Baektion said, but his conviction wavered. Jeong Cheon scoffed. "I knew it. Wait for me, then. I'll beat those thieves up." As he turned to leave, the chief steward made his decision. "I'm coming with you." For a moment, Jeong Cheon was silent, surprised by the old man's sudden display of loyalty. Jeong Cheon felt a faint warmth spread through his chest. This old man, he worried so much. It was an unfamiliar feeling, but not an unwelcome one. He would have to make sure to win decisively, if only to put the steward's mind at ease. The great doors of the estate swung open, bathing the trio in the golden light of the morning sun. Jeong Cheon, with his loyal steward and his terrified attendant in tow, stepped out to face the world. With a renewed sense of purpose, he straightened his new robes and declared with unwavering confidence, "Let's go." Ma Sok could only offer a weak laugh, trying to match his master's bravado. Word of the impending conflict spread through the city like wildfire. A duel between the mighty Cheon Hwa merchant group and the fading Flame Hwa clan. The public square buzzed with excitement and opportunity as bookies began shouting the odds, eager to profit from the spectacle. Crowds gathered, their murmurs a mix of anticipation for the battle and speculation on the potential winnings. A bookie consulted his ledger, confirming the sentiment of the masses. The odds were stacked heavily against the fallen clan, a paltry 1:4 payout at best. Yet, amidst the jeers and confident bets on the merchant group, one man considered the nature of the fight. A martial clan, however diminished, was still a lineage of warriors. With a quiet resolve, he placed a humble wager of 2 silver niang on the Flame Hwa clan. Just as the man's bet was recorded, a stir went through the crowd. The young master of the Flame Hwa clan, Mujin, had arrived. The man who had just wagered on him froze, his face paling with instant regret as he took in the unassuming, almost scholarly figure. Scrambling back to the bookie, he frantically tried to cancel his bet, his faith evaporating at the mere sight of the duel's supposed underdog. Across the arena, Chong Dabo arrived with an air of absolute nonchalance, casually enjoying a sweet as his elder fretted over their timing. Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of an elegant woman, her face obscured by a red parasol. Her voice, though soft, carried a weight of authority and familial concern. "It's been a while," she began, her words a subtle plea. "Out of consideration for our blood ties, must you really go through with this duel?" Ignoring the woman's plea, Chong Dabo's entourage began to spin their own version of events for the crowd to hear. They painted the Flame Hwa clan as arrogant fools who, despite their heir's reputed madness, had recklessly initiated the challenge. Jeong Cheon overheard the blatant manipulation, a cold smile touching his lips. He would repay this deception in kind. "We cannot let the Cheon Hwa merchant group seize our secret manual," he announced, his voice carrying just enough for those nearby to hear. "So we have no choice but to fight, don't you think?" The conflicting narratives sowed confusion among the onlookers. The great merchant group coveting a secret art? It seemed preposterous. The woman with the parasol watched Jeong Cheon, his calm defiance a stark contrast to the pitiable madman she had heard about. A sliver of intrigue cut through her disapproval. "I wonder," she mused quietly, how long you'll be able to maintain that composure. As a ceremonial brazier was lit, an official stepped forward to address the crowd. To ensure the sanctity of the duel, he announced a witness of great repute, Hanigong of the prestigious Kongdong sect. With the formalities established, he presented the combatants. Cheon Jeong, the next successor of the Chonghua merchant group, and the young master of the Flamehwa clan, Mujin. Hanigong's voice boomed across the square. Under the name of the Kongdong sect, fight fair and square. Before the echo faded, Cheon Jeong had already launched himself forward. He closed the distance with a condescending smile, his arms spread wide. "So, I see you received the goods we sent," he mocked, gesturing to Cheon Jeong's uniform. "I personally sent it to commemorate the great Mujin's return." "Ah, is that so?" Cheon Jeong replied, his voice laced with ice. His hand tightened around the hilt of the impossibly large great sword resting on his shoulder. With a smooth, powerful motion, he lifted the massive blade. "Once this duel is over," he stated, his words a chilling promise, "all the remaining goods will have to be returned as well." A wave of shocked murmurs rippled through the spectators. The Flamehwa clan's heir was using a sword, and such a massive, unwieldy one at that. It defied all logic and tradition. The legendary Flame Emperor was known for his peerless barehanded techniques, not swordsmanship. This deviation from the expected only deepened the mystery surrounding the supposedly mad young master. From a balcony overlooking the arena, Chief Steward Du Baektion nervously questioned Ma Sok. He confessed that he too had suggested fleeing, which a flustered Ma Sok dismissed as a mere jest. Yet, the young attendant's next words were spoken with a conviction that startled the old steward. "I personally believe without a doubt that our young master will win." Du Baektion stared, wondering if Mujin's madness had become contagious. The announcer raised a mallet over a massive ceremonial gong. "Are both sides ready?" he bellowed. At the warrior's silent affirmation, he brought the mallet down, then let the duel begin. A thunderous clang shattered the air, signaling the start of the battle for honor and survival. In a flash, Cheon Jeong lunged, his sword a silver streak aimed at Cheon Jeong's throat. But the figure he expected to be slow and clumsy was gone. Cheon Jeong moved with blinding speed, not merely dodging but closing the distance in an instant. The spectators gasped. Ma Sok and Du Baektion stared in wide-eyed disbelief. This wasn't the movement of an untrained madman. This was the footwork of a master. The crowd buzzed with confusion. The rumors of madness and a lack of training were clearly false. Where could this strength have come from? Cheon Jeong clicked his tongue, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. The speed was surprising, but nothing more. "Even so," he sneered, "that level of skill is of a mere pup." He countered, his own blade descending with practiced and lethal precision. Steel shrieked against steel as the two blades met. Their exchange was a storm of furious blows, each parry and thrust sending sparks into the air. Cheon Jeong pressed his assault, but Cheon Jeong, wielding his great sword with brutal efficiency, met every attack. A powerful downstroke forced Cheon Jeong to block, and while the impact drew blood from his lips, he did not yield an inch. Their eyes met over their locked blades, a battle of wills raging in the heart of the storm. Cheon Jeong's followers laughed, their victory seemingly assured. Even the woman with the red parasol, though impressed, remained unconvinced. "This is surprising. That Mujin fellow is lasting much longer than I expected," she conceded to herself. Still, she knew the depth of Cheon Jeong's training, the countless hours dedicated to perfecting his art. Against such a foundation, she judged, his skill is insignificant. The relentless assault continued. Cheon Jeong was a whirlwind of precision strikes, forcing Cheon Jeong to give ground. But the divine demon was merely adapting, learning the limits of his new vessel. In a fluid motion, he spun, using the momentum of Cheon Jeong's attack against him and bringing the colossal greatsword down in a crushing arc. The sheer force of the blow shattered the stone beneath Cheon Jeong's feet, sending him staggering back. Cheon Jeong took a sharp breath, sweat clinging to his brow. The strain on this mortal body was greater than he anticipated. Across the arena, Cheon Jeong's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, predatory gleam. Mujin, he snarled, his chi flaring a venomous red. This time, I'll leave you crippled. He relished the thought. Breaking a man's will is what I do best. The duel escalated. Cheon Dabo's blade became a vortex of blue energy, while Jeong Cheon's greatsword radiated a defiant crimson glow. On the balcony, Ma Sok shouted encouragement, suddenly remembering his master's secret training. Perhaps he hasn't revealed his full strength yet, he cried out. I've secretly watched him train. Something enormous may be revealed. His outburst only amplified the chief steward's bewildered anxiety. Jeong Cheon felt his body protest. A short period of training had only brought this vessel to parity with his opponent. It was not enough. A wry smile touched his lips. It didn't matter. A memory, ancient and absolute, rose from the depths of his soul. In his long life, he had faced countless foes, geniuses and monsters alike. And from the past, no matter how strong his opponent was, in the end, he always killed them. A palpable shift in the atmosphere made Cheon Dabo's blood run cold. The man before him was no longer just an opponent. He was a predator. Blue and red auras erupted, a clash of ice and fire that warped the very air. I will kill him without fail, Cheon Dabo roared, channeling all his power into a final, decisive strike. With equal fury, Jeong Cheon met his charge, his blade blazing as two destinies collided. Following a set of cryptic directions, Elder Zhou Huanbong navigated a carriage through the winding mountain paths. His destination was far from the Hwa clan estate, a place of supposed safety. In the back of the rumbling carriage, the young Hwa siblings, Soyeon and Sosum, slept soundly, oblivious to the betrayal in flight. At last, he arrived, sighing with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. As the sun cast long shadows, Elder Zhou met with the chief steward, Du Baekshun. He urged the steward to join him in his flight, but Du Baekshun's loyalty was absolute. He refused, stating his intent to remain behind. He is still that person's blood relative, the steward declared grimly. Someone must at least gather his remains. With their paths diverged, they agreed to meet later at a predetermined location, and Zhou Huanbong departed. Alone with the sleeping children, Zhou Huanbong looked up at the twilight sky, his heart heavy with doubt. I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do, he whispered to himself. He had chosen the path of a coward to protect the children, abandoning their brother to a fate he believed was certain death, and the weight of that choice settled upon him. Meanwhile, the duel raged. Blue and crimson chi exploded in the courtyard as Cheon Dabo and Jeong Cheon clashed with ferocious intensity. To the ancient soul residing in Mujin's body, this was but a trifle. Cheon Dabo is not bad for his age, he mused internally, parrying another strike. But in the end, he's still just at the level of a greenhorn. The difference in their experience was a chasm wider than the heavens. From the balconies, the spectators watched in utter disbelief. How could the famously crippled Mujin not only contend with an outer sect disciple of the Kongdong sect, but actually seem to have the upper hand? Murmurs spread through the crowd, questioning the reputation of the Changhua Merchant Guild's vaunted prodigy. The young warrior was clearly not as impressive as the rumors claimed. Cheon Dabo's face contorted with rage and humiliation. The whispers of the crowd felt like needles in his pride. With a guttural scream, he lunged, his attack wild and desperate. Yet, Jeong Cheon, with the grace of a flowing river, simply sidestepped the clumsy blow. His attendants, watching from above, gasped in terror, fearing their master had misjudged his opponent's desperate gambit. Jeong Cheon did not merely dodge, he countered. A new, ancient sword art flowed from him as if second nature. Peerless 9 swords, first form, preemptive step. He met Cheon Dabo's blade not with brute force, but with perfect, calculated precision. A deafening clang echoed as steel met steel, and Cheon Dabo cried out, his arm shuddering from the bone-jarring impact. The crowd was aghast. He blocked it. The force of the parry sent Cheon Dabo hurtling backward, slamming hard against the courtyard wall. As his opponent struggled to rise, a cold, predatory smile touched Jeong Cheon's lips. Ugh, mad fiend, Cheon Dabo spat, glaring with a mixture of pain and disbelief. He had never encountered such a monstrous style of combat. Driven to his limit, Cheon Dabo made his final move. He began gathering all of his inner energy, his blue aura intensifying to a blinding light. The spectators recognized the signs of an ultimate technique. "That must surely be his final strike," one cried. Ma Sok watched with frantic worry, while the chief steward's face was a mask of grim tension. Jang Cheon watched the display with detached amusement. "Too slow," he taunted, his voice cutting through the tension. "Even your gathering of inner energy is slow." Before Cheon Dabo could unleash his desperate attack, Jang Cheon moved. Peerless 9 swords, second form, weapon destruction. A torrent of lightning like chi erupted from his great sword, aimed not at the man, but at his weapon. The technique was unlike anything Cheon Dabo had ever seen. He found himself utterly helpless, unable to react or defend. I'm losing to this energy core-less wretch," he thought in a final moment of horrified denial. Jang Cheon's blade descended, and with a terrible cracking sound, Cheon Dabo's sword began to splinter under the overwhelming force. With a final, definitive shatter, Cheon Dabo's sword disintegrated into shards of metal. But Jang Cheon's attack did not end there. The momentum carried his great sword forward in a seamless, crimson arc, a follow-through as beautiful as it was lethal. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, promising retribution. Time seemed to slow for Cheon Dabo as he saw the red blur arc toward him. A spray of blood erupted as the blade passed cleanly through his shoulder, severing his arm from his body. The force of the blow sent him tumbling across the courtyard stones. From the balcony, his sister let out a soul-shattering scream, "Dabo!" Silence descended upon the arena, broken only by the ragged breaths of the spectators. Jang Cheon stood, immaculate and still, over the body of his defeated opponent. Blood pooled on the stones around Cheon Dabo. Ma Sok and the chief steward could only stare, their minds struggling to comprehend the impossible victory. Why young Master Hwa won? Jang Cheon calmly walked to the severed limb and picked it up. He held it for a moment, then turned his gaze to the horrified sister above. "I'll take this arm as payment for the 17 years of grudge," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. He added with chilling indifference, "Well, since it's the Changhua Merchant Guild, perhaps they'll find a way to reattach your arm." With a flick of his foot, Jang Cheon kicked the shattered hilt of Cheon Dabo's sword toward the Merchant Guild's patriarch. The man rushed to his son's side, his face pale. Placing a hand on his son's chest to check his meridians, his expression twisted into one of ultimate horror. His energy core is shattered as well. The patriarch confronted Jang Cheon, demanding to know why he had to go so far. But Jang Cheon's response was like ice. He reminded them of the 7 wounds fist strike used on a helpless child 17 years ago. "This is merely the closure of that grudge," he sneered, his eyes glowing red. "From now on, you will pay the price for having provoked the Flame Hwa clan." Having delivered his final, chilling proclamation, Jang Cheon turned his back on them and walked away. He left the guild leader trembling with rage and his daughter kneeling in the dust, her face a mask of grief and fury. "Hwa Mujin," she screamed, tears streaming down her face. "I will never forget this matter." The remaining onlookers were frozen in place, their fists clenched in excitement and awe. To think he crushed an outer sect disciple of the Kongdong sect in just a few moves, one exclaimed. They had witnessed a legendary moment, a fight that would be told and retold for years. A new martial master was born. Ma Sok and the chief steward hurried down the steps, calling out to their master. Jang Cheon simply gestured for them to follow. As Du Baixin trailed behind, he stared at his master's silhouette, a figure that now seemed impossibly broad and powerful. The frail, broken boy he once knew was gone, replaced by a titan. Jang Cheon suddenly turned. "Chief Steward Du," he began, his voice casual. The old steward flinched, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he feared his treachery was exposed. But Jang Cheon simply smiled. "The gold I entrusted to you. Have you already spent it all?" He mused that he might need to visit the Bangho sect again for more funds, making the steward's blood run cold. Then, Jang Cheon's smile vanished. "One more thing. About Elder Joe and the other warriors. I don't particularly care if they choose to leave the clan. His voice dropped, and a terrifying killing intent radiated from him. But if they ever try to split me apart from my two younger siblings, they will have to wager their lives. Far away, Elder Joe's escape had been thwarted by the very children he sought to protect. They scolded him for fleeing on the day of their brother's important duel. Just then, a messenger pigeon arrived. Unfurling the note, Joe's eyes went wide. Duel won by young Master Hwa. Escape plan discovered. Return immediately. Before he could react, the children snatched the note, whooping with joy and urging him to hurry back to celebrate their brother's victory. Having dealt with the clan's internal strife, Jeong Cheon turned his mind to external affairs. A cold smile graced his lips as he mused aloud. Since we're on the topic of money, I suppose it's time for a debt party. His gaze was distant, already fixed on his next target, the avaricious Bangho sect. It was time to settle the accounts they had run up against the Hwa clan. Dismissing his loyal steward, Jeong Cheon told him to rest. But Chief Du was fraught with worry. The duel had proven the young master was a changed man, a true martial artist. Yet this new path was fraught with peril. He pleaded with Jeong Cheon to avoid entanglement with the notorious social sect, whose shadow loomed large over the region. Jeong Cheon, brushing off the old man's concerns with an impatient wave, strode out of the estate. The steward watched him go, a profound sense of unease settling in his heart. Outside, Ma Sok hurried to catch up, his voice trembling as he questioned his master's decision to march straight into the den of the Bangho sect. It's best not to delay troublesome business, Jeong Cheon stated, his voice devoid of emotion. He glanced back at his attendant, a wry smile playing on his lips. Ma Sok, from now on, make sure you stay close behind your big boss. Understand, the words were a simple command, but they carried the weight of an unspoken promise of violence to come. They arrived at the headquarters of the Bangho sect, a usury business known for its predatory practices. A man in a wide-brimmed hat greeted them, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. He recognized Jeong Cheon, whispering in disbelief about how the Hwa heir had crippled the son of the Changhwa merchant group. Standing before him, Jeong Cheon's purpose was as sharp and unyielding as a blade's edge. I've come to be paid back for my debts. A tense silence followed. Jeong Cheon surveyed the empty hall with a mocking grin. Quiet place you've got here. Did your business go under? The host stammered, explaining that most of the local gamblers had gone to watch the young master's duel. Jeong Cheon's smile widened. Ah, so everyone went to watch me fight. The implication hung heavy in the air. You all must have held betting pools on my match, right? Jeong Cheon's question struck like a thunderclap. The host and his men fell to their knees, stammering apologies. He continued his verbal assault, his voice deceptively casual. I'm sure the odds were higher on my side, and you made a tidy sum from it, didn't you? The host could only agree, his mind racing with dread. You must have made good money thanks to me. Jeong Cheon let the statement linger. You're not planning to just stay silent about it, are you? The host, fearing this was a shakedown, quickly assured him they intended to express their gratitude. Good, Jeong Cheon said, taking a seat as if he owned the place. That's what I like to hear. The host watched him, a chill running down his spine. This was not the fool he remembered. The air around Jeong Cheon was cold and steady, the oppressive aura of a master filled with killing intent. Finally losing patience, Jeong Cheon demanded, All right then, where's your boss? He punctuated the question by pressing his hand flat on the table, a silent, weighty threat. I dislike having to ask twice. As Jeong Cheon prepared to seek out the leader himself, a hulking figure emerged from the back. It was Chai Wunjul, the Bangho sect leader. Jeong Cheon sized him up with a dismissive smirk. You're the boss? Why make it so hard for someone who just wants a word? Not like you've got a pretty face there. Before Chai Wunjul could respond, a sinister purple aura filled the room. A figure emerged from the shadows behind the sect leader, his presence radiating malice. And that brat behind you, one of your lackeys? Jeong Cheon taunted. The figure, known as Death Black Crow of the social sect, revealed himself, his lips twisted in a cruel sneer. You've got quite the mouth for a kid. So, you're the one who's been eyeing my money. Jeong Cheon's eyes narrowed. So, the social sect was involved. He fixed Death Black Crow with a contemptuous gaze. Who told you to speak when adults are talking? Do you have a death wish? Amused by the challenge, the assassin laughed. Go ahead and try to kill me then, he roared, lunging forward in a blur of purple energy. As Ma Sok cried out in terror, Jeong Cheon remained perfectly still. With a flick of his wrist, faster than the eye could follow, he sent a chopstick whistling through the air. The small piece of wood, imbued with his formidable chi, became a deadly projectile. It moved like a crimson flash, aimed not to kill, but to teach a painful lesson. The chopstick struck its target with sickening precision, punching a clean hole through Death Black Crow's outstretched hand. The assassin's attack dissipated as he stared in shock at the wound, blood pouring onto the floor. The projectile continued its path, embedding itself in the wall behind him, a testament to the terrifying power behind the simple gesture. A twisted grin spread across Death Black Crow's face. He looked from his bleeding hand to Jeong Cheon, a new, predatory light in his eyes. I thought he was just some brat, but he's no ordinary man. You pierced my hand with chopsticks, no less. Interesting little whelp. Jeong Cheon remained unmoved. I feel nothing hearing that from a wrinkled old man like you. Enraged by the insult, Death Black Crow exploded with power. Don't get cocky, he screamed, launching himself at Jeong Cheon. But his ferocious charge met only air. With an impossible grace, Jeong Cheon leaped, twisting over his opponent's head as the assassin crashed into the floorboards below, shattering them with the force of his failed attack. From his position on the ground, Death Black Crow looked up in disbelief. Where are you looking at? Jeong Cheon's voice mocked him from above. He dodged the assassin's flailing attacks with contemptuous ease, his movements fluid and precise. The social sect warrior was utterly bewildered. How can some young brat dodge my attacks so easily? Hovering over him, Jeong Cheon's voice was a chilling whisper. Let's open up one more hole, shall we? Another chopstick flew, this time piercing the assassin's cheek and silencing his sputtering rage. The man collapsed to the ground, choking on blood. Jeong Cheon landed softly before him. How's that? Air flowing nicely. The defeated warrior spat a threat through his ruined mouth. You've attacked us. The social sect will be coming for you now. Your family, your subordinates. Jeong Cheon cut him off with a vicious kick to the face. Standing over the broken man, his aura blazed. The social sect? Tell them to come at me if they dare. In the meantime, you'll die here. The finality in his voice broke the assassin's will. Wait, he pleaded, groveling on the floor. I'll give you anything. My wealth, my concubines, just spare my life. Jeong Cheon's expression turned to ice. What? Suddenly you want to live? He stomped on the man's injured hand, adding coldly, I don't need your concubines, but that wealth you mentioned does interest me. Desperate, Death Black Crow swore to bring every last coin from his stash and deckhang. Jeong Cheon nodded. Good, that's the right attitude. He let the man scramble to his feet, but his eyes glowed with a malevolent red light as he delivered his final terms. But if you don't return, you'll be breathing through the holes in your face instead. Terrified, the assassin fled for his life. With the interloper gone, Jeong Cheon turned his gaze to the Bangho sect leader. Chai Wenjul fell to his knees, begging for the same mercy. He offered everything he owned. Jeong Cheon's voice was flat. What nonsense are you spouting? Your property is already mine. The sect leader stared, confused by the pronouncement. Jeong Cheon began to list the man's sins. The profits you've wrung out of the commoners, 7,000 gold niang. Add to that the price of all the lives you've ruined. Wouldn't that just about equal all your assets? As Chai Wenjul began to babble again, offering what was no longer his, Jeong Cheon lost his patience. With a single, brutal strike, he ended the man's life. Why do you keep offering what's already mine? Silence descended as the sect leader's body hit the floor. Jeong Cheon looked at the terrified man. Who's the next in command after him? The vice sect leader, the man who first greeted them, fell prostrate. I am the vice sect leader. Please spare me. I swear I'll live honestly. Jeong Cheon considered him for a moment before sitting down. Fine, you live. The new sect leader, eager to please, began detailing the sect's finances. The dead leader's personal wealth, the sect's total assets, the tribute owed to Sosul. It all added up to a fortune. Cheon listened, then added a substantial sum for compensation for emotional damages, bringing the total to a staggering 20,000 gold niang. "This sounds fair," he declared. The vice leader scrambled to prepare the transfer documents. As he rushed off, Cheon leaned back in his chair, his eyes sweeping over the remaining thugs cowering in the room. A predatory gleam entered his eyes. "Now then, shall we start negotiating the ransom prices for the rest of you?" Fear erupted anew. Cheon's voice cut through their panic, cold and clear. "I said I'd spare," he said, gesturing towards the absent vice leader. "But I never said I'd spare the rest of you." The room filled with the sound of desperate pleas as the men realized the true meaning of his debt party. The chief steward's shouts of shock echoed through the Hwa clan courtyard, now filled with massive crates stacked high. What's all this?" Cheon calmly walked past him. "Just got back from the debt party," he explained with a grin. "Each chest has about 400 gold niang in it." The sheer scale of the wealth was beyond comprehension. Chief Du's face turned pale with terror. "Young Master Hwa, I told you the Sosul sect was backing them," he cried, his voice frantic. He explained the feared alliance. Ju Sugang of the Crimson Sword sect was sworn brothers with the Sosul sect's Death Black Crow and Red Crow. To provoke one was to provoke them all. Cheon recalled the arrogant assassin. "Death Black Crow, the guy with the pitch-black fingers?" he asked calmly. At the steward's horrified confirmation, he added, "Yeah, I stuck chopsticks in his eyeballs." He waved off the steward's panic. "An opponent like that may be too much for you, but don't hold me to your standards. If trouble comes looking for me, I'll just kill them all. Simple." Turning away from the mountain of gold and the terrified steward, Cheon's thoughts shifted. "Anyway, give me some tender beef for dinner, and make sure my siblings are fed when they return." He walked into the estate, leaving Chief Du to ponder the chilling transformation. The boy he knew was gone, replaced by a being of terrifying power and absolute confidence. Elsewhere, in the dead of night, a clandestine meeting was underway. An influential woman, her face a mask of cold fury, gave her orders to an assassin. "You must have been rattled by the outcome of the duel," he began, but she cut him off. "Bring back one child alive. Kill the rest if you want. Remember, that child must not die." Her instructions were precise, her motives hidden in shadow. As the assassin departed, the woman picked up a game piece bearing the name Mujin. A fiery aura erupted from her hand, her eyes burning with pure hatred. She crushed the piece in her grip, her voice a venomous whisper that promised a terrible future. "Mujin, I will tear apart everything you hold dear right before your eyes." A chronicler's brush paints a history in stark ink and blood-red blossoms. There was a time of glory for the Flame Hwa clan, an era forged by a remarkable man known as the Flame Emperor. His presence drew countless martial artists to the clan's training grounds, their admiration a testament to his power. Even the prestigious Tang clan of Sichuan, known for their arrogance, praised his formidable strength and noble character. Within a single generation, the Flame Hwa clan ascended, becoming a power that no one in the martial world could dare ignore. Brothers in arms raised their cups, their loyalty absolute. The people of Xichang would erupt in passionate cheers whenever the clan's banners passed, for their name was synonymous with honor and might. But the brightest flames cast the darkest shadows. After the Flame Emperor's death, his successor's incompetence was laid bare for the world to see during the succession ceremony. The foundation of their glory crumbled into dust. The Flame Hwa clan began its gradual decline, and even their most loyal followers, seeing no future, began to turn away one by one. As Chief Steward Du watched Cheon depart, his mind was lost in the past, holding a single flickering candle against the encroaching darkness. He recalled the image of the true Flame Emperor who once ruled the world. To the orthodox sects, he was a magnanimous hero. To his enemies, a tyrannical master of unparalleled skill. As Cheon's silhouette walked away, the steward was struck by a chilling realization. The boy's departing figure perfectly overlapped with the memory of the legendary emperor. A frantic shout of "Chief Steward" shattered his reverie. Wounded guards stumbled before him, their bodies telling a tale of defeat. His heart turned to ice as he heard their desperate report. "Assassins from the Cheonghwa merchant group ambushed us," they cried. "Elder Joe and the warriors are fighting, but there are too many. The young master and young lady are in grave danger." Panic and a renewed sense of duty surged through the old steward. "Notify young master Hwa immediately," he commanded, his voice tight with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned all other thoughts and launched himself toward the site of the ambush, his only concern the safety of the clan's children. In a bamboo forest stained crimson by a bloody aura, Elder Joe stood as the last line of defense, shielding the two small children. He was surrounded, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The lead assassin sneered. "So, you're the only ones left? I won't kill all of you, but if you struggle too much, those brats might go down too." Elder Joe's face contorted with rage. "You fiends!" The assassins swarmed, their blades a vortex of death. Elder Joe fought valiantly, but for every man he struck down, two more took his place. Just as a fatal blow was about to land, an elegant fan intercepted the blade with a crisp snap. An older, stern-faced man stepped into the fray, his movements calm and deliberate. "Stand back quietly," he ordered, his gaze unwavering. The assassins scoffed at the newcomer. Another arrogant fool appears. "Kill him," they charged, only to be met by a whirlwind of precise strikes from the fan. The old man was a master, repelling their attacks with contemptuous ease. But in the chaos, a blade slipped past his guard, sending his fan flying. Seeing the opening, Elder Joe screamed a warning. "Be careful." Disarmed, the fan wielder was forced onto the defensive, grunting in frustration at his miscalculation. The assassins, smelling blood, pressed their advantage with renewed ferocity. The tide of the battle had turned against the protectors once more, and a desperate struggle ensued under the pale moonlight. The battle descended into a brutal melee. Elder Joe took wound after wound as he shielded the terrified children. The lead assassin's voice cut through the chaos, cold and cruel. "We'll handle this side. Leave one child alive and kill the rest." Another assassin lunged forward, blade aimed at the children, shouting, "Just die already." With a final, guttural cry, Elder Joe threw himself in the path of the sword. "This is it." The thought echoed in the silence as Elder Joe fell, a fatal wound carved into his chest. The victorious assassin loomed over the children, his voice dripping with sadistic glee. "Now then, which of these two brats should I kill, and which should I spare?" The young girl whispered her brother's name in terror, but Dojin stood firm, shielding her with his small body, his eyes glowing with defiant rage. The assassin laughed. "So that's your wish? Then you'll be the one to die." He raised his sword for the final strike. But before the steel could fall, a voice like shattering ice echoed through the forest. "Stop! Right there!" A figure landed with impossible grace, cloaked in a chilling blue aura. The assassin froze, recognizing the newcomer with a jolt of fear. That guy, the lunatic Hwa Mujin, the leader of the assassins, considered for a moment before giving a simple, deadly order. "It doesn't matter. If he gets in the way, kill him." With a sneer, one of the killers lunged at Cheon. "You won't live to see another sunrise, Hwa Mujin." But Cheon moved like a phantom. His massive blade met the assassin's sword, not with a clash, but with absolute power that shattered the lesser weapon into 1,000 pieces. The force of the blow sent the man reeling, his body torn apart by the sheer force of the impact. A sliver of red light traced a line down the next assassin's face before he could even register the attack. "Huh." The remaining killers stared in disbelief. What is that?" A man stammered, his bravado gone. Realizing they faced a predator far beyond their league, the leader yelled, "Everyone, attack at once. Kill him." They descended upon him, a wave of desperate steel. Cheon met their charge with an ancient, battle-honed calm. He drew upon a power deep within his soul, a technique designed for slaughter. His voice was a low whisper on the wind. "Peerless 9 swords, 5th form, army slayer." A torrent of crimson sword light erupted from his blade, a storm of pure destruction that swept through the bamboo grove, leaving only silence and death in its wake. The assassin's cries were cut short as the technique found them. One moment they were a charging horde, the next they were nothing but falling pieces. Jeong Cheon's expression remained utterly devoid of emotion, his eyes cold as he swung his great sword in a final, cleansing arc. The last head flew, a silent testament to the massacre. The few survivors trembled, staring at the carnage. Teach this monster. One choked out before being silenced forever. Jeong Cheon moved through the fallen, his steps measured, his blade reaping any life that still lingered. Finally, standing over the last cowering assassin, he spoke, his voice a blade at the man's throat. Don't move a finger if you want to live. His face splattered with the proof of his work. Jeong Cheon turned toward his siblings. The little girl peeked from behind her hands. Mujin, she whispered, seeing only his dark outline against the moon. Her brother, Dojin, immediately covered her eyes. Don't look, he insisted, trying to shield her from the horrific scene. Is Mujin here? Did he beat up the bad guys? He asked, still trying to be brave. Jeong Cheon walked towards them, the killing intent vanishing as if it had never been. Are you okay? He asked softly. Dojin, trying to hide his trembling, replied, I am fine. I'm the son of a martial clan after all. Jeong Cheon placed a gentle hand on his head, a rare, warm smile gracing his lips. Good boy. Addressing the grievously wounded Elder Joe, Jeong Cheon's tone was once again that of a commander. Elder Joe, take the wounded and my siblings back to the manor. The old warrior, clutching his chest, could only nod. Why yes, sir. As they disappeared into the night, Jeong Cheon was left alone with the sole survivor of the slaughter. Now then. He approached the trembling assassin, who was clutching the stump of his arm. How long are you going to groan over your chopped arm? Jeong Cheon's voice was devoid of sympathy. He identified the man's allegiance instantly. You were sent by the Changhua merchant group's spies, weren't you? Pinning the man with the tip of his bloodied sword, he offered a sliver of hope. If you answer properly, I might just let you live. The assassin clung to the offer like a drowning man. Why you'll really let me live? Jeong Cheon's patience were thin. Don't make me repeat myself. I could just wipe you all out instead. Terrified, the man confessed everything. Yes, it was Bu Kyomian, master of the Changhua merchant group. She hired us through the Death Forest faction. The assassin begged again for his life. Jeong Cheon stood over him, a silhouette of vengeance against a blood-red sky. If you don't want to die, run back and tell her this, he commanded, his voice echoing with absolute authority. Tell her the details of how Mujin of the Flame, Hwa clan massacred your entire group. And tell her, he's coming after her next. Whispers turned to gasps as a figure emerged from the twilight, drenched head to toe in blood. It was Mujin, the lunatic of the Flame Hwa clan. But the madness in his eyes had been replaced by a chilling calm. Those who once laughed at his expense now fell silent, their mockery turning to fear as he walked the roadside, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. The whispers followed him, painting a picture of impossible deeds. He had single-handedly taken down the entire Bangho sect, a nest of vipers feared by all. Not only that, but he had left the second son of the powerful Changhua merchant guild half-paralyzed. The news spread like wildfire, transforming the perception of the boy overnight. They once called him the Mad Young Master, a tragic figure destined for ruin. Some recall the time when even the great Shaolin Temple saw him as a prodigy blessed by the heavens. Now, a new title was being forged in the fires of awe and terror, the hidden dragon of the Shichong. A sleeping beast had awakened. As Jeong Cheon stepped through the gates of the Flame Hwa estate, his attendant Ma Sok rushed forward, his voice a frantic cry of relief. Young master, thank goodness, you're walking on your own. Before the boy could reach him, Jeong Cheon raised a hand, stopping him cold. His expression was unreadable, his eyes holding the weight of centuries. I'm fine, Jeong Cheon stated, his voice steady. More importantly, are they all in the medicine hall? Ma Sok confirmed that none of the ambushers had escaped injury and that the young master's siblings were resting. Satisfied, Jeong Cheon gave his next command, his tone leaving no room for argument. Well done. Prepare a bath for me right away. As night fell, the estate grew quiet. Within a warmly lit chamber, Jeong Cheon submerged himself in a steaming bath. The hot water did little to soothe the ancient chill in his soul, but it washed away the grime of the day's battles. He let out a long breath, the steam rising around him like lingering spirits. The attendant had said his siblings were resting to regain their strength. A wry thought crossed his mind. In a martial clan, such idleness was unthinkable. Yet, a strange, protective urge surfaced within him. He did not want those two to see the cruelty of the world just yet. If he could, he would let them live seeing only good things. Those kids. He cupped his hands, gazing into the water as if scrying the future. Was he projecting his feelings for others onto them? A ghostly image of two different children from a life long past shimmered in his palms, a painful memory that echoed through time. With a sharp splash, he broke the vision, the past dissolving into ripples. Leaning back, he gazed out the window at the full moon. The turmoil within him settled, replaced by a cold, clear resolve. The past was gone. This new life, this new family, it was his to protect now. The next day, in the clan's medicine hall, Jeong Cheon stood before the bandaged elder Joe. "The Red Flame Art Manual," he requested calmly. The elder flinched as if struck. "You say, the Red Flame Art Manual?" he stammered, his mind racing. "May I ask the reason why you're asking for it?" Jeong Cheon's gaze was sharp. "What? Are you worried I'll relapse and tear it apart in another fit?" He scoffed lightly. "You can't possibly teach them the clan's secret techniques right now. So starting tomorrow, I'll personally train the two of them." Elder Joe's face was a mask of disbelief. "Sigh, judging by your face, you clearly doubt me," Jeong Cheon noted. Despite his inner turmoil, the elder offered a weak denial before relenting. With a trembling hand, he retrieved the precious manual. "Good," Jeong Cheon said, taking it. "Rest well." Once he was gone, the elders exchanged worried glances. "Will this really be okay?" Elder Joe sighed. The other elder tried to be optimistic, noting the young master's recovery seemed to be progressing thanks to the Taoist treatment. But Elder Joe remained skeptical. "Does that treatment also strengthen martial arts? I've never heard of such a thing." They mused on the inexplicable nature of his sudden improvement. It couldn't be just the treatment. It had to be a fateful encounter with a powerful martial master. As this realization dawned, a sense of hope, long absent, began to fill the room. The 17-year-long shadow cast over the Flame Hwa clan. Elder Joe murmured, looking up, "Seems to finally be lifting." On the training grounds, Jeong Cheon began his instruction. "The butterfly dance is the bee buzz," he explained cryptically. Seeing their confusion, he elaborated. "It means to face your opponent as if freezing their feet in place, rooting them to the spot, while your own movement remains as free as a butterfly's. It's a fundamental movement technique I created myself, based on countless real combat experiences," he boasted. His younger brother immediately pointed out the flaw in his lie, blurting out, "But Elder Joe said you barely had any real combat experience." Clearing his throat to cover the awkward moment, Jeong Cheon quickly changed the subject. "Enough theory. Let's move to sparring. Attack me." With determined cries, the two children charged. What followed was not a display of martial arts, but a pathetic flailing that left Jeong Cheon utterly speechless. He, the great divine demon, watched in horrified silence. Were these children truly from a martial clan? Their form was absurd. His internal critique was scathing. They didn't know how to balance their weight or rotate from their core. They couldn't even manage the basics of body control. It was a disaster of such epic proportions that he could stand it no longer. "Enough!" he roared, the single word stopping them in their tracks. Clutching his head, Jeong Cheon feigned a sudden ailment. "My head hurts. Let's stop here for today." He turned and walked away, leaving his bewildered siblings behind. "Your skills are much more than what I had expected," he thought with a deep, weary sigh. "This won't be easy." In that moment of frustration, the true soul of Mujin seemed to speak through him, a silent apology to the master he once was. "I'm sorry. Because of me, the clan's martial lineage was severed. But then, the cold resolve of the divine demon took over. But I will restore our ruined clan to its former glory, and I will find that man. the one who bore that cursed swordless mark, whom I couldn't defeat in my previous life. His vow echoed in the silence of his own mind, a promise forged in the fires of a past life's failure. This time, there would be no defeat. He would find his old nemesis and kill him, no matter what. With newfound purpose, his hand tightened on the hilt of his greatsword. This body was still weak, but it was improving. Where he once struggled, he could now lift the heavy blade with a single hand. As he moved through the forms, he could feel it, the latent energy in the air, the very chi of the world, responding to his call. With every repetition of the sword forms, his movements became a dance of destruction. The air hummed as he drew power into himself, his speed increasing exponentially until he was but a crimson blur against the setting sun, a phantom of vengeance taking shape. A few days later, the warriors dispatched by Elder Joe returned, their bodies bandaged and their spirits low. "I've returned," Elder Joe announced wearily. Jeong Cheon, now garbed in new robes, gave them a single glance. "Good work." One of the younger men, incensed by the cool reception, erupted. "Good work? That's all you've got to say? Who told you to pull that stunt in the first place?" Jeong Cheon's reply was like ice. "If I had arrived even a little later, you'd all have come back in coffins. If you pull something like that again, I'll make sure to put you in one first, got that?" The men, thoroughly chastened, could only stammer their apologies. As the disgraced warriors retreated, a new figure approached the estate. It was the Taoist, Du Young-soo, the very man believed to be the source of the young master's miraculous recovery. An elder remarked, "Just a few more sessions, and he'll be fully cured." Jeong Cheon, however, did not recognize the man. Seeing the robed figure, he reacted with the arrogance of his station. "Who are you? We don't have food for beggars. Get lost." As Ma Sok sputtered in panic, trying to explain, Jeong Cheon simply shoved them both aside with a dismissive word. "Move." Then, a slow, predatory grin spread across Jeong Cheon's face. "Oh no, that was terribly rude of me. I didn't recognize you." His eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, and an oppressive, fiery aura enveloped him. "You must be hungry after your long journey. Please, come inside first, Sir Taoist." A few days before the duel, whispers of a miracle worker had filled the Flame Hwa estate. The man summoned to treat the young master was no common physician, but a Taoist from the famed Wudong sect. It was said a hefty sum of gold was paid to secure the services of one so renowned for his miraculous healing arts. When the Taoist finally arrived, Jeong Cheon, playing the part of Mujin, greeted him with a practiced, deferential smile. He led the man inside, a picture of polite hospitality. As the doors closed behind them, the elders watched, unaware of the true nature of the guest, or the ancient being that now inhabited their young master. The clan elders, eager to converse with a master, approached him with reverence. "I heard you inherited the Wudong sect's Taoist lineage," one remarked. The man preened under the attention, stroking his long beard. "Indeed," he announced proudly, "I am the Wudong White Immortal, the only one to inherit the essence of the true lineage." Jeong Cheon's pleasant facade shattered. A cold, knowing smirk played on his lips as an ancient memory surfaced. The Wudong lineage had been annihilated centuries ago. "How strange," he mused, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. "I've never heard of any successor of Wudong's Taoist lineage surviving." The tip of his greatsword pressed against the old man's throat, a cold promise of retribution. "Tell me the truth while you still can. You won't be able to turn back later." The fraud stammered, still clinging to his lie. Jeong Cheon's eyes glinted with dark amusement. "If you're truly a Taoist of the Wudong sect, dodging this sword should be a piece of cake, right?" With a flash of steel, he lunged. The sword never intended to kill, only to test. The man shrieked and scrambled backward, his complete lack of skill a glaring confession. Ma Sok and the elders cried out in shock, unable to comprehend the young master's sudden hostility towards his own savior. "Silence," Jeong Cheon commanded, his voice cutting through the courtyard's clamor. He turned to a stunned Ma Sok. "Go fetch me a bucket of water, quickly. I'll show you something funny." A splash of cold water drenched the cowering fraud, who wailed about the humiliation. Paying no mind to his cries, Jeong Cheon reached down and took a firm hold of the man's pristine white beard. With a sharp, contemptuous tug, the truth was ripped away. The onlookers gasped. In Jeong Cheon's hand was a fake beard, its crude adhesive exposed to the air. The Wudong White Immortal was nothing more than a common swindler. A blood-red aura pulsed from Jeong Cheon as he looked down at the exposed charlatan. "You even glued it on carefully? You filthy fraud." Behind the closed doors of the main hall, Jeong Cheon's fury finally boiled over. To think the Hwa clan, and by extension himself, had been so easily deceived. "You've got guts, swindling me of all people," he seeded. Ma Sok watched nervously, asking, "Young master, what will you do with him?" Jeong Cheon's expression hardened. "I can't just let him go." A demonic grin twisted Jeong Cheon's face, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent as he casually suggested dismemberment. The fraud's bravado evaporated, replaced by primal terror. "Spare me," he shrieked, prostrating himself on the floor. "Have mercy, please. I'll return all the money I swindled." Jeong Cheon's monstrous expression vanished, replaced by a calculating smirk. "I won't kill you. If you die, how will I get my money back?" He turned to the pale chief steward. "How much did he scam from you?" The steward whispered the amount, 50 gold niang. Jeong Cheon scoffed at his subordinate's gullibility. Cutting off the steward's pathetic excuses, Jeong Cheon turned his attention back to the swindler. The man claimed the gold was at his residence in Jinyang, a 4-hour journey away. Without a moment's hesitation, Jeong Cheon's path was set. "Lead the way," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. When his retainers offered to join, Jeong Cheon dismissed them with contempt. "What would you even do with your weak bodies? Do you want me to clean up your corpses too?" he sneered. He strode toward the exit, dragging the terrified fraud behind him. "Move it, scammer. Lead the way." The elders could only watch in stunned silence, a dawning realization settling upon them. The boy they had known, the weak and pliable young master, was gone forever. The figure that now walked away from them was a different being entirely, radiating an aura of absolute authority and terrifying power. Leading the fraud through town, Jeong Cheon grew impatient with the slow pace. He was about to complain when the swindler pointed towards a nearby stable. "That's the carriage I came in," he offered meekly. "Please get on." Before them stood a magnificent 4-horse carriage, a vehicle of considerable expense. Jeong Cheon's lip curled in disgust. The profits of deception were clearly substantial. Such opulence, bought with the suffering of others, was an insult to his very being. The carriage interior was even more lavish, lined with fine leather and plush cotton. "You have a strong work ethic for a crook," Jeong Cheon commented, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If you're so professional, why not find honest work?" The fraud trembled, promising to mend his ways from now on. Jeong Cheon settled onto the cushions. "I'll get some sleep. Wake me up when we arrive." As soon as his eyes closed, the fraud's fearful demeanor vanished, replaced by a mask of seething hatred. "Just you wait, you foul-mouthed brat," he muttered, giving a silent command to the driver. "Depart." The carriage rumbled through desolate mountain passes, the air growing thick with mist and shadow. It finally creaked to a halt in an isolated clearing. The fraud disembarked to find a hulking, bare-chested man waiting for him, his presence as menacing as the dark woods themselves. "You're here." The fraud confirmed his target status. "He's fast asleep inside the carriage. Drag him out and make an example of him." Grumbling about the interruption to his business, the giant approached the carriage door, his scarred body radiating killing intent. He pulled back a fist the size of a melon, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The punch, powerful enough to shatter steel, stopped dead. The giant's eyes widened in disbelief. His fist was caught in an iron grip. Inside, Jeong Cheon hadn't moved, his eyes still closed, but his hand held the assailant's attack as if it were a child's tantrum. Jeong Cheon's eyes opened, cold and clear. "Have we already arrived?" he asked calmly. Before the giant could react, Jeong Cheon pushed. An explosive force sent the hulking man flying backward out of the carriage, crashing through the trees. The fraud stared, his mind unable to process the scene. The trap had been turned on its master. The giant, known as Cheon's hidden dragon, staggered to his feet, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He realized the rumors were true. As Cheon stepped out of the carriage, his body was wreathed in a fearsome crimson aura. "So, was I your target from the start?" he asked, a predatory smile spreading across his face. "I was getting bored anyway. Let's see what you've got." Stepping out from the carriage, Cheon's body was wreathed in a fearsome crimson aura. The air itself seemed to crackle with his potent chi. "I was getting bored anyway," he declared, a predatory smile spreading across his face as his gaze swept over the ambushers. "Let's see what you've got." The giant, Cheon's hidden dragon, bellowed a command, his voice echoing through the desolate clearing. "Everyone, come out!" he roared, confident in their numbers and reputation. He watched Cheon stand alone by the carriage, dismissing him as a pompous fool who was about to learn a fatal lesson. From the shadows of the woods, 3 more figures emerged, their killing intent thick and oppressive. One drew a massive executioner's blade, another a heavy axe, and the third a brutal spiked mace. These were Zhongshan's 4 demons, infamous mercenaries whose mere name could curdle a warrior's blood. Cheon surveyed them with a look of utter disdain. "That appearance of yours, you look quite unsightly," he remarked, his eyes glowing faintly. He felt a crude, yet unmistakable, trace of demonic energy from them, a force he knew intimately. He glanced at their weapons and gave a soft chuckle. "Your weapons are pretty varied." He stood his ground, a lone figure against 4 brutes, his crimson aura a stark contrast to the dusky evening. The demons watched him, momentarily confused by his lack of fear. "Let's see what your skills are like," Cheon taunted, his calm composure an insult to their very presence. As the giant charged forward, Cheon's eyes flashed. In a blur of motion that defied belief, he sidestepped the attack. With contemptuous ease, he drove his fist into the giant's midsection. The blow landed with a sickening thud, stopping the mountain of a man in his tracks as a grunt of agony escaped his lips. The other demons watched in shock, unable to comprehend the speed and power they had just witnessed. "That scoundrel, he's only going after one person," one of them yelled, mistaking tactical dominance for a weakness. "Let's go help him," they cried, charging forward to overwhelm their target with numbers. The giant looked up, his face a mask of pain and fury. But before he could recover, Cheon had already sprung into the air above him. "He's coming down like a mace," one of the demons screamed in terror. Cheon descended, channeling his immense chi into his heel, the pressure becoming impossibly heavy. The crushing force of his kick slammed into the giant's shoulder, buckling his knees. Cheon landed gracefully, his hand resting on the brute's shoulder, pinning him effortlessly. With a cold smile, he looked down at the defeated warrior and whispered, "You're nothing special after all." Without a moment's hesitation, he followed with a brutal chop to the side of the giant's head. The impact resounded like a crack of thunder, and the giant, Cheon's hidden dragon, collapsed to the earth, unconscious. The remaining 3 demons lunged, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Yet Cheon moved like a leaf on the wind, weaving between axe, sword, and mace. He parried a blow from one, deflected a strike from another, and ducked under a wild swing, his movements a dance of impossible grace and deadly precision. The clash of their weapons against his simple blade sent sparks flying into the night. He vaulted over a sweeping attack, his form a crimson blur against the twilight sky. The swordsman met his descent, thrusting his blade forward, only to have it meet Cheon's in a deafening clang. A spiderweb of cracks appeared on his weapon before it shattered into a dozen pieces, the shock traveling up his arm. The swordsman stared at his broken hilt, his mind reeling in disbelief. Before the shock could fully register, Cheon's foot connected with his chest, sending him flying backward to land in a heap on the dusty ground, gasping for air. Cheon paused, his gaze fixed on the fallen mercenaries. "They definitely used demonic arts," he mused, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He found it strange for such practitioners to be in the Central Plains and felt a brief pang of reluctance. "I don't want to kill juniors who use demonic arts. What to do?" Just then, a voice broke the silence. "Wait!" The giant, now conscious, slammed his forehead to the ground in a gesture of utter submission. "We lost," he rasped, his voice filled with newfound reverence. "Please spare us." From the carriage, the fraudulent Taoist watched in horror, sweat beading on his brow. To think the Zhongshan four demons would be defeated so helplessly. Zhang Qian looked down at the kneeling giant. "After the first few moves, it was obvious you were no match for me," he stated calmly. "Then why did you mess around and get hit?" With a cruel smile, he added, "Fine, I'll spare you. I'll just destroy your energy core and sever your meridians." The giant's face went pale with terror. Crippling a martial artist was a fate worse than death. "Sir, we only did as we were asked," he pleaded desperately, his forehead pressed to the dirt. "Please, don't end our lives as martial artists." Zhang Qian's expression hardened. "Don't whine at that age of yours," he snapped, his patience wearing thin. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Who did you learn from? I'm asking who your master is. It's ridiculous to call what you have demonic energy, but that was definitely it. Who taught you?" The giant stammered. "What kind of disciples don't know their master's name? He told us to forget about looking for other disciples under him." Zhang Qian's eyes narrowed. "I see. Then you should have kept your heads down and practiced. But you go thieving instead?" The giant protested. "No, we only help with our brother's business on the side." The Taoist, feigning ignorance, spoke up, claiming they thought it was a righteous deed. Zhang Qian silenced him with a glare. "Enough. Quit being his lackeys today," he commanded the four demons. "If I see you again, you'll die." The men bowed deeply, relief washing over them. "Thank you, sir." Zhang Qian then turned his cold gaze back to the Taoist. "Now, for your payment," he began, ticking off points on his fingers. "You must pay for these men's ransom, your own life's cost, and reimburse me for my lost stamina and mental damage during this whole incident." The old fraud blinked, utterly bewildered. "And mental damage? Is there such a thing?" As the carriage rumbled away, the four demons watched it disappear down the road. The leader looked at his bruised knuckles and reflected on their master's teachings. He said, "We don't do well in thinking that we must carefully choose the people we befriend. And if we ever meet someone strong and righteous, we should follow and serve them." A silent understanding passed between them, their thoughts aligning as one. The carriage ground to a halt once more. Zhang Qian's brow furrowed in annoyance. "Why are you stopping again? What is it this time?" He stepped out, and his irritation turned to bafflement. The four demons were kneeling in the road before him, their heads bowed low. "Boss," they shouted in unison, "we pledge our loyalty. We will serve until our death in the Flame Hwa clan. Please take us in." Zhang Qian stared, completely nonplussed. "You must have gone crazy from getting beat up so much," he muttered, shaking his head. "Who are you calling boss now?" The giant looked up, his expression earnest. "We're not even 30 yet. Please take care of us, boss." The words struck Zhang Qian with the force of a physical blow. "What?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. He stared at the grizzled, bearded, battle-scarred men kneeling before him. "You say you're not 30? Unbelievable." Through the deep woods, a lone carriage rumbled under the pale moonlight, its journey punctuated by the sudden, sharp neigh of a horse. Inside, sequestered from the world, Zhang Qian sat in quiet contemplation. His expression was a mask of irritation, a storm brewing behind his eyes as the carriage and its strange new occupants jostled onward. He was surrounded, not by enemies, but by the very brutes he had just subjugated, the so-called four demons of Zhongshan. Zhang Qian scanned their weathered, grizzled faces, unable to reconcile their appearance with their age. He was a being of countless years, yet even he found it utterly unbelievable that these battle-scarred men were all younger than 30. His mind reeled at the absurdity. "Never mind," he thought, dismissing the triviality. While the fraudulent Taoist, Ma Sok, fidgeted nervously, Zhang Qian turned his attention to his new retainers. He questioned the very premise of their existence, pondering how users of demonic arts could serve as warriors for households of the Orthodox sect. The giant, Cheol Jeong, explained their master's philosophy, that being a demonic arts user was a way of life, an identity, not a mere factional allegiance. Jong Cheon conceded the point, but pressed further, questioning which reputable Orthodox family would ever risk the scandal of accepting them. His words were a test, probing their resolve. The other brothers, Dong Jik and Jang Tae, reacted with predictable fury, roaring that they would smash the heads of any who dared speak ill of their new master, their loyalty as simple and violent as they were. A faint, nostalgic smile touched Jong Cheon's lips. Their naive, charging ferocity reminded him of a loyal subordinate from a lifelong past, a man he had been quite fond of. He set forth his terms, his voice cold and absolute. To serve the Flame Hwa clan meant staking their lives on any order, their personal freedom forfeit, their obedience unquestioning. To this, the four demons bowed their heads and roared their acceptance, pledging their lives to him. With a weary wave of his hand, Jong Cheon accepted their oath. Fine, do as you want. From this day forward, you are warriors of the Flame Hwa clan. He corrected their form of address, replacing the crude boss with the proper young master, cementing his authority. Their thunderous reply of understanding echoed as the carriage resumed its journey. Under a star-dusted sky, the carriage finally rolled through the imposing gates of a grand estate, its wheels grinding to a halt in the expansive courtyard. This was the home of the swindler, Du Young-soo, a residence built on lies and stolen wealth. The air grew still, pregnant with the anticipation of a reckoning. That's quite extravagant, Jong Cheon noted with unveiled sarcasm as he stepped down. Is this your house? The Taoist, Du Young-soo, could only stammer in affirmation, his terror palpable as he ushered his guest inside. He barked orders at his bewildered servants, his authority a hollow echo in the face of the true power that now stood in his home. Jong Cheon had no time for feigned hospitality. Forget that. We need to check your treasure room first. He strode past the terrified old man, his four demonic guards falling in behind him like shadows of death. The Taoist servants recoiled in fear at the sight of the hulking warriors, their presence a suffocating promise of violence. Just then, a formidable figure emerged from the estate. What's the matter, Brother Du? The man, by Sajin, regarded the intruders with a challenging gaze. The Taoist tried to wave him away, but Jong Cheon cut in, his voice laced with disdain. He told you to leave. Why are you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? Guests shouldn't meddle in household affairs. By Sajin's eyes narrowed, his aura flaring in response to the insult. You've got quite the foul mouth, young man. As one of the demons moved to intervene, the panicked Taoist quickly made introductions, revealing Jong Cheon's identity as the first young master of the Flame Hwa clan. The name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken history. Recognition dawned on by Sajin's face, followed by a sneer. So you're the insane eldest son of the Flame Hwa clan. Amusing. He mocked Jong Cheon for consorting with demonic lowlifes, his words dripping with contempt. Your grandfather must be weeping in his grave. Pathetic trash. The insult was a spark in a powder keg, and Jong Cheon fell silent, his stillness more terrifying than any rage. The Taoist, emboldened by his protector's confidence, watched with renewed hope. Bai Sajin drew his sword, his posture radiating the confidence of a seasoned warrior. Do not worry, Brother Du, he declared. I am not the kind of shabby swordsman to lose to such dregs. One of the four demons, his patience finally snapping, stepped forward. I've had enough of this. Please allow me to crush that man's jaw, young master. But Jong Cheon held up a hand, stopping him. Stand down, he commanded, his voice dangerously calm. I'll do it myself. In a blur of motion, Jong Cheon launched himself forward, landing softly before his opponent. He looked down on the gathered men, his voice a low growl. So the dog does know how to protect its owner. With a final, chilling smile and a beckoning finger, he taunted, Come here, mutt. The challenge was unmistakable, and Bai Sajin's face twisted in fury. Steel met steel with a deafening clang. Bai Sajin unleashed a flurry of strikes, his blade a silver whirlwind. But Jong Cheon parried each blow with contemptuous ease. A swift sword style, he noted with a smirk, but you lack strength. The criticism struck the swordsman harder than any physical blow. It was a fundamental dismissal of his entire martial path. Jeong Cheon's counterattack was brutally simple. He met a strike head-on, and with a surge of internal energy, shattered by Sajin's guard, sending the man stumbling backward and his sword flying from his grasp. The four demons watched impassively. They had seen this kind of absolute dominance before. Once their master decided a fight was over, it was over. As the watchers acknowledged the inevitable outcome, they noted that even Jeong Cheon's sword had shattered from the sheer force of the impact. Unfazed, he pressed his attack, his strike sending the now defenseless by Sajin crashing to the stone courtyard. Du Young-soo could only stare, his last hope broken before his eyes. The result was as expected. Jeong Cheon pressed his advantage, closing in on the downed swordsman with a predator's grin. An overwhelming force slammed into by Sajin, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The fight finished before it had truly begun. The four demons nodded in approval, their faith in their new master reaffirmed. Jeong Cheon stood over his defeated foe, his face a mask of cold fury. "Throw me your iron club," he called to one of his men. Catching the heavy weapon, he hefted it, his gaze fixed on by Sajin. "What did you say?" "That my grandfather is crying in his grave." His eyes began to glow with a terrifying crimson light. "Fine, then I'll make sure he can hear your screams from the grave right beside him." Fear finally broke through by Sajin's pride. "Wait," he pleaded, but it was too late. Jeong Cheon brought the club down with sickening force. A chorus of agonized screams tore through the night as bones snapped. Jeong Cheon's mad laughter echoed over the courtyard, a chilling testament to the price of disrespect. One of his new men watched the brutal display and thought with grim satisfaction, "He certainly knows how to beat someone properly." As the oppressive aura of the divine demons settled over the arena, the unorthodox faction members watched in horror. They saw not a duel, but an execution about to commence. Their leader, an old man whose face was a mask of cold sweat, finally broke. "Good heavens, young master," he cried, scrambling forward and throwing himself between Jeong Cheon and the fallen Cheon Mahak. He implored, his voice trembling, "Spare him. I will pay for his life." Jeong Cheon's killing intent paused, his gaze shifting to the desperate old man. "He has ties with the unorthodox martial heavens," the leader pleaded, his words tumbling out in a rush. "We cannot let someone like him die in my household." The plea was not for mercy, but a desperate attempt to avoid political catastrophe. The leader would promise anything, pay any price, to avoid the wrath that would follow. A flicker of amusement crossed Jeong Cheon's face, the demonic glow in his eyes softening into a cunning glint. "Is that so?" he mused, lowering his sword. The leader's desperate offer had piqued a different kind of interest. A wide, unsettling smile spread across Jeong Cheon's lips as he looked at the man. "You should have said so earlier," he chirped, his sudden shift in demeanor sending a fresh wave of terror through the old man, who could only think one thing. This youth was a madman. Jeong Cheon casually pushed open the doors to the unorthodox faction's private quarters, stepping into an opulent room filled with chests of treasure. His predatory gaze swept over the glimmering gold. "Well now," he stated, his voice devoid of all warmth, "it looks like you've raked in quite a lot." He turned to the trembling leader with a chilling smile. "All right, let's begin calculating. First, the four men behind you. Their lives are worth 500 gold ingots each." The leader watched in stunned silence as Jeong Cheon continued his absurd accounting. "Second, compensation for your limbs. 200 gold ingots. Your own life is worth 300. He paused, tapping his chin. "That loudmouth brother of yours? He was quite arrogant. He's worth 1,000 gold ingots. Lastly, for the psychological damages you caused me and the physical strength I wasted today, 3,000 gold ingots. Though at this point, that feels cheap." Jeong Cheon held up a single finger, his smile turning razor-sharp. "To keep the math simple, just hand over everything you have." "Well, any objections?" The leader's face twitched, a torrent of silent curses raging in his mind. This youth was worse than any bandit he had ever encountered. But under that soul-crushing gaze, he could only stammer, "Oh, of course not." At Jeong Cheon's command, his new subordinates began methodically emptying the treasury, hauling away chests brimming with gold. "Leave nothing behind," he ordered coolly. As the men worked, his attention was suddenly snagged by something else. His gaze drifted past the plundered chests to an ornate folding screen in the corner of the room, a subtle but peculiar aura radiating from it. His eyes narrowed. It was a faint energy, almost imperceptible, yet it called to his senses. A strange, otherworldly aura clung to the screen, a resonance that felt ancient and powerful. Jeong Cheon's instincts, honed by a lifetime of battling both men and demons, told him this was no ordinary piece of furniture. The beleaguered leader noticed his stare. "Do you like the folding screen, young master?" he asked, trying to find some way to appease the terrifying youth. "It is the work of the master artisan Jang Sosin." Seeing an opportunity to be rid of him, he added, "I was concerned your room felt too empty. You may take it with you." Jeong Cheon's grin returned. "Should I? Then I'll accept without hesitation." The leader could only weep internally at the boy's boundless greed. With the treasures and the screen loaded, Jeong Cheon turned his attention to the ornate carriage parked outside. "You won't be needing this anymore, right?" he asked, not waiting for an answer. "Since you won't be going around much, I'm taking it." A wild, triumphant shout echoed as the carriage wheels began to turn. "Okay, let's move out." As the carriage trundled away, Jeong Cheon leaned out and waved. "Farewell. Live a righteous life. See you next time." The leader reached a trembling hand towards the departing silhouette, his spirit utterly broken. "See you next time? You've robbed me enough already," he wailed at the empty street, tears of despair streaming down his face. Why are the heavens so merciless? What did I ever do wrong to encounter such a lunatic? The next morning, the sun rose over the Flame Hwa clan compound. The tranquility was shattered by the arrival of a large, unfamiliar carriage, escorted by a group of rough-looking warriors. Ma Sok, one of the clan's loyal retainers, stared in disbelief as they began unloading crate after crate of gleaming gold ingots. Ma Sok rushed to Jeong Cheon, his face pale with alarm. "Young master, where did all this money come from? Don't tell me. Did you kill for it?" Jeong Cheon just scoffed. "No, you said we were short on money, remember? Keep them properly." Changing the subject, he gestured to his new men. "Anyway, Ma Sok, how old do those people look to you?" Ma Sok stammered. "With their robust build, they all look well past 40. Jeong Cheon smirked. "I'll tell them that. They'd like that." Ma Sok suddenly remembered his purpose. "Oh right, Chief Du and Elder Joe aren't here. Very important guests have arrived, and they're in the reception hall." He urged Jeong Cheon to hurry, pleading with him not to cause trouble. Jeong Cheon's smile vanished. Another guest? Another scammer? His mind raced, a familiar irritation rising within him. What had those old men gotten themselves into now? Jeong Cheon strode into the reception hall, his presence immediately commanding the room. Elder Joe and Chief Du sprang to their feet, their faces beaming with an almost manic enthusiasm. "Welcome, young master," they chorused. Chief Du gestured to the three men seated at the table. "Allow me to introduce them. These are the three merchant group leaders who supported our clan generously during our difficult times." One by one, the merchants introduced themselves. Peng Quan-o of the Punying Merchant Group, Dong Guanyo of the Muriang Merchant Union, and Huang Yoqiang of the Golden Finance Manor. They spoke of the rumors of the Hidden Dragon's awakening, their words dripping with respect. Jeong Cheon met their greetings with a placid smile and a formal salute. "I am Mujin of the Flame Hwa clan. Thank you for coming." Elder Joe and Chief Du fidgeted nervously, their strained smiles betraying their anxiety. Jeong Cheon took a sip of his tea, letting the silence hang for a moment before shattering it. "So, you three came to collect the debts we owe you, correct?" The question landed like a stone, and the polite atmosphere instantly evaporated, replaced by a sudden, sharp tension. Peng Quan-o waved his hands in frantic denial. "We have not come to pressure you for repayment. We only wish to congratulate you." Jeong Cheon's expression remained neutral. "Repayment should be handled properly," he insisted. "I wish to know the total debt our Flame Hwa clan owes your groups. We have to know the exact amount before we can discuss a repayment schedule." Impressed by his seeming integrity, one of the merchants nodded. "As expected of the young master. You are correct." He took a breath. "Then, let us disclose the amounts. 5,300 niang for the Punying Merchant Group, 3,200 for the Golden Finance Manor, a total of 10,400 niang. A heavy silence filled the room as the staggering number was spoken. Peng Quano suddenly bowed his head. Since this matter is out in the open, I will confess something. A grim energy filled his voice. We have long been under pressure because of the Changhua Merchant Group. Zhang Qian's eyes sharpened. The Changhua Group, the same one from the tournament. The merchant continued. What they were after was the rights to the debt your clan owes us 3, correct? The merchant's tale of corporate warfare spilled out. They had been rejecting the Changhua Group's offers, knowing it would harm the Flamehua clan. In response, Changhua began a ruthless campaign, monopolizing their trade goods, cutting off their associates, and even stealing their branch managers. Chief Du listened, horrified to learn of the vast conspiracy that had been unfolding right under their noses. Peng Quanoa's voice trembled with shame. We no longer had the strength to endure. Before we surrendered the rights to the debt, we felt we at least had to warn you. Zhang Qian listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft but firm. We are deeply grateful for your generosity. Thinking of everything you've endured weighs heavily on my heart. He looked from the 2 loyal elders to the 3 desperate merchants. All those who clung to our clan when times were good have left. Only you 5 remain to protect the clan. He placed his hand on the table. I may not be well versed in scholarly matters, but I understand one thing well, and it's that debts of gratitude must be repaid properly. A dangerous light entered Zhang Qian's eyes. I will repay everything the Flamehua clan owes you. Right away, the 3 merchants stared, dumbfounded. Repay a debt of over 10,000 niang immediately? The notion was so preposterous, so impossible, they could barely form the words to question it. Zhang Qian leaned forward, his aura flaring with immense power, his eyes glowing a faint, demonic red. And, in return for the interest and all the help we've received, he promised, his voice a low, chilling vow, I will free your groups from the clutches of the Changhua Merchant Group. Before the assembled clan chiefs, Zhang Qian's voice was a blade of cold iron. He made a vow not of comfort, but of retribution. The aid they had given the Flamehua clan would be repaid, but not with gold. He would sever the chains of the Changhua Merchant Group, dismantling the very foundation of their oppressors, an act of gratitude that was also a declaration of war. A stunned silence descended upon the elders. They had anticipated negotiation, perhaps a leveraging of influence, but this was a path to open conflict. One of the chiefs, his voice trembling slightly, dared to ask if the young master truly intended to use force. Zhang Qian's reply was delivered with chilling simplicity as he raised a cup of tea, confirming his intent without a flicker of doubt. Panic finally broke through Chief Du's composure. He frantically explained the madness of Zhang Qian's plan, revealing the true power behind their foe. The Changhua Merchant Group was merely the face. Their true backer was the Kongdong sect, a name that resonated with dread across the Murim, one of its most formidable and ancient powers. The name Kongdong sect held no power over Zhang Qian, who dismissed them as mere old coots. Witnessing his utter lack of fear, the chiefs quickly backpedaled, horrified by the conflict they might unleash. They pleaded with him, insisting that simply erasing their debts was more than enough, for they could not bear the sin of pitting the Flamehua clan against such a monolithic entity. Zhang Qian took a slow, deliberate sip of tea, his silence a canvas onto which the chiefs painted their own relief. They mistook his calm for concession, believing the crisis averted. The elder marveled internally. A sleeping dragon had truly awakened. Their hearts falsely eased, the visiting chiefs took their leave, oblivious to the storm their host was about to summon. The moment the chiefs were out of earshot, Zhang Qian's placid mask fell away. He issued a quiet order to Chief Du. Gather all intelligence on the Changhua Merchant Group, their finances, their operations, and their ties to the Kongdong sect. Realizing the young master had been serious all along, the elder could only stammer in disbelief. But Zhang Qian was resolute. Debts of kindness and malice must both be settled. Zhang Qian explained the cold logic of survival. The Changhua Group's aggression towards their allies was a test. and action would invite them to come for the Flame Hwa clan's throat next. It was an all-or-nothing gamble, a repayment for loyalty that was also a necessary act of self-preservation. A predatory smile touched his lips as he mused that while others might see it as mad bravado, he would see it through to the end. As the discussion concluded, the four brutish warriors returned, their tasks complete. Cheon gestured for them to approach, formally introducing them to the stunned clan elder and chief steward. With a theatrical pause, he announced them as the newest members of the clan, the infamous marauders known throughout the region as Zhongshan's Four Demons. The elders' jaws hung agape, their minds reeling from the shock. Enjoying their bewilderment, Cheon held up a finger, a devilish glint in his eyes. He informed them that there was an even more surprising truth to absorb. Each of these grizzled, battle-scarred warriors, men who looked as though they had lived a dozen lifetimes, were younger than he was. This final revelation shattered the elders' composure. It was a fact so unbelievable their minds refused to process it. Oblivious to the chaos they were causing, the four demons mused about their hunger, assuming the elders were simply overwhelmed by their powerful presence. Finding his voice, Chief Du confronted the young master for bringing such notorious figures into the clan without consultation. Cheon's retort was swift and sharp, reminding the elder of his own secret plot to send away the clan's children, silencing him instantly. Cheon asserted his absolute authority. As the future clan patriarch, his approval was the only one that mattered. To celebrate the new additions, he ordered Ma Sok to procure a cow for a feast, only to be met with the awkward truth. The clan's treasury was empty, every last coin having been used to repay their debts just moments before. A flicker of amusement crossed Cheon's face. He led the stunned elders to a storeroom and threw open the doors, revealing chests overflowing with gold and valuables. It was, he explained, the hidden fortune of the fraudulent Taoist. He calmly assured them the man was unharmed. He had simply taken what was rightfully his as compensation for the deception. Chief Du's eyes fell upon an exquisite folding screen. Cheon casually explained it was a priceless work by the master artist Jang Sosin, a gift worth a small fortune. After a moment's inspection, the elder confirmed its authenticity with a gasp. With the matter settled, Cheon turned, asking with a wry smile if this would finally be enough to buy them some meat. The doors closed on the clan's newfound wealth. The next morning, as the sun's first rays touched the courtyard, the entire Flame Hwa clan was assembled in formation. Warriors, servants, children, and elders all stood in silence, an air of nervous anticipation hanging over them as they awaited the young master's purpose. Cheon addressed the assembly, his voice carrying across the yard. The recent attacks, he declared, had revealed a desperate weakness. He reminded them that the foundation of swordsmanship is the body that wields the sword. And so, starting that day, they would all begin a special physical training regimen, one that he would personally oversee with a menacing smile. He revealed their new training partner, a sack of rice weighing 144 kilograms for every adult. With a deadly serious tone, he warned them that the sacks were tools, not food, and that he had ways of dealing with those who might get hungry. While the children eyed their much smaller 15-kilogram sacks, the warriors stared at the impossible weight before them, utterly baffled. The order was given, hoist it onto your shoulders. When a warrior protested that it would take 2 men, Cheon's patience vanished. His eyes blazed with crimson light as he gave them a choice. Lift the sack or face his blade, a weapon, he noted, designed not for cutting, but for crushing bone. The choice was between impossible effort and certain agony. While the clan members strained under the weight of a single sack, Cheon turned his unforgiving gaze to the 4 demons. He mocked them, stating that practitioners of demonic arts should not be so embarrassingly weak. He then gave them a new ultimatum. Each would lift 3 sacks, or they could spar with him instead. Their agonized roars tore through the air as they shouldered the impossible burden. The elders watched the brutal scene in horror, questioning what their young master intended. But Cheon's voice boomed across the yard, filled with a terrifying motivation. He roared that if they resolved to lift it, they could. They were to cast aside pathetic thoughts of failure, for in the world he was forging for them, only death awaited those who gave up. With a wide, manic grin, Cheon announced their first task, 200 squats. His voice thundered across the courtyard, counting out the repetitions. A symphony of groans and cries of exertion rose from the entire clan, from the mightiest demon to the smallest child, as they took their first agonizing step into Cheon's hellish training. A new dawn for the Flame Hwa clan began not with ceremony, but with torment. Under Cheon's merciless gaze, the clan's warriors were forced into grueling exercises, their bodies burdened by heavy rice sacks. Grunts of agony filled the courtyard as Cheon's voice echoed, a lash of verbal fury. Push up, tighten your cores. Do you wish for death? Then prove you deserve to live. Each command was a promise of pain, forging their bodies in a crucible of suffering. One warrior felt his foundation crumbling, a strange exhaustion creeping up from his legs. It was a sensation that went beyond mere muscle fatigue, as if his very life force was being drained away. But the image of Cheon's cold eyes was a greater terror than any physical collapse. A primal scream tore from his throat, a desperate cry born not of pain, but of the sheer will to survive the man who was breaking him. An elder watched from the sidelines, his face etched with worry, especially for the young children subjected to this brutal regimen. "What kind of training is this?" he murmured, seeing their small frames tremble. Cheon's voice cut through his thoughts, cold and absolute. "You act like pampered martial artists, yet you've only wasted the clan's resources. People like that do not deserve to live." His final decree echoed across the courtyard, a chilling sentence. "Anyone who complains is going to die." As the sun bled across the horizon, the day's ordeal finally reached its climax. After 200 repetitions, one man's strength gave out completely, collapsing to the dusty ground. Cheon looked down, not with pity, but with utter contempt. "Oof, the entire day is gone, and this was just the warm-up," he sneered. "You want to practice martial arts with such pathetic stamina?" Though the physical exercises ended, the torment was far from over. "From now on," Cheon declared, his voice low and menacing, "you will become one with these rice sacks." His order was absolute. They would eat, train, and even sleep with the burdens strapped to their backs. A cruel smirk played on his lips as he delivered the final part of their sentence. "You will carry them always, until I tell you to put them down." Cheon ordered his subordinate, Jang Sosin, to bind the sacks to every warrior with rope. He walked away, leaving a final, venomous promise hanging in the air. Anyone who unties it will have their life untied as well. Remember that. As the bindings were secured, one warrior's spirit sank, his thoughts drifting to a gentler time, to the face of his mother, a memory that felt worlds away from this new hell. In a surprising act, Cheon instructed his attendant, Ma Sok, to provide beef for every meal, recognizing the need to fuel the bodies he was breaking. He then dismissed the offer of a bath and retired to his chambers. The moment the door slid shut, the mask of the unyielding demon fell away, and he collapsed onto his bed, his own body racked with a profound exhaustion he refused to show to the world. That night, the dining hall presented a bizarre spectacle. The warriors, still bound to their heavy burdens, struggled with the simple act of eating. Chopsticks felt impossibly heavy, and every movement was a clumsy, awkward battle against the unyielding weight on their backs. The hearty meal before them was less a reward and more another part of their unending trial. Amidst the clatter, a warrior noticed something strange. "Boss, we only trained our legs, but my hands are shaking," he whispered. His companion agreed, a look of confusion on his face. This had never happened under their previous master's training. They were beginning to understand that Cheon's method was not simply about building strength, but was fundamentally altering their bodies in ways they couldn't comprehend. The next day, the training, or rather, the torture, continued. Cheon prowled among them like a predator, his voice a furious roar as he counted their push-ups. "You in the third row, do you want to perish? Keep it straight." Watching from afar, the elder could only stare in disbelief. The men and children, who should have been broken, were enduring. They're all doing this. What are these monsters? He wondered, unsure if he was referring to the trainees or their master. As if to grind their dignity into the dust, the following day's regimen was the duck walk. Jeong Cheon led the procession, forcing hardened warriors to waddle and quack across the compound. The sheer humiliation of it all broke through their stoic endurance. Quack, quack. What in the world is this? One cried out, his sanity fraying at the edges. And the next day, it was overhead presses, hoisting the heavy sacks toward the heavens until their arms screamed. Jeong Cheon himself participated, effortlessly outpacing them all. As he pushed, he noted with a grim satisfaction that the children were keeping up far better than expected. A sinister smile graced his lips as a new thought crossed his mind. Should I raise the difficulty? True to his dark impulse, Jeong Cheon led the exhausted warriors to the edge of a great, churning river. The water roared, a display of nature's untamable power. One of the men looked from the rapids to Jeong Cheon's sharp grin and felt a dawning horror. With a chillingly casual tone, Jeong Cheon gave his next order. Let's cross. Panic erupted. One of the young girls, Suyeon, seemed oddly thrilled by the waterfall, but the boy Dojin was terrified, recalling that she couldn't swim. The clan elders rushed forward, pleading, "Young Master Mujin, this is impossible. The current is too fast. People die here even without carrying heavy burdens." Jeong Cheon waved off their concerns with a disquieting calm. "You old men worry too much. Everything was tested before we proceeded." He turned to the terrified warriors and offered them a choice devoid of mercy. "Will you cross the river, or will you fight me?" Before the others could process the ultimatum, a warrior named Jang Tae roared and leaped, choosing the turbulent water over the demon on the shore. Jang Tae's plunge was the breaking of a dam. The remaining warriors made a grim calculation. The chances of surviving the river were slim, but the chance of surviving a fight with Jeong Cheon was zero. One after another, spurred by a desperate mix of fear and resolve, they followed him into the abyss. It was a leap of faith into a watery grave, a do-or-die charge against the laws of nature itself. As some men hesitated on the precipice, a young child shamed them with her bravery and jumped without a second thought. Witnessing this, the boy Dojin, who had been frozen in fear, found a new fire within him. "I could never say something like that to Mujin. I am also a warrior of the Flame Hwa clan." With a defiant cry, he planted his foot and launched himself into the torrent, determined not to be left behind. The elders cried out as young Dojin vanished beneath the waves. He fought against the crushing force of the water, his arms and legs flailing. For a breathtaking moment, a revelation struck him. He was doing it. He was fighting, surviving. "I can do it," his mind screamed with newfound hope. "Even I can do something like this." His moment of triumph was tragically brief. The elation in his eyes had barely registered before the river's true power asserted itself. The weight on his back became an anchor, and the current a hungry maw. With a final, silent gasp, he was dragged down, sinking into the cold, dark depths, his fleeting victory swallowed by the unforgiving water. A fierce resolve burned in the young boy's eyes, a declaration against fate itself. "Even I can do it," he thought, but the river was a merciless beast. It seized him, the violent current pulling him under, his body a mere leaf in a storm as he sank into the churning, dark depths. From the cliffside, one of the loyal elders watched in horror, his voice cracking with desperation. "He's getting swept away." The reality of the situation crashed down upon him. Young Master Dojin is being swept away. The boy surfaced for a moment, gasping for air, his small frame dwarfed by the raging waters. Without a word, a figure moved. It was Jeong Cheon, his expression grim and determined as he plunged into the furious river. With powerful strokes, he closed the distance, his voice a roar against the torrent as he reached the boy. "Got you," he bellowed, his hand closing around Dojin's arm, a firm anchor in the chaos. Holding the boy's head above the water, Jeong Cheon gave his orders with an unnerving grin. "Breathe. When I tell you, take a deep breath and hold on tight." The boy looked at him, bewildered. "It's too late to get out now," Jeong Cheon explained. "So we're charging straight through." Dojin's eyes widened in sheer terror at the mad proposal. Now, at Jeong Cheon's command, they dove, using the river's own power to launch themselves towards the opposite bank. They were thrown like a stone from a sling, a desperate gamble against the rapids. On the cliff, the elders lost sight of them, their hearts sinking before spotting them on the far shore, having survived the ordeal. Dojin collapsed onto the rocky bank, his hand trembling as he pushed himself up. Jeong Cheon stood over him, water streaming from his clothes, a rare look of approval on his face. "You did very well," he said, the words carrying immense weight. As the elders rushed to their side, a breathless Dojin managed a weak, "Thank you for saving me." An elder frantically checked on the boy. "Kid, you okay? You didn't slam into anything, did you?" Dojin, exhausted but safe, reassured him. The elder then turned his worried gaze to Jeong Cheon, gently admonishing him for his recklessness, a warning born of loyalty and concern. Dojin listened, his expression unreadable, the weight of the moment settling upon him. A fire ignited in Dojin's eyes. "I can't stay a child forever," he declared, his voice filled with newfound conviction. "I'll stay with you until the end." He looked up at Jeong Cheon, his resolve hardening. "Only then can I become a proper martial artist of the Flame Hwa clan." Jeong Cheon simply let out a quiet breath, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. After a brief respite by the water's edge, the exhausted elders breathed a sigh of relief, proud of the young master's grit. But their journey was far from over. The path ahead ascended into the heavens, a sheer, unforgiving cliff face that seemed to mock their very presence. Their true trial had only just begun. With nothing but their bare hands and sheer will, they began the treacherous ascent. Each man carried a heavy pack, a physical manifestation of their burden. Jeong Cheon, scaling the rock with practiced ease, barked orders from above. "Hurry up and crawl. If you fall from here, there won't even be bones left to find." One of the merchants, his strength failing, muttered curses under his breath. "That lunatic, he's definitely crazy." Overcome by fear and exhaustion, his foot slipped on a loose rock. His world tilted, the ground rushing up to meet him as a terrified scream was ripped from his throat. Faster than thought, a hand shot out, snagging the rope of the merchant's pack. It was Jeong Cheon, his grip like iron, halting the man's fatal descent. Dangling over the abyss, the merchant cried for help, while another warrior above strained to hold his own position, his face a mask of desperation. Jeong Cheon's voice was a blade, cutting through the man's panic. "Stop panicking and grab the rock in front of you, you fool." The harsh command jolted the merchant back to his senses, forcing him to find purchase. The ordeal forged them, and as the sun beat down, they finally conquered the cliff. But there was no rest. "Run," Jeong Cheon commanded, leading them on a punishing sprint through a village. "Anyone who falls behind will have to carry me on their back." The sight was so bizarre and brutal that onlookers stared in shock. "Mom," a child asked, "are those people death row convicts?" His mother could only whisper, "I heard they're warriors of the Flame Hwa clan." Even the two young women, Hwa Soyeon and her companion, were pushed to their limits, sweat pouring down their faces as they fought to keep up. Suddenly, Soyeon's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the dusty road. Jeong Cheon merely glanced back, his expression unconcerned. An elder rushed to her side, his face etched with worry. "Lady Steon, are you all right?" But she looked up at him, a mischievous glint in her exhausted eyes. "Carry me for a bit, Elder Cho. Hurry." To the astonishment of the merchants, the stoic elder complied, hoisting the young lady onto his back without a second thought. The two merchants who had been struggling stared in utter disbelief. Jeong Cheon appeared beside them, his voice laced with cold amusement. "I won't stop you if you plan on collapsing like a little girl," he said, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "But you'd be staking your life on it. Now, start running." A shiver of fear was all the motivation they needed. Hours later, the training ended. They collapsed onto the floor of a great hall, their bodies screaming in protest. One of the merchants, who had consistently lagged behind, gasped for breath. Just then, a shadow fell over him. "Bay," a gruff voice said, dripping with contempt. It was one of the original Flame Wall warriors, his face a mask of disgust. You always lag behind, and you can't even finish the required laps. How long are you planning to stay like this? He leaned in closer. If you don't think you can last, just crawl out on your own. Stop dragging other people down. The other warrior's eyes widened. What? He asked, confused by the merchant's whispered reply. The merchant had confessed his fear of Cheon. The warrior scoffed. Oh, so you're scared he'll beat you to death if you bring it up? Is that why you're always lying around like a rotten corpse? The warrior's voice dropped, becoming dangerously soft. Looking at you, it's obvious you're not cut out to live as a warrior. I'll just end your life nice and smooth right now. He reached for the exhausted man, but another warrior intervened. Hey, stop that. Not everyone can be like you. The aggressive warrior's rage erupted. Then he shouldn't be messing around about being a warrior, he roared, shaking off the hand on his shoulder. He turned back to the terrified merchant on the floor. Stand up. I'll start by killing you. His fist flew back, intent on delivering a brutal blow, only to be stopped by a sharp command. Stop. An elder stepped between them, his presence calming the volatile air. Like he said, that man is doing his best in his own way. Since he's come to the Flame Wall clan, he's our brother as well. But the warrior was incensed. Brother? Trash like this? He screamed, pointing at the cowering merchant. This isn't what we wanted. Do you really believe we can become strong like this? The elder's voice remained steady. Young Master Mujin has been swinging the sword a few years longer than us. Everyone takes things differently, but this is not meaningless. His gaze hardened slightly. Say things like that only after you've surpassed him. Defeated, the warrior stormed away, but not before delivering a final, venomous threat to the merchant. Remember this. You'll die by my hand before young Master Mujin's. Later that night, under a tranquil moon, the beleaguered merchant struggled to his feet. The weight on his back felt heavier than ever, a constant reminder of his weakness. Ugh, that blasted toilet, he grumbled, hobbling across the courtyard. Why is it so far? Suddenly, a flicker of movement in the shadows caught his eye. He squinted into the darkness. Who's out here at this hour? He saw a figure, moving with a silent, blinding speed that defied belief, practicing martial forms under the moonlight. The aura of power was unmistakable. Young Master Mujin, he whispered, utterly stunned. Under the pale moonlight, the weary merchant stumbled through the courtyard, the weight of the rice sack a crushing burden. Suddenly, a flicker of movement drew his gaze. A figure, wreathed in shadows, moved with a silent, impossible speed, practicing martial forms. The aura was immense, the power undeniable, and with a gasp of disbelief, the merchant recognized him. Young Master Mujin? The merchant's eyes widened in stunned silence, while Mujin moved like a phantom, his blade tracing arcs of turquoise light against the night sky. Each motion was a tempest of controlled force, a dance of destruction that was both beautiful and terrifying. The merchant could only stare, his own meager struggles forgotten in the face of such transcendent skill. Sweat beaded on the merchant's brow as a chilling realization dawned on him. It wasn't just speed. Mujin was overflowing with formidable strength, yet his movements remained as fluid as flowing water. And we're not even that far apart in age. He thought, his spirit sinking. The chasm between them was not one of years, but of destiny. How could a mortal wield a sword with such grace, such terrifying power? The question echoed in the merchant's mind, a testament to his own limitations. This was beyond mere training or dedication. This, he understood with a tremor of awe and despair, was the untouchable realm of true martial talent. Suddenly, the dance of death ceased. Mujin stood perfectly still, his head turning slightly as his senses pierced the darkness. Who is it? He called out, his voice low and sharp. Come out before I am forced to come find you. Startled, the merchant stepped from the shadows, bowing his head. It's me, young Master Mujin. I was on my way back from the restroom. I wasn't trying to watch on purpose. He stammered, his heart pounding in his chest, fearing the wrath of the man he had just witnessed. Mujin's expression was unreadable. Whatever, this works out perfectly, he said, his gaze falling upon the heavy sack on the merchant's back. Put the rice sack down and pick up a sword. The merchant froze, confused by the sudden command, as the heavy bag dropped to the ground with a thud. Hesitantly, the merchant picked up a nearby training sword. He looked at Mujin, who now stood opposite him, a massive great sword resting on his shoulder. There was no explanation, only a simple, chilling command. Come. The clash of steel shattered the night's tranquility. The merchant lunged, putting all his strength into the desperate strike. But Mujin met him not with force, but with an effortless grace, his blade guiding the merchant's own in a whirlwind of parries and deflections. It wasn't a fight, it was a lesson taught by a master to a novice. Again and again, the merchant attacked, his form growing wilder with frustration. Each time, Mujin's blade was there, a calm and unyielding wall. The young master's movements were minimal, precise, and utterly dominant, turning the merchant's every effort into a lesson in futility. The merchant's mind reeled in confusion. He knew his attack should have failed, but something was wrong. His sword, it felt different. A strange quickness flowed through his limbs, a speed he had never possessed. Was I always this fast? He wondered, realizing with a shock that sparring with Mujin was forcibly elevating his own senses. Mujin watched his struggling opponent, a predatory glint in his eyes. The raw materials were crude, but under pressure, they were beginning to take shape. A faint, condescending smirk touched his lips. Humph, you're finally becoming somewhat usable. However, Mujin continued, his form blurring into motion. You are too focused on what is directly in front of you. Before the merchant could process the words, Mujin swept in low, his leg hooking the merchant's ankle with brutal precision. The world tilted sideways. The merchant hit the ground hard, the air knocked from his lungs. Yet, as he pushed himself up, bruised and panting, he realized something incredible. The impact was severe, but it had not broken him. Just a short while ago, a blow like that would have rendered him unconscious. The pain was a sign of progress. Mujin observed him with detached approval. Oh, you went down in one hit before, but now. He flexed his hand, as if testing the very air. Your toughness is finally becoming somewhat usable too. A strange sense of pride mingled with the pain. The merchant knew he was being forged into something stronger, even if the process was agonizing. Good. That's enough for today, Mujin declared, turning to leave. Go and rest. The merchant bowed respectfully, his mind still reeling from the harsh, but effective, lesson. The next day, a new form of torture awaited them. We're working our abdomens today, Mujin announced to the assembled men. Lift the rice sack between your legs and hang on. The men looked on in confusion and dread as some of the former bandits began the grueling exercise, their grunts of exertion filling the training ground. The merchant strained, sweat pouring down his face as he clung to the bar, the weight threatening to tear him from his grip. Nearby, two clan members watched in amazement. The men, once a listless and defeated lot, were now possessed by a fierce determination, their spirits burning brighter than ever before. The training was relentless. They ran through the streets, the heavy sacks digging into their shoulders. One of the warriors, the same one who had previously mocked the merchant, felt his legs buckle. No, if I collapse here again, he thought, the memory of his past weakness fueling a desperate new resolve. Just as he was about to fall, a hand steadied the sack on his back. It was the merchant. Endure it, he said, his voice strained but steady. There's not much left. From a distance, Mujin watched the display of camaraderie with a flicker of approval, a silent acknowledgement of the iron being forged in his fire. About a month passed under this brutal regimen. One bright morning, Mujin stood before the exhausted but transformed men. You all held out well, he declared, a proud glint in his eye. As of today, the special training is over. Everyone, undo the ropes and set the sacks down. A thunderous cheer erupted from the men as they threw off the weights that had become a part of their existence. For the first time in a month, they stood unburdened, a feeling of impossible lightness sweeping over them. A smirk played on Mujin's lips. Sorry to rain on your parade, but we'll be doing the same training every year during the summer and winter seasons. A wave of shock and horror washed over the men. The next training will be this winter, just a few months from now. If there's any consolation, he added, gesturing towards a training dummy, that training will be easier. Because you've experienced it once already, and that experience is just that valuable. The Hwa twins watched on, their young faces serious, understanding the profound truth in his words. Mujin smiled, a genuine, confident expression. Anyway, this training ends here. But do not forget that a strong body becomes a strong sword. Understood? In a single, unified roar that shook the courtyard, the men responded, yes. His smile twisted into something far more menacing as a demonic red aura began to bleed from his body. And starting now, I'll conduct practical sparring training that will deepen your experience to another level. When I call your name, take whatever weapon you want and step forward. The men's blood ran cold. What followed was an endless cycle of pain and endurance that felt like eternity. Men were beaten, knocked unconscious, only to rise and fight again. But that arduous time became experience, and experience brought change. And so, the bandits once called Zhongshan's four demons were reborn as the new, formidable martial arts instructors of the Flame Hwa clan. Just like that, the Flame Hwa clan began to quietly, but swiftly, reclaim the fire which had brightly lit up Cheon long ago. In the training yard, young Master Dojin, his spirit reignited, sparred fiercely with one of his new instructors. Good, young master. Try rotating your supporting foot at the moment of impact. The two loyal elders watched from the side, their faces etched with relief. Look at that. It seems young Master Dojin has regained his old self. The other nodded. It's been a while since we've seen that face. Who would have thought he'd get along so well with the Zhongshan's four demons? The elder grinned broadly. But more than that, the biggest thing is that young Master Mujin came to his senses and stabilized the clan. Things are going so well, it almost scares me. You can say that again, his companion agreed, gazing at a quiet building. Sometimes it still looks like his madness flares up, but he's brought us back from the brink. I wonder if he'll come out of the storage today. Inside that very storage room, hidden in darkness, Jeong Cheon sat in deep meditation. Rivers of pure, azure chi swirled around him, a maelstrom of power. His eyes, glowing with an inner light, were fixed on a simple folding screen. Is this the fourth day now? He mused. As he poured his inner energy into the artifact, it resisted, pushing back with an even greater force. This was no ordinary screen. It was a treasure, a crucible for his power. A ferocious grin spread across Jeong Cheon's face as he unleashed his full might. Let's see who wins then. Inside the darkened storage room, the air crackled with power. As Jeong Cheon channeled his chi into the ornate folding screen, it met a stubborn, unyielding resistance. It was no mere decoration. It was a crucible, pushing back with an energy of its own. A predatory grin stretched across his face, his eyes glowing with a demonic light. Let's see who wins then. With a visceral roar, he unleashed the full torrent of his azure chi, a maelstrom of power crashing against the artifact's defenses. With a sharp crack, the screen's internal structure gave way under the immense pressure. Jeong Cheon peered into the splintered wood, his focus drawn to a small vial that had rolled out from a hidden compartment. A viscous, glowing green liquid oozed from the container, its pungent odor confirming his suspicions. So this was it, he mused, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. This was the source of that strange, poisonous energy I kept feeling. The mystery of the screen was only beginning to unravel. As he examined the vial, another object caught his eye. A book, previously concealed within the same secret chamber. He picked it up, reading the title inscribed on its cover, Mind-Severing Sword Art. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face, a look of triumphant discovery. The true treasure wasn't the screen itself, but what it was built to hide. Oh, I see, he whispered to the darkness. So this is what they worked so hard to conceal. Let's take a look, shall we? As the first rays of dawn painted the sky, Jeong Cheon closed the manual, a sigh of mild disappointment escaping his lips. The art was potent, certainly on par with the techniques of Hubei's famed 10 great masters, but it wasn't the transcendent secret he had hoped for. Still, it was far from a waste of time. He recognized that its cultivation method was built upon a foundation of pure yang energy, a perfect and almost fated match for the inherent nature of the Flame Hwa clan. A realization dawned on him. He finally understood why his attempts to teach the clan's youth had been fruitless. His peerless 9 swords, founded on movement arts, were fundamentally incompatible with the Flame Hwa's yang energy martial arts. Mixing them would only lead to chi deviation. He considered his own past, how the destruction of his energy core had rendered him a blank slate, a state of nothingness perfect for mastering his unique style. Holding the manual, he made a decision. Good, he declared with a confident smirk. From today onward, you'll become the sword art of the Flame Hwa clan. Zhang Cheon casually tossed the manual to the 2 loyal elders. I found this. It's a pretty decent martial art. Read it. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they read the title. This was no mere technique. It was the original text of the mind-severing sword art, a legendary high-level manual thought to have been lost for more than 10 years. They stared back and forth between the book and the screen, utterly dumbfounded that such a treasure could be hidden so plainly. He shrugged, a hint of amusement in his voice. Yeah, that con man probably never imagined this could be in there. He confirmed he would teach the warriors himself, much to the elders' astonishment. Announcing his intention to sleep, he left the 2 old men alone with the manual, who immediately erupted into a joyous dance, their cheers echoing through the quiet morning. Their clan, once on the brink of collapse, had just been handed a miracle. The new sword art breathed life back into the clan. The warriors, who had long trained without a core identity, were like fish that had finally found water, their training grounds buzzing with renewed purpose. Even the naturally talented Dojin and Soyeon, along with the formidable 4 demons of Zhongshan, trained with a ferocious intensity. They were already strong, but the mind-severing sword art gave them a path to true mastery, uniting them under a single, powerful banner. Zhang Cheon watched the training with a quiet smile. The sight of the clan members, especially the 2 children, growing stronger with each passing day brought him a strange sense of satisfaction. Their talent was undeniable. As his gaze swept across the rest of the vast training ground, however, he frowned. But why is it so empty here? The unusual silence was unsettling. He spotted Ma Sok sweeping nearby and called out to him. Ma Sok, where did everyone go? The young man looked up, surprised. Young master, you didn't know? Today is the Little Dragon Ascension Tournament. He explained that it was Shichong's biggest event, held only once every 5 years, with the winner earning a spot in the prestigious Orthodox Murim tournament. The name sparked a distant memory in Zhang Cheon's mind. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The elders, they went to a festival without him. A vein throbbed on his forehead. Those old men are trying to enjoy all the good shows by themselves. With a furious growl, he launched himself into the air, becoming a blur of azure energy. He bounded across the rooftops of Shichong, his speed defying belief, determined not to be left out of the action. At the tournament's bustling registration area, the Flame Hwa children, Dojin and Soyeon, stepped forward, their expressions a mix of excitement and nerves. Just as they were about to sign up, a condescending voice cut through the air. Oh well, who do we have here? Jang Seon, the chief steward of the rival Baek clan, appeared with his own young master, Baek Seon. He looked down on them with open disdain, feigning surprise to see the fallen Flame Hwa clan daring to show their faces. The Flame Hwa elder bowed his head slightly, his voice tight with restrained anger. It's been a long time. Things haven't been good for our clan. Jang Seon sneered, his words dripping with venom. He questioned how they could afford the entry fee, let alone the membership fees they were a decade behind on. Each word was a calculated insult, a public humiliation designed to crush the spirits of the 2 children standing beside their guardian. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheon landed silently atop a pagoda, the wind whipping at his clothes. He scanned the sprawling cityscape, annoyed that he hadn't asked for a precise location. Where in the world is it? He muttered, his eyes narrowing as he searched the sea of buildings. Finally, he spotted a large, open plaza teeming with people, the tournament grounds. Descending into the crowd, Zhang Cheon, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, was immediately struck by the sheer chaos. So this is Cheon, he thought, taking in the sights with a detached curiosity. The crowd was immense, and he pushed through impatiently, grumbling to himself. Seriously, where are they even holding it? I can't find it at all. His patience wearing thin, Jeong Cheon stopped a distinguished-looking man and his veiled female companion. "Hey, do you know where the Little Dragon Ascension Tournament is?" he asked, foregoing any pleasantries. The woman flinched at his tone, but the old man simply chuckled. "Ho ho, sorry, young man," he replied smoothly, "but we also just arrived here. We've been wandering around looking for it too." A strange, predatory light flared in the old man's eyes. "Young man, if you find it first, could you tell us where it is?" Jeong Cheon scoffed at the request. "What is this? Do you not have legs? Go find it yourselves." He stormed away, leaving the pair staring after him. The old man shook his head. It's not just his looks, his behavior and actions are a total mess too. It looks like his madness has completely taken over him. The veiled woman, Hai, spoke in a hushed tone. "Grandpa, could that person be?" The old man's expression hardened, his aura shifting. "Yes, Hai, that's the grandson of the Flame Hwa clan's Wajute." While Mujin, he looked towards the tournament grounds, a grim certainty in his voice. "It's a good thing I came here personally. A huge storm is about to blow through Shicha." Back at the registration table, the atmosphere had grown dangerously cold. Clenching his fist, the Flame Hwa elder stood firm against the Baek clan's provocations. "Recently, young Master Mujin has recovered, and our clan's situation is improving. The delayed fees will be repaid soon." Jang Seun laughed mockingly. "Oh, you intend to pay them? When? 10 years from now?" Jang Seun's gaze fell upon the two children. "The fact that they're attending must mean they've inherited the secret arts, right?" he sneered. "I guess you no longer follow your ancestors' rule of passing arts only to the eldest son." He let out a booming laugh. "You just said that young Master Mujin has recovered from his madness, but I guess you're in a rush to get things back to normal. Ha ha ha." The Flame Hwa elder's hand trembled as it closed around the hilt of his sword, his face a mask of fury. "What are you trying to do?" Jang Seun taunted, his own eyes gleaming with malice. "Are you about to pull out your sword?" The elder's voice was a low growl. "We are in front of children. There's a limit to my patience." Unfazed, the steward simply drew his own blade an inch from its sheath. A final, arrogant dare. "I dare you." At the tournament's registration table, the air grew heavy, charged with killing intent. The Flame Hwa elder, his hand trembling on the hilt of his sword, stood opposite Jang Seun, the Baek clan steward, whose own blade was already half drawn. Onlookers gasped, their murmurs rippling through the crowd as they realized a confrontation between two rival clans was about to erupt into violence. Just as the tension reached its peak, a calm but firm voice cut through the air. "That's enough." Baek Seon, the young master of the Baek clan, stepped forward, his expression unreadable. He declared that the day belonged to the children, the future hope of Shichong, and that any disputes should be settled by them in the sparring ring. His words were a veneer of reason, barely concealing the cold challenge beneath. Before the Flame Hwa elder could respond, another figure appeared, landing silently beside them. It was Jeong Cheon. Jang Seun's lips curled into a sneer. "Oh, who do we have here? You're that famous crazy young master, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you." He jeered, his voice dripping with condescension. Jeong Cheon ignored the steward completely, his gaze fixed on his own clan members. "Why didn't you say a single word about this?" he asked, a hint of theatrical hurt in his voice. Soyeon looked up, her expression earnest. "Mujin, we were going to win and surprise you." The simple, heartfelt declaration instantly dissolved his feigned anger, and he gently patted her head, a soft smile on his face. "You little rascals are truly unbelievable." Turning back to Jang Seun, Jeong Cheon's demeanor shifted, his eyes turning cold as ice. "A martial clan should boast about their martial arts," he stated, his voice ringing with authority. "If you go around boasting about your wealth, people will call you third-rate. A martial artist should trust his sword. How can one trust gold instead?" The steward sputtered in rage, while the mysterious old man nearby laughed aloud, clearly refreshed by the young man's sharp tongue. The old man stepped between them, attempting to mediate. "Listen, since it's a special day, how about we put our swords away?" he suggested gently. Jeong Cheon, his face still hidden by his wide-brimmed hat, waved him off dismissively. "Mind your own business and get going." The old man simply chuckled, muttering to his veiled companion, "What an impertinent fellow." Undeterred, Jang Seoon's sneer returned as he appraised Jeong Cheon. "Poverty isn't something to brag about, young Master Hwa," he said, his gaze sweeping over Dojin and Soyeon. "You should have bought them some new clothes. Or did you spend all your money on the entry fee?" The insult was a direct attack on the clan's honor, and the Flame Hwa elders clenched their fists, their faces contorted in fury. "I'll end that insolent man," one of them growled under his breath. The old man spoke up again, his voice carrying a new weight. "What's so important about clothes? Dressing well doesn't turn a weak martial artist into a master." Enraged by the interruption, Jang Seon turned on him. "Why do you keep butting in, old man?" With a final, dismissive glare at the Flame Hwa clan, the steward turned to leave. "There's no point in talking to someone who won't understand. Let's see your self-proclaimed great skills in the sparring ring." Jeong Cheon watched him walk away, a predatory stillness in his eyes. Jeong Cheon gave the old man a slight nod. "Don't let it get to you. Wherever you go, there are always people like that." The old man smiled wryly, agreeing. As the mysterious pair moved away, the Flame Hwa elder stared after them, a flicker of confusion on his face. That old man. For some reason, he looks familiar. Is it just my imagination?" Just then, a tournament official in red robes hurried towards them, bowing respectfully. "Are you people from the Flame Hwa clan?" "Yes, we are," the elder confirmed, bewildered. "Please, come this way. We've prepared seats for you." To their surprise, they were escorted away from the common area, past other attendees, towards a designated spot. Jeong Cheon's eyes widened slightly as they arrived at their seats. An entire table had been laden with a sumptuous feast, steamed dumplings, roasted poultry, and glistening shrimp. The children's faces lit up with joy. "Wow, what is all this food?" As they reached for the delicacies, Jeong Cheon stopped them with a quiet smile. "Don't overeat. We don't know when the sparring will begin." An announcement echoed across the grounds, directing the Baek clan to the VIP seats. As they passed, Jang Seoon shot a final, smug look toward the Flame Hwa table. The blatant disrespect shattered Jeong Cheon's calm. A demonic glint returned to his eyes as a dark thought crossed his mind. When should I deal with that man? First, I'll take one of his eyes. His dark reverie was broken by a familiar voice. "Looks like this seat is empty. Mind if I join you?" The mysterious old man had appeared at their table. Jeong Cheon's brow twitched in annoyance. "Why is this old man hovering around us like this?" he thought, but replied with a grudging sigh. "Well, do whatever you want." As the old man sat, Jeong Cheon's voice resonated in the minds of his clan members, a silent command delivered via a frequency whispering technique. "Everyone, put the food down. Don't touch any of it until I've eaten first." At the same time, the old man's granddaughter, Hai, poured her grandfather a drink. The old man then offered a cup to Jeong Cheon. "Have a drink." Jeong Cheon declined coolly. "I ate not too long ago. Don't mind me." A man stepped onto a raised platform, his voice booming across the plaza. "Thank you all, from the bottom of my heart, for attending the Little Dragon Ascension Tournament, held once every 5 years." He clasped his hands in a formal greeting. "I am Suk Ildo, head of the Suk clan of Shichong. We have prepared some simple food, so eat your fill and enjoy today's sparring." As he spoke, Suk Ildo's gaze swept over the crowd and froze. His eyes landed on the old man sitting with the Flame Hwa clan, and his face went pale with shock. He leaped from the stage and rushed to their table. Wait, sir, what are you doing here?" He bowed low, his voice trembling with reverence. "Let me pay my respects. I am Suk Ildo, head of the Suk clan." The old man merely smiled. "Oh, you recognize me?" Suk Ildo couldn't believe his ears. How could I not know the esteemed face of the Poison Emperor, Tang Samon? The Flame Hwa elders stared, utterly dumbfounded. Poison Emperor? The name sent a shockwave through the plaza as whispers turned to shouts. "It's Tang Samun, the Poison Emperor. The real Poison Emperor is here." In the entire Central Plains, only 4 individuals were honored with the title of Emperor: the Wudong sect's Sword Emperor, the Shaolin Temple's Fist Emperor, the 4 Martial Heavens Whip Emperor, and the Tang clan's Poison Emperor. One of the absolute strongest martial artists in the world had appeared at a small children's tournament in a remote city. The venue was thrown into utter chaos. Zhang Xiyun felt a cold dread wash over him. The Poison Emperor? But why would he show up in a place like this? This is bad. I ran my mouth without even knowing who he was. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheon calmly raised his cup, taking a slow sip. Tang Samon, he mused, searching his memories. Who was that again? Then it clicked. A faint, chilling smile touched his lips. Ah, right, that brat from back then. A memory from his past life as the divine demon surfaced, the 10-year war against the Orthodox sect. 4 of the 5 great clans had refused to join the fight, citing a lack of justification. In response, he had single-handedly and brutally dealt with the heads of those clans. One of the young, terrified survivors of that purge had been none other than Tang Samun, the very boy who would one day become the Poison Emperor. It brings back memories, Zhang Cheon thought. Suk Ildo scrambled to offer the Emperor a place in the VIP section. Sir, this way please. But Tang Samun waved him off. No need. I'm more interested in sitting here. Suk Ildo then noticed Zhang Cheon. Oh my, the Flame Hwa clan's young master is here as well. Shall we move your seats together? Zhang Cheon scoffed. My face isn't a signboard. I'm fine, so don't mind me. By the way, when does the sparring start? It's hot, so let's get on with it. Tang Samun gazed at Zhang Cheon, his eyes filled with a deep, nostalgic light. The young man's defiant spirit, his sharp words, his very presence, it was all so familiar. The more I look, the more he resembles him, he thought, his mind drifting to a memory of a dependable friend and rival from long ago, the Flame Emperor, Hwa Jute. That is what you look like. Oblivious to the heavy history settling around their table, Dojin and Suiyan bowed eagerly towards the stage. We look forward to your guidance, they chirped, their minds focused only on the fight to come. The sun beat down on the city of Shichong, its heat a palpable presence over the tournament grounds. Suk Ildo, ever the gracious host, laughed beside Zhang Cheon. The matches will begin shortly, young Master Hwa, he said, before leaning in with a probing question. By the way, are you thinking of participating as well? Zhang Cheon glanced up from the food, his expression impassive. Participating? Suk Ildo elaborated, his voice full of excitement. I'm talking about the Orthodox Murim tournament, held only once every 5 years. But the divine demon, his mind on a far grander stage, merely shook his head. It is not in my best interest right now. As Suk Ildo registered his disappointment, a figure came scrambling through the crowd. It was Zhang Xiyun, his face pale and slick with sweat. He fell into a deep, trembling bow before the Poison Emperor. I pay my respects to the Poison Emperor. If I offended you earlier, I sincerely apologize. I did not recognize you. Tang Samun simply cleared his throat and took a slow, deliberate sip from his cup, his eyes never acknowledging the groveling steward. He then turned to his granddaughter. Hi, his voice carrying just enough to be heard. It's noisy here. When is the match supposed to start? The dismissal was more profound than any verbal rebuke. Hai gracefully stepped forward, her voice calm and firm. Thank you for your respect, but my grandfather wishes to avoid any commotion. Please, return to your business. Suk Ildo and Zhang Xiyun could only stammer in compliance. From his seat, Zhang Cheon watched the entire exchange, a flicker of amusement in his crimson eyes. Returning to the stage, a flustered Suk Ildo formally began the proceedings. All right, before we start, I'll explain the simple rules, he announced, his voice regaining its authority. Only non-lethal wooden weapons are permitted. Killing strikes are forbidden. A blue pouch signals a suspension, while a red pouch means forfeit. Now then, let the Little Dragon Ascension tournament begin. First, Baek Sahayan of the Baek clan and Flame Hwa Suiyan, please step into the arena. The announcement caught Suiyan mid-chew on a large piece of meat. Zhang Cheon turned to her with an encouraging smile. Think of this as a chance to show what you've been honing. Let's see your improvement. With a gulp, she replied. Okay, Mujin. Baek Sahayan strode into the arena, a condescending sneer on his face. So that's the Flamewa brat? Getting me in the very first match? She has rotten luck. He eyed the small girl with undisguised contempt, spitting on the ground. I'll start by breaking both her arms. Soyeon set her food down and slowly cracked her knuckles. His words had extinguished her carefree mood, replacing it with a cold fire. So it's you, she murmured, her eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. I was going to take it easy, but I guess I can't do that now. You will become the first offering for my glorious ascension. Baek Sahayan's face contorted with rage. What? How dare a little wretch like you speak to me that way? Soyeon's reply was chillingly simple. Shut up. How long are you going to keep spouting nonsense? Furious, he snarled. You brought this upon yourself. This won't end with just your arms broken. As the two children faced off, Dojin turned to Elder Joe, confused. Were we always on such bad terms with them? The elder sighed, his expression grim. He explained that after the previous Flame Wahed ceremony, disgruntled vassals, led by Jang Seon, left to join the Baek clan. The more our clan declined, the more openly hostile they became. Jong Cheon listened, his eyes hardening as the treachery was laid bare. The elder continued his tale of betrayal. The Baek clan had clashed with our previous head over differences in opinion. By taking in our vassals, their numbers grew, and they weaponized the vassals' lingering hostility against us, creating this bitter rivalry. In the arena, the match began. With a battle cry, Baek Sahayan charged, his wooden sword cutting through the air. Instead of retreating, the much smaller, unarmed Soyeon met his advance, her stance low and solid as a mountain stone. Soyeon ducked under the clumsy swing with impossible speed. In a flash, she struck, a sharp kick connecting with his chin. Before he could recover, she followed with a brutal kick to his stomach, the impact echoing across the silent plaza as it sent him staggering backward. Baek Sahayan gasped for air, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Dazed and humiliated, he looked up to see blood dripping from his nose. Soyeon stood over him, her previous killing intent replaced by a devilish, sweet smile. Your nose is bleeding, she cooed, savoring his shock. Tang Samun stroked his beard, intrigued. Oh, she's using kick techniques. The Flamewa elder quickly gave credit to Elder Joe for her basics. But the Poison Emperor's granddaughter, saw something more. It's not just the techniques, she noted. Her dynamic vision and athletic ability are exceptionally high level for her age. The true test, however, was yet to come. Her opponent was armed. Humiliated and enraged, Baek Sahayan poured his chi into the wooden sword, making it glow with a sinister blue light. I'll end you, he shrieked, unleashing a desperate flurry of strikes. But his rage only made him predictable. Soyeon became like a leaf on the wind, a blur of crimson cloth weaving between the strikes. She flowed around his frenzied assault, her footwork so exquisite that his sword seemed to be cutting at phantoms. An impressive movement art, Hai observed, her eyes wide. From the VIP seats, Jang Seon trembled with frustration. What is with that brat? His charge, unable to land a single blow, screamed in impotent fury. Arg, you slippery loach. With a cunning smirk, Soyeon continued her retreat, leading him across the arena until her back was against the boundary wall. No, she's cornered, an elder cried out in panic. There's nowhere left to dodge. Jang Seon clenched his fist in triumph. Now's your chance. Finish her. Don't show any mercy. With a final, guttural scream, Baek Sahayan lunged. But at the last moment, Soyeon kicked off the boundary wall, using its surface to launch herself into a graceful backflip over his head. The entire venue watched in stunned silence as she landed perfectly behind her opponent. Baek Sahayan froze, the momentum of his failed lunge carrying him forward. As he turned, his eyes wide with dawning horror, Soyeon's triumphant voice rang out. "Oh, you fell for it." With your back to the wall, Soyeon announced, her leg rising in a perfect, glowing arc. I can punish you properly without being thrown backward. A tempest of golden kicks erupted, each blow landing with devastating precision. Try blocking this with that slow wooden sword of yours. The boy could only stare in terror as the onslaught overwhelmed him completely. The ether itself seemed to hum with the force of Soyeon's assault. A tempest of golden kicks, each strike a thunderclap, descended upon Baek Sahayan. He was a rock being worn away by a merciless river, his defenses crumbling with every impact. The barrage was relentless, a flawless execution of speed and power that left no opening, no moment for breath, sealing him in a whirlwind of pain. From the sidelines, the Flame Hwa elders roared their approval. Elder Du, his face a mask of manic glee, screamed encouragement. Good job. Make sure he never crawls back up again. Yes, love it. His boisterous cries were a stark contrast to the stunned silence that had fallen over much of the crowd, a raw and primal celebration of their clan's dominance. Baek Sahayan struggled to rise, spitting blood and defiance. Ugh, you insolent wretch, he muttered, his pride wounded more than his body. If you get up again, Soyeon's voice cut through his haze, cold and final. I'm telling you, it's useless. With a sharp crack, her foot connected with his wooden sword, shattering the weapon and his last vestiges of hope. Splinters of wood exploded into the air as Baek Sahayan cried out, clutching his stinging hands. The force of the kick had been so immense it broke not only the sword, but also his spirit. A Flame Hwa elder, seeing the clear victory, shouted frantically, his wooden sword broke. Referee, throw in the blue pouch. The blue pouch, signaling a match suspension, sailed through the air. But before it could touch the ground, Soyeon's foot shot out, stomping it into the dust with contemptuous ease. Her expression soured as Baek Sahayan, seeing a potential escape, forced a pained laugh. Ugh, hee. Oh dear. You broke my sword, he stammered, attempting to weaponize the rules against her. He staggered to his feet, pointing a trembling finger. This isn't over, just you wait. Soyeon's hair shadowed her eyes, a chillingly sweet smile gracing her lips. Like always, your mouth is the problem, she whispered. Your sword broke during a duel, and you're telling me to stop? I have no intention of doing so. Baek Sahayan paled, sputtering about the rules. What? The blue pouch means the match is suspended. Soyeon took a deliberate step forward, her presence swelling with killing intent. What's that got to do with me? Her eyes blazed a demonic red. Do whatever you want later. But for now, your fate is sealed. Jang Seon gasped in horror, his face ashen. Soyeon, now wreathed in a crackling blue aura, became a blur. She launched herself into the air and brought her fist down upon Baek Sahayan's face with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was slammed back to the ground, utterly broken. While the Flame Hwa clan erupted in ecstatic cheers, Jang Seon screamed at the dumbfounded official. Our referee, wasn't the pouch thrown? Why didn't you stop her? The referee, snapping out of his stupor, finally raised his hand. Hwa Soyeon of the Flame Hwa clan disqualified. Jang Cheon threw his head back and laughed. Ah, so this is how it ends. Good. Well done. Soyeon simply strutted off the stage, leaving her unconscious opponent behind. As she passed the fuming referee, she glanced back and cheekily stuck out her tongue, a final, playful insult before returning to her clan, leaving Sukildo to burn with silent rage. Lady Seon, didn't they say you have to stop once the blue pouch is thrown? An elder asked as she arrived. I know, she replied, grabbing a large piece of meat without missing a beat. But what can I do? Beating up that guy is more fun than winning. Jang Cheon looked at her for a moment, a slow grin spreading across his face. I agree, he said, before erupting into a joyous roar. Baha, as expected of my little sister. Jang Cheon was so overcome with pride and joy that he began to dance, a bizarre and unrestrained jig of pure happiness. Ah, this is great. My sister got disqualified, so why am I so happy? The elders looked on, torn between amusement and mortification. What you're doing is so uncouth, Mujin. Jang Seon snarled, trying to restrain him. Let go of me. I'm so happy that I want to dance. The raucous celebration continued as Jang Cheon ordered drinks for everyone, the cost of which he cheerfully admitted was not his concern. Amid the revelry, an elder questioned Soyeon. If you used the clan's secret art, you would have won even more easily. Why didn't you? Soyeon smiled slyly. Did I really need to use our secret art on that guy? Besides, if I use it for no reason, he might figure out how to counter it. The elder chuckled, patting her head. Hurrah, you're absolutely right. So clever. The drinking party showed no signs of stopping. All across the tournament grounds, eyes were stolen from the official matches. The sight of Mujin, the mad dog, casually clinking cups with the legendary Poison Emperor was a spectacle far more compelling. For Suk Il-do, the host, this flagrant disrespect was a growing irritation, a poison seeping into his grand event. Seeking to wrest back control, Suk Il-do's voice boomed across the arena. All right, the next match is between the Flame Hwa clan's young master Hwa Dojin and the Suk clan's young master Suk Chuyo. Dojin rose from the table. Elder, Mujin, I'll be off. Jeong Cheon cheered him on boisterously as Dojin took a deep breath, his expression hardening with resolve as he stepped toward his destiny. The Poison Emperor stroked his beard. Oh, a sword? The Flame Hwa clan is using swordsmanship rather than barehanded fighting. In the VIP seats, Suk Il-do gave his son one last, desperate command. Show them the Suk clan's power, Chuyo. You will be this tournament's champion. Get the Poison Emperor's attention. With the referee's signal, the match began. With a fierce cry, Suk Chuyo charged. His wooden sword cutting a simple arc. Dojin stood his ground, a picture of calm. In one fluid, almost lazy motion, his blade met Chuyo's. There was a sharp crack of wood on wood, and then Chuyo's sword was flying from his grasp as he was sent stumbling backward, the match over before it had truly begun. A stunned silence fell over the arena, broken only by confused murmurs. What just happened? Suk Il-do's face was a mask of disbelief. Suddenly, a wild cheer erupted from the Flame Hwa table, Suyeon leading the charge. Elder Joe openly wept with joy. Let's go? Dojin won. Even if I die today, I have no regrets. The Poison Emperor leaned forward, his eyes sharp with intrigue. Oh, that's astonishingly efficient swordsmanship. To think the Flame Hwa clan had a style like that. Jeong Cheon smiled knowingly. The swordsmanship Dojin displayed isn't merely efficient, he explained, his voice carrying across the silent plaza. It is a sword technique that contains the principles of advanced martial arts. A wave of whispers spread through the crowd as they tried to process his words. Jeong Cheon seized the moment, raising a weathered book into the air. An incredible energy, a palpable aura of power, poured forth from the secret manual, silencing the doubters. It is called the Mind-Severing Sword Art. Jeong Cheon slammed his foot on the table, turning the tournament into his personal stage. Anyone who wants to learn the Mind-Severing Sword Art, he bellowed, brandishing the book like a trophy. Join our Flame Hwa clan. As you saw from Dojin's match, learning even the first half of this sword technique will lead to remarkable growth in your martial arts. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. A roar went up from the younger martial artists in the crowd. Ooh, I want to learn it as well. I'll join first. They surged forward, creating a chaotic line before a flustered chief do. From her seat, the Poison Emperor's granddaughter could only watch in stunned amusement as Jeong Cheon's madness once again defied all expectations. Suk Il-do's hand, gripping his armrest, trembled with contained fury. His tournament, his clan's honor, was being turned into a farce. Jang Seun sidled up to him. Are you really going to let the Flame Hwa clan do as they please, clan head? Suk Il-do glared at the celebrating faction. Ahem, the Poison Emperor is watching. What can we do? A sly grin touched Jang Seun's lips. Still, we can't just do all the work and then hand the fruits over to someone else, can we? He leaned closer, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. I have one strategy. We swap the bracket. Let's put Suk Yoso in. As Suk Il-do's fury simmered, Jang Seun's voice was a venomous whisper in his ear. The strategy was as simple as it was dishonorable. Manipulate the tournament bracket. The name he uttered was a guarantee of victory, a trump card held for just such a moment of desperation, Suk Yoso. A generation ago, the Flame Hwa clan's dominance over Cheon was absolute. But as their influence began to wane, a power vacuum emerged, and into it slithered the Suk and Baek clans. Their chosen instrument was the Little Dragon Ascension Tournament, a stage meant for young prodigies, which they corrupted into a tool for their own ambition. By manipulating the brackets, they manufactured victories for their disciples, building a false reputation to expand their power, for in the world of martial arts, fame is the currency of strength. The announcer's voice echoed, signaling the final match for the top 32. The scheme was in motion. One contestant was Ban Yeol, young master of the Half-Moon sect, but his opponent, introduced as young master Suk Yoso of the Diensung sect, was the true focus, a figure whose presence here defied all convention. Zhang Cheon pointed out the fixture to the Poison Emperor, noting the winner would face Dojin. But at the Flame Hwa table, Elder Zhou's face went pale with disbelief. Wait, why is that guy here? Soyeon, pausing from her meal, inquired about the man's strength. The elder's voice trembled as he explained. Suk Yoso was the champion of the tournament, a seasoned warrior who should be far beyond the age limit of this competition. On the stage, Ban Yeol stared at his opponent, his shock mirroring the elder's. He recognized the man from 5 years prior. Why are you here? This tournament is only for participants up to 14 years old. Suk Yoso simply offered a condescending smirk. I know, I am 14. Ban Yeol's protest was cut short as he sputtered. You're lying. You're already 5th. Before the accusation could be fully voiced, Suk Yoso's patience ended. You talk too much. In a flash of brutal, overwhelming force, he struck. Ban Yeol was thrown from the stage before he could even mount a defense. Standing over his fallen foe, Suk Yoso sneered. My birthday hasn't passed yet. He had won not with skill, but through a shameful loophole and a blatant lie. Elder Zhou was incandescent with rage at the clear deception. How could they use such a trick? I'm going to demand an explanation. But Zhang Cheon stopped him, a chillingly calm smile gracing his lips. Forget it, he murmured, his eyes fixed on the victor. He's the best opponent we could ask for. Across the way, Dojin felt the shift in the air, his own chi stirring in anticipation of the challenge to come. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the arena, the announcer's voice boomed once more. Up next, we'll proceed with the next match. Please pay close attention. The two fighters were called Hwa Dojin, the Eye of the Storm, versus the tournament's tainted champion candidate, Suk Yoso. The Poison Emperor recognized the gravity of the pairing, a finals-level match happening far too early. From his seat, Suk Ildo could not contain a vicious smile. His scheme was playing out perfectly. The Flame Hwa elders roared their support for Dojin, but Zhang Cheon's expression was grim, his hand clenched as he prepared for a battle that was about more than just victory. In the arena, Suk Yoso acknowledged Dojin's skill, the very skill that had eliminated his own younger brother from the tournament. So you're thinking of getting revenge? Dojin asked, his gaze steady. Suk Yoso chuckled coldly. Revenge? Don't be ridiculous. His face twisted, a malevolent red aura blooming around him. I'm going to make it so a worm like you can never hold a sword again. With a guttural cry, he unleashed his sect's ultimate technique, the 12 radiant sword strikes. A tempest of blindingly fast slashes descended upon Dojin, a web of light and steel designed to overwhelm and destroy. The very air seemed to shred under the force of the assault, leaving Dojin with no room to advance, no path but to endure. Dojin grunted, his wooden sword a desperate blur as he parried the storm of attacks. The impacts jarred him to the bone, each block a monumental effort. Huh? Hey, worm. Suk Yoso's voice dripped with condescending glee. If all you do is block, your skull is going to get smashed in no time. Dojin's teeth were gritted, his arms screaming in protest, but he held his ground. From his seat, Zhang Cheon watched with an unervingly placid expression, his sharp eyes dissecting every movement. Oh, so that's the Diensung sect's signature fast sword style, he mused to the Poison Emperor. This could get pretty troublesome to deal with. His calm demeanor was a mask, concealing a mind racing to find a weakness in the seemingly perfect technique. Suk Ildo's delight was monstrous. Yes, that's it. Yoso, he whispered with dark pride. Show those lowly curs the overwhelming gap in skills. In the arena, Suk Yoso laughed, relishing Dojin's struggle. Look at you flailing. Dojin could only endure, The relentless pressure of the sword strikes forcing him further and further back. Pushed to his absolute limit, Dojin roared, gathering his chi for a desperate, powerful counterattack. His blade flashed, meeting Sukyoso's in a shower of sparks. But this was exactly what his opponent had anticipated. A manic grin spread across Sukyoso's face. "I was waiting for you to do this." Huh. Sukyoso believed he had lured Dojin into a fatal error, but he had misjudged the boy's genius. The counter was a feint. Dojin, having witnessed the technique, unleashed a perfect mirror image of it back at its master. He executed the 12 radiant sword strikes flawlessly. Shock gave way to pain as Sukyoso was caught in his own storm, thrown to the ground by the very art he prided himself on. Looming over his fallen opponent, Sukyoso raised his sword. "Well, it's a bit early, but shall we finish this?" Yet, before the final, crippling blow could land, a blue pouch arced through the air, landing softly beside Dojin, the symbol of surrender. The match was over. Dojin looked up in confusion, his gaze finding Cheon, who had thrown the pouch. From his position, Cheon had seen what no one else had, the cost of Dojin's victory. Sukyoso smirked at the anticlimactic end. "Huh, what an idiotic thing to do." With a final taunt, "Then I'll see you later." He turned and walked away, the victor by forfeit. The moment the adrenaline faded, agonizing pain shot through Dojin's hands. He collapsed, unable to stifle a cry. Cheon was at his side instantly. That fiend. He deliberately targeted the joints. With a gentle but firm warning, "This will hurt. Endure it." He began resetting the shattered bones. Dojin's scream of pure agony tore through the festive air of the tournament grounds. Cheon flinched, his own face contorted as if sharing the pain. He finished his grim work. "I've set the bone, but it will be hard for you to use a sword. What will you do?" Despite the agony, despite the trembling in his newly bandaged hands, Dojin's response was immediate and unwavering. "All right." He rose, gripping his sword, his resolve forged anew in the crucible of pain. The Poison Emperor watched, deeply impressed. "Ho, that's an impressive resolve for someone so young." Cheon's reply was clipped, a shield for his immense pride. He's not just any martial clan's child after all. That's the least he should be able to do. His eyes, however, lingered on the boy, filled with a depth of emotion he rarely showed. Sukyoso watched Dojin's return to the stage with a flicker of surprised amusement. Haha, I'm seeing him in a new light. I thought he'd cry and beg to quit." His amusement curdled into something far darker. "Now that you've come back, you'll have to bear the result, just like what happened to your older brother when he was young." The words struck Dojin like a physical blow, igniting a firestorm of fury within him. "What did you say, you scum?" The taunt had revealed a hidden, personal wound. Sukyoso merely laughed, a cruel, mocking sound as he lunged forward once more. "Ho, a new pair of crippled brothers are about to be born in Shicha." Sukyoso's cruel laughter echoed, his words a venomous barb aimed at a deep, unseen wound. "A new pair of crippled brothers are about to be born in Shicha." The taunt, a cruel reference to a past tragedy, ignited a storm of pure rage within Dojin. Yet, as Sukyoso lunged again, a blur of malicious intent, Dojin's bandaged hands met the assault not with blind fury, but with the cold, precise memory of his master's teachings. The world of the arena faded, replaced by the memory of a setting sun and Cheon's probing gaze. "Do you want to win?" The question was simple, but it carried the weight of their clan's fading honor. Dojin, his young face etched with a burden far beyond his years, met his master's eyes. His answer was not a desire, but a solemn vow. "I have to win." The young boy's voice trembled with fierce resolve. "I have to take first place and restore our clan's honor." Cheon placed a reassuring hand on his head, a rare flicker of warmth in his otherwise stoic demeanor. He brushed aside the boy's concerns about the clan's fate, promising that he would handle it. A sly, confident smirk played on his lips as he leaned in. "Your only duty is to focus on the match. I'll tell you the surest move to win." In the echo of memory, Cheon's voice was a map to victory, dissecting the enemy's art. The instant he executes a sword technique, you'll see a tiny opening right in the center. The lesson was one of perception, of seeing the flaw hidden within a storm of perfection. At that moment, Jang Cheon's voice became steel. Do not hesitate. The memory crystallized into a single, decisive command, a principle forged in Jang Cheon's own lifetime of battle. The image of a theoretical counterattack flashed in Dojin's mind, a straight, unwavering thrust through the heart of a maelstrom. Charge in, the memory commanded, and with it, the path to victory was laid bare. Back in the blistering present, the memory became reality. As Sukyoso unleashed his sword art once more, Dojin's eyes, sharpened by pain and purpose, saw it, the fleeting moment of stillness at the technique's core. Sukyoso's face, contorted in a mask of arrogant certainty, froze as he saw the impossible. The wooden sword, a simple tool against his clan's ultimate art, was piercing the very heart of his attack. A sharp crack echoed through the stunned silence of the arena. Dojin's wooden sword, imbued with all his chi and guided by his master's insight, struck Sukyoso squarely in the chest. The unbreakable web of the 12 radiant sword strikes had been torn asunder by a single, perfectly placed blow. For a breathless instant, disbelief was the only victor on the stage. The force of the exchange sent Dojin stumbling backward, but the decisive blow had been struck. From the sidelines, Elder Joe's jaw hung agape, while Jang Cheon allowed himself a thin, satisfied smile. On the stage, Dojin stared at his hands, a wave of stunned triumph washing over him. I did it. The elation was short-lived, chased away by a new surge of agony from his shattered joints. Dojin gasped, the backlash of his desperate gambit hitting him with full force. But his pain was drowned out by a roar of celebration from the Flame Hwa clan's table. Good job, the elders bellowed, while Soyeon, her snack momentarily forgotten, cheered with unrestrained delight. Well done, Hwa Dojin. Clutching his chest, Sukyoso staggered back, his face a canvas of disbelief and incandescent rage. The pain was secondary to the humiliation. You filthy little insect. He seethed, his aura turning a malevolent shade of purple. How dare you point a sword at my body? I'll kill you. Dojin looked on, his breath ragged, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. TCH, was that too weak? His assessment was cut short by a sudden, comical splat. A ripe, red fruit sailed through the air and struck Sukyoso squarely in the face as he was vowing bloody murder. The threat died in his throat, replaced by stunned silence as the fruit pulp slid down his cheek. Sukyoso's face twisted in fury, the humiliation of the blow far worse than any physical strike. Who threw this at my face? He roared at the crowd. From the sidelines, a calm voice cut through the tension. It was me, you scoundrel. Jang Cheon stepped forward, his expression cold and dismissive, meeting Sukyoso's rage with utter contempt. Jang Cheon's gaze was like ice. You insolent punk. He began, then turned his back on the fuming warrior, his attention shifting entirely to Dojin. His voice softened, carrying a weight of finality. You worked hard, Dojin. That's enough. A faint, knowing smile touched Jang Cheon's lips as he looked at the boy who had surpassed all expectations. The lesson was learned, the point was made, and the clan's future was secured in that single, defiant strike. He had no more use for this farce of a tournament. Let's go home. A tournament official hurried to intercept them, bewildered by their sudden departure. You're withdrawing right now, young Master Mujin. Jang Cheon didn't even slow his pace. I've already gained everything there is to gain, he replied coolly, his gaze sweeping over the arena with disdain. This is not some grand martial arts tournament. The Flame Hwa elders nodded in solemn agreement, understanding the deeper strategy at play. Yes, young master. Soyeon, her usual cheerfulness replaced by genuine concern, hurried to Dojin's side. Please hurry and get treated, she urged, her eyes on his bandaged hands. As they made their exit, the Poison Emperor called out, his curiosity piqued. You're leaving? Since our meeting must be fate, how about another drink at your place? To Soyeon's utter shock, Jang Cheon paused and glanced over his shoulder. Well, do as you please, he answered, a tacit acceptance that spoke volumes. A ripple of confusion spread through the remaining crowd as the Flame Hwa clan and the Poison Emperor departed. On the stage, Suk Yoso clicked his tongue in annoyance, his chance for a brutal victory spoiled. From the stands, his clan leader, Suk Ildo, watched them go, his expression unreadable, a cold and calculating darkness swirling in his eyes. As the sun cast long shadows over the emptying tournament grounds, an official noticed a new presence. That person is. A group of imposing, masked warriors strode through the market stalls, their silent passage parting the crowd like a ship through water. They moved with a chilling purpose that set every martial artist on edge. Their leader, a man with a cruel smirk and eyes that held no light, was recognized with a whisper of dread, Hong Jo-hong, the hidden dragon of Shichang. He was met by another figure, a man with a single eye and a jagged scar. He is a dangerous man who must be killed, the one-eyed man, known as the Deaf Black Crow, commanded. I'm trusting you for this. Hong Jo-hong's smirk widened into a grin of pure confidence. There's nothing to worry about. We've even got brothers from the Crimson Sword sect with us. The Deaf Black Crow laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Of course, you're stating the obvious. A third man, his face a mask of arrogant power, confirmed the alliance. The moment the Crimson Sword sect stepped in, the outcome was decided. Ju Su Gang of the Crimson Sword sect was a name that carried its own bloody renown. Their combined laughter echoed through the street as the trio of predators walked off, leaving the officials pale with foreboding. Their path led them through the city, the setting sun glinting off the rooftops until they stopped before the gates of the Flame Hwa clan's temporary residence. Hong Jo-hong looked at the simple wooden gate with utter contempt. What a gate. It looks like it'll rot through and collapse soon enough. A malicious grin split his face. Here, I'll handle the demolition for you. Without warning, he kicked out, his foot shattering the gate into a shower of splinters and dust. The crack of breaking wood was a declaration of war, a blatant act of aggression against the Flame Hwa clan. A young attendant, Chong, rushed out, his face a mask of shock and outrage. "Hey, what are you doing?" he shouted, his voice trembling but defiant. "Why are you breaking someone else's front gate?" He stood his ground, a lone guardian against the encroaching wolves. Hong Jo-hong feigned a casual apology, his eyes glowing with a faint, menacing light. "Oh, my bad. It was so rotten I thought it didn't have an owner." His tone shifted, dripping with venom. "But still, as a mere servant, are you raising your voice at me right now?" Chong froze, the sheer killing intent radiating from the man, paralyzing him with fear. At that same moment, the Brawny brothers were making their way back, patting their full stomachs. "Burp meat really fills you up," one declared happily. Another laughed. "I'm just saying we won't get tired of it, even if we eat it every day." Their camaraderie was easy and loud, a stark contrast to the silent menace gathering at their home. One of the brothers nudged another, teasing him. "By the way, that girl in that house is cute. You kept staring, didn't you?" The other mumbled a denial, his ears turning red. Their banter died on their lips as they turned the final corner and saw the ruin of their front gate, their expressions turning from cheer to stone. One of them muttered about the gate's poor condition, but his words caught in his throat as he saw the scene within. Their attendant, Chong, was on the ground, Hong Jo-hong's foot planted firmly on his back. "This is what happens when you keep a bunch of back-alley riffraff as guards," the intruder sneered, grinding his foot down. Ju Su Gang of the Crimson Sword sect smirked from the side. "I heard he joined hands with the Green Forest. I guess it's true." Hong Jo-hong gestured to the downed attendant with his chin. "Judging by the way they look, it seems like it." The insult was clear. They were associating the Flame Hwa clan with common bandits. The Brawny brothers stared, utterly confused by the sight. "Ma Sok, what are they doing?" one asked their leader. "It doesn't look like they're bowing." Hong Jo-hong burst into derisive laughter. "Wahaha, bowing," he says. "Now that I look closely, they didn't gather warriors, but clowns. You idiots." A low voice cut through the mockery. It was Ma Sok, leader of the Brawny brothers. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous purple chi beginning to flicker around him. Their purpose can be asked later. "What are you guys doing right now?" The question was a low growl, a final warning before the storm. Draw your weapons. The eye patch-wearing deaf black crow stared at Ma Sok, a flicker of recognition nagging at the edge of his memory. Huh, come to think of it, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. But there was no time for recollection. With a guttural roar, Ma Sok and his brothers lunged forward, their formidable bodies moving with shocking speed, descending upon the intruders in a wave of righteous fury. From a distance, the Poison Emperor and Elder Zhou could only stare in stunned silence at the aftermath. Zhang Cheon, returning to the courtyard, surveyed the scene with cold, calculating eyes. His men, the formidable brawny brothers, lay defeated, and his young attendant Chong was pinned to the ground beneath an intruder's foot. The boy's cry of relief at seeing his master was a testament to the swift, brutal defeat they had suffered. Zhang Cheon considered the wreckage. He had only stepped out for a meal, and upon his return, he found his guards beaten and his home invaded. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips as he surveyed the kneeling intruders. He had indeed given them a little massage for their insolence. Overwhelmed with relief, Chong scrambled towards him, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Cheon's gaze swept over the defeated men before landing on the one-eyed deaf black crow. It's you." His voice was flat, devoid of surprise, but laced with a chilling disappointment. He had spared this man's life, demanding only payment in return. Instead, the fool had returned with sword-wielding friends, intent on causing more trouble. The man's previous bravado evaporated, replaced by desperate pleas for mercy. Zhang Cheon ordered his men to stand. Yet, as Hung Johong was brought to his feet, his eyes burned with unquenched hatred. Zhang Cheon ignored him, turning instead to the other. "Did you come for revenge for that half-blinded fool?" he asked Zhu Sugang. Pride, foolish and defiant, surged in the man's chest. "I am the one-step one-kill of the Crimson Sword sect, Zhu Sugang." A predatory light flickered in Zhang Cheon's eyes. "Oh, a nickname. Then you must have some money, too." His thoughts then drifted to the greater implications. "The Crimson Sword sect? Are you part of the four martial heavens?" This declaration sent a shockwave through the Poison Emperor. The Crimson Sword sect, one of the great powers of the realm, raiding an orthodox clan in Sichuan? This was no mere squabble. This was a declaration of war. A suffocating pressure descended upon the courtyard. A tempest of emerald green chi erupted from the Poison Emperor, his leisurely demeanor vanishing, replaced by the terrifying presence of a true monarch of the Murim. His killing intent was a physical force, a malevolent storm that promised absolute destruction. To provoke a power of this magnitude was to court annihilation. The intruders gasped, their bodies trembling under the immense weight of the Emperor's wrath. The very ground seemed to shake with his fury. Ma Sok, even in his injured state, recognized the aura instantly, his face paling with a primordial dread that transcended any physical pain. Zhu Sugang's face contorted in sheer terror as he finally recognized the old man. "Why is that man here?" he choked out. The Poison Emperor, one of the absolute strongest figures in the current martial world, allied with the fledgling Flamehwa clan? The realization struck him like lightning. This wasn't a mistake, it was a death sentence for his entire sect. Panic shattered his pride. Zhu Sugang grabbed Hong Johong and slammed both their heads to the ground in a desperate kowtow. "We were wrong," he wailed, his voice cracking with fear. "Please forgive us, Poison Emperor." The title of One Step, One Kill was a forgotten memory, replaced by the groveling of a man staring into the abyss. But the Emperor was unmoved. "So you truly wish to test my martial prowess, and by extension, the Tang clan," he sneered, his eyes glowing. "Fine. Today, I'll use your bones as a drinking snack. And tomorrow, I'll skin your families alive." The threat, delivered with absolute calm, froze the blood in their veins as they pleaded that it was all a grave misunderstanding. Suddenly, a sharp stomp echoed. A pulse of pure, unadulterated chi, crimson and formidable, erupted from Zhang Cheon. It met the Emperor's oppressive green aura not with force, but with an effortless calm, dispersing the typhoon of killing intent as if it were mere morning mist. Tang Suion watched, her jaw agape. How could this be? The Poison Emperor let out a thoughtful ho. His anger was replaced by intrigued surprise. Jang Cheon's voice cut through the silence, placid but firm. "Take it easy. There are kids here." A predatory smile played on his lips as his own red aura began to swell. "People might start to think you're the owner of the house." The tense standoff shattered into hearty laughter. The Poison Emperor clapped his hands, his killing intent vanishing completely. "Huh, forgive me. Intimidating those guys was so fun I got carried away." With the immediate threat diffused, Jang Cheon turned his focus to his own people, ordering Elder Joe to escort the injured Ma Sok and the children for treatment, his gaze lingering until they were safely away. His attention finally settled on the intruders. He picked up a splinter of the shattered gate, his expression turning glacial. "You beat up another family's servant, and you smashed this precious oak front gate." In a flash, he had Ju Su-gang by the collar, twisting his arm with a sickening crack. An agonized scream tore from the man's throat. As Ju Su-gang writhed, Jang Cheon's voice was a low hiss. "Do you even know what kind of gate this is? 100-year-old oak, blessed with celestial energy, imbued with my grandfather's spirit." The litany of its virtues was punctuated by the man's cries. In a desperate bid to stop the pain, Ju Su-gang deflected. "Ugh. The one who kicked it wasn't me." "Oh, is that so?" Jang Cheon's smile was devoid of warmth. "You stood by and allowed it, so you're an accomplice. Bring a compensation of 10,000 niang." The sheer audacity of the demand left Hong Jo-hong speechless, but another twist of the arm had Ju Su-gang shrieking in agreement. "I understand. Please." Jang Cheon released him and turned to Hong Jo-hong, the true culprit. The man immediately fell to his knees, begging for his life. "Then you bring 20,000 niang." Next, his gaze fell upon the one-eyed deaf black crow, who began to apologize profusely, knowing his fate was sealed. A flash of red light. Jang Cheon's foot lashed out, snapping the man's leg with an audible crack. He had broken a promise, a far greater crime in Jang Cheon's eyes than breaking a gate. "There won't be a second time," he warned, his voice a final, unappealable sentence. As the man writhed, Jang Cheon made his final declaration. "All of this guy's property is mine now. Liquidate everything." He gave the others until the next day to gather the funds and dismissed them with a wave. Tang Soyan watched the entire exchange, her expression a mask of silent evaluation. A few days later, the Flame Hwa clan's residence was a hive of activity. The humble, splintered gate had been replaced by a grand, shining entrance. The estate was being reborn, and its reputation along with it. A seemingly endless line of martial artists queued for the clan's warrior test, drawn by the unprecedented promise of a salary and elite training. Amid this promising new beginning, only one thing unsettled Jang Cheon. In his courtyard, the Poison Emperor and Tang Soyan sat as if they owned the place, leisurely sipping tea. So high, the Emperor beamed. "The tea aroma is especially deep today." Soyan seethed internally, wondering why her grandfather, a man of immense wealth and status, insisted on visiting every single day. Jang Cheon finally confronted him. "Aren't you coming a bit too often?" Unfazed, the Poison Emperor simply offered him a cup. Jang Cheon grumbled, pointing out the absurdity of the situation. "What's with this stinginess over a few cups of tea?" The old man laughed, poking fun at Jang Cheon's flustered expression, much to the young master's profound annoyance. The tension of the previous days had given way to a vibrant, almost festive atmosphere. From a high veranda, the Poison Emperor surveyed the rejuvenated Flame Hwa clan estate. He mused that a place should be filled with such vitality, watching the workers rebuild with a sense of purpose. This bustling scene of life, he chuckled to himself, made the tea taste better and made him forget his own considerable age. Jang Cheon's voice cut through the Emperor's reverie. "Pardon me." The young master's tone was polite, but his eyes held a question. The Emperor, however, had a different agenda. "The energy you wield," he began, "is it a movement art?" After a brief, calculating pause, he pushed his teacup forward. "I ask for your understanding." Before Jang Cheon could ask for what, the world exploded in a tempest of emerald chi. The Poison Emperor launched himself forward, his leisurely demeanor replaced by the predatory speed of a true monarch. His strike, aimed directly at Cheon Jeong's chest, was no mere test. It was an interrogation conducted with lethal force. A grunt of pure shock was all Cheon Jeong could manage as he was thrown back. The sudden eruption of violence sent shockwaves through the courtyard. Tang Soyeon cried out for her grandfather, while the brawny brothers could only stare, dumbfounded by the sight of their clan's most powerful allies locked in combat. The emperor's intentions were clear. He was not content with a simple explanation. He would unearth the truth of Cheon Jeong's power with his own hands. Malignant chi coalesced around the emperor's fist as he unleashed his famed, poisonous explosive punch. But Cheon Jeong, recovering his balance, met the onslaught with a chilling calm. Drawing his blade in a fluid, impossible arc, he unleashed the peerless 9 swords. Third form, chi destruction. A maelstrom of cerulean sword energy met the toxic green fist, not to block, but to annihilate. The two energies collided, shattering the air and blanketing the courtyard in a strange, shimmering powder. The shockwave rattled the very foundations of the newly constructed buildings. As the dust settled, Cheon Jeong examined the residue, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Powder? So it wasn't poison. The emperor's attack was a feint, a diagnostic tool disguised as a killing blow. A look of profound shock crossed the poison emperor's face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Peerless 9 swords? The name was a ghost from his past, a memory seared into his soul. His voice was heavy with the weight of that memory as he admitted, "I've only seen it once, but I can't forget it." Cheon Jeong's composure finally cracked, startled that this old man could recognize a technique lost to the ages. The fight was over as suddenly as it began. "I'm sorry," the emperor said, his martial aura vanishing completely. "I had to know what your swordsmanship was." He gestured to the table, inviting Cheon Jeong to sit as if nothing had happened. Feigning a sore back, the emperor sat down, lost in thought. To think he would see that sword art again after so many decades. The questions hung heavy in the air. How could the eldest son of the Flame Hwa clan know that technique? But Cheon Jeong had his own query, his voice sharp and demanding. "I have to ask my questions first, old man. How did you recognize this?" The emperor's gaze grew distant, and he began to speak of a time long past. His story began in his youth, under the shadow of a great mountain. He recalled following his grandfather, a man feared and respected throughout the Jianghu as the heavenly poison emperor, an absolute master in his prime. But one day, while on a simple fishing trip, a challenger appeared. That challenger was Cheon Jeong's master. The swordsman's presence was like a law of nature, undeniable and absolute. He had simply instructed the young boys to stand aside and hide their eyes, a calm command that brooked no argument. Though his brother urged him to obey, the young Tang Wuchang, driven by a warrior's curiosity, could not look away. He had to bear witness. From his hiding place, the boy watched two titans clash. His grandfather, the heavenly poison emperor, a being who seemed invincible, met his match. The challenger's sword moved with an elegance that defied comprehension, a dance of pure destruction that parried every venomous strike with effortless grace. It was a duel that would redefine the boy's understanding of power. The heavenly poison emperor unleashed his signature technique, a torrent of destructive chi. But the swordsman countered with his own form, chi destruction. The clash was brief, decisive, and utterly one-sided. The spectacle was so incredible, so far beyond anything he had ever imagined, that it was etched into his mind forever. Peerless 9 swords. He whispered, the name a sacred mantra. He remembered cheering for his grandfather with all his might, but it was futile. The strongest master of the time was defeated, not in a protracted battle, but with humbling ease. The mysterious swordsman vanquished the heavenly poison emperor with merely 9 techniques, then turned and walked away without a word. From that day forward, only one phrase remained: peerless 9 swords. Returning to the present, Cheon Jeong clarified that peerless 9 swords was the name of the martial art, not the man. The emperor absorbed this, a smile touching his lips. Interesting, he mused, then posed the logical question, then are you his disciple? Cheon Jeong's answer was cryptic, admitting he was not an official heir but was continuing the legacy for now. Cheon elaborated that it was a complicated matter. He was merely a steward of the technique until a legitimate heir appeared to carry on the line. The emperor nodded, accepting the explanation and apologizing once more for his brashness. As Cheon turned to leave, he paused, a subtle purple aura flaring around him. Do you perhaps know about swordless mark? The name drew blank stares from both the emperor and Tang Soyan. Swordless mark, the old man repeated, pondering its meaning. Traces without a sword. After a moment, he shook his head. I've never heard of it. Seeing their genuine ignorance, Cheon accepted the answer and prepared to take his leave, content that this particular secret was safe. Wait, the emperor called out, a sly glint in his eye. I have one more question. To be honest, this is why I often visit it. He leaned forward, his voice conspiratorial, and looked between Cheon and his granddaughter. What do you think of my heir? He asked, leaving no room for misunderstanding. As a wife, I mean. The sudden tension of the matchmaking attempt hung in the air, but the poison emperor's expression was one of pure, calculating mischief. Cheon was already walking away, his back a rigid line of rejection, but the emperor's audacious proposal lingered. What do you think of my heir? He had asked, his voice laced with the authority of a monarch arranging a political union, not a grandfather seeking an opinion. The question echoed through the courtyard, stunning the eavesdropping clan members. The Brawny brothers stared in disbelief, their minds racing. A bride-to-be? One exclaimed, the idea of their stoic, formidable young master getting married seeming almost fantastical. A wave of excitement and envy swept through the men as they pictured the union. Cheon's brow furrowed in irritation, a dangerous spark entering his eyes as he turned back. Across the courtyard, Tang Soyan was a portrait of flustered embarrassment, her face burning red. The poison emperor, however, was relentless, pressing his point with a stubborn grin. I said she'll be your bride-to-be. Cheon's reply was as cold and sharp as the edge of his blade. I have no intention of marrying. He paused, his gaze turning distant, haunted by memories of a past that no one present could comprehend, at least not in this life. The final words, spoken with an unnatural finality, caused the poison emperor's smile to falter, his sharp mind catching the strange, discordant note. Without waiting for a reply, Cheon added with brutal honesty, and besides, she doesn't exactly fit my preference. The insult struck Tang Soyan like a physical blow, and she shot to her feet, sputtering. I'm not interested in a man like you either. The emperor, however, seized on the word preference with a dawning, incorrect suspicion, forcing a mortified Cheon to deny the absurd implication. The emperor leaned forward, genuinely baffled. How can you reject heir, a woman every man desires? Cheon's patience was wearing thin. Everyone has their own preferences, he stated flatly. I ask that you respect mine. As Cheon turned his back for good, the emperor stroked his beard, musing to himself, wondering if the young man was simply naive to the ways of the world. Stop it, grandfather. You're so embarrassing, Tang Soyan hissed, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. Her grandfather merely chuckled, unfazed by her outburst or Cheon's departure. Is that so? Then it can't be helped, he declared, his eyes twinkling. Next time, I suppose I'll bring your younger sister. Jong-ah is gentler than you, anyway. The emperor's determination was absolute. A man of Mujin's caliber was a prize that could not be allowed to slip away, regardless of his granddaughter's protests. Infuriated, Tang Soyan stormed off, but her grandfather simply hurried after her, calling for them to leave together, his matchmaking scheme far from over. Leaving the awkward encounter behind, Cheon strode towards the main training grounds. As he approached, he was met by one of his new subordinates. Is everyone gathered? He asked, his tone shifting from personal annoyance to the cool command of a clan leader. The report was concise. Up to the recruitment deadline, 230 souls had answered the call to join the Flame Hwa clan. Standing before the sea of hopeful and desperate faces, Cheon's presence commanded absolute silence. My name is Mujin, he began, his voice carrying across the courtyard. I will keep it short. Why you wish to throw yourselves into our clan, I don't care. All I want is for you to become strong and fulfill your duties." With that, he announced the beginning of the warrior selection test, offering a single concession: anyone could quit at any time. But if you endure it, the reward will be certain. A faint, predatory smile touched Cheon Jeong's lips as he delivered his final promise. "Instructors, step forward." On his command, the four brawny brothers moved to the front, their immense figures and hardened expressions a clear testament to the clan's standard of strength. Cheon Jeong presented the brothers as the martial arts instructors responsible for their training. "From this moment on, follow every instruction they give you." He gave the terrified recruits one last look, a glint of cruel amusement in his eyes. "Then I wish you luck," he said, before turning and walking away with a final, chilling remark carried on the wind: "Let's meet again alive." As Cheon Jeong departed, senior instructor Cheol Mook took his place. "From now on, we'll conduct the warrior selection test." He pointed to a mountain of supplies. "All of you are to hoist those rice sacks up onto your backs." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The sacks were enormous, a test of pure, brute strength that seemed beyond the reach of an ordinary man. Cheol Mook smirked at their hesitation. "What? Can't you lift it? If so, there's another way." His voice boomed, a dangerous aura flaring around him. "Just defeat the four of us instructors in a match." The stakes were raised to an impossible height. Anyone who wins not only passes the test, they'll immediately be given an instructor's position as well. The offer was as tempting as it was suicidal. The choice was clear to some. "I'm out. I don't want to die early," one recruit declared, turning to leave. But their path was blocked. "Who said you could leave?" Another instructor growled, his chi flaring with malevolent promise. "Young Master Mujin said you can quit, but he didn't say you'd leave in one piece. Decide. Take the test, or leave after I beat you to within an inch of your life." With any hope of a peaceful exit extinguished, screams of exertion filled the courtyard. The recruits strained under the crushing weight of the rice sacks, driven by the brutal threats of the instructors. From a high balcony, Cheon Jeong watched the crucible begin, a quiet good escaping his lips. The forging of his new army had commenced. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the clan's territory, chaos was unfolding. A man, battered and bleeding, staggered through the dusty streets of the merchant district. Every step was an agony, but he pushed forward, driven by a desperate urgency. "Hurry, and report this to the Flamewalk clan." He gasped, his life force draining away. He collapsed at the very gates of the estate, his fingers clawing at the stone as he fought for his last breath. "Someone help me. Tell a young Master Mujin." His plea was cut short as his body gave out. A young guard rushed to his side, his face paling as he recognized the severity of the man's injuries and the weight of his final words. Within a dimly lit room, Cheon Jeong received the report. The messenger's life was not in immediate danger, but the news he brought was grim. Those Changhua merchant group scoundrels finally did it, the clan elder spat. They had begun stationing their own warriors in the streets, brutalizing merchants and beating any who resisted to death. A chilling stillness descended upon Cheon Jeong. The calculated cruelty of the Changhua group had crossed a line. "Tell Ma Sok to make some quick preparations," he commanded, his voice low and dangerous. When the elder hesitated, Cheon Jeong's eyes flashed with a purple aura of killing intent. "I told you, debts and grudges must be settled clearly. We're just moving a little earlier." The elder scrambled to obey, leaving Cheon Jeong to issue his final orders. The warrior test would continue under Dong Jik's supervision, while the Brawny brothers would prepare for battle. Unseen in the hallway, the twins Hwa So-ok and Hwa So-won listened intently, their small forms hidden behind a wooden chest. So-ok's eyes gleamed with a feral excitement. "You heard that, right? We're finally going to clash with those guys." Her brother, So-won, looked terrified at the prospect of witnessing real bloodshed. But So-ok was insistent, reminding him of the last time he'd covered her eyes. "If you don't go, I'll follow by myself anyway," she threatened, leaving him no choice but to concede. Night fell over the Flame Hwa clan estate. Cheon Jeong stood before his elite warriors, their forms silhouetted against the moonlit sky. He had assembled his sharpest blades, Ma Sok and the brawny brothers. There was no grand speech, only a quiet, heavy question. Are you ready? After their unified affirmation, he gave the final command. Let's go. The war party moved like shadows through the night, their destination the merchant streets ruled by the Changhua group's tyranny. Tailing them from a safe distance, hidden behind a tree, the twins watched with wide eyes. So one trembled, but So Okay wore a wild grin, her heart pounding with exhilaration. For her, this was the true start of an adventure. Under the cold light of the moon, Jeong Cheon and his warriors moved as one. They were not men running through a forest, but shadows given form, flowing over the uneven ground without a sound. Their pace was a testament to a level of martial discipline far beyond mortal kin. Each step perfectly placed, their chi controlled to leave no trace upon the sleeping world. Far behind, two smaller figures struggled to keep pace. Hwa So-okay grit her teeth in frustration, her small lungs burning. Confounded, we're going to lose them. Her brother, So-won, could only pant in agreement, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. How are they that fast? He gasped, the sheer difference in their cultivation realms laid bare. Suddenly, the figures ahead stopped. In the clearing before them, silhouettes emerged from behind ancient trees, their killing intent a palpable miasma in the night air. It was an ambush. The trap, laid by the Changhua merchant group's hired blades, had been sprung, a net of steel and malice closing around them. The twins finally crested a ridge, their breath catching in their throats at the sight. Below, dozens of armed men surrounded Jeong Cheon's small party. So one's innocent curiosity curdled into terror. What's happening? He stammered, his sister equally frozen by the sudden, lethal tension. Ma Sok's gaze hardened. Wow, were these wretches lying in ambush? He mused. But Jeong Cheon's lips curved into a cold, knowing smile, his eyes glinting with an unnerving light. The hunters had miscalculated their prey, so the ones they were really after were us, after all, he murmured, the realization not a surprise, but a confirmation. The ensuing clash was not a battle, but an execution. The brawny brothers became engines of destruction, their movements a brutal dance. Fists crushed bone, a staff shattered limbs, and a heavy axe cleaved through flesh and hope alike. The ambushers' confident cries turned to gurgled screams as they were dismantled with terrifying efficiency. Then, Jeong Cheon moved. He was a phantom against the full moon, a streak of black and red that flickered through the chaos. His blade was an extension of his will, silent and absolute. A crimson aura, born of countless battles in a forgotten life, enveloped him as he reaped through the remaining assassins, his eyes glowing with the chilling joy of the hunt. From their perch, the twins watched the massacre. Panicked shouts of "Stop him!" echoed from below, but it was like trying to catch the wind. Hwa So-okay's thrill for adventure soured into shock as she realized what real combat was. Then, the coppery stench of blood, thick and cloying, drifted up to them, a visceral assault on their senses. In moments that felt like an eternity, it was over. Ma Sok wiped his blade. Cleanup's done. Jeong Cheon stood over the last, trembling survivor, his expression devoid of all emotion. Cheol-mook, open his mouth, he commanded. Who hired you? Tell me, and I'll spare your life. Cheol-mook's hand clamped down like a mountain collapsing, his voice a low growl. Hey, young master is asking you a question. A pained scream tore from the man's throat as his will broke. Ga? All right. We're the Death Forest faction. We came on commission from the Changhua merchant group. Jeong Cheon's eyes narrowed, a flicker of cold memory within them. Death Forest faction? So you're the ones who attacked the kids before. He recalled his promise to the assassin he'd spared then. I'm pretty sure I said I was going to kill you. The man babbled pleas for mercy. To Cheol-mook's surprise, Jeong Cheon ordered, let him go. The freed assassin scrambled away, his mind shattered by the monster who had single-handedly slaughtered dozens. But Jeong Cheon's voice followed him, a promise colder than any grave. Go and pass on this message to your people. I'll kill every last one of you I see, so I dare you to go on and keep it up. The man fled into the darkness, not a survivor, but a messenger of impending doom. As the chilling silence returned, So-Okay shivered. "It's late. Should we head back now?" But a voice, sharp as honed steel, sliced through the night. "Who's there?" Jang Cheon's gaze snapped towards their hiding place. In a blur, one of the brawny brothers was upon them. Discovered, the twins were brought before Jang Cheon, each sporting a fresh lump on their head. "I'm sorry," so one whimpered, with So-Okay echoing his apology. "I just wanted to see actual combat." Jang Cheon's voice was low and stern. "I understand how you feel, but if the enemy had spotted you first, you could have lost your lives." He gestured to the grim pile of bodies. "Look over there. Do you think they knew they were going to die today?" His words were a cold lesson, stripping away their childish fantasies. In a single moment, a choice decides life or death. That is what this place is, the Murim. Death is always lurking right behind you. The gravity of the lesson sank in, and the twins bowed their heads in genuine understanding. "Yes, Mujin." Seeing their contrition, Jang Cheon's tone softened. "Good. It's dangerous, so camp here with me tonight. Return to the clan at daybreak." As Ma Sok lit the funeral pyre, the twins watched, their eyes wide. The sound of burning flesh, the thick, acrid smell that permeated the forest. It was both familiar from stories and horrifyingly new. The roaring flames reflected in their pupils, searing a memory into their souls that would never be forgotten. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky, Jang Cheon dismissed his men. "Go on now. The clan is probably in an uproar by this point." He assigned Ma Sok to escort the chastened twins. "This way, you little troublemakers," the warrior sighed. Jang Cheon turned to his remaining men. "We've been delayed, so let's pick up the pace." Meanwhile, back at the Flame Hwa estate, the elder Dong Jik was beside himself with worry. "Hurry up and find them," he bellowed, his face pale with panic. "Tell the servants and the warriors to search every corner. We confirmed they were asleep until last night. Where in the world are they?" On the path home, Ma Sok correctly guessed the hierarchy of mischief. "Lady Hwa So-Okay talked you into coming along, didn't she? She's the clan's ringleader." So one pointed an accusatory finger. "Don't even get me started. When I said I wasn't going, she started making threats." A desperate cry for help interrupted their bickering. Ahead, a brutish man had seized a woman in a nun's habit, his laughter cruel as she struggled. "Ugh, let go of me," she cried. The ruffian, lost in his sadism, was oblivious to the approaching warriors, while his victim reached out a pleading hand. Ma Sok's eyes narrowed. What are they doing in broad daylight? He held an arm out, stopping the children. "Stay here for a moment." He tried to play the part of a simple traveler, attempting to de-escalate. "Haha, young master, young lady, please return to the clan at once. Everyone must be worried." But Ma Sok's inner thoughts were grim. The ruffian sneered at the attempt. "Pathetic fool. Get lost." He threw the nun to the ground and turned a lecherous eye toward So-Okay. "What is it, kid? Do you want to watch too?" The man's grin widened, grabbing a nun in broad daylight. Before he could finish his vile thought, So-One, trembling with a fury he didn't know he possessed, roared, "Get that hand off of her right now, you filthy, shameless scum." The outburst stunned the ruffian, drew a wicked smile from So-Okay, and made Ma Sok's heart plummet. So-One's childish outburst hung in the air, a fragile challenge against a predator's sneer. He had acted on pure instinct, a surge of righteous fury that bypassed all fear. Ma Sok's blood ran cold, but So-Okay's eyes glinted with a dangerous pride for her brother's foolish, noble stand. The ruffian, Jang Tae, moved with contemptuous speed. One moment he was smirking, the next his hand was a vice around So-One's throat, lifting the boy from the ground as if he were a doll. A suffocating killing intent, thick with malice, poured from him. "Oh, what a bold little brat," he rasped, his eyes glowing red. "Do you think I won't kill you just because you're young? I'll cut off all 4 of your limbs, then enjoy your screams as entertainment." A glint of steel sliced the air as Ma Sok launched a desperate gambit, a dagger aimed at Jang Tae's wrist. The ruffian barely moved, deflecting the blade with an almost casual flick of his own sword. But the speed of the throw gave him pause. Ugh, what kind of movement was that? He grunted, realizing the burly guard was more than he appeared. Sewon, gasping for air, cried out in terror. Cheon Jeong. The name only seemed to delight the fiend. You scoundrel! So you were a martial artist after all, Jeong Tae hissed, his cruel amusement transforming into the eager bloodlust of a true predator who had found worthy sport. Ma Sok's heart pounded against his ribs. He had confirmed the man was a master far beyond his own realm. He leaned towards the children, his voice a low, urgent whisper. Young master, when I give the signal, don't look back. Run with the young lady. Don't stop for even a moment. With his decision made to sacrifice himself, he roared, now, and charged forward to buy them time. Steel shrieked against steel as Ma Sok engaged the madman. Jeong Tae moved with a deranged grace, his laughter echoing through the trees as he easily parried the guard's attacks. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to loosen up my body like this. Good, very good. It was not a duel, it was a game, and Ma Sok was merely the toy. Ma Sok was driven back, his arms screaming in protest as he blocked a relentless storm of blows. Each parry sent a shudder through his bones, the gap in their cultivation painfully obvious. Jeong Tae savored every moment, his eyes alight with sadistic glee. The way you're writhing and struggling is quite a sight. Show it to me one more time. Sweat and desperation clouded Ma Sok's vision. His opponent's blade was a blur, yet every strike was impossibly precise. The warrior thought in dismay. A horrifying realization dawned on him. Growing bored with the defense, Jeong Tae's tone sharpened. Are you not going to show it to me? Then you'll die. He lunged, his blade aimed for Ma Sok's heart. In that final moment, Ma Sok's only thought was for the children. Sparks exploded as Ma Sok, through sheer will and desperation, deflected the fatal blow. The impact threw him backwards, his body screaming in protest, but he was alive. Jeong Tae's manic grin vanished, replaced by sheer disbelief. Ugh, what in the world is this now? He roared, unable to comprehend how his killing strike had been stopped. Suddenly, a joyous cry erupted from the twins. He's here. Mujin, like a phantom born of the forest shadows, Jong Cheon appeared between the combatants. There was no grand entrance, only the sharp, resonant clang of his sword meeting Jeong Tae's, stopping the madman's momentum cold. Ma Sok stared, his mind reeling. Young Master Mujin, I knew you'd come, but his relief quickly curdled into shock. He had judged Jeong Tae's sword to be superior, yet as the two masters exchanged blows, he watched in utter disbelief as Jong Cheon's blade was steadily pushed back. How could this be? The foundation of his martial understanding was cracking. Jeong Tae's surprise turned to grudging respect. You look like you know how to swing a sword at least. Good, good, he cackled, unleashing a fearsome technique. Chain Moon Slash. A whirlwind of blade energy converged on Jong Cheon, who met the complex assault without flinching, his own sword a blur against the storm. Blood sprayed as one of the slashes caught Jong Cheon on the shoulder. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, but did not yield. Instead, he planted his foot firmly, absorbing the force of the blow, his eyes never leaving his opponent. He had been wounded, but his stance remained unbroken, a mountain weathering a hurricane. Farther down the path, the brawny brothers had arrived, panting from their pursuit. Ma Sok squinted, baffled. How is he doing that from so far away? Does he have a divine weapon? Cheol Mook, his gaze sharp, corrected him. No, Sak. He's an incredible martial master. Let's go at maximum inner energy. All right, Ma Sok agreed, preparing to charge. Jong Cheon's voice cut through the air. Cheol Mook. Wait. The brothers froze. Look closely. As Ma Sok focused, the truth of the battle unfolded. Isn't he avoiding every lethal wound while reading the scoundrel's sword? Jong Cheon wasn't losing, he was learning. While Jeong Tae pressed his attack, Jong Cheon's mind worked with inhuman speed. He was not merely fighting, but dissecting. He was absorbing his opponent's entire art, preparing to apply it all to his own sword forms. A memory surfaced of him teaching Sewon. The true power of the peerless 9 swords is only revealed when it meets a strong sword. Sewon had asked if it was stronger than his demonic spirit sword art. Jang Cheon had smirked. You little punk. Of course my sword is stronger, by just a tiny bit. This duel was not for survival. It was the ultimate lesson in practice. Jang Cheon's eyes flashed with certainty. A predatory smile touched his lips. I've grasped every one of your sword strikes. The declaration stunned Jang Tae. What? Before the ruffian could process it, Jang Cheon closed the distance, not with his sword, but with his body, slamming a powerful shoulder check into his opponent's chest. Staggered and thrown off balance, Jang Tae was utterly exposed. The lesson was over. Jang Cheon's sword became a streak of crimson light, embodying all the knowledge it had just consumed. It passed through Jang Tae in a silent, perfect arc, followed an instant later by a fine red mist that painted the forest floor. Time seemed to stand still as Jang Tae hit the ground. The forest held its breath, witnessing the fall of a master not in a grand explosion of chi, but in a quiet, final spray of blood. Jang Cheon stood over the body, his expression as cold and unforgiving as the steel of his sword, while the children and the brawny brothers could only stare in stunned silence. With a swift, brutal stomp, Jang Cheon ensured the fiend's life was extinguished. There was no honor in this killing, only necessity. As the last of his life force faded, Jang Tae's maniacal eyes found a flicker of lucidity, his voice a ragged whisper. Ugh, to be done in by some upstart. What a joke. You, what is your name? The name was delivered with the weight of a death sentence. While Mujin, recognition dawned in the dying man's eyes as he connected the name to the legendary Flame Hwa clan. With that final, bitter understanding, the light in his eyes vanished completely, his body falling limp upon the forest floor. Jang Cheon sheathed his blood-soaked blade, his voice a low curse upon the fallen warrior's spirit. May you never find peace, even in death. He turned away, leaving a final, chilling piece of wisdom for the departing soul. And in your next life, do not pick a fight with someone like me. One of the rescued women, Myong, finally processed the whirlwind of events. While Mujin, I've heard that name before. The connection clicked in her mind, sending a shiver of awe down her spine. The infamous Crazy Flame clan young master. His legendary strength was no mere rumor. It was a terrifying reality she had just witnessed firsthand. The cold executioner vanished, replaced by a concerned older brother. Are you hurt anywhere? He asked the twins. Ma Sok, still breathing heavily, quickly explained the situation, his eyes darting towards a guilty Sewon. How'd you know to come here? Jang Cheon's reply was simple, a testament to his sharpened instincts. My gut just felt off. Ma Sok recounted the tale, how the man Jang Cheon had just slain was accosting the nuns. Since your younger siblings were here, we were going to just pass by, but young Master Dojin stepped up and shouted at him. Sewon, looking at his feet, admitted his culpability. Sorry, I just couldn't let it go. A ghost of a smile touched Jang Cheon's lips, a flicker of pride in his eyes. Little one, you have a sense of righteousness, huh? His approval was cut short as Myong. The nun stepped forward and bowed deeply. I am Myong, a first-generation disciple of the Ame sect. Thanks to you, I managed to keep my life. Jang Cheon waved off the formalities, his gaze sharp and focused. Save the introductions. What was the name of the man who just died? Myong explained he was a peak master known as the Crimson Moon Sword, a degenerate from the Crescent Moon Sword sect of the Four Martial Heavens. A sneer of contempt crossed Jang Cheon's face. Another foul one from the Four Martial Heavens. No wonder his swordsmanship was so crude. When Myong tried to offer her profuse thanks, Jang Cheon deflected. Go thank Jang Tae and Dojin. I didn't come here planning to save you. His words were directed at Sewon, a subtle lesson in the weight of one's actions. The nun understood and bowed to the boy, whose face flushed with embarrassment. It's nothing. I didn't do anything. With the matter concluded, Jang Cheon announced their departure. I'll be going on ahead. Be on your way, then. Ma Sok bowed respectfully as the group became a blur, vanishing down the path with speed far beyond that of mortal men, their journey far from over. Watching him go, Myong contemplated the encounter. Mujin of the Flame Hwa clan. I thought the rumors were exaggerated. The sheer power he wielded, the casual way he dispatched a peak master, it was all beyond comprehension. Perhaps, she thought, a new wind really has started blowing through Shicha. Under the pale light of the moon, Jong Cheon and his retinue arrived at the gates of the Yunho merchant group. The group master, seeing the silhouette of the man he'd been desperately waiting for, could hardly believe his eyes. Is this a dream? Is it truly you? Jong Cheon's voice was calm, cutting through the night air. I came to keep my promise. Have you been well, merchant group master? The master snapped out of his stupor, barking orders to his men. What are you all doing? Hurry and prepare to receive our guest. Set a generous table. Soon, they were seated, the brawny brothers already devouring the food. My apologies, the master said. Things haven't been easy lately, so the spread is rather meager. Jong Cheon merely nodded. It tastes great, though. The master looked at him with concern. Your face has gotten half as small. You must have had a hard time. Just then, other merchants burst in, overjoyed. Young Master Hwa really came in person. How did you make it through such a dangerous journey? Jong Cheon answered nonchalantly. On the way here, I dealt with about 30 assassins, and I also beat down some man called the Crimson Moon Sword. The room fell silent. The merchants stared, mouths agape. The Crimson Moon Sword, from the four martial heavens. The master was stunned into a fit of laughter. To think you defeated such a vicious master. This will make the reputation of the nameless hidden dragon even more imposing. The mood turned grim as the master explained the true state of affairs. Their tyranny is getting worse by the day. If we leave them be, they'll bring warriors and storm this place. He looked desperately at Jong Cheon, who placed his cup down with a soft click. That's exactly why I came. Relief flooded the master's face. Why, you mean you'll step in personally? Jong Cheon nodded, a predatory gleam in his eyes. I will, but if I'm going to act, I'll need a bit of justification. Let's start with the nearby cloth street. There's something you, the three group heads, need to prepare. The next day, the brawny brothers walked through the cloth street, as instructed. It was a hauntingly desolate scene. What a bleak market, Ma Sak grumbled. Cheol Mook agreed, his gaze sweeping over the empty stalls. I can't believe it's this empty. No wonder the merchants are dropping like flies. They spotted one of the only active businesses, a small noodle shop, and sat down. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles here, please. And pile on plenty of minced meat. Before the owner could reply, 2 other men swaggered in, loudly proclaiming the shop was awful and that a better one was just across the street. The shop owner's face went pale with fear, his hands trembling. The provocateur turned his attention to the brothers, insisting they move. Ma Sak tried to ignore him, but the man grew more persistent. Hey, this place is the worst. I'm telling you, let's move. Cheol Mook's patience finally wore thin. A dangerous purple aura began to emanate from him as he glared at the troublemaker. You're annoying my big brother. Just get lost. Startled by the sudden killing intent, the man flinched. His companion, however, simply scoffed and walked away, clearly heading to the rival shop. A moment later, the man returned, flanked by several other thugs. They surrounded the table, their intent clear. Bay, the lead troublemaker sneered, his confidence restored. This shop's noodles are the worst. Why don't you move with us? Ma Sak sighed, completely unfazed by the show of force. What a bunch of clowns. Whether it's good or not is for me to decide after I eat. Enraged by his calm dismissal, the thugs began shouting. Are you deaf? But it was Ma Sak whose temper finally snapped, his eyes glowing with purple light. You've all got big mouths. Stop running them and come at me. A troublemaker's voice cut through the quiet of the noodle shop, his words a crude attempt at intimidation. Hey, this shop's noodles are the worst. Why don't you move with us? Ma Sak, however, remained utterly unbothered, his response a low rumble from behind his beard. What a bunch of fools. Whether it's good or not is for me to decide after I eat. Do you think you know my taste? Infuriated by the calm dismissal, the thugs escalated their taunts. Are you deaf? We're trying to talk to you nicely. Ma Sak's patience, a shallow river to begin with, finally ran dry. A dangerous violet chi began to emanate from him, his eyes glowing with suppressed power. You've all got big mouths. Stop running them and come at me." One of the thugs, mistaking his opponent's size for slowness, lunged forward with his sword. Before the blade could find its mark, a powerful arm shot out, catching the weapon in a grip of steel. It was Cheol Mook, who had moved like a shadow to intercept the blow, his face an impassive mask that betrayed nothing of the strength required for such a feat. The brief stalemate was shattered as Ma Sak unleashed his fury. With a single explosive movement, he brought his fist down, the shockwave splintering the ground beneath him. The brawl was brutish and short. He moved through the thugs like a boulder through dry twigs, sending bodies flying amidst the wreckage of tables and chairs. "Yeah, you said you wouldn't break the shop's stuff," the owner cried in despair, watching his livelihood disintegrate. From a distance, the rival merchants who had instigated the conflict watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the swift and violent turn of events. The street was left a chaotic mess, a testament to the brothers' overwhelming power. As the dust settled on the cloth street, another part of the plan was unfolding at the Pyongyang Merchant Group headquarters. Jeong Cheon sat in quiet contemplation, his brush gliding across a scroll, sealing a new alliance. He handed the finished letter to the group master. "Please urgently send this to the Tang clan," he instructed, his tone leaving no room for argument. The Tang clan. The master's eyes widened, a wave of shock and awe washing over him. To have connections to one of the most powerful and feared families in the land revealed a depth to Jeong Cheon he had not anticipated. Before he could ponder it further, a voice called out, "Young master, we're back." The Brawny brothers had returned, dragging their bound and defeated Cory. With a forceful shove, Ma Sak threw the captives to the ground. "Get on your knees. Bow your head," he commanded. The leader of the thugs looked up, a mix of pain and defiance on his face. "Who in the world are you?" Jeong Cheon's reply was as cold and sharp as a shard of ice. "Oh, I know exactly who you are. You're curs from the Changhwa Merchant Group." A stifling pressure, thick with killing intent, radiated from Jeong Cheon, the air itself seeming to grow heavy. "You dared point your swords at our people, so it's fair to call this a declaration of war, right?" The thug's blood ran cold as recognition finally dawned. Hwa Mujin. When did he get here? The name was a death knell, confirming his worst fears. This was a perfectly laid trap. A predatory smile played on Jeong Cheon's lips. "Where's your boss? I need to see him." Panic began to claw at the thug's composure. He had been a pawn, moved into position without ever seeing the player. Darn it, we got played. This was a trap. The realization was a terror far greater than any physical blow. Jeong Cheon noted the thug's stubborn silence. That look says you don't plan on talking." A single, subtle glance was all it took. Ma Sak, understanding the unspoken command, the brawny warrior moved with startling speed, his spear lancing out to fell one of the other captives. The man collapsed without a sound, a brutal lesson in the cost of silence. The thug sputtered, his false bravado crumbling. Why are you doing this? We don't have a boss." Jeong Cheon's expression was unmoved. "Take the guy next to him too. End him." As Ma Sak raised his spear again, the man's will shattered completely. "I'll tell you everything. Just spare my life." Jeong Cheon looked down, his voice devoid of pity. "You should have done that from the start." Grabbing the man by his collar, Jeong Cheon's eyes burned with an infernal light, pinning the man's soul with his gaze. "Who's your boss? Where is he right now?" The terrified thug, his spirit broken, pointed a trembling finger. "The Zhegung Taishan Martial Hall. Is that the truth?" "Yes," he shrieked, desperate to please his captor. Meanwhile, within that very hall, news traveled on the wind. Shaolin Grandmaster Hyun Woo slammed his cup down, his voice booming. The Flame Hwa clan's Hwa Mujin defeated the Crimson Moon Sword of the Four Martial Heavens. No Ilching, the Taishan Martial Hall master, smiled knowingly. Yes, the one who possesses the heavenly martial body has finally begun to soar. No Ilching chuckled. Monk Haiguang always regretted that he couldn't bring the boy into the secular world. It seems his potential is now being realized. He added, "And I've heard his two siblings are exceptionally talented as well." The Grandmaster leaned forward, surprised. "Oh, really? He had blood relatives?" The tale of their performance at the tournament only deepened his intrigue. A decision took root in the Grandmaster's mind. He stood abruptly. "Thanks for the drink. I should get going now." Before No Ilching could inquire further, the old monk declared his intentions with a wry chuckle. "It's been a while. I should go see Sichuan again." A new current was pulling the great masters of the Central Plains towards a single point. Under the serene moonlight of the Sichuan Ame sect, Abbess Mujin Hwa announced her own sudden departure to a concerned disciple, Myo Ryle. "It is nothing to worry about," the abbess assured her with a gentle smile. "If you receive a favor, repaying it at once is only proper. I'm going to convey my thanks to young Master Hwa and give his two siblings a small gift." The abbess spoke glowingly of Mujin's heroic character and his siblings' cleverness, a story Myo Ryle had heard many times before. She bid the elder farewell, watching her silhouette fade into the night. A small gift. Myo Ryle wondered aloud, a curious smile on her face. What is she planning to bring? With a knowing look at the moon, the abbess set out on her journey. At the same time, miles away in the grand estate of the Tang clan, a servant delivered a scroll. The formidable Poison Emperor, Tang Samun, read the message from Hwa Mujin, his ancient eyes betraying nothing of his thoughts. An argument erupted. The current clan head, Tang Junction, pleaded with his father. "No, father. Hojong is only 18. The man who becomes her husband must be brought into the clan. If we send her far away and she's harmed, what then?" The Poison Emperor dismissed his son's concerns with a sharp sound, chiding the doting father for his short-sightedness. "No more backtalk. I have decided," the Poison Emperor stated. His word is unbending as ancient law. His son's protests about the absurdity of traveling in person over a mere letter fell on deaf ears. With a sigh at his son's foolish devotion, the old master prepared for his journey, the clan retainers bowing in deference to his supreme authority. "I want to go too, Grandpa," a young woman's voice chimed in. It was his granddaughter, Tang Hojong. She was joined by Tang Sohai, who offered to accompany them as a chaperone. Though Hojong bristled at being treated like a child, she was easily swayed by the promise of famous restaurants near the Flame Hwa clan estate. The Poison Emperor watched the exchange with a quiet, knowing look, his thoughts a private river running deep beneath the surface of the conversation. Seeing that his granddaughters were ready, he turned toward the gate, his purpose clear. With the weight of his clan and the future of the martial world on his shoulders, he set off to answer Hwa Mujin's call. "Then let's go." Scene omitted. This section contains chapter titles and series branding, which are not part of the core narrative. Under the dim glow of lanterns, Hwa Mujin and his brawny brothers walked the streets of Sangrio. They moved with a grim purpose, their captive leading the way, his spirit already broken. Each step took them deeper into enemy territory, the air growing thick with the promise of conflict. Their path led them into a pleasure district, a stark and decadent contrast to their somber mission. Women with painted smiles and silken robes called out, their voices like chimes in the night. Cheol Mook averted his gaze with a nervous cough, while Ma Sak's usual hardened expression faltered, a flicker of unease in his eyes at the unfamiliar territory. The women, undeterred, swarmed the formidable warriors, their compliments flowing freely. Ma Sak, a giant on the battlefield, found himself flustered by their forwardness, stammering that he was perhaps too young to be addressed with such familiarity. His awkwardness was a strange sight, a mountain momentarily humbled by a gentle stream. The captive, sensing a change in mood, nervously explained that this district was the heart of Sangryu's commerce, managed by the Changhua Merchant Group. Zhang Qian's lip curled in a sneer. He corrected the man with icy disdain, revealing that the Changhua Group had destroyed the original cloth district, driving out honest merchants to build this den of vice. The thug stammered, the ugly truth of his service dawning on him. Zhang Qian's words hung in the air, a chilling indictment. "You were the hands and feet that made it happen," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. Cutting off any further discussion, Cheol Mook impatiently asked if they had arrived. The guide, now trembling, confirmed they were close, his fleeting bravado entirely extinguished. Their guide stopped before a grand, palatial structure. This was the Twin Flower House, the most infamous establishment in all of Sichuan. Zhang Qion surveyed the opulent building, a monument to the corruption he sought to dismantle. With a predatory smile, he gave the order, "Let's go in." The doors opened into a world of crimson and gold, a dizzying display of wealth that left the brawny brothers momentarily awestruck. But Zhang Qion's senses, honed by a lifetime of peril, detected something else. A sweet, cloying fragrance permeated the air, a scent that was both alluring and deeply unnatural. It was a smell he recognized from a darker past. A hostess approached their guide with familiarity, but he curtly waved her away. This was not a night for pleasantries. "I'm not here to play today," he stated, his tone sharp. Knowing their target was on an upper floor, he led them forward, deeper into the gilded cage. Suddenly, Cheol Mook clutched his head, a wave of dizziness washing over him. The perfumed air was a potent hallucinogen, and its tendrils were beginning to warp his perception. The room swam, and through the haze, he saw a woman reaching for him, her touch a strange, tickling sensation against his skin. The warrior's iron will was being subtly undone. Ma Sak, too, fell prey to the intoxicating smoke. In his mind, a beautiful woman shivered, pleading for the warmth of his powerful arms. The giant, who could shatter stone with his fists, blushed and stammered his consent, his defenses melting away before the phantom in his mind. The trap was working perfectly. But the hallucinogen had a different effect on Mujin. As his brothers were lost in pleasant daydreams, he was plunged into a nightmare. Before him stood a ghost from his past life, Yanhwa. The sight of the woman he had lost, the deepest wound in his soul, struck him with the force of a physical blow. His mind screamed, "That can't be. Why Yanhwa?" The apparition of Yanhwa reached for him, her voice a whisper of sorrow and longing, mirroring the loneliness buried deep within his heart. For an agonizing moment, the line between memory and illusion blurred, and the great Mujin was just a man face to face with his most painful regret. Her hand grazed his arm, a phantom touch that threatened to unravel him completely. With a snarl of pure rage, Zhang Qion shattered the illusion. The grief and shock twisted into volcanic fury as he realized the nature of this foul trick. A violent storm of crimson chi erupted from his body, a wave of raw power that tore through the very fabric of the building, intent on purging the poison and its creators from existence. The force of the blast was catastrophic. Patrons, staff, and his own ensnared brothers were thrown through the air like dolls. The opulent structure groaned and splintered as the shockwave expanded, turning the den of pleasure into a whirlwind of chaos and panicked screams. The very foundation of the Twin Flower House trembled. As the red dust began to settle, Cheol Mook and Ma Sak staggered to their feet, their heads pounding. The illusion was broken, replaced by the bitter sting of deception. Zhang Qion stood untouched amidst the wreckage, his eyes glowing with cold understanding. So this place was filled with hallucinogenic smoke, he mused, disgusted by the depths of their depravity. His voice cut through the lingering chaos, sharp and final. "As of today, this place is shut down. I'll burn it all to the ground." He turned to the terrified guide, his patience gone. "Keep leading the way." Subdued and shaking, the man obeyed, leading them up the stairs toward the master of this corrupt enterprise. They reached a private chamber where a man in fine silks stood, his composure already frayed by the commotion below. Upon seeing the intruders, he drew his sword, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Who are you people? Do you even know who I am?" His threats were the last gasps of a man who had no idea he was already defeated. Zhang Qion gave a simple, two-word command, "No sack." Before the steward could react, Cheol Mook was on him, his movement a blur. A swift, precise strike sent the man's sword flying and left him gasping on the floor, the illusion of his power shattered in an instant. Dazed, he could only stammer, "Double-eat, who are you?" A chilling smile touched Zhang Qion's lips. "I'm Mujin of the Flame Hwa clan." The name landed like a death sentence. The steward's face went pale as he understood the magnitude of his mistake. After confirming the man's identity as the deputy chief steward, Zhang Qion got straight to the point. He delivered his ultimatum with the calm of a headsman. 10 days. Within 10 days, withdraw every Cheonghwa merchant group business from Sangreyu, and stop your petty games against the Flame Hwa clan. When the steward tried to feign ignorance, Jeong Cheon silenced him, advising him to simply report the command to his masters. They, he assured, would understand. His gaze hardened, layering his words with undeniable threat. If you don't withdraw, I'll take it as a challenge against the Flame Hwa clan. If you think you can handle that, then try standing your ground. His final decree echoed in the now silent room. And as of today, this place is closed for business. As they departed, the twin flower house became a pyre, flames licking at its ornate rooftops and devouring the corruption within. Watching the blaze illuminate the night sky, Jeong Cheon issued his next command. This was only the beginning. He would need to involve his other key subordinates, Dong Jik and Jang Tae, for the war to come. Far away, at the Flame Hwa clan estate, an entirely different conflict was unfolding. Their petty squabble was cut short by a heavy, imposing presence. The Poison Emperor, Tang Samun, had arrived. The air grew still as the two envoys stared in disbelief at the legendary figure. Tang Samun addressed the elder directly, his voice like grinding stones. "What brings me here? Obviously, I received young Master Hwa's letter and rushed over." In an act of supreme foolishness, the envoys demanded the Poison Emperor wait his turn. Tang Samun's eyebrow twitched, a dangerous sign. He was the Poison Emperor. Order was what he dictated. As the elder broke into a cold sweat, desperate to de-escalate, he could only pray for his young master's swift return to manage the convergence of titans he had wrought. At the Flame Hwa estate, the air in the reception hall was thick with unspoken tension. Elder Joe took a sip of tea, remarking on its exceptional flavor, a desperate attempt to fill the void of silence. Across from him sat the envoys of the Amay sect and the Shaolin Temple, two titans of the Orthodox world, their presence turning the simple room into a cage of competing ambitions. The Amay abbess, Mujin Hwa, and the Shaolin monk acknowledged each other with the strained courtesy of old rivals. It had been 5 years since their paths last crossed, and to meet here, in the house of a rising but minor clan, was a matter of great curiosity. Elder Joe, caught between these monoliths, could only offer pleasantries, praying the fragile peace would hold. Elder Joe gently probed their intentions, asserting his own close relationship with young Master Hwa. The Shaolin monk was the first to stake his claim, citing a tenuous karmic bond. He declared that a Shaolin elder, Hai Guang, had been the first to recognize the young master's blessed talent. The abbess Mujin Hwa let out a faint scoff, unimpressed by such a threadbare connection. The monk waxed philosophical, musing that even a single brush of robes can plant karmic seeds across eons. Unmoved, Abbess Mujin Hwa redirected the conversation with a sharp retort. With quiet intensity, she asserted that the Amay sect's connection was far deeper and more binding than any fleeting observation. Mujin Hwa laid her claim on the table, a debt of blood and honor. She reminded them of the Crimson Moon Sword incident, where young Master Hwa had saved her disciples from certain death. Repaying a debt of life, she argued, was a far greater karmic tie, a duty that must be honored directly. The Shaolin monk, sensing the shift in power, inquired how she planned to repay such a monumental debt. A fierce light entered the abbess's eyes, her voice ringing with absolute conviction. She declared her intent to repay the kindness by directly transmitting several secret arts of the Amay sect to the Flame Hwa clan, an offer of staggering value. Elder Joe's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacious proposal. Not to be outdone, the Shaolin monk quickly played his own hand. With a calm smile, he announced his purpose was to take the Flame Hwa clan's equally talented second son as his disciple, seeking to bind the clan's future to the Shaolin Temple. Elder Joe felt a cold sweat form on his brow. The shamelessness of these so-called righteous masters was appalling. They were circling his clan's young like vultures. He understood then that his duty was not merely to be a host, but to be a guardian, protecting the clan's hidden dragons from schemers of every alignment. A chilling understanding passed between the abbess and the monk. The Flame Hwa clan possessed twin siblings, one male, one female. It was a perfect coincidence, allowing each sect to claim a prodigy without direct conflict. They shared a smile that held no warmth, only the cold calculation of a shared prize. Elder Joe slammed his cup down, the sharp sound cutting through their scheming. He informed them that young Master Hwa's siblings had already begun training in their clan's secret arts. To take them as disciples would not only be an insult, but would effectively sever the clan's line of succession. His voice hardened, accusing them of gross presumption. The Shaolin monk offered a hollow apology before deftly sidestepping the elder's point. He argued there was no rule stating a disciple must abandon their clan to join the temple ranks. His only wish, he claimed with false humility, was to leave a mark of his life's work upon the world by training a worthy successor. The brazen sophistry of the monk's argument left Elder Joe seething with contained fury. Trapped between the immovable ambitions of two great sects, he felt utterly overwhelmed. In his heart, he sent a silent, desperate plea across the distance. "Young Master Hwa, please come back quickly." Meanwhile, while Mujin's other loyal subordinates, Dong Jik and Jang Tae, read a newly arrived directive. Upon understanding its contents, a predatory grin spread across Jang Tae's face. The time for waiting was over. He gave the order to prepare the warriors. The next phase of their master's plan was about to begin. As they prepared, two women approached them, one asking with a worried expression when he would return. Confronted by this simple social interaction, Dong Jik and Jang Tae, men who faced death without flinching, were rendered utterly speechless. They froze like statues of ice, their martial prowess useless against a woman's direct question. Far away, nestled in the peaks of Kongdong Mountain, lay the holy ground of the Kongdong sect. Within a high pavilion, the sect's leadership was embroiled in a fierce debate. A junior elder pleaded with his leader, urging him to make a decision regarding the conflict brewing in Sichuan. The Ocean Moon Pavilion Master, Li Haichen, argued passionately for intervention. The Changhua merchant group had been their benefactor for years, and now their disciple, Chong Bodo, had been crippled by the Flame Hwa clan. To ignore this, he thundered, was an act of dishonor. Han Jia-kwon, the Heavenly Violet Pavilion Master, countered with cold pragmatism. The matter was a personal duel, for which they had already sent a witness. To draw swords against the Flame Hwa clan, a fellow Orthodox sect, over such a dispute would bring shame upon all of Kongdong. The Kongdong sect leader, Tae Hyeowin, listened, his expression grave. He acknowledged the risk of conflict, but posed a question that struck at the core of their martial code. "If we abandon those who aided us in our time of need," he asked, his voice low, "how can we speak of righteousness?" Silence fell as the weight of their leader's words settled. Han Jia-kwon eventually conceded the point, proposing a third path. They must find a way to honor their debt to Changhua while preventing reckless action from the Flame Hwa clan. The solution, he suggested, was to send a master capable of mediating without violence. The sect leader's eyes glinted with approval. He agreed with the strategy, and a candidate immediately came to mind. Among their most trustworthy and skilled masters, there was only one choice for such a delicate mission. "We must send Jia-yo," he declared, his decision final. Chong Hoyan, the deputy master of the Changhua merchant group, greeted the arriving envoy with gratitude. But the envoy, Jia-yo, cut him short. He stated his purpose with blunt clarity. He was not there to be Chonghua's sword, but to mediate. He reminded the deputy master to bear in mind that the Flame Hwa clan was also of the Orthodox world. Chong Hoyan nodded, confirming he understood and had already received the sect leader's directive. With the terms of the mediation accepted, the two men walked together, their shadows stretching long as they embarked on their journey to Sangrio. Back at the Punyang merchant group's courtyard, the air crackled with raw power. While Mujin moved like a phantom, engaging both Ma Sak and Cheol Mook in what could only be described as a battle. A single, focused blow sent the colossal Ma Sak stumbling back, gasping for air as the force of the impact rocked his entire frame. Watching merchants paled, murmuring that this looked less like training and more like a fight to the death. While Mujin, however, remained serene, a slight smile on his lips. He noted Ma Sak's improved stamina, casually mentioning that his last strike was delivered with considerable force. Enraged by his partner's defeat, Cheol Mook bellowed and launched a furious assault with his staff. Yet his powerful strikes met only air as Mujin flowed around him, a whisper of movement. In the next instant, while Mujin was behind him, his voice a cold assessment in Cheol Mook's ear. Too slow. To prove his point, while Mujin demonstrated a true ambush, his foot sweeping out from an impossible angle. Stunned, Cheol Mook muttered that his master was simply unreasonably fast. A light chop to the head was his only reply. "Don't talk back," while Mujin chided. While Mujin stood before the fractured pavestones, his lesson concluded. He critiqued Cheol Mook's attacks as too predictable, urging him to seek new approaches and break his ingrained patterns. Battered and humbled, Cheol Mook could only bow his head in acknowledgement. Understood. The brutal training was interrupted by a clan servant, who ran into the courtyard, panting for breath. "Young master," he cried, his voice laced with urgency. "Representatives of the Changhwa merchant group and the Kongdong sect. They are here." While Mujin stepped into the reception hall, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the tension that awaited him. Chong Hoyan greeted him, introducing his esteemed companion, Jia, the law pavilion master of the Kongdong sect, while Mujin merely gestured for them to take a seat, offering no greeting of his own. After they were seated, while Mujin introduced himself with a simple, almost dismissive nod. The subtle display of dominance did not go unnoticed by Jia, whose eye twitched in irritation. He thought to himself that even a young, hidden dragon possesses the innate arrogance of its kind. Chong Hoyan dispensed with pleasantries and went on the attack, demanding to know why Mujin's forces were harassing his businesses. Mujin's lips curled into a faint smile. He responded with an old proverb, implying that the one making the accusation was the true source of the problem. Chong Hoyan sputtered, shocked by the young man's sheer audacity. Mujin's smile widened as he observed the two men, noting the formidable influence Changhwa must wield to compel a Kongdong master to act as their escort. A dangerous purple light swirled in his eyes as he posed a final, chilling question. "Did you think that backing yourself with the elders of the Kongdong sect would make me bow?" Chong Hoyan, believing the weight of the Kongdong sect was his shield, launched his verbal assault. He accused Mujin of unprovoked harassment, his voice ringing with self-righteous indignation. Mujin simply smiled, a placid mask hiding the mind of a predator. He answered with a crude proverb, turning the accusation back on its speaker and stunning the merchant into silence. A dangerous purple light swirled in Mujin's eyes as his smile widened. "Did you truly think," he asked, his voice a low whisper that chilled the room, "that backing yourself with the elders of the Kongdong sect would make me bow?" Jia, the law pavilion master, bristled at the young man's insolence. But before his anger could find voice, Mujin began to speak again, his tone level and methodical. He laid out a precise timeline of events, starting with the unprovoked attack on his clan's warriors by the Gui merchant group. He detailed the subsequent damages and clarified that the fire at the pleasure house was an accident during their pursuit of accountability. The tables had turned completely. While Mujin finished his recitation with a simple question, "Weren't you aware of these facts?" Chong Hoyan could only stammer, his prepared narrative shattered. Regaining a sliver of composure, Chong Hoyan attempted to dismiss the violence as a mere squabble between hot-blooded youths, a blatant distortion of the truth. He tried to steer the conversation towards compensation, but Mujin's patience had worn thin. He cut through the merchant's sophistry, his voice sharp and dismissive. "Your words have been nonsense from the start, goat beard," he stated, his gaze withering. "So just shut up and listen." With the room silenced by his sheer force of will, Mujin stated his demands, each one a hammer blow to Changhwa's ambitions. First, they were to completely withdraw from their current territory. Furthermore, he forbade the practice of using their immense financial power to suppress the Pengyang, Miriam, and Golden Finance merchant groups. Chong Hoyan erupted, slamming his hands on the table in disbelief. He lectured Mujin on the basic principles of financial competition, but his tirade was cut short by a voice colder than steel. I'm not done talking yet. Hwa Mujin's hand rested on a document placed upon the table. Do you know what this is? He asked, a crimson aura beginning to bleed into the air around him. The pleasantries were over. The demon had been revealed. This is a confession document we extracted from assassins hired on your orders. His eyes glowed with murderous intent, the temperature in the room plummeting. How dare you touch my younger siblings, and then come all the way here to threaten me? Give me a reason why I should spare your life right now. A tremendous, suffocating bloodlust washed over the room, pressing down on the two envoys like a mountain. Cheon Jeong choked, unable to breathe. Jae-yeol stared in utter shock, his body tingling with a primal fear. He could not fathom how a man barely past 20 could exude such terrifying energy. He frantically turned to the merchant, demanding to know the meaning of this. Stuttering, Cheon Jeong denied everything, pleading ignorance and questioning why a mere merchant group would ever hire assassins. Hwa Mujin's expression remained placid, a stark contrast to the killing intent still pulsing from his body. Are you going to keep denying it? Fine, he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Then I'll handle this my own way. The merchant, desperate, cried out to Jae-yeol, claiming it was all a scheme to frame him. At that moment, a dreadful realization dawned on the Kongdong master. He had been sent to mediate, but had instead walked into a den of vipers, backing a man whose crimes were now laid bare. Jae-yeol, ever the politician, attempted to salvage the situation. He spoke of the long-standing relationship between Kongdong and Changhua, casting doubt on the confession of money-crazed scoundrels and requesting more concrete evidence. While Mujin's eyes narrowed. Oof, so you're saying to find other evidence? Very well, he conceded, before immediately laying down his own terms. But I have a condition. The Changhua merchant group's withdrawal must happen immediately. If that's done, no fight will occur. Hearing Jae-yeol's defense, Cheon Jeong's fleeting courage returned. He sneered internally, convinced that while Mujin was bluffing, relying on his martial clan status. With the mighty Kongdong sect behind him, he felt untouchable. I refuse, the merchant declared, his voice filled with renewed arrogance. I cannot withdraw our business over such absurd terms. Hwa Mujin's calm facade finally broke, not with anger, but with finality. Fine, I have nothing more to say. He turned to leave, his parting words a chilling promise. Let's see if you'll still be singing that tune days from now. Panic seized Jae-yeol. Please hold on, young Master Hwa, he cried out. If you leave like this, what becomes of the Kongdong sect's dignity? Hwa Mujin didn't even turn around. That's not my concern, he replied, his voice laced with contempt. He declared the Kongdong sect's mediation withdrawn and warned Jae-yeol to stop deluding himself. Hwa Mujin then eviscerated the master's position, accusing him of hypocrisy, speaking of impartiality while defending only Changhua, using his sect's power to bully the weak. Hwa Mujin's final words were a sharp rebuke. I'm sorry, but I'm not someone that could be swayed by such things. It seems you've made a fruitless trip. Jae-yeol clenched his jaw, realizing the boy was far more stubborn than he'd anticipated. If this ended now, his sect's reputation would be in tatters. Clenching his fist, he reminded Hwa Mujin of the debt Kongdong owed Changhua, his voice hardening as he laid down a clear threat. If you leave like this, there could be a major conflict between us. Hwa Mujin met the threat with unwavering calm. The same goes for the Punyang merchant group here. We cannot ignore their suffering either, he countered, making it clear that his own obligations were just as binding. Seeing the immovable resolve in the young master, Jae-yeol made his last, most desperate gambit. Very well, then let me make a proposal, he said, his eyes glinting. How about we two cross swords, and the defeated party withdraws from this conflict? A slow, amused smile spread across Hwa Mujin's face. Huh, it's amusing to decide the aftermath with such a thing, but it'll be interesting. Very well. Under the light of the full moon, the terms were agreed upon. The duel would be conducted with practice, swords to avoid risk to life. Jae-yeol stood opposite Hwa Mujin and declared the pact. A word of an orthodox martial artist is worth its weight in gold. The losing side shall immediately withdraw from this matter. Hwa Mujin gave a slight, confident nod. Cheon Jeong confirmed that his group would abide completely by the Kongdong sect's will and observe the duel. A cruel, triumphant smile spread across the merchant's face. That brat's fallen for it, he thought, utterly convinced of the outcome. In his mind, there was simply no way this upstart could defeat a renowned master like Taoist Jiao. Jiao shared the merchant's confidence. He scanned Mujin, sensing only an ordinary level of energy. The rumors of his victory over the Crimson Moon's sword must have been pure luck. I don't feel good about crushing an emerging talent, he mused, a sliver of false magnanimity coloring his thoughts. So I'll just cripple one of his arms. Drawing his practice sword, his face set like stone, he declared, "Let us begin." The two faced each other in the moonlit courtyard. Jiao moved first, his body a blur as he lunged forward, his blade tracing an arc of blue light. But in the space between one breath and the next, while Mujin was no longer there, a shadow flickered. A sharp, sickening crack echoed in the stillness. A soft, breathy sigh escaped Jiao's lips as he stared in disbelief at his own hand, bent at an impossible angle, the wooden sword clattering to the ground. An agonizing pain shot up his arm, but it was nothing compared to the shock that seized his mind. While Mujin stood over the fallen master, a phantom wreathed in purple aura. "Are you conscious?" His voice was serene, a stark contrast to the brutal, instantaneous conclusion of the duel. "Do you admit your defeat?" The question pierced through Jiao's shock. Lost, he had lost. How? How in the world could this have happened? The fight had ended before it even began. Mujin's retainers were stunned by the speed, but not the result. "That's to be expected," Elder Zhou murmured with grim satisfaction. Across the courtyard, the blood drained from Cheon Jeong's face. His final gambit, his ultimate protector, had been defeated in a single, contemptuous strike. A wave of pure terror washed over him. He was alone. "This is bad." His face a mask of shame and disbelief, Jiao clasped his hands in a formal bow. "As promised, the Kongdong sect will forego mediation in this matter. We hope you'll be graceful in the handling of this," he managed, his voice strained. As the two defeated men turned to retreat into the night, while Mujin's voice cut them short. "Go get some chairs." His subordinates moved without question, bringing seats into the center of the courtyard. While Mujin sat, the undisputed master of the field, the negotiation was no longer between equals. "Now," he said, his voice soft yet carrying immense weight, "keep running your mouth like before." Cheon Jeong stammered, his arrogance completely evaporated. Mujin's gaze hardened, and he delivered a single, unassailable command. "Kneel, if you don't want your head buried in the ground." With the merchant trembling on the ground, while Mujin laid out the new terms under the cold moonlight. "Listen carefully. You have two options. First, you will not concern yourself with the fate of your chief steward, Cheon. He crossed a line he shouldn't have. After that, you will clean up this mess, withdraw, and hand over a 30% stake in your Hubei tea monopoly to the Pengying Merchant Group." While Mujin smiled faintly, "If you don't like that, there's a second option. We settle things properly." His eyes glowed with an ethereal blue light as he detailed the alternative. He would lead his warriors to Hubei. He would slaughter anyone who stood in his way, whether they be hired mercenaries or factions like the Death Forest. Everything bearing the name of the Changhua Merchant Group would disappear from the world, and Pengying would take its place. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "What do you think? Does it sound like I'm bluffing? So decide, right now." As Cheon Jeong walked away into the cold night, the terror that had gripped him slowly gave way to bitter calculation. He had lost, utterly and completely, but survival dictated the next move. Mujin was not a man to be trifled with. He was a natural disaster in human form. Resisting him further would not be a gamble. It would be the annihilation of the Changhua Merchant Group. He had to concede. Even the group master would understand this decision when faced with such an existential threat. At that very moment, in the opulent heart of the Changhua Merchant Group's estate, Chief Steward Li Suman slept soundly, oblivious to his master's humiliation. A shadow slipped through the halls, silent as the grave. The moonlight caught the cold gleam of a drawn blade, held by a figure cloaked in darkness. There was no warning, no ceremony, only a swift, brutal descent of steel, and the night's silence was broken by a single, wet thud. The sound of a door crashing open echoed down the corridor. Cheon, the formidable group master of Cheon Jeong, was jolted from his thoughts, his heart pounding. Who is it? He roared, his voice betraying a flicker of fear. He demanded the intruder leave, but his command was met with chilling silence. The cloaked assassin's eyes gleamed from beneath the hood, promising a cold and final mercy. Close your eyes, the figure commanded, his voice a death rattle. Cheon's face contorted in a mask of pure terror as a final, desperate scream was swallowed by the uncaring night. The second piece of Mujin's proper settlement had fallen into place. A few days later, under the bright sun at the Pungying Merchant Group's courtyard, Mujin greeted his new assets. 4 grim-faced warriors, known in the underworld as the Zhongshan's 4 demons, gathered before him. They reported their success in hunting down the remnants of the Death Forest faction. A little persuasion, one noted with a cruel smirk, was all it took to secure a full confession after one of the fugitives lost an arm. The leader of the demons boasted about their mission, recounting how the mere mention of the Flame Hwa clan and young Master Mujin was enough to make their targets tremble. Mujin cut through the flattery with a sharp question about the 2 main targets. Yes, the demon confirmed, his voice low. To be sure, I left them completely dismembered. Please rest assured. Mujin nodded, satisfied. Good. Keep absolutely silent about this incident. With the loose ends tied, Mujin turned his gaze to the horizon. His business here was concluded. The grateful elder of the Pungying group pleaded with him to stay, but Mujin politely refused, explaining he had been away from his own clan for too long. Without further delay, he and his entourage boarded their carriage and began the journey home. The sight of the grand carriage departing did not go unnoticed. A few merchants from Fabric Street, their livelihoods now secure, rushed towards it. One man broke from the crowd, not to stop them, but to offer his heartfelt thanks for saving their street. Mujin, taken aback by the genuine gratitude, managed a brief, slightly stiff acknowledgement before the carriage moved on. From a nearby pleasure house, women called out, playfully inviting the formidable Zhongshan demons to visit again. The hardened warriors could only offer flustered chuckles in response. As they pulled away from the city, leaving a chorus of goodbyes in their wake, Mujin watched the scene recede and allowed himself a quiet, private smile. Perhaps, he mused, this path wasn't so bad after all. Mujin's boots touched the familiar pavestones of the Flame Hwa clan estate. He was back. Before he could take another step, his younger brother, Dojin, launched himself at him with a cry of relief. Hot on his heels was Soyeon, his beloved younger sister, her small face alight with joy at his safe return. Mujin fondly ruffled his siblings' hair, inquiring about their training in his absence. Soyeon bubbled with excitement, chattering about how the Tang sisters had visited, keeping her from being bored. The name meant nothing to Mujin. Before he could ask more, Elder Joe stepped forward, a knowing look in his eyes. They are people who wait for you with great longing, he said cryptically, guiding the confused young master inside. As Mujin stepped into the main hall, his confusion deepened. A delegation of unfamiliar faces turned to greet him. Seated among them were 2 striking young women, their presence indicating a formal visit. Mujin, who had just orchestrated a hostile takeover and several assassinations, was now completely wrong-footed by simple, unexpected diplomacy. One of the women, introducing herself as Tang Hojong, approached with an admiring gaze. "You're much more handsome than what I was told," she declared, her forwardness leaving Mujin speechless. Her grandfather, the head of their group, formally prompted an introduction. Flustered, Mujin managed to state his name, earning a quiet, amused cough from Elder Joe. Elder Joe leaned close, whispering a warning. While small insects didn't swarm, 2 serpents crossed the fence and took their place. He advised Mujin to be wary, lest he lose his siblings to these new, powerful influences. His thoughts were interrupted as 2 more guests, renowned masters Hyun Woo of Shaolin and Jin Hwa of Amei, introduced themselves. Utterly overwhelmed, Mujin could only stammer his name once more. Elder Tang shrewdly dismissed the younger generation, allowing the elders to speak privately with Hwa Mujin. As the two granddaughters left, they chattered excitedly about the young master's handsome features and praised his dependable-looking bodyguards. The Zhongshan's four demons, who had recently dismembered men without flinching, could only stand in awkward silence, unsure how to react to the compliments. Once seated, Hwa Mujin cut to the heart of the matter, questioning why esteemed masters from the Amei and Shaolin sects would grace their humble clan. Jinhua of Amei explained it was a matter of repaying a debt. Hwa Mujin's actions in saving her younger sect sisters had preserved Amei's reputation, an act of kindness that demanded reciprocation. As repayment, she made a staggering offer to pass on Amei's coveted secret arts to the Flame Hwa clan. Hwa Mujin's mind raced. He pointed out the flaws in her proposal. He and his siblings were committed to their own clan's techniques, and the other members were too old to begin new training. Jinhua smiled, her plan already set. "I wish to pass down the secret arts to Soyeon," she stated calmly. The words struck Hwa Mujin like a physical blow. With uncharacteristic passion, Hwa Mujin bowed his head and refused. "I apologize, but Soyeon is my one and only younger sister. I can't let her be taught the secret arts of Amei." He feared the sacred bond between master and disciple would tie her fate to another sect. Jinhua simply smiled, her gaze sharp. "I would say such worry is groundless." Elder Zhou murmured a warning. "Do not be bewitched. The bond between master and disciple, once formed, is not easily severed." But as Hwa Mujin prepared to reiterate his refusal, a small, determined voice echoed from the doorway. It was Soyeon, her eyes blazing with a strange, fierce light. "I want to learn that," she declared, her voice filled with an unnatural hunger. Snowdrifting, cloud-piercing palm strike. Hwa Mujin stared in shock. They had already reached her. A small, determined voice cut through the tense negotiations, silencing the room. It was Soyeon, her eyes blazing with an unnatural, golden light that mirrored a profound hunger. "I want to learn that," she declared, her voice resonating with an otherworldly desire. Snowdrifting, cloud-piercing palm strike. Hwa Mujin stared, his mind reeling. Soyeon. The name was a whispered question, a plea for the innocent sister he knew to return. A cold dread washed over him as he saw the faint, triumphant smirk on Jinhwa's face. They had already done something to her. The serpent's venom was already in her veins. Soyeon approached her brother, her gaze pleading. "Mujin," the palm strike the nun showed. "I really want to learn it." Stunned into a brief silence, Mujin finally turned his gaze to Jinhwa, his hand resting protectively on his sister's head. "What did you show her?" he demanded, his voice dangerously low. The Amei master feigned innocence, replying coolly, "It was nothing much. I simply showed her a basic palm strike." A memory flashed in Soyeon's mind. The Amei master, wreathed in a chilling blue aura, demonstrating the technique with effortless grace. "It's so strong," Soyeon exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with awe. "She said that when you return, I'll be able to learn an even stronger technique. Please allow it. Please." Faced with his beloved sister's desperate plea, Hwa Mujin felt the walls of his resolve begin to crack. The visiting masters from the Tang clan and Shaolin watched the domestic drama with barely concealed amusement. Internally, Mujin weighed his options. The Flame Emperor's red flame art was a powerful, yang-based technique, but its ferocity was ill-suited for a young girl's developing meridians. It required a foundation of immense inner heat that Soyeon simply did not possess. Sensing his brother's hesitation, Soyeon's face fell. "Is that going to put you in a tough spot? If it is, then I won't do it." Her consideration struck Mujin more deeply than any demand. He smiled faintly and stroked her hair. "I'm not someone who can be easily put in a tough spot," he reassured her, his voice regaining its usual confidence. He had to admit to himself, for Soyeon, the Enoline martial arts of the Amei sect might indeed be more suitable. Having reached a decision, Mujin stood. He acknowledged her quick-witted and competitive spirit, then laid down his one condition. "As the only daughter in the clan, we have no intention of sending her far away." Turning to the victorious Jinhwa, he gave his consent. "Please take good care of her." The Amei master's face lit up, her careful plan having come to perfect fruition. Mujin Hwa clasped her hands in a reverent gesture. Ba. May the Buddha's grace bless the connection formed between the Amay sect and Soyan. While Mujin, taken aback by the sudden piety, could only manage a flustered response. Master Hyun Woo of Shaolin seized the moment, adding his own blessing. Ba. We congratulate the Amay sect and the Flame Hwa clan on forming this connection. This, too, is surely the Buddha's blessing. Beneath his serene facade, Master Hyun Woo's mind was racing. His thoughts turned to Dojin, recalling the boy's incredible aptitude. The child's martial talent was beyond anything he had imagined, but it was his character, a calm exterior hiding a burning competitive flame, that truly marked him as the disciple he had been seeking for decades. Hyun Woo rose to his feet with sudden purpose. I must inform Dojin of this good news. As the monk moved, Elder Joe leaned in, whispering a dire warning to Mujin. Be careful. The second snake is making its approach. Mujin's patience was wearing thin. He confronted the monk, questioning why a propagator of Buddhism would seek connections with a secular clan. This was becoming a truly burdensome situation. Hyun Woo simply chuckled. As practitioners, we distance ourselves from the secular world, but that is merely circumstance. I have finally encountered the correct karmic connection to transmit enlightenment. Mujin stared, a sweat drop forming on his brow. He was facing a truly formidable opponent, one whose shamelessness was so profound it bordered on a form of enlightenment itself. Mujin tried to parry, explaining his brother's destiny to master the clan's secret arts, but the monk was relentless. Ba, how could I overlook the difficulties of your clan? He said with a benevolent smile. If you would simply provide me with a small room, I can gradually teach him from the side. Mujin was floored by the audacity. The old monk was saying he would live here. Mujin shot a sideways glance at Elder Tang, whose grimace confirmed his suspicions. Realizing he was outmaneuvered, Mujin changed his approach. First, I must ask about Dojin's wishes. Let us step outside. With a pleased nod, the old monk agreed. Very well. In the tranquil clan garden, Mujin called his brother to him. He laid out the offer directly. Monk Hyun Woo wishes to take you as his disciple, he stated, before reminding him. You have a mission to inherit grandfather's secret arts that I could not achieve. What do you wish to do? Dojin's brow furrowed in thought. I have no thought of abandoning grandfather's secret arts, he began, his loyalty clear. However, the technique that he showed me, I truly wish to learn it. A chill went down Mujin's spine. He turned to Hyun Woo, his voice sharp. And what did you show him? The monk smiled benevolently. Ho, nothing remarkable, merely a small insight of my own. Before Mujin could press further, Hyun Woo grabbed his arm. Let me show you a little. The monk's form blurred, and he unleashed a strike not at Mujin, but at a massive tree across the garden. A wave of force, visible only by the distortion of the air, shot across the distance and slammed into the trunk, which exploded into a shower of splinters. Elder Tang gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. That is? Hyun Woo smiled, his posture relaxed as if he had merely tossed a pebble. Since I don't wish to break your clan's tree, I exercise some restraint. The elder's voice was filled with awe. 100 steps divine fist strike. You've managed to revive Shaolin's secret art from 30 years ago. Dojin's eyes were alight with possibilities. If it doesn't inconvenience you or anyone else, I wish to learn it. His young mind was already calculating, imagining a future where he could develop their grandfather's secret arts even further by fusing the fierce power of the Flame Emperor's fist with the peerless precision of the Shaolin strike. Mujin could only let out a small, bitter laugh at the irony. The very arts he had once destroyed were now being reborn through his own family. Under the bright sky, Mujin formally conceded. Monk Hyun Woo, please teach Dojin well. The monk bowed his head, murmuring a prayer of thanks. That night, under the cool moonlight, Elder Joe sighed. In the end, even Shaolin managed to form a connection. I feel like my effort was in vain, struggling so hard to stop those troublesome snakes. The elder continued, voicing his displeasure at losing Sichuan's talents to Mount Song. But, he conceded, for them, such an opportunity would not come twice. And they're Amay and Shaolin, no less. Mujin's reply was sharp. An opportunity, you say? Would you consider entrusting your granddaughter to a May? The elder sputtered. Do you think I've gone mad? Why would I do that? Mujin let out a dry laugh. Why do three heavenly martial bodies have to emerge from one household? Elder Joe froze. Heavenly martial body. You mean it actually exists? Mujin explained it was a physique with exceptional talent for orthodox techniques, the polar opposite of demonic energy. The elder's eyes glinted with newfound understanding. That was why he could not let this young man, this nexus of talent, slip away. Trying to regain his footing, the elder cleared his throat and changed the subject. Ahem, what do you think of Ho Jeong? Mujin's irritation spiked. What are you saying? Didn't I already make it clear back then? The elder pressed on, even questioning Mujin's preferences, earning a look of utter exasperation as the young master took a sip of tea to calm himself. Mujin set his cup down with a sharp click. Elder, what do you see in me? I'm someone much younger than you, but I speak disrespectfully. The elder smiled knowingly. Yet strangely, I do not feel the age difference with you. Our conversations flow mysteriously in harmony, one might say, like an old friend I have known for a very long time. A sad, knowing smile touched Mujin's lips. Many years ago, Mujin began, his voice taking on a distant, sorrowful tone. There was a woman I loved. I was willing to abandon the life of a martial artist and disobey my master's sole final wish. For that woman I loved dearly. The elder sipped his tea, noting how the young man spoke of this love as if it were an event from a distant century. Mujin continued, his eyes lost in memory. She was born with nothing and raised two younger siblings without wanting anything. She endured farm work, sold labor in the market. How endlessly pure and noble she was, like a lotus flower. Yet she possessed such integrity that she never accepted help from strangers. Elder Joe watched him, his gaze soft with sympathy. He asked the quiet question that hung in the air. But why are you no longer with her? Mujin's answer was flat, devoid of all emotion, a shard of ice in the warm night. She died. The word struck the elder with physical force. Looking back now, I was truly foolish, Mujin said, his voice a low whisper of regret. Since I, one who walked the path of an assassin, sought to keep such an ordinary woman by my side. His fist clenched on his lap, the knuckles white. She and her two young siblings were killed at the hands of orthodox warriors who were targeting me. The confession dropped into the silence, shattering it completely. What? The elder choked out. Elder Joe stared in abject horror as the final pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. That's when it began, Mujin confirmed, and as he spoke, his eyes ignited with a terrifying, cold blue light, the light of demonic chi. My bloody path of Azura, tearing through all 9 sects. In that moment, the elder understood. He was sharing tea with the legendary divine demon, and he had just heard the story of his creation. A chilling silence descended as Elder Joe processed the horrific tale. Hwa Mujin's eyes, no longer those of a young master but a being of immense antiquity, ignited with a cold, blue demonic light. That's when it began, he confirmed, the air crackling with phantom energy. My bloody path of Azura, tearing through all 9 sects. In that moment, the elder was no longer sharing tea with a promising youth, but with a living catastrophe whose name was etched in blood across the annals of Murim. The revelation struck the elder with the force of a physical blow, leaving him reeling in disbelief. What did he just say? Is he in his right mind? Are you drunk? He stammered, his mind refusing to accept the impossible truth. But Mujin's composure was unnerving, his gaze steady under the moonlight. My mind is perfectly sound, he replied, his voice a calm river flowing over a bed of carnage. And I'm telling you about my past and my revenge. Mujin's story continued, each word a heavy stone dropped into the quiet pond of the night. The fight with the Namgung clan was where it all started, he stated, his expression unchanging. It was something trivial, but that small matter snowballed until it led to her death at the hands of Namgung Cheon. The name, a specter from a forgotten age, made Elder Joe's blood run cold. How could this young man know a name that had been deliberately erased from the records of Murim for 45 years? A faint, mirthless smile touched Mujin's lips. It's the name of the enemy I haven't forgotten for even a single moment. He recounted how, after her two younger siblings also perished, a crimson veil of rage descended over his world. I truly saw nothing but red. He whispered, the memory still raw. And so, for 15 years, the battle between me and the 9 sects continued. Elder Joe listened, transfixed by the horror of the confession. At first, it was only the Namgung clan. I killed every single one my eyes laid upon, Mujin said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Before long, all the orthodox sects of Murim set their sights on my head. Amay, Shaolin, all of them without exception, and I killed them all. Mujin's lips curled into a slight, predatory smile. Not long after, they gave me an amusing nickname. The air grew heavy, thick with dread, as Elder Joe leaned forward, sweat beading on his brow. The final, terrifying piece of the puzzle slotted into place as Mujin uttered the name that had terrorized a generation. Divine. Demon. Shaken to his core, Elder Joe clutched his trembling fist. You still haven't recovered from your madness, have you? He accused. Mujin's expression was unreadable. Madness, huh? Now that I think about it, your expression was exactly the same when I first saw you. It was when I encountered you sitting with the 4 great clan heads, excluding the Namgung, in Goezhou. That was when I first set foot in the Central Plains. The elder shot to his feet, his composure utterly shattered. How do you know that? He demanded. That meeting had been a closely guarded secret among the most powerful men of their time. Mujin simply raised his cup, taking a slow, deliberate sip of tea, his silence a more potent answer than any words. Mujin continued, his voice weaving a tapestry of memory. I was unaware that you all had rented out the tavern that day. I would have simply found another place to satisfy my hunger, but I firmly believe my master's words that no martial artist in the Central Plains could match me. So, with youthful arrogance, I jumped into a fight. The elder paled, a wave of nausea washing over him as a deeply buried, shameful memory resurfaced with horrifying clarity. Mujin chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Haha, I think it was a 1-man against 17. Still, your grandfather's poison arts were difficult to block. Elder Joe frantically tried to silence him, shouting, Stop! Enough of this. Desperate, he grasped at straws. Who told you this? Could it be you're a disciple of that divine demon? Did you hear it from him? Mujin ignored his pleas, his observations growing sharper, more personal. It seems you've overcome your right arm's deformity, grown strong enough to earn the title of Poison Emperor. Come to think of it, even then, your poison swallow sword strike was the sharpest. Each detail was a nail in the coffin of the elder's disbelief. How could he know these secrets? Secrets only he himself knew. The elder's mind screamed the inevitable conclusion. Is he really Jeong Cheon, the divine demon? The truth settled upon Elder Joe with suffocating weight. The sudden disappearance of the boy's madness, his incredible martial progress, it all made sense. His hand trembled as he rose, his own chi flaring as his eyes glowed with power. He had to know. Mujin, I'll ask just one thing. Are you an orthodox martial artist or a demonic martial artist? Mujin set his cup down with a sharp click, meeting the elder's challenge with a philosophical gambit. Let me ask you, what's a demonic martial artist and what's an orthodox one? The elder, falling back on established doctrine, replied, one who builds martial arts through demonic methods is a demonic artist. Even if one learns orthodox arts but does not walk the path, they are considered unorthodox and demonic. A predatory gleam entered Mujin's eyes as he leaned forward, pressing his advantage. Then one of the 9 sects, who've murdered innocent people and brought about bloody tempests across the long years, he asked, his voice a silken trap. Are they orthodox or demonic? The question pierced through decades of dogma, striking the elder speechless. The elder's mind reeled, a flood of repressed memories breaking through the dam of his convictions. The campaign to eliminate the divine demon, the atrocities committed in the name of justice. He was forced to confront a truth he had long buried. Could we have truly called ourselves orthodox martial artists back then? He thought, his entire worldview crumbling. Mujin seemed to look through him, into the distant past. It's a distant memory for you all, left behind in the past," he said, his gaze turning distant. "For me, it was only yesterday." He then dismissed the philosophical debate with a wave. Does it matter what path one walks? Everyone lives their own way. Just because things are different doesn't mean blood must be spilled. Mujin's gaze softened as it drifted towards the main house, where his siblings slept. And now, whether I walk the path of an orthodox martial artist or a demonic one, I only wish to do a good job raising these two children, who are my only remaining blood relatives. A profound sigh of relief escaped Elder Joe's lips. It's fortunate. A new divine demon must not be born in the Central Plains. One such tragedy is more than enough. Mujin's gaze sharpened once more. Had I walked the path of a demonic martial artist, would you have drawn your sword? The elder nodded grimly. I would have, as an orthodox martial artist. Mujin let out a dry laugh. And you were talking about me feeling like an old friend. What do you think? If you and I were to stake our lives on it now? A confident smile spread across Mujin's face. Well, 9 chances out of 10, I'd say I would die. The elder stared, flabbergasted. What? You weren't hiding your inner energy. Mujin calmly explained. As I said before, this body is the heavenly martial body. I cannot cultivate demonic arts. Mujin then offered a piece of his history, a thread connecting his past to his present. The founder of the peerless 9 swords was my master's dear friend. However, his only disciple met an unfortunate death. To prevent the art from being lost, my master was entrusted with it, and it was passed down to me. The elder listened, the fragmented history of legends converging in this single, impossible man. Still trying to grasp the scale of the man before him, the elder posed a hypothetical. If I had faced you in your previous life with the martial arts I possess now, what would have come of it? Mujin scoffed. If you haven't transcended the realm of using enhanced poison, you would have had almost no chance whatsoever. The elder sputtered. Enhanced poison? Such a realm actually exists. Seeing the elder's agitation, Mujin skillfully changed the subject with a playful jab. Speaking of which, that sleeve of yours is truly remarkable. How many bottles of liquor can fit inside it? He leaned in with a smirk. It's a secret technique. I might have to kill you if you found out. Still curious? The elder, flustered, quickly conceded. Forget it, forget it. Ho ho. As the morning sun crested the horizon, the Tang clan delegation prepared to depart. Mujin saw them to the gate. Then I'll be going, Elder Joe said. I'll visit from time to time. Mujin's reply was blunt. Just not too often. Elder Joe simply laughed. Don't say such saddening things. Next time I'll bring Qingdao Baijiu. The taste is exquisite. As the guests departed, Wariyong rushed to Mujin's side in a panic. Young master, are you sick again? That's the Poison Emperor. Why would you tell him not to visit often? Mujin waved him off with a sigh. Ugh, you're so noisy. I had a good reason. You don't need to know the details, so don't argue about it. Walking away from the Flame Hwa clan, Elder Joe reflected on the night's revelations. Hidden Dragon Hwa Mujin. His true identity is Jeong Cheon, the divine demon. A man who slaughtered all of the Central Plains for the sake of a single woman he loved. He let out a long sigh of resignation. Even given a new life, his devotion to live alone seems something I should respect. And here I was hoping to make him a son-in-law. It's too bad. His granddaughter, Tang Ho-jong, approached, her curiosity piqued. What were you and Hwa Mujin discussing all night, grandfather? The elder chuckled, his answer deliberately vague. We talked a lot. It's been 45 years since we last parted, haha. Ho-jong could only stare back, utterly bewildered by his nonsensical response. Time passed under the serene sky. Guided by the masters of Amei and Shaolin, Dojin and Soyeon flourished. Their heavenly martial bodies allowed them to absorb the secret techniques at a phenomenal rate. Their progress, so swift it bordered on defying the very laws of cultivation. The two masters, who had witnessed countless prodigies, struggled to conceal their utter astonishment at the raw talent they were nurturing. In the training yard, Soyeon unleashed a flurry of strikes, her small fists glowing with a potent blue aura. Aya, she cried, pressing her attack. Mujin Hwa, the Amei master, found herself pushed back, a grimace of exertion on her face. You stopped moving your legs, she chided, trying to maintain her teacher's composure. You must constantly switch up your evasion arts. But inwardly, she was aghast at the girl's monstrous power. Watching from a distance, Warriong looked on in awe. Their attacks grow sharper with each passing day. Now, it seems even I would struggle against them. Mujin, however, remained unimpressed. They're still far off. Warriong gaped at him. What are you talking about? They've already far surpassed the average level of their peers. Mujin simply gave a non-committal, "Ho, is that so?" leaving his retainer speechless. Just then, the clan elders approached, their faces split by wide, satisfied grins. "Young master, the time has come," one announced. Mujin looked at them, confused. Time? Time for what? The elder's voice boomed with cheerful finality. "It's time for the clan head succession ceremony." Mujin could only stare back, utterly dumbfounded. The day of the ceremony arrived, bright and clear. Under the fluttering clan banners, the entirety of the Flame Hwa clan gathered. Dojin and Soyeon watched with bright, excited eyes, while Mujin's foster father shed tears of pride. Stepping forward, while Mujin, adorned in the magnificent formal robes of the clan head, accepted the ceremonial tablet. With a serene and confident expression, he embraced his new destiny as the leader of his clan. The grounds of the Flame Hwa clan bustled with an unanticipated grandeur. Hwa Mujin, now clan head, turned to his retainer with a vein throbbing at his temple. "I told you to keep it modest," he hissed, his voice a low growl of displeasure. Warriong, however, remained unfazed, gesturing towards three silhouettes in the distance. "Can it truly be modest with those three here?" he countered, referring to the esteemed masters of Amei and Shaolin and the Poison Emperor of the Tang clan. As if summoned by the thought, the three powerful figures approached with warm smiles, their voices booming with congratulations. Mujin's eye twitched, the forced pleasantries grating on his ancient soul. Before he could compose himself, another figure, the head of the Beck Manor, fell to his knees in a dramatic bow. "Congratulations, Hwa clan head." Mujin donned the mask of a gracious host, his smile practiced and his words measured. "I didn't expect you to come all the way from the Beck Manor." "Thank you." He exchanged courtesies with the other guests, his posture regal, his demeanor a perfect study in clan leadership. Yet beneath the silk robes, the spirit of the divine demon endured, observing the political theater with detached amusement. Observing from the crowd, a rival clan head felt a tremor of fear. The Tang clan, Amei, Shaolin, these were pillars of the Murim world. To see them all gathered in support of the Flame Hwa clan was a terrifying shift in the balance of power. He swallowed hard, realizing his own position was now precarious. "If I get on their bad side now, I'll be in big trouble," he thought, quickly plastering on a smile and offering his own congratulations. Next came the merchant groups, their leader bowing deeply. "Our three merchant groups will continue to support the Flame Hwa clan in every way possible." Mujin smiled, his voice reassuring as he accepted their pledge. At his side, Warriong murmured, "They're talking about the share of profits we gave them from the Chonghua merchant group's tea." It was a subtle reminder of Mujin's shrewd business acumen, a move that had already bound powerful economic allies to his cause. Warriong elaborated in a hushed tone, the numbers almost unbelievable. "I heard they're generating massive profits from it. They say 1 month's profit is equivalent to a year's for all three groups combined." A faint, satisfied smile touched Mujin's lips. He had not only secured martial alliances, but had also laid the financial foundation for his clan's ascent. "Ho, is that so?" he replied, the simple words carrying the weight of a flawlessly executed strategy. "That's good." The head of the Beck Manor presented a small, ornate box. "This is a small gift we have prepared." Inside lay a lesser purifying pill, a treasure rumored to increase one's inner energy by a full 20 years. It was a kingly gift, a clear sign of deference. Playing his part, Mujin feigned modesty before accepting. "Oh, you shouldn't have. I will put it to good use." As the pleasantries concluded, a hush fell over the courtyard. An elder's voice echoed, signaling the true start of the event. "Now then, from this moment, we shall begin the third succession ceremony of the Flame Hwa clan." Hwa Mujin stepped forward, his former annoyance replaced by a serene and unshakable confidence. He took the ceremonial clan tablet, his gaze sweeping over his people, the weight of his new title settling upon him like a mantle. But in the quiet depths of his mind, a different vow was being made. This ceremony, this title, they were merely tools. Just you wait, the divine demon whispered to a world that thought him long dead. I will make the Flame Hwa clan the greatest in Sichuan. I will only borrow it until then. This body of Mujin. It was a promise to the past and a threat to the future. And so the legend began anew. Mujin, born with the fabled heavenly martial body, once the clan's shame, was believed to have overcome his madness through a heaven-sent opportunity. Only one man, the Poison Emperor, knew the impossible truth. The soul of Cheon, the divine demon who died decades ago, had been reborn in this vessel. Unbeknownst even to himself, the actions of this resurrected soul would ripple through time, his story becoming a myth passed down for 1,000 years. As the seasons turned, Mujin dedicated himself to mastering his new body. In the training yard, the heavy sword became an extension of his will. Each swing was a testament to his unbreakable focus, the count echoing into the thousands. He was not merely practicing forms. He was retempering a legendary spirit in the forge of a vessel blessed by the heavens, pushing its mortal limits to their breaking point. Hwa approached, interrupting the relentless rhythm of the sword. "Clan head," he called out. Mujin paused mid-swing, the blade humming as it bit into the earth. "What is it?" he asked, his breath misting in the cool air. Hwa hesitated. "I was wondering if it's about time to head to Mount Song for the Orthodox Murim tournament." Mujin stared back, a film of sweat on his brow, his expression one of pure confusion. Hwa quickly explained. The Orthodox Murim tournament was the grandest stage in the Central Plains, held once every 5 years. It was a crucible where the most brilliant young martial artists from every Orthodox sect clashed, seeking to seize immense wealth, fame, and a place in the annals of history. For the winner, it was a chance to become a legend overnight. Mujin scoffed, dismissing the idea. He had no interest in watching children play at war. What's the point of watching that? But Hwa played his final card. It would be a great learning experience for the young master and young lady. They seemed very interested. The word struck home. For Dojin and Soyeon, witnessing such a gathering of talent could be a powerful catalyst for their own martial journey. For their sake, he would go. With his mind made up, Mujin's voice rang out, "Masak!" The order was given, and the clan moved with swift efficiency. A sturdy, well-appointed carriage was brought to the main gate, pulled by 4 strong horses. The journey to Mount Song, a place steeped in the history of the Orthodox sects, was about to begin. Mujin saw his young siblings and their masters to the carriage. "If anything happens, send a carrier pigeon immediately," he instructed the 2 venerated masters. Dojin and Soyeon beamed with unrestrained joy, waving energetically as Ma Sok took the reins and shouted, "We're heading out." Hwa waved until the carriage was a distant speck, a sense of quiet descending upon the clan estate. Watching the carriage disappear, Hwa sighed. "It's going to be boring for a while." Another clan elder nodded in agreement, the 2 of them feeling the sudden emptiness left by the children's vibrant energy. The clan would be quiet, but their work was just beginning. In a darkened room far away, a shadowy figure spoke to his subordinate. "They have departed for Mount Song. This involves touching the Shaolin Temple and a Mei sect. You must never leave a trace." The subordinate, his face a mask of grim determination, replied, "I have already stationed them along the path." The figure smiled, a chilling expression devoid of warmth. "Good. Now depart. I'll be waiting for good news." As his assassin departed, the clan head's killing intent flooded the room, a malevolent red aura emanating from his very being. He had been humiliated by the rising power of the Flame Hwa clan, and his patience had run its course. "This time for sure," he seethed, the name a curse on his lips. "I will end you." Mujin. Inside the carriage, the mood was one of pure delight. Dojin and Soyeon chattered excitedly, their happiness infectious. Hwa smiled softly. "I'm so pleased to see the children happy. Thanks to them, I can see Mount Song." This is a truly precious visit. Mujin, watching them, felt a rare moment of peace. The burdens of his past life seemed, for an instant, to fade away. Mujin turned to the Shaolin master with a wry smile. This is a matter concerning the Shaolin temple. So why didn't you say anything? The old monk chuckled, his eyes crinkling. Would there be any problem for the temple just because this humble monk is gone? These days, I just live for the joy of watching that fellow grow. He had found a new devotion, not to a place, but to a person. Dojin piped up, asking his master if they might see another practitioner of the legendary 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike. The master shook his head. No way. There should be no one else who can use that besides you and me. Soyeon asked her own master a similar question about her palm strikes, receiving the same answer. It was a subtle confirmation that the techniques these children were learning were lost arts, their revival a secret known only to those in the carriage. Suddenly, Mujin's light-hearted expression vanished. His head snapped up, his senses screaming a warning that 1,000 battles had etched into his soul. The air grew thick, heavy with malice. He leaned forward, his voice a low, urgent command. "Masak, there are people following us. I feel murderous intent, so be prepared." Instantly, Masak cracked the whip, and the carriage lurched forward. Behind them, figures on horseback emerged from the tree lean, their pursuit swift and silent. Their leader, a man with a cruel sneer, counted his prey. 30 elites, and those two, he mused, utterly confident in his overwhelming numbers. No matter how great you are, you won't be able to handle it. Pick up the pace. The forest path ahead erupted in a terrifying explosion of fire and smoke, blocking their escape. From the inferno, an unlucky merchant stumbled out, his clothes singed, his face a mask of terror. Why on earth are you doing this?" he screamed, hands raised in surrender. "We were just passing through." Two silhouettes materialized from the shadows, their forms framed by the hungry flames. "Right, you were just passing through," one said, his voice devoid of all emotion. "You were just unlucky. Of all the times and places, you ran into us, the Fire Shadow Twin Elders." The other raised a hand, his fingers glowing with malevolent energy. "We'll send you off painlessly." There was no time for a final plea. A crimson arc flashed in the darkness, and the merchant's life was extinguished in a spray of blood. His last sight was one of utter shock and incomprehensible cruelty. The Fire Shadow Elders had made their statement. None who crossed their path would be spared, innocent or otherwise. The journey through the darkened woods was abruptly halted. Inside the carriage, Masak's eyes widened, a sudden pressure descending upon them. He could feel an immense, hostile energy radiating from ahead, a palpable killing intent that chilled the very air. Outside, the path was blocked by a roaring inferno, and before it stood two silhouetted figures, their intentions as black as the smoke that choked the sky. The two figures were infamous throughout the lands, the Fire Shadow Twin Elders, Chu Mayan-gun and Cho Gi-ke, notorious practitioners of the unorthodox path. Within the carriage, the sharp, coppery scent of blood assaulted the senses of the elder masters. "Clan Head Hwa, be careful," Master Hyun-woo warned, his hand tightening on his staff. The Abbess Jean Hwa and Clan Head Hwa nodded in grim agreement, their faces tense. A cruel smile touched Jong Cheon's lips as he glanced back into the carriage. "You all stay inside," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. The young disciples could only watch, their expressions a mixture of confusion and fear. Outside, the twin elders observed the opulent four-horse carriage, their suspicions confirmed. "So, that must be them," one mused, his gaze fixed on their quarry. Jong Cheon stepped out into the clearing, his demeanor utterly unfazed by the inferno or the menacing figures. "Who are you to block our path?" he asked, his tone laced with disdain. "Are you that Sichuan hidden dragon I've heard about? Judging by your state, you must have been sent by those insects from the Crescent Moon Sword sect." Chu Mayan-gun chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Quick-witted, but you have a foul mouth. Still, I like that you don't act like those sanctimonious orthodox fools." Back by the carriage, Master Hyun-woo's face turned pale with recognition. Those guys are the Fire Shadow Twin Elders," he gasped. The Elders, however, ignored Jeong Cheon, their focus on the masters behind him. We finally meet Abbess Mujin Hwa and Master Hyun Woo. One snarled, a venomous green aura flaring around him. You have no idea how badly we've been wanting to see you. My hands are itching to feel your throats. Master Hyun Woo spoke quickly to Clan Head Hwa. He is a master of the unorthodox path. If we join forces, we might be able to face them. But the twin elders only smiled wider. Oh, they've arrived just in time, Chu Gun said, looking past the carriage. The masters turned, their expressions hardening as they saw more figures emerge from the woods. From the shadows of the forest, 30 warriors stepped forth, their movements silent and coordinated. They fanned out, creating an inescapable perimeter around the carriage, their intentions clear. The children peered out from the carriage window, their small faces pale with fright. They aren't on our side, are they? One whispered. The other shook their head. It doesn't seem so. Let's be careful. The masters convened, their expressions grave. Clan Head Hwa, we will find a way to break through the path, the abbess declared. In the meantime, you must drive the carriage and run to San Luo. Hwa knew the grim reality. We can't shake their pursuit in a carriage, he stated. The abbess then asked the impossible. Can you hold out against them for just 30 minutes? For the two elders, against such odds, it was a lifetime. 30 minutes. We will try. There is no other way, is there? A grim resolve settled over Clan Head Hwa. I will deal with the warriors in the back, Master Hyun Woo decided. Hwa finished the thought, his eyes burning with cold fury. And I will kill those two wretches. But the abbess stared at him, her mind reeling with the sheer impossibility of the task. Is that even possible? She whispered, the odds stacked impossibly against them. The twin elders laughed at the hurried whispers. It looks like you're plotting something. Do you need more time? It's useless, no matter what you try. But their laughter died as Jeong Cheon took a step forward, a confident smirk on his face. Now then, he said, as a potent, dark green chi erupted around him, his eyes glowing with malevolent power. Let's begin. Jeong Cheon gave a final order without looking back. I'm counting on you to watch the kids, Ma Sok. Don't let a single person get close. Ma Sok nodded, his expression grimly determined. Seeing his moment, the man known as the Hidden Dragon of Sichuan stepped forward. I'll take that young man's head, he roared, lunging towards Jeong Cheon while ordering his men to surround the nearby woods. The 30 warriors moved as one, forming a pincer around Jeong Cheon. He looked at the closing trap with a bored expression. A formation? They must truly be looking down on me. Then he unleashed his own chi. A wave of pure, unadulterated bloodlust washed over the clearing, so potent and foul that it stunned the warriors and even caused the masters by the carriage to recoil in shock. Ho, for someone who's barely 20, he's quite impressive, one of the elders noted, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. His bloodlust is akin to a great unorthodox martial master. Seizing the moment of distraction, Master Hyun Woo bellowed, now, and exploded forward, launching his ultimate technique, the 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike, directly at Cho Gi-hye. The blow landed with thunderous force, sending Cho Gi-hye hurtling through the air. His partner, Chu Gun, stared in disbelief at the sheer power behind the monk's attack. What was that? He exclaimed, stunned that the old master still possessed such might. The feint had worked, creating the opening they needed. But the victory was short-lived. Chu Gun appeared beside the monk, having intercepted the blow meant for his partner. 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike, he mocked, a sneer on his face. Master Hyun Woo clicked his tongue in frustration. TSK, you blocked it. From across the way, Cho Gi-hye roared in fury. You bald-headed old mock. Enraged, Cho Gi-hye launched himself at the mock. I'll snap your head right off, he screamed, his weapon a blur of motion. The two elders pressed their assault, a maelstrom of destructive chi. Master Hyun Woo, however, moved like a leaf on the wind, weaving through their strikes and putting distance between them. Where are you running off to? Come here, one of the elders raged. With a complex series of steps, Master Hyun Woo blurred, creating multiple afterimages of himself that scattered in different directions. Cho Gi-hye, caught in the technique, found his attack striking nothing but air. Ugh, what is this? He roared in frustration. Realizing he'd been tricked, his face contorted in fury. You sneaky old man. If I catch you, I'll crush your head. As the monk led one elder away, the abbess Mujin Hwa found herself facing the other. Is it fate? In the end, it turned out like this with you, Chu Mine Gun. The elder sneered. It seems even the great Mujin Hwa cannot defeat time. You've aged since I last saw you. The abbess returned the cold smile. Your mouth is as loose as ever, including that unpleasant and prematurely aged face you've had since you were young. The elder's taunts continued. Still, congratulations. I thought you'd rot alone forever, but it seems you've met a soulmate who looks just like you. His hand became claw-like as a fiery aura enveloped him. As expected, I don't like you, you wicked old nun. Now it's time for you to die. Unmoved, the abbess met his killing intent with her own chilling blue chi. Do you think you can do it? A shockwave of opposing energies, fire and ice, erupted as the two masters clashed. Elsewhere, the Sichuan hidden dragon and his warriors were merely spectators, their attention fixed on the monumental battles unfolding. One of the warriors grunted in pain, but his leader was captivated. Zhang Cheon watched them with a lazy smirk. If you're just going to watch, I'll go. In a flash of movement that was too fast to follow, Zhang Cheon closed the distance. The hidden dragon reacted on instinct, his blades swinging wildly, but Zhang Cheon effortlessly parried the blow. 1. Zhang Cheon stated calmly, and with a powerful cleave of his massive sword, he bisected one of the stunned warriors, sending the man's torso flying. 2. He said, his voice cold and even. Before the other warriors could even process the death of their comrade, Zhang Cheon was upon another. The man raised his sword in a desperate defense, but it was useless. A spray of blood erupted as Zhang Cheon's blade found its mark, and another warrior fell to the earth. Panic finally broke through the hidden dragon's arrogance. Don't be afraid. He's just a young man, he screamed, a desperate lie to rally his terrified men. Get into the formation. But as his warriors fell around him like wheat before a scythe, Zhang Cheon simply let out a bored sigh. The thrill was already gone. Humph, it's a bother to even count. In the shadowed clearing, a maelstrom of steel erupted. 30 first-rate warriors, their forms obscured by the gloom, descended upon a lone, cloaked figure. Blades flashed with killing intent, a symphony of coordinated strikes meant to overwhelm and annihilate any single opponent, no matter their skill. Into this chaotic dance of death strode a second guardian, his movements a stark contrast to the frenzy around him. With grim purpose, he met the assault, his sword a blur of decisive parries and deadly counters. A guttural cry escaped a foe as the guardian's steel found its mark, silencing one attacker as 3 more took his place. A warrior fell, his lifeblood staining the earth a dark crimson. The leader of the ambush watched, his patience wearing thin as his so-called elite forces were held at bay. Seeing his formation falter, he barked new orders, his voice raw with frustration, demanding they attack simultaneously and overwhelm the defenders. The commander's face contorted in disbelief. How could 30 of my best men struggle against one person? Realizing his main force was being stalled, he shifted his strategy from brute force to cunning. Third squad, he roared, forget him. Turn around and attack the carriage. Kill those children first. As a squad broke from the melee and charged toward the carriage, the guardian named No Sack moved to intercept them. From within the carriage, the children watched, their eyes wide with terror. Ah, No Sack, one cried out, his small voice trembling. It's dangerous. He seems to be getting pushed back. The enemy commander, seeing his opportunity, declared, this guy is worth a shot, and lunged forward. Enraged by the dishonorable tactics, No Sack bellowed, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Do not look down on me. I am one of the 4 pillars of Zhongshan, a chivalrous warrior of the great Flame Hwa clan. His grandiose declaration, however, only caused the children to cringe in embarrassment. His identity and honor declared, No Sack's fighting spirit ignited. I am an OSAK, he roared, casting aside all defense for a reckless, all-out assault. He plunged into the enemy ranks like a landslide, his blade weaving a tapestry of destruction, leaving his opponents to marvel at his ferocious charge. From the treeline, archers drew their bows. 2 arrows flew true, embedding themselves deep in No-Sak's shoulder, a testament to their skill. Yet, the warrior barely flinched. Furious at their failure to fell him, the lead archer screamed, "I missed," aimed precisely for the head. The arrow's impact caused No-Sak's movements to falter for a split second. The enemy commander's eyes lit up with savage glee. His movements have stopped. "Come at him all at once," he shrieked. But No-Sak was not finished. He gritted his teeth against the pain, channeling his inner chi into a sweeping wave of defensive energy. No-Sak became a tempest of fluid motion, his blade an extension of his will. He deflected arrows and sliced through his attackers with an azure aura, his form flowing like water around their clumsy assaults. His art was not mere swordplay. It was a river of steel, relentless and impossible to contain. The enemy commander stared, his mind unable to process the speed. Even the children, safe within the carriage, gasped, "What just passed by?" Growing weary of the commander's incessant shouting, No-Sak's voice cut through the din, cold and final. "Shut up." Elsewhere, the battle raged on a different front. A fiery, red-haired warrior clashed with an elder of the Amay sect, their palms meeting with explosive force. "Hurrah! It seems your palm strike strength isn't what it used to be," the younger man taunted. "Have you been doing nothing but playing around?" The elder's eyes narrowed. "You're nothing but a big mouth." Unleashing his true power, the elder's hands began to glow with an ethereal blue light. "Snowdrifting, cloud-piercing palm strike," he roared. A concentrated blast of impossibly cold chi shot forth, slamming into the red-haired warrior and sending him careening backward into the dark woods. The elder gave no quarter, closing the distance in a flash to press his advantage. He caught the warrior's wrist mid-air, his grip like iron, and with a powerful heave, slammed his opponent into the hard earth. The ground itself seemed to crack under the force of the impact. As the elder's fist descended for the finishing blow, the warrior twisted, blocking the strike with his forearm. "Do you think I'll let you hit me again?" the elder sneered, pivoting with impossible speed. He feinted, then landed a vicious open palm strike to the man's face, drawing a spray of blood. Bleeding and furious, the red-haired warrior vowed, "I'll pierce a massive hole into you." He gathered his energy for a powerful thrust, but the elder sidestepped with effortless grace. The attack missed its mark, carving a furrow in the ground as the elder countered with another precise palm strike. Their palms met once more, a shockwave of energy rippling outwards. "The repulsive force is incredible," the red-haired warrior thought in shock. As expected of Amay's ultimate technique, "I can't take that attack head-on." The overwhelming power sent him flying, crashing violently to the ground. The elder prepared to end the fight, but his gaze was momentarily drawn elsewhere. In that fatal instant, the red-haired warrior struck. "Where are you looking?" he snarled, grabbing the elder's face. He gathered a searing ball of orange energy in his palm, shouting, "Say goodbye to this mortal world." But the killing blow was intercepted. A stoic monk appeared, blocking the attack. Thwarted and enraged, the warrior snarled, "You foul muck. You're going to the underworld too." He turned his deadly chi-infused hand toward the newcomer, his intent murderous. A flash of steel parted the two combatants as a massive blade slammed down, deflecting the attack. The red-haired warrior recoiled in shock, his eyes widening. Standing before him was Cheon, his face spattered with blood, his expression utterly bored as he delivered a powerful blow that sent the warrior stumbling. The Amay elder, thrown to the ground by the force of the previous exchange, coughed, seething with fury. "You scoundrels deserve to die," he growled. Cheon ignored him, his cold gaze fixed on the fallen attackers. "Do you want to be buried in the ground too?" he asked, his voice a low threat. With a sigh of utter annoyance, Cheon moved. He was a phantom, weaving between the elder and the red-haired warrior, his strikes too fast to follow. A sharp jab to the chest, a precise chop to the neck, and both men fell, neutralized before they could even register the attack. The Ame elder clutched his chest, his breath catching as he realized his chi meridians had been sealed by a pressure point strike. Clan Hedwa rushed to his aid as Jeong Cheon stood over the twitching body of the red-haired man. Tisk, Jeong Cheon muttered to himself. I performed the upward slash too early. Jeong Cheon's eyes began to burn with a crimson light, his killing intent washing over the remaining enemies like a physical wave. A predatory smile touched his lips. Next time, he promised, his voice a chilling whisper, I'll blow those hideous heads of yours precisely off your shoulders. His words hung in the air, and the two warriors froze, their minds consumed by absolute terror. In the misty woods, two warriors stood poised, their gazes fixed on a lone figure down the path. The air grew heavy, charged with unspoken intent, a prelude to a storm of steel and chi. Jeong Cheon stood as an unmovable mountain, his presence alone a challenge to the laws of the mortal realm. Jeong Cheon's eyes, cold and sharp as a winter wind, assessed his new opponents. His mind was a placid lake, reflecting the carnage he had just wrought, a field littered with the bodies of over 30 first-rate warriors. The earth was soaked in blood, a testament to a battle that was less a contest and more culling. The two men, a red-haired warrior and a grizzled elder, stared at the aftermath in disbelief. Did you take down over 30 first-rate warriors? All by yourself? The elder asked, his voice a low growl of astonishment. He acknowledged the boy's power, but his shock quickly hardened into murderous resolve. Stop playing around, he spat, his eyes blazing. I'm going to take that young man's head off and boil it. The red-haired warrior grinned, his hand igniting with fiery chi. Right, let's hurry up and start. I don't know how many years it's been. For the first time in a long while, the formidable Fire Shadow twin elders had found an opponent worthy of their combined strength. A blistering aura of red and orange flames enveloped them, their killing intent palpable enough to scorch the very air. Watching from a distance, a member of the Hwa clan cried out in alarm. Those guys are about to show their true power. Clan Hedwa's face was a mask of grim urgency. Clan Hedwa, she warned. Their title of Fire Shadow Twin Elders isn't just for show. Their palm techniques are bizarre and difficult to read. You must be especially careful of their combined attack. Jeong Cheon simply nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his massive blade. I will keep that in mind. The fight began. With a burst of speed, Jeong Cheon drew his great sword, deflecting a probing strike from the elders. In perfect sync, they unleashed their signature techniques. One hand blazed with the red fire palm strike, the other shimmered with the dark void palm strike, a deadly confluence of energies designed to overwhelm any defense. Instead of evading, Jeong Cheon met their open palm strikes with the flat of his blade. The elders expected the sword to shatter or be knocked aside, but instead, a tremendous shockwave surged through the steel. The impact is traveling through the sword? One thought in disbelief. It was a violation of martial principles, an impossible feat of chi control. The fiery energy, meant to cripple him, was absorbed and redirected. With a grunt of effort, Jeong Cheon swung his blade, unleashing a wave of force that sent both elders staggering backward. Enraged and bewildered by this unexpected turn, the red-haired warrior roared, "You scoundrels!" Seeing an opening, Clan Hedwa and the clan's eldest monk surged forward to help. "Do you think I'll let you do as you please?" she cried. But the enemy was too swift. The red-haired warrior spun, striking her down with contemptuous ease, snarling, "Don't be a nuisance." At the same time, his partner dispatched the monk with a brutal blow, leaving both Hwa clan elders gasping on the ground. Clan Hedwa struggled to rise, ordering her followers back with a fierce command. "Both of you, don't come any closer." Jeong Cheon's gaze narrowed, his voice ringing with cold authority as he took a step forward. "I will deal with them myself." "Such an arrogant young one," the elder sneered, launching forward again with his partner. They moved to flank him, shouting, "You're going to face our combined attack alone." This time, Jeong Cheon didn't just meet their power. He moved between them like a phantom, deflecting one strike with his blade and using his pommel to smash into the other's jaw. The red-haired warrior grunted in pain as the heavy sword pommel connected. Before the other could react, Jeong Cheon spun, his legs sweeping out to knock them both off balance. With a fluid, brutal motion, he sent both veteran masters stumbling across the clearing, their confidence finally beginning to crack. The fight devolved into a chaotic exchange. Jeong Cheon's blade became a silver blur, parrying and countering with inhuman speed. He drove one elder back with a grimace of effort, only to be forced to ground by the other's relentless assault. With a roar, he stomped his foot into one's chest and kicked the other square in the face, sending him flying. The red-haired warrior skidded to a halt, a manic grin spreading across his face despite the blow. "TSK, let's see if you can block this too," he taunted. He and his partner synchronized their stances, their eyes glowing with malevolent power as they prepared to unleash their ultimate technique. A vortex of fiery energy swirled around their hands, coalescing into a single, devastating point. They thrust their palms forward, roaring in unison as they unleashed the pinnacle of their art, the Fire Dragon Destructive Palm Strike. A searing dragon of pure chi shot towards Jeong Cheon, who stood his ground to meet it, his face a mask of shock and concentration. The impact was apocalyptic. A blinding explosion of fire tore through the forest, vaporizing trees and scorching the earth. Jeong Cheon was thrown backward like a rag doll, a spray of blood erupting from his lips as he tumbled through the air. He landed hard, his greatsword plunging deep into the scarred ground, the only thing keeping him upright. The forest was a smoldering ruin. The Hwa clan watched in absolute terror, crying out his name. "How can this be?" Clan head Hwa screamed, her face pale with dread. From the safety of the clan house, the children, Mujin and Jeong, could only stare in wide-eyed horror. "No, Mujin." Jeong Cheon gritted his teeth, feeling a strange, invasive heat spreading through him. He understood at once. The fire energy is spreading throughout my whole body through the vibrations. He realized, this wasn't a simple impact, it was a poison of chi. If I don't suppress this energy quickly, I'll be burned from the inside out. The two elders walked calmly through the smoldering embers, their faces alight with sadistic glee. "Cuckoo, do you hear it? The sound of your life burning away," the red-haired warrior mocked. 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, your internal organs will start to burn," he added, savoring the moment. His partner chuckled darkly. "No, we have to pull off his limbs first. Shall we?" "Yes, starting with the left arm." As they lunged, ready to tear him apart, a suffocating pressure emanated from Jeong Cheon. The flames consuming him from within suddenly flared, but their color began to shift. "Have a taste of hell, Sichuan hidden dragon," they roared, their combined power bearing down on the seemingly helpless young man. Jeong Cheon's hand shot out, not to block, but to catch their attack. "You fool," the warrior screamed. "Do you think you can defend against the Fire Dragon Destructive Palm Strike? Even with thick armor, it would be useless." But Jeong Cheon remained silent, a faint, chilling smile on his lips. He spoke a single phrase, a concept that defied their understanding of martial arts. Reflective energy. An eruption of brilliant, ice-blue chi burst from Jeong Cheon's body, enveloping the incoming fire. The elders froze. What? One gasped. The destructive vibrations of their own attack, captured and amplified, were being turned back upon them. They could only scream in agony as their own technique, now a torrent of freezing, destructive power, slammed back into their bodies. Their arrogance turned to terror. Jeong Cheon's fist, glowing with the reflected energy, found its mark. The force of their own attack, twisted into a weapon against them, tore through their meridians. They were helpless as Jeong Cheon moved like a vengeful spirit, his every strike a peal of thunder, dismantling the legendary Fire Shadow twin elders with their own stolen power. A torrent of ice-blue chi erupted, not just deflecting, but consuming the elders' fire. Their own power, twisted and amplified by an impossible art, surged back towards them. In that moment of absolute shock, Jeong Cheon became a phantom of vengeance. His fists, cloaked in the stolen, frozen energy, slammed into his foes, shattering their meridians with the very technique they revered. and their reign as the Fire Shadow Twin Elders ended in a spray of black blood. The remaining onlookers, the Ame Elder, Clan Head Hwa, and the wide-eyed children, stared in stunned silence. The legends of the Jeonghu lay broken and defeated at the feet of a single young man. Jeong Cheon stood over the bodies, his expression impassive, as if he had merely swept dust from the courtyard. But victory came at a price. A violent wave of heat coursed through Jeong Cheon's body, a backlash from the chaotic fire energy he had absorbed. He lurched forward, spitting a mouthful of blood as the rampant chief threatened to incinerate him from within. Seeing him falter, the elders rushed forward in alarm, crying out his name. The children, Mujin and Mujin, sprinted towards him, their faces masks of terror. "Mujin!" they screamed, desperate to reach their guardian. But Clan Head Hwa threw herself in their path, her own voice sharp with urgency. "Don't come any closer. The fire energy is spreading." The children froze, watching helplessly as the man they relied on was consumed by an inferno. Jeong Cheon fought to remain upright, his voice a strained rasp. He ordered No Sak to retrieve a lesser purifying pill from his belongings. Without hesitation, No Sak found the alchemical remedy and placed it in Jeong Cheon's hand. Swallowing it, Jeong Cheon addressed the others. "I think I need to purge out the fire energy. Please guard me for a moment." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Clan Head Hwa commanded the clan members to form a protective circle around him. "Surround the area and guard every direction, but don't get too close." As his followers obeyed, Jeong Cheon settled into a meditative stance, his body already wreathed in flickering, uncontrolled flames. He focused his mind inward, assessing the dire state of his body. "This is severe," he thought. "If I delay, every meridian will be completely burned away." He resolved to use the pill's calming properties to gather the rogue fire energy and force it into his middle dantian, his core. With a surge of will, he began the process, causing a blinding eruption of power. But something was wrong. The energy was too wild, too potent. Instead of being suppressed, the fire chi rebelled violently against the pill's influence. His eyes shot open in shock as a searing pain tore through him, and he expelled the chaotic energy in a great, burning torrent from his mouth. His followers watched in horror, certain this was the end. But just as suddenly as it had erupted, the conflagration vanished. The air grew still as the last ember faded, leaving only a stunned silence. The Ame Elder gasped in disbelief. The fire energy is gone." With the crisis averted, the strain finally caught up to Clan Head Hwa, and she collapsed, her own strength spent. No Sak acted quickly, helping the gravely injured Clan Head Hwa toward the carriage. "Let's head to Ganluo immediately," he ordered. As the group hastily prepared to depart, the children sat inside the swaying carriage, their small faces etched with worry, whispering Jeong Cheon's name. Inside the infirmary, the Ame Elder struggled to process what he had seen. A man barely of age had single-handedly defeated not only the Crimson Moon Sword, but the legendary Fire Shadow Twin Elders. He wondered if he had just witnessed the birth of a sword saint, a prodigy seen only once a century. At that moment, he knew, Clan Head Hwa could no longer be called a hidden dragon, for a true dragon had just descended. The group arrived in the bustling Ganluo County and secured rooms at an infirmary to allow Clan Head Hwa to recover. Soon after, Mujin and Mujin quietly entered Jeong Cheon's quarters, carrying a tray with a bowl of rice. "Mujin, food's here," the young boy announced softly. But as they approached the bed, they found it empty, the blankets thrown aside. "Huh, Mujin is gone," Mujin cried out. Their eyes darted around the room, finally landing on an open window, a silent invitation to the world outside. A dawning realization crossed their faces. In a nearby training yard, Jeong Cheon was already in motion. His upper robes discarded, he moved through the forms of his swordsmanship, the massive blade a seamless extension of his will. Despite the internal damage he had sustained, he refused to rest, pushing his body to master the power that had nearly consumed him. He paused, examining his hand, where the faint, web-like scars of the fire dragon destructive palm's backlash remained. He flexed, feeling the strength return to his limbs. Fire dragon destructive palm strike. He mused, a grim smile touching his lips. I almost lost my life because I underestimated it. Suddenly, two small voices called out his name. Mujin and Mujin ran across the yard, amazed. They said you'd have to stay in bed for a month. So how can you be up already? Cheon turned, his stern expression softening as he gently patted their heads. Yes, I'm fine now. Sorry for worrying you, he said, then looked to the horizon. Pack your things. Let's head to Mount Song. After a few days of recovery in Ganluo, the party continued their journey. The ambush was put behind them, and the carriage was once more filled with laughter. Yet, in their wake, rumors of their battle spread, tales of the Sichuan hidden dragon who had impossibly defeated the Fire Shadow Twin Elders, causing a stir throughout the entire region. Their travels finally brought them to the foot of a great mountain, crowned with an ancient temple. They had reached Mount Song, home of the Shaolin and the site of the Orthodox Murim tournament. As they ascended the grand stone steps, Mujin and Mujin stared in awe at the monumental scale of the buildings. Whoa, it's huge, they exclaimed in unison. Cheon, however, surveyed the pristine architecture with a nostalgic smirk. In his mind's eye, he saw not the polished stones and repaired halls, but the ruin and chaos he had inflicted upon this place in his past life. The buildings I destroyed in the past. He thought to himself, they've restored quite a lot of them. At the entrance, the Ame elder bid them farewell to seek out his own disciples. A Shaolin monk, Hyun Woo, was assigned to guide Cheon's party to their quarters. The children, unable to contain their excitement, immediately darted ahead, eager to explore the legendary temple grounds. Watching from a high veranda, two young martial artists observed the new arrivals. Are those the ones? One asked. His companion confirmed it, recounting the rumors of Cheon's reputation in Sichuan and his younger siblings' supposed victory at a recent tournament. How laughable, the first man sneered, dismissing their accomplishments as a fluke achieved with some common swordsmanship. His eyes narrowed with a predatory glint. Fine, bring Dong Ho here, he commanded his subordinate. He saw an opportunity and had no intention of letting it pass. A big deal? That's exactly what I want, he murmured, a cruel smile forming on his face. He would use this tournament to make a name for himself. I will wash away the disgrace from Sangria here, starting with the Sichuan hidden dragon. Within the serene walls of the Shaolin temple, a monk rushed through the courtyards with uncharacteristic haste. He burst onto a sunlit veranda where the Shaolin abbot stood, his voice filled with an almost frantic joy. He spoke of the 100 steps divine fist strike, a technique lost to time, and how it seemed Buddha himself had recognized the abbot's lifelong efforts to restore it. The abbot, monk Hein Gak, calmed his excited junior. He spoke of a legend, the heavenly martial body of Shichong, a prodigy discovered by monk Hai Guang in the past. Hein Gak's memory sparked, recalling the madman from the Flame Hwa clan, a name now synonymous with the formidable hidden dragon of Sichuan. He wondered if this was the man in question. The junior monk corrected him, revealing it was not the hidden dragon, but his younger brother. To the abbot's astonishment, he learned that this younger sibling also possessed the rare and coveted heavenly martial body. Furthermore, he was described as a youth of impeccable character and profound fortitude, a truly once-in-a-generation talent. Hein Gak's initial joy was tempered by a pang of regret. He lamented that because the boy was the second son of a martial family, his name could not be officially enshrined within the Buddhist records. To leave such a source of profound enlightenment with an outer sect felt like a great loss to Shaolin. The junior monk, however, saw things differently. He dismissed the distinction, insisting that sect affiliation mattered little. The boy was, in spirit and training, a disciple of their Shaolin temple. The abbot, moved by this perspective, offered his gratitude for the understanding. The conversation then took a darker turn. The monk revealed that on their journey, they were ambushed by the infamous Fire Shadow Twin Elders of the Crescent Moon Sword sect. The abbot's face contorted in alarm at the mention of those bloodthirsty murderers, fearing for the young disciple's safety. The trap had been elaborate, involving not just the elders, but 30 additional martial masters, all targeting Cheon. Recounting the battle, The junior monk's voice was filled with awe. He confirmed that clan head Mujin Hwa single-handedly defeated all 31 opponents. The abbot could barely comprehend it. A young man who had barely reached adulthood had crushed the wicked palm techniques of legendary masters. He was told that while Cheon suffered internal injuries, his recovery was shockingly fast, a testament to an incredible constitution that matched his martial prowess. The abbot clasped his hands in prayer, declaring it a blessing for all living beings that such malevolent figures were no longer of this world. Yet, his relief hardened into resolve. This brazen attack could not be ignored. A grim light entered his eyes as he declared the time had come to settle things with the unorthodox factions, ordering a message be relayed immediately to the Fist Emperor, Pai Moon. Meanwhile, the monk Hyun Woo guided Cheon's party to their guest quarters, advising them to rest. He gave a single, pointed warning. The path leading to the Repentance Cavern was forbidden to outsiders. As soon as they were settled, the children eagerly asked their brother, Mujin, if they could explore the legendary temple grounds. Under the watchful eye of No Sak, the children wandered the courtyard, their eyes wide with wonder. They were surrounded by warriors whose very presence radiated immense power and disciplined chi. The sheer density of martial masters was unlike anything they had ever experienced, a testament to the Shaolin Temple's profound legacy. No Sak, however, felt a different kind of pressure. Surrounded by the serene, righteous energy of the temple, he struggled to suppress his own demonic chi. The presence of so many strong fighters made his blood boil with a desire for battle, a craving he could only restrain due to his clan head's orders. His brooding was cut short when one of the young boys accidentally bumped into an arrogant-looking youth. The Hwa clan child quickly offered a sincere apology, but the other youth merely let out an exasperated sigh. With a look of utter contempt, he sneered, complaining about his rotten luck. He then looked down at the children as if they were insects, wondering aloud where all the beggars blocking his path had come from. The youth's arrogance was boundless. He introduced himself as Cheon Jeong, the second son of the great Cheol Manor, a name he clearly expected to inspire awe and fear. He then delivered his ultimatum. If they wanted to properly apologize, they would have to get on their knees and beg, the venomous words country bumpkins dripping from his lips. The Hwa children stared in disbelief. The young girl, her temper flaring, shot back, questioning his absurd sense of self-importance. She declared they had no reason to kneel for a simple accident, and, realizing he was completely unreasonable, grabbed her siblings to leave, calling him a nutcase. But Cheon Jeong's voice, cold and sharp, stopped them. Wait, you don't know your place. A faint blue aura began to shimmer around him as he smiled cruelly. Announcing his technique, the Seven Wounds Fist Strike, he lunged forward, his fist aimed squarely at the girl who had dared to talk back to him. In a movement faster than Jeong could track, his fist was caught mid-strike. The girl's brother had moved to intercept, his small hand clamping down on Jeong's wrist with surprising strength. His own chi erupted, and with a ferocious ki, he twisted Jeong's arm and launched a powerful counterpunch. The force of the counter sent Cheon Jeong stumbling backward, a look of pure shock on his face. He stared at his hand, then at the small boy who had not only blocked his attack, but had done so with considerable power. A condescending smirk slowly spread across his face as he conceded, "Heh, you're pretty good." The Hwa boy's eyes narrowed. The Seven Wounds Fist Strike. Cheon Jeong seemed impressed that the technique was recognized. But the brief exchange was violently interrupted as two hulking figures materialized behind him, their oppressive auras washing over the courtyard. They were Jeong's retainers, and their voices were laced with menace as they questioned if the children had a death wish for daring to lay a hand on their young master. No Sak stepped forward, his immense presence a silent challenge to the retainers. His eyes were cold steel as he spoke, his voice low and dangerous. Your spoiled brat attacked first. A faint golden aura began to emanate from him. Were we supposed to just stand there and take it? The commotion began to draw a crowd of onlookers, curious about the source of the conflict. Seeing his retainers being challenged, Cheon Jeong waved them off with a smug grin. "Step aside," he commanded. "This isn't your place to interfere." He turned his attention back to the Hwa boy, accusing him of being a dishonorable martial artist for attacking from behind. Remembering their brother's admonition not to cause trouble, the Hwa children decided to de-escalate. "Let's go. We shouldn't fight in the middle of the Shaolin temple." The girl took her brother's hand, pointedly rebuking Dango for bringing shame to his manners teachings before turning to leave. But Cheol Dango could not let them have the last word. "Oh, right," he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "Your brother went crazy after being hit by this, didn't he? By this 7 wounds fist strike." His eyes glowed with a sinister red light. "It's a shame I couldn't send you along with him. I'll have to wait for the next opportunity." Insulting their brother was a line that could not be uncrossed. The Hwa children spun around in perfect sync, their faces masks of cold fury and their eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light. They unleashed a combined assault, a whirlwind of strikes that slammed into the arrogant youth, sending him flying backward before he could even process their attack. Cheol Dango's retainers roared in fury. "Why, young master?" one screamed, his face a mask of disbelief and rage. Enraged that their charge had been harmed, they lunged forward, their killing intent exploding outwards. "You brats, do you really want to die?" With the clang of steel, No Sack planted his massive guandao between them, his expression grim. "Hey," he growled. "Your young master said it himself. Don't interfere in a fight between kids." His weapon became a blur, effortlessly parrying their furious strikes and sending the powerful retainers reeling back in shock. While No Sack expertly handled the guards, the Hwa siblings pressed their attack on the downed Cheol Dango. They moved with a predatory grace, their small fists striking with the force of hammers. Dango, still reeling from their initial assault, could only scramble backward, utterly overwhelmed by their relentless, coordinated ferocity. The siblings were a storm of fists and feet, their chi-infused strikes landing with brutal precision. A final, powerful blow connected squarely with Dango's face, sending him crashing to the stone courtyard, utterly defeated. Watching from the side, a wild, ecstatic grin spread across No Sack's face. "That's the way to go." As Cheol Dango lay broken on the ground, the Hwa siblings stood over him, their childish features hardened into expressions of cold judgment. "We were just going to pass by, even though you launched a surprise attack," one stated, their voice dangerously calm. "Everything that happens from now on is your own doing. How dare you insult our brother? Let's see if you can handle this." A choked gasp escaped Cheol Dango's lips as raw terror finally broke through his arrogance. The killing intent radiating from the 2 small children was suffocating, a promise of pain far greater than what he had already endured. Far away, in the tranquility of his room, Jeong Cheon's eyes opened. The distant disturbance had rippled through the temple's peace, a chaotic note in a serene symphony. In the Shaolin courtyard, the Hwa siblings moved as one. Their strikes, once a chaotic flurry, now landed with the synchronized brutality of a well-honed weapon. Cheol Dango could only shield his head, his cries of pain echoing on the stone as he endured the relentless assault. From the sidelines, No Sack watched with a quiet satisfaction, noting the boy's resilience. For all his arrogance, the young master of the Cheol Manor was absorbing a punishment that would have felled a lesser warrior. As Dango's bodyguards moved to intervene, their faces etched with panic, No Sack stepped forward. His movement was a simple, fluid motion, but it carried the weight of a mountain. A single, chi-infused strike from the butt of his spear slammed into the chest of the lead guard, neutralizing him instantly. With a voice devoid of emotion, No Sack delivered his judgment. "Just stay down, unless you want your skull crushed." Battered and broken, Cheol Dango finally surrendered, his pleas for mercy choked with tears. But the Hwa siblings were unmoved. The boy, his face a mask of cold fury, pointed a finger at the whimpering form on the ground. "If you don't watch your mouth from now on, you'll face even worse consequences." The threat was not a childish outburst. It was a solemn promise, delivered with a chilling gravity that belied their years. As the siblings stood over their vanquished foe, the girl, Suyeon, glanced nervously at her brother. "Will we get in trouble with Mujin?" she whispered. He remained defiant, certain of their justification. Their quiet debate was cut short by a new presence, a cold pressure that settled over the courtyard. A figure in a white robe, his face a mask of contempt, had appeared behind them, his arrival as silent and sudden as a shadow at dusk. No-Sak turned, his hand tightening on his spear, sensing the formidable aura of the newcomer. The man, Cheon Jeong, let a cruel smile play on his lips. This was no mere disciple. His power was palpable, a dark energy coiled and waiting. This guy, he's no pushover, Jeong thought, his own battle lust stirring. I'll have to draw out all my demonic arts to stand a chance. Seeing the Hwa siblings standing over his younger brother, he sneered, "Pathetic fool. Get up." The Hwa boy stood his ground. "We didn't do anything wrong. That jerk insulted our brother and our clan first." Jeong expression darkened as he effortlessly lifted the beaten Dango by his collar. "You say you did nothing wrong after leaving him in this state?" He scoffed, his voice dripping with condescension. "To trample a fallen opponent, 2 against 1, 4 practitioners of the orthodox path, your level of education is abysmal." Infuriated by the insult to his family's honor, the boy's eyes blazed. "Bring your clan head. I will take this matter up with him personally." His defiant shout hung in the air, only to be met by a calm, familiar voice from behind. "The clan head is already here." The children turned, their eyes widening in surprise as Jeong Cheon stood there, an impassive fortress. "Go ahead," Jeong Cheon said, his gaze fixed on Jeong. "Try taking it up with that big mouth of yours." Cheon Jeong's face contorted in a mixture of surprise and anger. "Mujin," he spat. Jeong Cheon, embodying the role of Mujin, met his glare without flinching. His eyes, burning with a faint crimson light, swept over the scene. "From what I can see, it looks like your brother was the one who deserved to be hit. What exactly is the problem you want to discuss?" Jeong sneered back. "I see there's a reason why these terrible kids have such poor personalities. It doesn't look like the brat from your house was raised any better, though." The air itself seemed to grow heavy as a murderous aura, thick and red, began to bleed from Jeong Cheon. A predatory grin touched his lips. "So you really want to do this?" he whispered, his hand drifting towards the hilt of his sword. Jeongwon's own intent flared in response, a vicious smile spreading across his face. "Fine, it's just as I hoped." Just as the two masters were about to clash, a powerful voice boomed across the courtyard. "Stop this at once." An elderly Shaolin monk, his presence radiating profound peace and immense power, strode into the tense standoff. Jeongwon's arrogant demeanor shattered, his face paling with shock. "That person is..." He quickly composed himself, bowing deeply. "Cheol Jeongwon of the Cheol Manor greets Great Master Hyun-woo." The old monk ignored him, his gaze falling with concern on Jeong Cheon's party. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Jeong Cheon simply bowed his head slightly. "I'm okay. I apologize for causing such a scene, Master." A horrifying realization dawned on Jeongwon. "What? That guy is the great Master's disciple? So that's why they came here together." The political landscape had shifted beneath his feet. Before he could process this disaster, another voice, sharp and imperious, echoed from the temple steps. "Who dares to persecute a disciple of the Ame sect?" Abbess Jean Hwa, flanked by her own disciple, Myo Ryon, descended with the fury of a winter storm. Seeing her master, the young Hwa girl's eyes filled with crocodile tears. She ran to the abbess, crying, "You're here, Master." Pointing a trembling finger at the already battered Dango, she wailed. That wicked fellow launched a cowardly surprise attack from behind with the 7 wounds fist strike. "My ankle is throbbing so much I can barely stand." Dango could only stare, utterly bewildered. What? I didn't even touch your ankle." Abbess Jean Hwa's eyes narrowed. "The Cheol Manor, an outer sect of the Kongdon sect?" Her voice was glacial as she turned her formidable gaze upon Cheol Jeongwon. "Is it true that you attacked my disciple from behind?" Trapped between the righteous fury of an Ame abbess and the silent power of a Shaolin great master, Jeongwon began to sweat. He stammered, his mind racing. He was cornered. Damn it, the Shaolin Temple and the Ame sect are on the side of the Flame Hwa clan. Jeong Cheon watched, a faint smirk on his lips. He knew he wouldn't even need to step in. As Master Hyun-woo tried to calm the escalating tensions, a new group arrived, their presence assertive and unwelcome. At their head was a stern-faced man with a powerful build. Should a squabble between children really escalate into a fight between adults? He asked, his voice carrying an authority that rivaled the others. It was Ja Sa, the great sword pavilion master of the Kongdong sect. Abbess Mujin Hwa acknowledged him with a curt nod. It has been a while, pavilion master. I greet you under such unfortunate circumstances. Her tone hardened. However, I must receive an apology for the use of martial arts against our disciple from behind. Ja Sa's lips thinned. An apology? Those words make it sound as if the Cheol Manor is solely at fault. Did your disciples not gang up on the second son of the Cheol Manor and leave him in that state? Why should we be the only ones to apologize? Ja Sa continued his verbal assault, his gaze sweeping over No Sack. Furthermore, wasn't it a warrior of the Flame Hwa clan who attacked the Cheol Manor's bodyguards? I believe it is the Cheol Manor that should be receiving an apology instead. Jong Cheon let out a soft, amused laugh. Here we go again. Why is it that the Kongdong sect can never figure out when they should interfere and when they should not? Ja Sa's face flushed with anger. What? Have you said your piece, Clan Head Hwa? Jong Cheon's smile was gone, replaced by a cold pity. I'm just expressing my pity that you still haven't come to your senses after what happened at Sangreal. He took a step forward, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. This matter is between us and the Cheol Manor. How about it? Why don't you and I have a duel ourselves? Let's agree that the winner receives an apology from the loser. Cheol Youngwon's eyes lit up with triumph. Very well, he declared, his mind screaming. You fell for it, you fool. He had successfully isolated Jong Cheon from his powerful allies. Gripping his weapon, he seethed. Do you really think you can defeat me? Fine. I'll pay you back for what happened to Senior Jayul as well. I'll settle the score once and for all with this match. Chi flared around Yongwon as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. But before he could even complete his stance, there was a flicker of movement. An impossibly fast strike, a mere blur to the naked eye, lashed out. With a sickening thud, Jong Cheon's wooden practice sword connected with Yongwon's forehead. He stood over the unconscious body, a massive lump already forming on his foe's head. This isn't even enough for a warm-up, Jong Cheon stated with a bored sigh. A stunned silence descended upon the courtyard. Yongwon, a strong candidate for the tournament, had been defeated in a single, humiliating blow. Ja Sa's face was a mask of disbelief. This is impossible. Jayul's words about not being able to see the sword's path were true. A cold dread washed over him. Even I, who have reached the peak-level realm, can't guarantee I could block that. Jong Cheon turned his gaze to the frozen pavilion master. You said you were the great sword pavilion master? Let me ask you one thing. He didn't wait for an answer. Surely you're aware that the culprit who drove me into a state of madness 17 years ago was an outer sect disciple of the Kongdong sect. And yet, that very same Seven Moon's fist strike was used today to launch a sneak attack on my sister's back. Just as at Sangreal, it is the same here today. Hasn't the Kongdong sect always interfered with our affairs? The crowd murmured amongst themselves, shocked by the accusation. Ja Sa, his face twitching, forced a dismissive expression. Refrain from such baseless speculation. All of those were merely simple accidents. Clan Head Hwa. Jong Cheon's eyes glinted with a cold fire. Accidents? Fine. I shall watch to see if such an accident occurs again. His voice became a blade of ice, each word a cut. If, by any chance, the people of our Flame Hwa clan are threatened by your lot once more because of such an accident, you will find yourselves facing a very different Hwa Mujin. Keep that in mind. With his final warning delivered, Jong Cheon turned his back, gathered his siblings, and walked away, leaving the Kongdong sect to stew in their humiliation and fear. Ja Sa trembled with rage, his subordinate helping the unconscious Yongwon. What does he mean by a different Hwa Mujin? Is he threatening us? He seethed. He's acting so high and mighty just because the Shaolin Temple and Ame are behind him. But as they retreated, every martial artist present, from the lowest disciple to the highest master, understood. The hidden dragon of Sichuan had arrived not as a guest, but as a force of nature, though none dared say it aloud. They could all feel it in their very bones. A new era had dawned upon the Murim of the Central Plains. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, shocked by the accusation. Ja Sa, his face twitching, forced a dismissive expression. Refrain from such baseless speculation. All of those were merely simple accidents. Clan head Hwa. Jang Cheon's eyes glinted with a cold fire. Accidents? Oof, fine. I shall watch to see if such an accident occurs again. His voice became a blade of ice, each word a cut. If, by any chance, the people of our Flame Hwa clan are threatened by your lot once more because of such an accident, you will find yourselves facing a very different Mujin. Keep that in mind. With his final warning delivered, Jang Cheon turned his back, gathered his siblings, and walked away. From the crowd, Young Sui of the Ame sect watched him depart, her thoughts swirling. The rumors did not do him justice. This man, while Mujin of the Flame Hwa clan, carried an aura that was both terrifying and magnetic. As the Hwa clan made their way through the tranquil temple grounds, a senior Shaolin monk approached, his palms pressed together in apology. "Amitba, I'm too ashamed to see you, clan head," he began, his head bowed. "To think such an unfortunate incident would occur in the front yard of the Shaolin temple. I apologize." The elder monk turned and berated his subordinate, the reception hall master Hyun Boun, for the lack of oversight. Jang Cheon, with a placid smile, defused the tension. This matter arose from the Flame Hwa clan's personal grudges. I should be the one to apologize for causing trouble. Seeing an opportunity to make amends, Hyun Boun offered to personally guide them, an offer Jang Cheon graciously accepted. As they walked past a courtyard filled with restored stone statues, a flicker of a memory surfaced in Jang Cheon's mind. He recalled a time of fire and chaos, a past life where he, as the dreaded divine demon, had rampaged through these very halls. A wry thought crossed his mind. They've restored all these statues. I think I smashed the heads off at the end. Their tour continued up a winding stone path. At a small pavilion, young Sui appeared, her cheeks flushed as she offered Jang Cheon a ladle of cool water. He accepted with a slight nod of thanks, oblivious to her infatuation or the jealous glare from No Sak, who muttered under his breath from a distance. As they approached the main temple, Jang Cheon suddenly stopped. A familiar, potent energy washed over him, a malevolent aura he knew all too well. His gaze was drawn to a nearby cave entrance where, upon a stone altar, a single black sword stood, bound by countless paper talismans. His eyes widened in disbelief. That is? Why is that here? Hyun Boun chuckled softly. Ho ho, as expected of someone with the heavenly martial body. You seem sensitive to demonic energy. He gestured toward the blade. That is the sword from 30 years ago. The sword of the divine demon that reigned the Jianghu in blood. It is the demonic spirit sword. The monk explained that the sword's demonic aura was so intense it caused frequent accidents in the Repentance Cavern, forcing them to seal it with powerful Buddhist talismans. Jang Cheon nearly scoffed aloud. Demonic energy? Nonsense, he thought. It's a sword that doesn't even leak energy unless the wielder has learned demonic arts. Masking his thoughts, he simply urged them to move on. As he walked away, Jang Cheon's heart ached with a strange mix of guilt and resolve. In his mind, he spoke to his long-dead master. "Master, I'm sorry. Because of your pathetic disciple, the sect's sacred treasure is in that state." A silent promise formed, cold and hard as steel. "I'll get it back somehow. Do not worry." The night gave way to a brilliant dawn, signaling the start of the Orthodox Murim tournament. Atop the grand stage, the Shaolin abbot, Hyen Gak, stood before the assembled warriors of the Jianghu. His voice, infused with qi, boomed across the arena, offering greetings to all the comrades who had gathered. The abbot's opening speech resounded with hope, urging the young competitors to see this as an opportunity for growth and not to harbor grudges. As the Hwa siblings vibrated with excitement, Jang Cheon watched with a calm, detached air. With a final, mighty proclamation, the abbot declared the tournament officially open. The abbot's voice cut through the ensuing cheer, announcing the very first duel between the East River sect and the Tiger Severing Blade sect. The crowd roared, but Jeong Cheon merely sighed. He had seen countless such duels, fought by warriors whose foundations were shaky at best. To him, it was all profoundly boring. Nearby, spectators whispered amongst themselves. They gossiped about how the entire contingent from the Kongdong sect had mysteriously withdrawn. The rumor was that their prized champion, their great hope for the tournament, had been soundly thrashed by the newcomer known as the Sichuan Hidden Dragon. On the stage, the first match began. The crowd roared encouragement as Kong Du-chan, the pride of Hunan, traded powerful blows with his opponent from the Weixin clan. Chi flared as fists met, a vibrant but ultimately predictable display of martial arts. Ignoring the spectacle, Jeong Cheon turned his attention to a more pressing matter. He quietly called to No Sak and asked him to retrieve the demonic spirit sword. No Sak paled, stammering that the monks guarding it were too powerful and that he couldn't use demonic energy anyway. Jeong Cheon sighed, a familiar wave of resignation washing over him. In the end, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Just then, the clan head Hwa arrived, greeting them warmly before noticing Jeong Cheon's somber mood. "Your expression looks dark," the elder noted with concern. "Did something happen?" Jeong Cheon didn't mince words. "The sword I used to wield is sealed here. I'm looking for a way to sneak it out." The clan head's eyes widened in shock, immediately understanding he meant the demonic spirit sword. He voiced his concerns, noting the sheer number of seals and the powerful formation of monks that surely stood guard. Their conversation was cut short by a sudden commotion rippling through the stands. A junior monk was seen rushing towards the abbot, his face a mask of panic. After a brief, whispered exchange, Abbot Hyangak's face hardened, and he shot from his seat like a cannonball, disappearing from sight in a blur of motion. Jeong Cheon felt a jolt of alarm. Moments later, the abbot reappeared before them. "Monk Hyangak," the elder asked, "did some kind of accident happen?" The abbot's voice was grim. "The seal on the demonic spirit's sword has been broken. We're on our way to find the one who stole it." Jeong Cheon was stunned into silence, a single, impossible question echoing in his mind. Who else? A sudden tremor of urgency shook the tranquil foundations of the Shaolin Temple. Abbot Hyangak's face, a mask of grim resolve, preceded a blur of motion as he launched himself from the stands. Seated amongst the clan heads, Jeong Cheon's placid exterior remained, but his senses screamed in alarm. The abbot was not merely moving. He was exploding with a velocity that defied his age, a living cannonball of focused intent. As the abbot streaked past, a concerned elder called out, inquiring about the disturbance. Hyangak, initially attempting to deflect the question to maintain order, paused for a fraction of a second. The gravity of the situation was too great to conceal. He reluctantly admitted the truth was necessary. His voice was a low thunderclap that seemed to shake the very air. "The seal on the demonic spirit's sword has been broken. We're on our way to find the one who stole it." The words struck Jeong Cheon with the force of a physical blow. The entire purpose of his journey, the secret objective he had harbored, had been stolen from him. A single, chilling question echoed in the sudden silence of his mind. Who else? With his revelation delivered, Abbot Hyangak vanished, his speed a testament to the crisis at hand. The Tang clan head, watching the frantic activity, noted how unusual it was for the temple to be in such a state of high alert. Beside him, Jeong Cheon remained outwardly calm, but his mind raced, re-evaluating every calculation and every plan he had made. Jeong Cheon's gaze swept across the horizon. He could feel it now, a subtle shift in the mountain's energy. The legendary defensive formation of Shaolin, normally dormant, was awakening. It was an invisible net of immense power, enveloping the entirety of Mount Song. He knew with absolute certainty that whoever the thief was, they were now trapped. Breaking through such a barrier would be a feat beyond nearly any martial artist alive. Despite the underlying tension, the martial arts tournament resumed. A new figure stepped into the arena, drawing a collective gasp from the crowd. It was Young Sui, a name whispered in reverent tones across the land. Her reputation as the Central Plains' divine beauty preceded her, yet many wondered if her martial prowess could possibly match her famed appearance. The Tang clan had scoffed lightly beside Jeon Jeong. They say that girl is the divine beauty, but to my eyes, Ho Jeong or Hya are a bit better in looks. Jeong Jeong offered a faint, placating smile, choosing not to contest the old man's familial pride. Sure, let's just say that's the case, he replied, his attention on the arena. In the ring, young Sui moved like a phantom. Her first strike was a fluid arc of steel, parried by her larger opponent. The man's eyes went wide with shock. The force behind her block was utterly disproportionate to her slender frame. A confident smirk touched her lips as she pressed her advantage, her blade a whirlwind of deadly grace. Her sword seemed to carry the weight of a mountain. Her opponent, a warrior of considerable strength, buckled as he struggled to defend against a powerful downward slash. Even from a stance, Jeong Jeong's trained eye perceived the unusual nature of her weapon. "Ho," he murmured, a flicker of genuine interest in his expression. "Her sword is quite heavy, isn't it?" Suddenly, Jeong Jeong's gaze lifted from the match, his eyes narrowing. He sensed a new wave of power radiating from the temple's core, far stronger than before. The monks were not merely searching. They were reinforcing the grand formation, tightening the net around the intruder. The atmosphere over Mount Song grew heavy with unseen power. The bout ended decisively. Her opponent, panting and disarmed, had no choice but to admit defeat. Young Sui gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before turning away, walking off the stage with an unhurried elegance that captivated the cheering crowd. As she departed the arena, her gaze swept over the spectators, deliberately finding Jeong Jeong's. For a moment, their eyes met, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. She had made her mark, but his impassive reaction seemed to puzzle her. He's not interested in me," she mused to herself, a subtle challenge forming in her thoughts. The Tang clan had noticed his companion's unwavering focus and was about to make a jest when young Sui herself appeared before them. Bypassing the elders and other dignitaries, she stopped directly in front of Jeong Jeong. "May I join you?" she asked, her voice clear and direct. Maintaining his polite demeanor, Jeong Jeong gestured to an empty seat. "Ah yes, there are plenty of seats, so please do." Without hesitation, young Sui sat down beside him, a deliberate action that sent ripples of shock and speculation through the onlookers. A wave of murmurs washed over the stands. "Why?" Young Sui went and sat next to some guy. One spectator cried out in disbelief. Another recognized him instantly. "That's the Sichuan hidden dragon." The news spread like wildfire. The divine beauty of the Central Plains had chosen the side of the enigmatic newcomer. Leaning slightly closer, young Sui spoke. "Weren't you nervous?" Jeong Jeong's answer was a glimpse into the cold, hard logic that governed him. "If I'm stronger than my opponent, then I'll win. If I'm weaker, then I'll lose. There are only two possible outcomes, so is there any need to be nervous?" Her brief concern was met with the unassailable certainty of a predator. Before the conversation could continue, another voice interrupted. A woman in elegant yellow robes approached, her eyes fixed on Jeong Jeong. "Oh, here you were. I've been looking for you." She gave a graceful bow. "I am Mujin Hwa of the Cheon clan. You are indeed as handsome as I've heard." Unfazed by the mounting attention, Jeong Jeong offered another seat with a cryptic pleasantry. She accepted, greeting the bewildered Tang clan head before taking her place. Now, he was seated between two of the most talked-about women in the Murim, a silent contest of wills playing out in the space between them. Young Sui shot a chilling glare at the newcomer. The Tang clan head, completely flustered, whispered to Jeong Jeong, questioning his sudden appeal. Jeong Jeong simply stated there was a special reason for his actions, promising an explanation later. The old man could only huff in confusion, unable to comprehend the younger man's motives. A strange tableau was now set for all to see. The hidden dragon, flanked by the divine beauty and the lady of the Cheon clan. The tension was a palpable thing, a silent drama that overshadowed the official matches. The gazes of all three were fixed forward, yet they were acutely aware of each other. The sight did not sit well with the other young masters in attendance. Envy curdled their expressions as they grumbled amongst themselves. How can the world be so unfair? one wide. A good clan, good at fighting, and a handsome face too. Jang Cheon heard it all as background noise, an annoying but insignificant distraction. The announcer's voice boomed, calling the next warriors. "It's Cheon Mahak," the crowd roared. The Wudong sword dragon stepped onto the stage, his every movement sharp and precise. He exuded an aura of supreme confidence, the pride of a major sect made manifest. Cheon Mahak did not look at his opponent. Instead, his gaze swept the stands until it found Jang Cheon. A slow, cruel grin stretched his lips, a look brimming with malice and a promise of future conflict. The animosity was so raw it felt like a physical force. His opponent was then announced, Tang Hakyeon, the fourth son of the Tang clan. A different murmur went through the crowd as the Poison Emperor's grandson took his place. Standing in the arena, Tang Hakyeon felt his grandfather's watchful eye from the stands and swore to prove his worth, even without the infamous arts of his clan. The Tang clan head sighed, explaining that his doted-upon grandson had drawn a difficult opponent. The match began in an instant, a clash of shimmering blue chi as the two prodigies traded blows. The Wudong sword style was crisp and direct, while the Tang clan's martial arts were deceptively agile, but it was clear they were evenly matched in the opening exchange. Mujin Hwa turned to Jang Cheon with a sly smile. "Clan head Hwa, which side do you think will win?" She noted that the Wudong warrior seemed more composed, a cutting observation in front of the Tang clan head. The old man conceded the point, while Jang Cheon silently appraised the woman's brazen nature. She was, he thought, no ordinary fox. Her observation proved correct. Cheon Mahak's composure gave him the edge. He broke through Tang Hochen's defense, forcing him to the ground. With a final, decisive movement, his blade rested on the Tang scion's throat, ending the match. Victory was declared for the Wudong sword dragon. Victorious, Cheon Mahak did not celebrate. He stood over his defeated opponent, his head turning, his eyes once again locking onto Jang Cheon. The chilling bloodlust from before returned, magnified by his victory. Jang Cheon felt the wave of hostility and was genuinely puzzled. The Tang clan head confirmed his senses. "You're right. He seems to be targeting you." Jang Cheon wondered aloud if the Flame Hwa clan held some forgotten grudge against the Wudong sect. The Tang elder, seeing an opportunity, replied with a cheeky grin. "If you tell me that special reason you have for sitting with these ladies, I'll tell you." Jang Cheon sighed, exasperated by the old man's games. The Tang clan head then leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. He confessed that his interest in Mujin Hwa was a ruse. His true focus had been on the maids accompanying her. His powerful senses, honed by a lifetime of dealing with hidden things, had detected a faint but undeniable trace of demonic energy clinging to them. The discovery left the old Poison Emperor utterly stunned. The Tang clan head's eyes, aglow with a strange, piercing light, held a sudden intensity. He admitted his supposed interest in Mujin Hwa was merely a diversion. His true focus had been on her maids, for his senses, honed over a lifetime of mastering poisons and detecting hidden auras, had picked up a faint but undeniable corruption clinging to them, the unmistakable trace of demonic energy. Jang Cheon was taken aback. Demonic energy? I don't feel a trace of it. Having lived a life steeped in its miasma, he trusted his own senses implicitly. The old Poison Emperor, however, was resolute. They are concealing it with masterful skill, but it is there. For now, pretend you know nothing, he advised, his voice a low command. Jang Cheon gave a reluctant nod, a seed of disquiet planted in his mind. As the weight of that revelation settled, an announcer's voice boomed across the arena, heralding the next match. Young Sui of the Amei sect was called to face Jin Yubon of Diensan. Immediately, Jang Cheon's siblings erupted in cheers, their small voices full of passionate support for their new friend. "You have to win this, Sui." The entire arena seemed to join the chorus, a wave of adoration directed at the Amei disciple, whose reputation as the Central Plains beauty preceded her. Even her opponent, Jin Yubon, couldn't help but note her overwhelming popularity with a thoughtful frown. He was already fighting an uphill battle in the court of public opinion before a single blade was drawn. The duel began with the sharp ring of steel. Sui's first strike was swift, but Yubong parried it with ease. He felt the surprising weight behind her blade, a testament to her profound internal energy. However, he quickly discerned a flaw. Her sword path was straightforward, her intentions broadcast with every move, lacking the guile of a true master. Seeing his opening, Yubong shifted, his own blade a blur. He exploited the predictability of her attack, sidestepping her lunge and landing a solid blow that sent her staggering to the ground. A collective gasp rippled through the stands, followed by the twins' shocked cries of Sui. Zhang Cheon watched with detached focus as Sui struggled to her knees. Her defeat sparked outrage in the crowd, not for the lack of skill, but for the perceived transgression of marring such beauty. "Hey, how could you hit young Sui?" one man yelled, echoed by others demanding he just let her win. Yubong gritted his teeth, the absurd logic of the crowd grating on his nerves. Ignoring the jeers, Sui launched herself forward once more, her pride stinging. But Yubong, with fluid grace, sidestepped her desperate charge and used her own momentum against her, pushing her squarely out of the bounds of the arena. "Out of bounds," the judge declared. Yubong wins. Despite the fierce exchange, the two warriors showed respect. Even with training swords, it was a wonderful duel, Yubong offered. Sui returned to her seat, where Shimin He greeted her with a playful smile. "That was a great match. A shame it ended so quickly. Shouldn't you head to the medicine hall?" Sui simply smiled, reassuring the worried children. "No, I'm fine. I may have lost the match, but I learned a great deal." Her expression was serene, her gaze clear. "Since I've gained enlightenment, the outcome doesn't really matter." Jeannie watched her, utterly perplexed. Sui's desire to remain by Zhang Cheon's side even after a defeat, coupled with her baffling composure, was something she couldn't comprehend. Was it incredible fortitude, or a simple lack of competitive spirit? She concluded that the top disciple of Ame was truly an enigma. As the sun began its descent, the tournament moved into its final stages. In the semifinals, Jin Yubong faced Nam Gongchang-sil. The crowd, still holding a grudge on Sui's behalf, continued to heckle Yubong, much to his exasperation. Yet, despite the crowd's displeasure, Yubong secured victory with astonishing speed, his movements too fast for his opponent to track. His display earned him a new, begrudgingly respectful title from the onlookers, the blind god of speed. In the second semifinal, Chong Mohawk, the sword dragon of the Wudong sect, easily subdued his Shaolin opponent. But instead of savoring his victory, his head turned, his gaze locking once more onto Zhang Cheon with the same chilling hostility as before. Zhang Cheon met the glare with a bemused smirk, wondering what could possibly fuel such animosity. Jeannie offered a theory with a sly smile. "Isn't it because he's interested in one of the ladies beside you? He sees you as a romantic rival." Zhang Cheon scoffed at the notion. "What a fool. He should be focusing on his swordsmanship instead. He's barely scratching the surface of his sect's techniques." The Tang clan had interjected, his memory drifting back. "Nonsense. The enlightened Taiji sword art of the sword immortal I faced 30 years ago. Taoist Jin Hai of the Wudong sect. That was on a completely different level than this soft swordsmanship." His words carried the weight of experience, silencing Zhang Cheon's casual critique. Seeking to lighten the mood, Jeannie had her maids bring snacks for Zhang Cheon's party. The children's eyes lit up, accepting the treats with delighted thanks. Zhang Cheon offered a polite nod, his attention momentarily diverted by the gesture of goodwill. As a maid offered him the tray, his gaze fell upon her hand. Her fingers were poised unnaturally, and in that instant, the Poison Emperor's warning echoed in his mind. The subtle hand posture triggered a flash of memory from his past life, a demonic practitioner who specialized in deadly claw arts. His eyes narrowed. The pieces were beginning to connect. Before he could dwell on it, the announcer's voice cut through the tension. "Now, the final match of the Orthodox Murim tournament will begin." The crowd erupted, their loyalties split between the two finalists, chanting for the Wudong sword dragon and the blind god of speed. Mujin Hwa leaned over. Lethal moves are allowed starting from the finals, so this should be worth watching. The Hwa twins, far from being scared, buzzed with excitement at the prospect of a true life-or-death battle. The very air in the arena grew heavy with anticipation. Jin Yubon offered a respectful bow. "It's an honor to compete like this. Let's have a great match." Cheon Jeong responded with a cold snort, his hand resting on his blade with contemptuous impatience. "Just hurry up and attack," he commanded, his arrogance stunning Yubon into silence. Yubon grit his teeth and lunged, his blade a silver streak. The duel was a maelstrom of steel as the two swordsmen exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The sharp, high-pitched ringing of their real swords echoed through the arena, a sound far more deadly than the muted thud of training weapons. The Tang elder stroked his beard, a connoisseur's smile on his lips. As expected, a duel with real swords sounds different. Suddenly, a crimson aura exploded from Cheon Jeong. He was no longer holding back, unleashing the true power of his sect's technique, the enlightened Taiji sword art. A golden, circular wave of sword chi erupted from Cheon Jeong's blade, a manifestation of the Taiji principles of deflection and redirection. Jin Yubon, caught completely off guard by the profound technique, was thrown back, his sword knocked from his hand. With a final, swift motion, Cheon Jeong's blade was at his throat. Cheon Jeong wins. The crowd roared, celebrating their new champion. "Good fight, blind god of speed," a heckler shouted. "You lose as fast as lightning as well." The announcer's voice boomed, declaring Cheon Jeong the new legend of the Jianghu. But Cheon Jeong wasn't finished. He stood in the center of the arena, his gaze fixed on the VIP stands. He raised his sword, pointing it directly at Zhang Cheon. As the winner of the Orthodox Murim tournament, he declared, his voice ringing with challenge, "I request a dragon match with clan head Mujin." While Zhang Cheon and Jin He looked on in confusion, the Tang clan head burst into triumphant laughter. "Baha, I knew it. I knew he'd do that." Seeing their bewilderment, he explained the tradition. The winner of the tournament can choose one senior martial artist to request a duel. It's an exhibition match of sorts. The meaning of the challenge settled upon Zhang Cheon. This wasn't about honor or exhibition. It was a direct, public assault on his authority. A wicked, predatory grin spread across his face, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, demonic light. "So what he's saying to me right now is, I want to be beaten to a pulp, right?" Having vanquished his final opponent, Cheon Jeong did not lower his sword. Instead, he turned his gaze to the VIP stands, his eyes locking onto Zhang Cheon with an unnerving intensity. In a voice that silenced the entire arena, he issued a challenge that defied all precedent, a dragon match with clan head Mujin. A wave of disbelief and excitement washed over the crowd. The Wudong Sword Dragon challenging the Sichuan Hidden Dragon was a clash of titans no one had anticipated. This was not just a duel. It was a confrontation between two of the most lauded prodigies of their generation, an event that would be spoken of for years to come. While the onlookers buzzed with speculation, Zhang Cheon remained utterly still, his expression unreadable. He had felt the young warrior's animosity before, but this public declaration was a direct assault on his authority. Cheon Jeong, bathed in the glow of his victory, stared up with undisguised arrogance, his challenge hanging in the air like a drawn blade. At the elders' table, the Shaolin abbot considered the turn of events with a contemplative murmur. The Wudong sect elder, Mujin Hwa, rose and offered a deep, apologetic bow. He took responsibility for his disciples' brazenness, acknowledging that such a challenge was a breach of etiquette that could cause trouble for the Shaolin temple. The abbot waved off the apology, attributing Cheon Jeong's actions to the fiery spirit of youth. However, a flicker of concern crossed his features. The tradition of the dragon match was for a junior to learn from a senior, and Cheon Jeong was challenging an opponent younger than himself. The abbot suggested that perhaps a more fitting opponent should be chosen. Before the Wudong elder could respond, the Tang clan head interjected, his voice carrying the weight of the Poison Emperor. He dismissed the issue of age, stating the match's purpose was to receive a lesson from a superior martial master. with a sly glance. He declared that if Mujin's skills were indeed outstanding, his youth was irrelevant. The Poison Emperor's words were a carefully laid trap. To deny the match would be to admit Mujin was not a master. Seething at the implied insult to his own disciple, Elder Myon Hyen could only watch as the abbot, seeing no other path, gave his official permission. The arena erupted, the duel now sanctioned by the highest authorities present. As the crowd's roar echoed through the mountains, Cheon coolly considered his options, a predatory glint in his eyes. Beside him, Cheon Jeong's maid leaned in with a whisper of encouragement. Jeonhee herself then approached, her expression a mixture of concern and resolve. Jeonhee's eyes met his, and with a voice filled with unexpected fervor, she clenched her fist. "You must win," she insisted. Cheon was momentarily taken aback by her earnestness, while her maid watched the interaction with a flash of irritation, annoyed that Jeonhee had made the first move. From the stands, another of Jeonhee's attendants leaped up, cheering for clan head Hwa to achieve an absolute victory. This sudden, fervent support from multiple fronts left Cheon slightly bemused. An official then gestured towards the arena, summoning him to the stage. The announcer's voice boomed, introducing the final, unprecedented duel of the tournament. He presented the winner, Cheon Jeong, who stood with the pride of the Wudong sect. But as the announcer prepared to name his opponent, Cheon Jeong's confident smirk twisted into a snarl of rage at what he saw. Cheon descended the stairs, not with a gleaming sword befitting a clan head, but with a simple wooden training sword held loosely in his hand. The act was a profound statement of contempt. His siblings watched in stunned silence, and from the arena floor, Cheon Jeong's mind reeled. To bring a wooden stick to a duel of steel was the ultimate insult. Face to face in the center of the vast arena, Cheon Jeong's voice dripped with disbelief. "Do you really intend to face me with a wooden sword?" he demanded, reminding him that a dragon match was a true duel with live blades. Cheon's smile was a razor's edge. "I know," he replied calmly, "but this should be enough for a little brat like you." The insult struck home, and Cheon Jeong's face contorted with fury. "Don't regret this," he spat, drawing his blade and lunging forward. Cheon simply shifted his stance, his wooden sword held ready. "You're the one who should take those words to heart," he countered, his eyes glowing with an ominous light. Enraged, the Wudong disciple unleashed a furious assault, his blade a blur of silver light. Yet, Cheon remained placid, a boulder in a raging river. With impossible calm, he met the steel sword with his wooden one, each parry a sharp crack that echoed the growing gap between their skills. The exchange was a testament to mastery over material. Cheon Jeong's deadly techniques, honed through years of orthodox training, were rendered impotent. Cheon's wooden sword seemed to move with a life of its own, intercepting, deflecting, and redirecting the onslaught with chilling precision. Watching from the stands, the Hwa siblings were mesmerized. Their brother wasn't just defending. He was toying with a renowned master using a child's training tool. Elsewhere, the Tang clan head stroked his beard, a wide, satisfied grin spreading across his face as his gamble on Cheon paid off magnificently. Cheon saw the opening, a slight imbalance born of aggression. A swift strike to Cheon Jeong's leg sent the young warrior stumbling. "Do you have a weak lower body?" Cheon mocked. "You keep getting dragged around by your own sword." The lesson continued, each of Cheon's movements a brutal lecture. He parried a wide swing and used the momentum to throw Cheon Jeong off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. He was systematically dismantling not just his opponent's technique, but his spirit. When emotions are loaded into the sword, it loses its sharpness, Cheon stated, his voice cold and didactic. Keep that in mind. Pushed beyond his limit, humiliated and outclassed, Cheon Jeong could only respond with a raw, furious scream of defiance. The Wudong elder and the Shaolin abbot stared, utterly aghast. The scene unfolding before them was impossible. The Wudong sword dragon, the pinnacle of their orthodox teachings, was being pushed back so one-sidedly by a younger opponent with a wooden sword. For a fleeting moment, Cheon Mohawk's desperate gaze drifted towards Mujin Hwa in the stands. It was a fatal lapse in concentration. How pathetic of you to look away during a duel. Jang Cheon sneered, closing the distance. It's a mystery how someone like you even managed to win. Jang Cheon twisted the knife, alluding to Cheon Mohawk's romantic aspirations. Give it up. Your swordsmanship might improve, but you can't exactly fix that face of yours. The deeply personal insult shattered the last of Cheon Mohawk's composure. With a shriek of pure rage, he charged forward, abandoning all technique for blind fury. Jang Cheon sidestepped the crude attack with contemptuous ease. The Wudong disciple, consumed by hate, channeled all his remaining chi into one final, desperate swing, screaming for Jang Cheon's death. It was the last resort of a broken warrior. But instead of dodging, Jang Cheon met the attack head-on, his own technique flaring to life, the enlightened Taiji sword art. The wooden sword met steel, and in a blinding flash of energy, Cheon Mohawk's ultimate attack was completely neutralized. In the stands, his siblings cried out his name, fearing the worst. The clash subsided, revealing Jang Cheon unharmed. He had not merely blocked the blow, he had perfectly read its trajectory and dismantled it. Cheon Mohawk froze, his mind unable to process the reality. This can't be real. Did he see through the path of my enlightened Taiji sword art? Jang Cheon flowed past his opponent's frozen defense, his voice a low whisper of judgment. Your footwork is completely wrong. Because you take an extra step before swinging, your attack is slow. With each pointed critique, he delivered a sharp, debilitating strike, teaching a lesson written in pain. Standing over the fallen Wudong disciple, a demonic grin spread across Jang Cheon's face. As expected, brats from the orthodox faction like you are so satisfying to beat up. With a final, contemptuous swing, he brought the wooden sword down, shattering the arena floor and Cheon Mohawk's pride in a single, devastating blow. The echoes of the final, shattering blow faded, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. Onlookers, from the seasoned elders to Jang Cheon's own family, stared with wide-eyed disbelief. In the center of the ruined stage, the defeated Cheon Mohawk lay sprawled amongst the rubble, his consciousness barely clinging to reality. Above him, Jang Cheon stood, his expression placid, as if the monumental victory was nothing more than a casual lesson taught. Leaning down, Jang Cheon delivered his final judgment, his voice a cold whisper that cut deeper than any blade. Unless you fix your movement techniques, your enlightened Taiji sword art will remain half-baked for the rest of your life. Keep that in mind. With the lesson imparted and the Wudong prodigy's pride broken, Jang Cheon turned and walked away, leaving the wreckage of the stage and his opponent behind without a second glance. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. To crack the very earth of the tournament stage with a mere wooden sword was a feat of internal energy they could barely comprehend. As a Wudong master rushed to his fallen disciple's side, the murmurs solidified into a new legend. The hidden dragon of Sichuan had not only defeated the Wudong sword dragon, he had proven himself the undisputed strongest of the next generation. An elder from the Sichuan faction approached, his eyes sharp with insight. You showed mercy, he stated, acknowledging that Jang Cheon could have easily taken a life. Jang Cheon's reply was dismissive, but the elder's gratitude was sincere. I should at least thank you for avenging my grandson, he added, revealing the personal stakes that had been settled in this public duel. With the final match concluded, the host's voice boomed across the mountain, officially ending the 19th Orthodox Murim tournament. As the crowds began to disperse, Jang Cheon gathered his small retinue. The tournament was over, but for the Flame Hwa clan, the path forward was just beginning. Their descent was interrupted by a well-dressed man flanked by two attendants. He offered a respectful greeting, identifying himself as Zhou Doyan of the Qingqing sect. His polite demeanor did little to hide the calculating look in his eyes as he extended an invitation for tea. In the world of martial politics, such an offer was never just about tea. It was a prelude to alliances or interrogations. As they walked, Zhou Doyan paused, his senses drawn to a shimmering barrier of energy ahead. An incredible heavenly net formation, he mused, noting the constant, powerful waves of chi required to maintain it. Such a grand display of power was not for show. It was meant to seal something away, or to keep unwelcome eyes from prying into a great secret of Mount Song. Jang Cheon turned to his elder, probing for information. She confirmed that an unfortunate incident had occurred, the details of which were to be shared at a secret meeting in 3 days. A flicker of understanding crossed Jang Cheon's mind. Abbot Hyun-woo was being unusually considerate, feeding him information that a minor clan head like himself should not be privy to. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the young woman accompanying them offered Jang Cheon a small, reassuring smile. The quiet moment of camaraderie was noticed by one of the elders, who let out a soft chuckle. Even amidst the rising currents of conspiracy and danger, the bonds of their small clan were a source of subtle strength. Later that evening, at a banquet held in his honor, the leaders of the Sichuan faction poured wine for Jang Cheon. They praised him profusely, admitting that without his shocking victory, the reputation of all Sichuan warriors would have been tarnished. Their own contestants, they confessed, were simply not up to par with the prodigies of the great sects. Jang Cheon deflected the praise with practiced humility, suggesting he may have only caused more trouble. But the others vehemently disagreed. His actions, they argued, were a necessary warning to the arrogant sons of Cheol Manor and the Wudong sect. An elderly matriarch spat with fury, decrying the Kongdong sect for forgetting the lessons of the divine demon's era and acting with such gall in full view of the orthodox factions. The conversation then took a more serious turn. One of the leaders leaned forward, his voice low. "Is it true that you were attacked by the Crescent Moon Sword sect?" The Flame Hwa elder confirmed the ambush, detailing how the Fire Shadow Twin Elders and 30 elite masters had descended upon them. She finished with a grave pronouncement. Without clan head Hwa, none of them would have survived the journey. A powerful, bearded leader slammed his fist on the table, his killing intent flaring. The Whip Emperor, that old man has finally crossed the line. The matriarch of the Tang clan looked on with cold fury, her mind racing. An attack of this magnitude was no mere skirmish, it was a provocation. She wondered if the Poison Emperor was trying to ignite a full-scale war between the orthodox and unorthodox factions. All eyes turned to Jang Cheon. "You're not planning to just let this slide, are you, clan head Hwa?" he was asked. Jang Cheon's voice was deathly calm as he replied, "As long as I am the clan head, the Flame Hwa clan will never let a grudge go unsettled." This was the answer they sought. The matter would be brought before the upcoming meeting of Pure Hearts, where a judgment against the Crescent Moon Sword sect would be demanded. The bearded leader then delivered a shocking ultimatum, directing his words at a quiet observer from the 9 sects. "Make sure to tell your sect leader clearly," he growled, his voice laced with steel. "If they try to ignore the evil deeds of the unorthodox faction again, the 5 great clans and the beggar sect will part ways with the 9 sects." The threat of schism hung thick in the air. "We respect the intent to not repeat the divine demon's destruction," the leader continued, his aura blazing. "But thanks to that excuse, those scoundrels are running rampant even in our own backyard. If the 9 sects stand still, we will take action ourselves." The representative from the 9 sects was visibly shaken, her composure cracking under the immense pressure of the declaration. The foundation of the orthodox Murim was threatening to break apart. Jang Cheon simply observed, his face an emotionless mask, calculating the implications of this monumental power shift. Under the veil of night, a figure moved like a ghost across the rooftops of Mount Song. It was a woman, clad in black, her movements betraying a mastery of stealth that bordered on the supernatural. With silent, practiced steps, she vaulted through the darkness, a predator closing in on her target. Her feet touched the ground without a sound. With crimson eyes gleaming from behind her mask, she joined 2 shadowy subordinates in a secluded clearing. Her gaze was fixed on an old man who approached them from the woods. The clandestine meeting was about to begin. Perched silently in the boughs of a nearby tree, Jeong Cheon and one of his elders watched the scene unfold. As I thought, it was that old man, Jeong Cheon murmured, confirming his suspicions from the inn. Down below, the old man met with the assassins, producing a small item for their leader, whose purpose remained a mystery. In a bizarre ritual, the old man consumed what appeared to be a pill, and a violent, crimson aura erupted from his body. He collapsed in agony before kneeling, seemingly offering himself to the female assassin. It was a strange, unsettling display of submission, a transaction paid in something more than coin. In a flash of movement, a dart flew from the assassin's hand, striking the old man and pinning him to a tree with terrifying force. The sudden betrayal shocked the hidden observers. "Have we been discovered?" the elder whispered, but Jeong Cheon motioned for him to be quiet. This was not about them. It was an internal cleansing. The impaled man stared at the blade that had struck him, realizing too late that it had been coated with a tracking reagent. "Curse it," he seethed. From the safety of the trees, Jeong Cheon's elders' eyes widened in recognition. Could that be the demonic spirit sword? He breathed, naming the infamous, cursed weapon. A subordinate respectfully presented the sheathed sword to the female assassin. "Here it is, my lady." Taking the weapon, she drew the blade slightly, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "I've finally gotten my hands on it," she purred. "This will be the best birthday present for grandfather." As she held the demonic spirit sword aloft, a maelstrom of blood-red, malevolent chi surged forth, staining the night sky. This was the legendary sword that had slaughtered 300 elite masters of the 9 sects in one night. In her youthful arrogance, she believed this weapon alone would allow her grandfather to surpass the divine demon, crediting the sword for the legend's fame. Hidden in the shadows, Jeong Cheon could only scoff internally at her naivete. To attribute his power to a mere sword was the height of foolishness. Satisfied with her prize, the assassin gave the order to leave, blissfully unaware that the very divine demon she spoke of was watching her every move. Under the pale moon hanging over Mount Song, shadows danced in a secluded forest clearing. Concealed within the branches of an ancient tree, Jeong Cheon and his elder watched the transaction unfold. The female assassin and her subordinates had acquired their prize, and the elder could feel a palpable wave of demonic energy emanating from the sheathed blade. It was a foul, corrupting presence, one that promised only destruction. Suddenly, a new figure emerged from the darkness, his presence as solid and unyielding as the mountain itself. It was a Shaolin monk, his bald head gleaming in the faint light, his gaze hard. The assassin's retainers froze, their surprise evident. They hadn't sensed his approach, a testament to the monk's profound cultivation and mastery over his presence. The monk, Master Hyun Woo of the Shaolin Temple, fixed his gaze on the female assassin. His voice, low and resonant, carried the weight of solemn duty. He spoke of Ba, his words a grim prayer before a pronouncement of judgment, declaring that the sword she held was stained with the blood of the Orthodox faction. There was no room for negotiation. It had to be returned. The assassin's elder, Ho, shoved the young woman behind him, his face a mask of defiance. He roared for her to get back, a loyal dog protecting his mistress. In response, Master Hyun Woo gave a sharp command to his own monks, who appeared from the trees like vengeful spirits. The time for words was over. The order was given to subdue them all. The clearing erupted into a storm of steel and chi. Elder Ho met the Shaolin monk's charge, his blade a desperate blur. But he was no match for the disciplined might of the temple's enforcers. A monk's staff swept his legs out from under him, while another strike sent him hurtling through the air, his defense utterly shattered. With the lesser foes engaged, Master Hyun Woo unleashed his power. Channeling his internal energy, he invoked the 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike. A torrent of pure, righteous chi coalesced around his fists, striking with the force of a thunderclap. Elder Ho and another assassin were caught in the blast, their bodies crumpling under the overwhelming spiritual pressure. From their perch, Jeong Cheon's elder watched with growing unease. The Shaolin were formidable, and at this rate, the demonic spirit sword would fall into their hands. But Cheon Jeong remained placid, merely stating that he couldn't let that happen. He also made it clear that he had no intention of harming the monks, a subtle distinction that baffled his companion. Plucking an acorn from a nearby branch, Cheon Jeong's eyes held a glint of detached amusement. He told his confused elder to simply watch. With a quiet focus, he infused the small nut with a sliver of his immense internal energy, preparing to intervene in a manner none could predict. With a flick of his finger, the acorn shot through the night, a silent, nigh-invisible projectile. It traveled with impossible speed and precision, striking Master Hyun-woo squarely on the head. The powerful monk grunted in shock, his concentration broken, his attack faltering for a critical instant. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, a volley of acorns followed, each one a perfectly aimed missile. They struck the other Shaolin monks at their pressure points, causing their limbs to go numb and their bodies to collapse. In moments, the entire squad of elite monks was neutralized without a single fatal blow. The female assassin stared in stunned disbelief, unable to process the sudden turn of events. From the shadows, two figures emerged, their arrival shifting the balance of power completely. Cheon Jeong stepped into the clearing, his gaze cold and demanding. "Hand over the demonic spirit sword," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. "While I'm being nice." Elder Ho trembled, his martial senses screaming danger. The two newcomers possessed an aura that dwarfed the Shaolin monks, a pressure so immense it felt like a physical weight. Escape was impossible. The young assassin demanded to know who they were, but Cheon Jeong dismissed her question with chilling finality. "No need for introductions. If you don't want to die, then hand over the sword." Panic overriding all other concerns, Elder Ho immediately capitulated. He stammered his agreement, pleading for their lives. His cowardice enraged the young assassin. She had endured months of humiliation as a mere underling to acquire this blade. To give it up now was unthinkable. Cheon Jeong's eyes were filled with scorn. "Even if you bring it to him, your grandfather won't be able to use it." The mention of her grandfather, the cult leader Chu Bok, sent a jolt of shock through both her and her retainer. Spurred by youthful pride and fury, the young woman clutched the sword, her voice a petulant shriek. "This sword is mine. It's mine." Her outburst of raw desire acted as a key. The demonic spirit sword responded, unleashing its malevolent chi in a torrential flood. The energy poured into her, corrupting her mind and twisting her features into a mask of pure rage. Her eyes burned crimson as she screamed, "I'll kill everyone that stands in my way." Her retainers watched in horror, seeing their young lady consumed by the very weapon she sought. But Cheon Jeong was entirely unfazed. "I knew this would happen," he murmured with a sigh. To his elder's questioning look, he delivered a grim prognosis. "Well, she'll be dead soon." Agonized screams ripped through the clearing as the sword's demonic power overwhelmed its wielder. She thrashed wildly, her own energy being violently drained. At his wit's end, Elder Ho turned to Cheon Jeong, his fear for his own life replaced by desperation for his lady's. "Please, save our young lady," he begged. "I beg of you." With a sigh of profound annoyance, Cheon Jeong acted. He moved in a blur, too fast for the eye to follow, and delivered a series of precise strikes to the young woman's body. The blows were not meant to harm, but to disrupt the flow of chi to her arms. Her grip loosened, and the cursed demonic spirit sword clattered to the ground. The moment the blade left her hand, the malevolent energy receded. The young assassin collapsed, gasping for air, a profound revulsion on her face. The brief taste of the sword's power had been a close brush with oblivion. Shaken to her core, she admitted defeat, realizing the weapon was far beyond her ability to handle and decided to retreat. Cheon Jeong calmly walked over and picked up the demonic spirit sword. He spoke as if lecturing a child, explaining that recklessly pouring energy into such a cursed item only leads to one's soul being devoured. As he held it, the sword's crimson aura flared defiantly, only to be instantly and effortlessly suppressed by his own overwhelming presence. A faint smile touched Cheon Jeong's lips. It seems this is your first time being held by someone with a heavenly martial body, he murmured to the sword. He explained that his very nature was the ultimate antithesis to its demonic power. Then, he turned to the recovering assassin. You're Chu Bok's granddaughter, right? Instead of this sword, deliver these words to him. His voice dropped, imbued with an ancient authority. Tell him, the lineage of the demonic spirit sect has not been severed. He assured her this message would be a far greater gift than the blade. With the words delivered, he dismissed them, warning them to leave before more Shaolin monks arrived to complicate matters. The young woman's eyes widened, the implications of his message crashing down on her. There was only one person who could make such a claim, one person who knew her grandfather and the sect's deepest secrets. The name escaped her lips in a stunned whisper. Mujin of the Flame Hwa clan. Her retainer stared, aghast, the legendary name echoing in the silent forest. A shadow passed over Zhang Qian's features. It would have been better if you hadn't brought that up, he said, his voice turning to ice. Her recognition had changed everything. She now knew his true identity, a secret far too dangerous to be allowed to walk away. A chilling blue aura flared around him as he concluded, Now I really can't let you go. A shadow passed over Zhang Qian's features, his voice dropping to a glacial whisper. It can't be helped. The recognition in the young woman's eyes had sealed her fate. She knew his true name, a secret too dangerous to be allowed to walk away. Don't resent me, he murmured, as a chilling blue aura flared around him, his decision made absolute. Sensing the murderous intent, Elder Ho's bravado shattered. He fell to his knees, frantically revealing his lady's identity as Zhu Chaijin, the granddaughter of the great cult leader. He swore that the people of the Heavenly Mountains would keep this night's events a secret, his words a desperate, babbling plea for a mercy he knew they did not deserve. From the branches above, Zhang Qian's elder watched the pathetic display, asking if he truly believed such desperate oaths. Zhang Qian sighed, a sound of profound weariness. His patience was at its end. Dark, blade-like tendrils of pure qi began to coalesce around him, a silent promise of the grim work to come. The shadowy blades swirled through the air, their razor edges glinting as they prepared to silence the witnesses for good. Zhang Qian's expression was impassive, his actions merely the final, logical step in protecting his identity. The very air grew heavy, charged with the immense pressure of his unleashed power. But just as his attack was about to land, the night air filled with the sharp rattle of chains. A new group of assassins emerged from the darkness, their movements swift and silent. Wielding wicked chain sickles, they formed a protective cordon not around Zhang Qian, but around the terrified Zhu Chaijin and her retainers, brazenly defying the master of the clearing. Zhu Chaijin's eyes widened in shocked recognition. The newcomers were from the Sun Moon Divine Cult, led by none other than Seol Mugyeong, the emergent Shadow Pavilion Master. With his men positioned, Seol Mugyeong issued a stark warning to Zhang Qian, his voice a low growl of authority. Sheath your sword and back off. If you come any closer, even you won't be safe. Zhang Qian's elder felt a cold sweat bead on his brow. His senses screamed at him that both men possessed martial prowess of an unfathomable depth. A clash between them would be apocalyptic, and survival was far from certain. He knew they had to find a way to escape, but Zhang Qian merely stood there, his gaze fixed on Zhu Chaijin, his thoughts a mystery. In an astonishing reversal, Zhang Qian addressed the assassins he was about to kill. He warned them to leave quickly, as Shaolin elites were surely on their way. As Zhu Chaijin sputtered, indignant at leaving the sword behind, he reiterated his final message. Be sure to tell your grandfather that the swordsmanship of the demonic spirit sect will be inherited. Zhu Chaijin stared, her mind reeling from the impossible name, Mujin, and his intimate knowledge of her family's secrets. With a final, confused glance, she and her party vanished into the forest. Zhang Qian's elder questioned the wisdom of revealing his identity, but Zhang Qian was unconcerned, trusting the self-preservation of the unorthodox more than the honor of the so-called righteous. He would keep the demonic spirit sword, he decided, until a worthy successor appeared. The elder chuckled, a thrill running through him at the thought of another monster like Jang Cheon shaking the foundations of the Jangho. The world of martial arts was about to become far from boring. As dawn approached, they too disappeared, leaving the forest clearing to its silent secrets. Miles away, within the grand hall of the Shaolin Temple, the day of the meeting of pure hearts was underway. The assembled leaders of the Orthodox faction listened as the events of the night were recounted. Master Hyun Woo, the monk so easily defeated, bowed his head in shame. "I am to blame," he stated, offering no excuses for his failure. Mujin Hwa of the Ame sect offered placating words, though her sharp eyes missed nothing. She revealed a crucial piece of intelligence. The women who had been selling the sword were merely imposters, disguised as the famous maids of Shiman Genie. The true source of the demonic spirit sword's reemergence remained a mystery. The Shaolin abbot, Hyen Gak, dismissed the details of the failure. His resolve was unshaken. The sword would be returned to its place. Other sect leaders voiced their agreement, listing the recent atrocities committed by unorthodox factions, noting that the violence had begun to spill over, harming civilians and threatening the very fabric of society. Cheo Gyeong, the Diensong sect leader, declared that they could no longer stand by. The time for passive defense was over. Seizing the shifting mood, Abbot Hyen Gak made a momentous proposal: the formation of a special subjugation force to proactively annihilate the encroaching unorthodox factions, starting with the Crescent Moon Sword sect. The gravity of the proposal silenced the hall. When the manhwa leader asked about including the Kongdong sect, the abbot curtly dismissed the idea, stating they needed to reflect. The Wudong leader, understanding the implications, confirmed that this meant a full-scale expedition. The abbot's eyes burned with conviction. Yes, he affirmed, this was the declaration of a great war. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Shichong, a stately carriage bearing the crest of the Flame Hwa clan made its way through the streets. The sun shone brightly, illuminating a scene of profound peace, a stark and bitter contrast to the storm that had already ravaged the clan's home. Inside the carriage, the twin girls chattered excitedly about being home, their innocent joy a small comfort to Jang Cheon. Their reunion was interrupted by Elder Jo, who informed Jang Cheon that he was to remain home to prepare for a special training session. The elder's stern expression, however, hinted at something more than a simple lesson. Suddenly, Elder Jo's eyes went wide with alarm as he looked out the window. "Clan head," he shouted, his voice tight with panic. "I think you need to come out here." Jang Cheon and the girls peered out, their expressions shifting from contentment to confusion and then to utter shock. In a flash, Jang Cheon was out of the carriage, leaving the twins with a curt order to stay inside. He landed on the street, his heart pounding in his chest. Elder Jo stumbled out behind him, his face a mask of horror. What happened here?" he stammered, gazing upon the unthinkable. The proud estate of the Flame Hwa clan was a smoldering ruin. Smoke choked the air, and the stench of death hung heavy. Overcome with grief and rage, Elder Jo plunged into the wreckage, screaming for his brothers. He burst into a demolished hall, only to find a single, unexpected figure waiting for him. It was Jai Yul of the Kongdong sect, an old rival of Elder Jo's. A smug, proprietary air hung about him as he looked upon the destruction. "You're finally here," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Unfortunately, you're a bit late." The terrible realization dawned on Elder Jo. This desecration was a petty, personal revenge. Just then, Jang Cheon arrived. His gaze swept over the ruins of his home, the bodies of his clansmen, and the arrogant smirk on Jai Yul's face. Something inside him shattered. A volcanic eruption of crimson chi burst forth, and his eyes blazed with a light that promised only death. "I was an idiot for letting you live," he roared, his voice cracking with pure rage. "I'll kill you all." Jang Cheon's killing intent was a physical force, bringing the gloating Kongdong warriors to their knees in terror. They pleaded and cried of misunderstandings, but their words were meaningless noise against the hurricane of his fury. As his blade descended to reap its vengeful toll, Elder Joe threw himself forward, screaming, "You mustn't, clan head." The sword stopped, its edge biting into Elder Joe's hands as he desperately blocked the blow. Blood streamed down his arms, but he held fast, meeting Jong Cheon's furious gaze. "I was alive, luckily," he gasped. "These people, they are the ones who rushed here to protect our clan. You must not harm them." The crimson light in Jong Cheon's eyes flickered, replaced by dawning horror and confusion. Through the pain, Elder Joe explained the terrible truth. An overwhelming force of 50 first-rate martial masters had laid siege to their home. The perpetrators were not the Kongdong sect, but warriors of the Crescent Moon Sword sect. In a vast, shadowed chamber of an unknown sect, a man groveled on the floor. His superior's voice was sharp with contempt, each word a lash. "If you don't have the confidence to tear off flesh, you shouldn't even attempt to strip the bark," he hissed, his hand tapping a rhythm of cold fury. To lose 6 elders and merely stir things up was an unacceptable failure. The kneeling man, Homon, could only beg for strength, a plea that was met with absolute indifference. "Clean up your own mess," the voice commanded, leaving him to his despair. A cruel smile played on the superior's lips. The failure itself was inconsequential. It was the lack of foresight that amused him. "Surely you didn't make your move without anticipating at least this much," he mused aloud. This was no reprimand. It was a trial. He would watch from the sidelines, curious to see how his subordinate would navigate the disaster he had created. Left alone in the cavernous hall, Homon trembled, cursing his fate under his breath. Meanwhile, the sun shone on the proud estate of the Flame Hwa clan as it once was, a painful memory of peace. The reality was now a somber infirmary filled with the wounded. Elder Joe, his head and arm bandaged, recounted the grim tally to Jong Cheon. 20 warriors killed, and the clan's core leadership, including the Zhongshan's 4 demons, severely injured. He explained that if the Taoists of the Kongdong sect hadn't arrived, the clan would have been annihilated. Standing amidst his fallen clansmen, Jong Cheon's expression was unreadable as he formally addressed the Kongdong elder, Jayo. "I am glad the misunderstanding has been cleared," he stated, his voice calm despite the devastation surrounding them. Jayo's retainer shifted uncomfortably. "Did you know they were going to attack?" he asked, his tone probing. "It was nothing of that sort," Jayo replied smoothly, stepping forward. He then revealed his true purpose, a statement that sent a tremor through the room. "Actually, I came on behalf of Kongdong to offer an apology to the Flame Hwa clan and you, clan head Hwa." The unexpected declaration caught Jong Cheon completely off guard, his eyes widening in shock. Jong Cheon guided the elder to a more private setting, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the moment. After serving tea, Jayo began his confession. "It's a story from long ago, but I feel I must tell you this first." He looked Jong Cheon in the eye, his own gaze filled with ancient shame. "There was a reason we couldn't help you when you were injured by the 7 Wounds fist strike 17 years ago. The reason," he admitted, "was simple selfishness. We were stingy with our inner energy." Jong Cheon's expression hardened at the memory, but he listened. Jayo explained the truly tyrannical nature of the 7 Wounds energy, how its 7 distinct strands penetrate the body and cause the organs to rot. To purge such a poison, even from the body of a child, required a colossal expenditure of qi. The cost was staggering. A master with over a century of cultivation would need to pour more than half of their total life force into the effort, a sacrifice that would leave them critically weakened for years. At the time, only the Kongdong sect leader and another elder named Ja Sa possessed such profound energy. The sect leader said he would take responsibility himself, Jayo confessed. But shamefully, we elders stood by and could not bear to watch his energy be depleted. With a heavy heart, the elder admitted the depths of their failure. They had ignored the Flame Hwa clan's desperate pleas for help dozens of times. It was a choice born of fear and self-preservation, a moment where the Kongdong sect abandoned righteousness. Because of that choice, he finished, we ended up causing great suffering to you and your clan. With that, Jayo stood and offered a deep, formal bow. I apologize for that. Jong Cheon was rendered speechless. To see an elder of a great Orthodox sect bow, To hear him confess a decades-old sin so openly, it was a gesture he had never thought possible. After a long silence, he spoke, his voice measured. It couldn't have been easy to bring up past faults. Hearing you come and say this feels like a weight has been lifted from my heart. In that moment, Jeong Cheon saw not the hypocrisy he'd come to expect, but the true spirit of righteousness, exposing their own faults and seeking forgiveness. So this is what the Orthodox faction is like. With a slight, almost imperceptible smile, Jeong Cheon gave his verdict. Yes, I will wash away all our past grudges. The Kongdong of the future will be different. I pray that blessings follow your sect's future. A wave of relief washed over Jae-yul's face. The heavy burden of his sect's past had finally been accepted, and a path to reconciliation opened. However, just as the matter seemed settled, Jae-yul hesitated. Forgive me, but I have one request. Jeong Cheon gestured for him to speak. Could you stay at the clan for just a little while? The question was sudden, and Jeong Cheon's eyes narrowed, a flicker of cold light within them as he sensed the elder's true intent. Jae-yul knew Jeong Cheon's nature. If you are thinking of heading to Guizhou, I hear a Crescent Moon Sword Sect strike force is being formed with martial masters from the 8 sections. He pleaded with him to wait, to allow the combined might of the Orthodox faction to deliver justice. But Jeong Cheon's fist clenched, his resolve hardening like tempered steel. The Flamehwa clan does not settle its debts through the hands of others, nor will we choose when to repay our debts based on who we're facing. Jae-yul stared, awestruck by the sheer force of conviction in one so young. It was a will harder than steel. A hidden dragon is truly a hidden dragon, he murmured to himself. Realizing words would not sway him, he changed his approach. This is perfect timing, he said, grabbing Jeong Cheon's arm and pressing a small, ornate box into his hand. You will need this. Jeong Cheon's eyes widened as he opened the box. A brilliant, cyan light pulsed from within, bathing the room in its ethereal glow. The source was a single, perfect pill, radiating an unbelievable amount of pure energy. This is... Jae-yul's voice was filled with reverence. Our Kongdong's greatest elixir, refined only once every 10 years. This is the 3-5 complete energy pill. He explained that this treasure was normally reserved for the great disciple destined to be the next sect leader. But this was no ordinary situation. Something of this level is needed to make up for the energy we failed to provide in the past, he insisted. Please accept it, Clan Head Hwa. The sheer power radiating from the elixir was a tangible force, a dead-of-life force being offered in payment. For a long moment, Jeong Cheon simply stared, weighing the profound offering. As dusk painted the sky in hues of orange and red, Jeong Cheon made his decision. Then I shall accept it. He took the pill, the matter settled. Turning to his loyal retainer, he gave a swift command. I will be in seclusion for 2 days. Don't let anyone in, Masak. With vengeance waiting, there was not a moment to waste. Behind closed doors, Jeong Cheon began his cultivation. The moment the elixir was consumed, a violent storm of pure chi erupted from his dantian. The 3-5 energy surged through his meridians like a tidal wave, a torrential power so immense it threatened to tear his very body apart. He grit his teeth, focusing his entire will on taming the divine power now raging within him. 2 days passed as a cold rain began to fall, washing over the lands. At the headquarters of the Crescent Moon Sword sect, a lone rider approached through the downpour. Cloaked and bearing a massive blade, the figure sat atop a warhorse whose eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. An aura of death preceded them, a harbinger of the doom that had come to collect its due. Inside the sect headquarters, chaos reigned. A subordinate burst into the main hall, shouting for the sect leader, Homon. What happened? Homon demanded. The news was dire. I asked, but the Crimson Sword sect said they cannot help. The strike force is expected to arrive in 2 hours. Homon slammed his fist on the table, cursing the wretches who had abandoned them after all the support they'd been given. The messenger's voice trembled as he delivered the final, terrifying blow. Besides, there are rumors that the Poison Emperor has joined that strike force. Homon staggered back. What? The horrifying truth dawned on him. They weren't allies. They were disposable pawns. Now is not the time, sect leader, his subordinate urged. Quickly pack your things and... His words were cut short by a tremendous crash as the main doors were blasted from their hinges. A lone figure stood silhouetted in the opening, a specter in the storm. "Af, who's there? Stop him!" The cries were futile. The shadow moved, a blur of motion, and stepped over the threshold of the ruined doorway. The air grew heavy, thick with killing intent. The elite guards of the Crescent Moon sect leaped forward, blades drawn, only to be met with a cold, contemptuous sneer. With a speed that defied comprehension, Cheon drew his blade. In a single, fluid arc, steel sang through the air, and the guards fell, their lives extinguished before their bodies hit the floor. The dance of death was over in an instant. Homon watched in abject terror, his mind unable to process the slaughter. One moment his men were there, the next, only a phantom remained. Before he could even scream, Cheon was upon him. A brutal, backhanded strike sent the sect leader flying like a broken doll, crashing through the hall's far wall in a spray of splintered wood and debris. Cheon stood amidst the carnage, his form cloaked in a swirling blue aura, one eye blazing with incandescent gold. His voice, cold and final, echoed in the ruined hall. "I'll show you exactly what happens when you mess with the Flame Hwa clan." Buried under the wreckage, the terrified sect leader looked upon his executioner and stammered the name that was both a legend and a curse. Hwa, Mujin. Through the driving rain and over the blood-soaked earth of the Crescent Moon Sword sect, Cheon walked. In one hand, he held his blade. In the other, he dragged the broken form of the sect leader, Homon, by the hair. He moved with the unhurried pace of a debt collector whose work was almost finished, his steps splashing in pools of crimson-tinged water. Flames still licked at the ravaged buildings, a stark contrast to the cold storm. Behind the shadow of his hat, Cheon's golden eye burned with a chilling light. There was no triumph in his expression, only the profound stillness that follows a necessary act. He tossed the body aside like so much refuse and ascended to a higher vantage point, a specter surveying the ruin he had wrought. His fist clenched around the hilt of his sword. With this, the first part of the debt was paid in full. The destruction of the Crescent Moon Sword sect was the price for the blood they dared to spill from the Flame Hwa clan. This was not merely vengeance. It was a decree carved into the very landscape for all of Murim to witness. 2 hours later, a formidable force of martial masters arrived, the much-vaunted strike team of the Orthodox faction. Led by the Poison Emperor, they had come prepared for war. Instead, they were met with an eerie silence, broken only by the hiss of rain on smoldering embers. The Poison Emperor's eyes narrowed. Something was deeply wrong. They were a step too late. They dismounted and entered the sect's main courtyard, their expressions turning from grim determination to utter disbelief. The ground was littered with bodies, but there were no signs of a prolonged battle. It was a scene of absolute, one-sided slaughter. One of the masters, shaken, could only wonder if some terrible internal strife had broken out. The Poison Emperor dismissed the notion instantly. This was no internal collapse. Just as he surveyed the carnage, his retainer cried out, pointing to the ground. The Emperor's gaze followed, and a flicker of understanding crossed his features. Carved into the earth with immense, concentrated chi were words written in blood. Flame Hwa's vengeance. The masters reeled in shock, assuming the entire Flame Hwa clan had descended upon this place. But the Poison Emperor saw the truth. No, he thought, his eyes tracing the clean, powerful lines of destruction. This wasn't a group. This was the work of one man. The name echoed in his mind, no longer a legend, but a terrifying reality. Divine Demon, Cheon. Back at the Flame Hwa estate, the mood was one of recovery. Inside the infirmary, one of the Zhongshan's 4 demons had a fresh bandage wrapped around his head, covering a lost eye. His comrade chuckled grimly. "You've suddenly become a one-eyed man." The warrior grunted, a faint smile on his lips. "Yes, but doesn't it look a bit more impressive?" But the light-hearted moment passed quickly. The one-eyed warrior grabbed his friend, his remaining eye wide with urgency. Where's the clan head? This is no time to be sitting around. Arm the warriors. There's no telling when those fiends will attack again. His friend, Masak, simply placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm his frantic energy. Masak's voice was unnervingly calm. Don't worry about those Crescent Moon Sword Sect wretches. He leaned in, a slight, knowing smile on his face. The clan had wiped them all out, all by himself. The one-eyed warrior froze, his mind refusing to comprehend the magnitude of what he'd just heard. What? Meanwhile, in a quiet training hall, Cheon sat before his two young siblings. Gone was the harbinger of death, replaced by a patient master. Keep gathering energy into your middle energy core, he instructed softly. Push the yang force down and the yin force up, keeping them in constant circulation. Good. Don't forget that feeling. He watched as tiny flares of qi ignited around them, a sign of their burgeoning potential. As he concluded the day's training, the doors opened. His young sister jumped up. "Master," she cried out. Master Jowol of the Kongdong sect entered, accompanied by the abbess of the Amei sect. Zhang Cheon rose and bowed respectfully, welcoming them despite the informal setting. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of help during your difficult time," the monk said, his hands pressed together. After serving tea, Zhang Cheon listened as Master Jowol spoke. The meeting of pure hearts seemed quite shaken, he admitted. "I couldn't look back because I was unable to compose my emotions." Zhang Cheon simply nodded. "No, it's fine. You simply did what had to be done, clan head Hwa. One cannot stand by when their main house is attacked." Before he could reply, the Poison Emperor strode in. Flame Hwa's vengeance. It was quite impressive, he declared, a teasing glint in his eye. "Teasing? The entire Central Plains is buzzing because of you. They're calling it the Hidden Dragon Bloodshed." Zhang Cheon's expression remained neutral, but he internally registered the moniker. A name given by the world was a brand, and this one was forged in terror. Zhang Cheon smoothly shifted the conversation. "Anyway, I'm truly glad that the Kongdong sect found their path." He then turned his gaze to the abbess. "I've ended up owing you my disciple's life. I must offer my formal thanks soon." His words were a quiet acknowledgement of the new, fragile alliances taking shape. The Poison Emperor leaned forward, his voice dropping. "That's right. Did you hear the news? A few days ago, a sword graveyard was discovered at Huado Mountain in Yunnan. They say its name is the Dako Sword Graveyard." At the name Dako, Zhang Cheon's composure finally cracked. His eyes widened, a storm of memories from a life long past threatening to surface. The abbess looked thoughtful. "Dako Sword Graveyard, a name I've never heard in my life." Master Jowol sighed, a deep sadness in his voice. "Foolish people will begin to gather again in order to obtain artifacts or a secret arts manual. Umatba." The Poison Emperor's gaze was fixed on Zhang Cheon. "Have you heard anything from that person who was your master's friend?" he probed, testing the waters. Zhang Cheon collected himself, his mask of indifference falling back into place. "I don't think we ever really talked deeply about the sect." The Emperor conceded. "Is that so? Well, since Dako is also a surname, there might be no connection." Zhang Cheon then politely dismissed the two visiting masters, reminding them their disciples were waiting. After they left, the Poison Emperor lingered, swirling the tea in his cup. "Still, aren't you a little curious? You never know. There might be hidden secret arts or an artisan, sort of the peerless 9 swords." Zhang Cheon replied flatly, "There's no such thing in the peerless 9 swords, and my current sword is enough for me." "That measly iron sword?" the Emperor scoffed. "If someone using enhanced energy like the Whip Emperor appears, it'll be snapped in an instant. Besides, you're firmly marked by the entire unorthodox sect now. Who knows? You might get your hands on something comparable to the demonic spirit sword." Zhang Cheon gave a wry smile. "You're really good at egging people on. Why are you so excited? It's unlike your usual self. Is the Tang clan quiet lately?" The Emperor sighed dramatically. "Wait until you get to my age. Every day is lonely, and the guy I want to make my grandson-in-law is nowhere to be seen." Zhang Cheon cut him off. "Look, I'm a clan head now. I can't just wander around as I please." "Worried about the clan? Don't be. I'll deploy my Black Poison squad all over Xichang." The emperor offered, standing up. Shall we go together? Receiving only silence, he walked out, leaving Jeong Cheon to his thoughts. On the rooftop, Jeong Cheon stared into the distance, the name Dako echoing in his mind, a ghost from his past he couldn't ignore. His attention was drawn to the training grounds below, where his sister So-hee was sparring with the Amei abbess. The girl moved with a newfound fluidity, evading a strike and twisting her body into a seemingly impossible counter. With a ferocious grin, she drove her palm forward, unleashing the snow-drifting, cloud-piercing palm strike. Jeong Cheon's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The abbess, too, was stunned. She attempted the cloud-piercing palm strike into the momentarily empty middle energy core, she thought, her mind racing. Was that technique even possible from that posture? The girl's raw talent and instinct for combat were far beyond her years. The spar concluded, and So-hee rushed to her master's side. "Are you all right?" The abbess smiled, her pride evident. "Yes, I'm fine. It seems your improvisation has improved a lot." As Jeong Cheon approached, he bowed his head. "Please continue to guide them strictly, abbess." He then turned to her, a hint of apology in his tone. "I'm sorry, but it seems I'll have to be away for a while again. I leave my siblings in your care." So-hee looked up at him, her small face filled with concern. "Where are you heading off to again?" He simply knelt down, patting her head. "Listen carefully to what your master says. I'll be back soon." Moments later, Jeong Cheon and the Poison Emperor were mounted, riding out of the clan gates. "Ha ha, let's head out now," the old man cheered, kicking his horse into a gallop. "We have a very long way to go." Jeong Cheon watched him, a faint smirk playing on his lips. For a man of his stature and power, he was just like a child. In the ominous, blood-red headquarters of the four martial heavens, two figures conversed in shadows. One voice, sharp and impatient, cut through the darkness. "TSK, have you still not killed the Sword Star?" The other, wreathed in crackling blue energy, replied coolly, "I achieved the Starless Sword art long ago. I'm just warming up. Just tell me your business." The first voice delivered the news. "They say the Crescent Moon Sword sect has been annihilated." The wielder of the Starless Sword art listened intently, and they say it was the work of the Sichuan Hidden Dragon. "That Hwa Jute you killed long ago? They say he's that guy's grandson." A cruel, dismissive sneer formed in the darkness. That guy who was said to be insane. The threat was noted, but utterly underestimated.